Yo, vibes, thanks for being number one.
We will be their salvation.
Just out of this, sounds good. I'm down. What's the SWC schedule today? An hour and 30 minutes. Okay. Nemesis.
Chaos. If we can say
One sec, boys. Ba, ba, da, na, 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 na. You'll be moving on. Do it all around and wait for better days. Waiting for better days. Ooh, do, 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 do.
then we must try.
Yo, what up, bro? Good morning, good morning. Okay, Nemesis. Hey, Rizzy.
These holy arrows
Rizzy, you want to play a joust game before Worlds? Or are you getting ready for the party? I can do. Okay, I'll try to make this fast. If anything, I'll just surrender. We have an hour and a half, and I don't want to waste time. Finals is an hours away, baby. Yeah. What do we think about the games just today? You guys watch them? The first set with the Jade Dragons, absolutely the best set I've seen in years. And then the set after that was pretty depressing. And yeah, rip Final K, rip Panda. Thought it was gonna be their year. They tried, and Oni served them up on a platter. It was very sad. I would do not win this. Up, whoops, my bad. Wait, the finals? The finals? Now I'm watching it live. So yeah. If you want to save it and we can watch it again, I'm down. That's up to you though. But I'm gonna watch it live. Oh, you dokes. I have to dip, then you watch it then. Okay. Are you waiting for you, like, your friends and family? Or who is everyone encompassing? Oh, not the wall. They should probably fix that wall. I lose this. Come on, fuck.
You cannot allow them to trample over you.
Bruh.
My light will shine even brighter.
She still has shell too, bruh. Alright, then I'm gonna stream it again. And just yell into my mic and shit.
Holy light guide this
7-game streak. I'm ready. Let's go. Bum, bum, bum. Yes, sir, baby. Let's go. Facts. Terry, good morning. Good morning. Terrified. I'm playing fucking duel. Like, look at this shit. What the fuck? A fucked up day, huh? I think Loki must mills lion shed in me. Okay, perfect. That makes sense, especially since you know, it's not SPO's not too Scotland time zone friendly. Snipe incoming. You won't. No balls. Free dubs. Who used permaband? Got him.
A queen must be prepared for anything.
Made of can't do. Rizzy, I reposted the greatest pure on earth. With a little bit of editing and a little bit of music. So check that shit out on YouTube and TikTok, baby. MMR, I can match your MMR. Oh, you're trying to match my MMR. What's the best world Kmon? There's a UK tourney coming up and I'm a sign up. UK tournament for what game? Smite, I assume you're talking about. And what is the best role or your best role? Well, oh, my best role, bro. I'm fucking stupid. Holy shit. Riz's best role. Probably the Ganesha support, I would say. Just try to get yourself an E-girl. Lesser cat, maybe. Oh. You're most consistent on support. You pop the fuck off in jungle sometimes, and same with solo and mid, but you're most consistent with support. And when you're actually just like not afraid to call shots, you win most of your games. Yeah, it's LAN. Oh shit. Imagine winning can be me. Okay, Terry, I think my MMR is 1900. I don't know. I kind of just build this, queued this to warm up. Make sure my stream is working. So far, no frame drops, baby. You, bro. Riz, did you see us set the fucking meta yesterday, bro? They put out good Nestor Cat, bro. Dude, patent that shit. Bro, that's our thing. J Dragons are stealing our thing, Riz. That is fucked. That's people trying to be us on God. Bro, not 10 minutes before Circuit was picked, the J Dragons were down 0-2. And I was like, yo, mark my words, sometime in the next 2 days, brother, we about to see some Circuit, man. Absolute meta sleeper god. They put it out, won the game. They shut down Paul. Who else is gonna kill Paul set, bro? Yeah, the Ganesh Circuit. Pair that with a Chalk. Pair that with a Merlin. Pair that with a Hachi. They're fucking in there. Fucking go J Dragons, baby. Who's fired up? What the fuck am I building? Probably brawlers. What the fuck is this bitch doing? Walmart Riz and kmoney on good. Lasbra who? I don't even know who this is for the J Dragons is. Oh, PBM. What the fuck? Am I stupid? Damn. PBM trying to be you, Riz. Trying to be you. I feel like I'm getting baited. Now we probably cooldown shit with all my shit up. Okay, I'm dead. Okay, I missed everything. GG, go next. That song in. I got a lump in my throat. Pull a bit Riz, fucks. That was the greatest reverse sweep in Smite history, bruh. That shit was so hot. Gonna stay. I just gotta know. Yeah, actually, the Ganeshults actually won. Who was in the finals? J Dragons, the only Warriors. The Leviathans, which was the fan favorites, also who I actually wanted to win, completely got swept. It was so sad. Rip Final K, Rip Panda, Rip Adapting, yada yada the other two, Rangu. And now, bro, you want a Fairyman to win? Yeah, nah, I never want a Fairyman to win. See, they were always like the first seed. I was like, nah, bro, we don't want that. I wanted Leviathans to win because obviously all 5 of those like people just they've been on the world stage so many times they've never just pulled it through, and here's another year where they didn't. Outside of adapting, the other 4 though, you know. And yeah, pretty sexy. I'm dead. So yeah, they just got fucked, and it was kind of sad and depressing. So now it's the Onis and J Dragons, and I don't give a fuck about the Onis. I really hope they don't sweep the J Dragons, and I really hope the J Dragons win. So yeah, because it'd be crazy shit. At least I don't have to like. There's not a. I don't want both teams to win now. At least there's like a deciding factor. Yeah. Because before, if Leviathans and the J Dragons went to finals, dude, I don't know who I would want to win, to be honest. Like, probably Leviathans, I guess, but it's so hard because, fuck, man, the J Dragons, bro. So now I'm glad that, like, there's a defying team that I want. Oh, let's go. I should have dashed out. Oh, I'm chilling. Sit down, bitch. 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 They were my second pick. I can't believe the Jades they just did it, man. They did it. They just fucking did it, bruh. It was so beautiful. Sometimes, bro, you just gotta do it. And they did. I'm committed to the ability-based build here. Fuck it. We'll go Titan's bin. Can this casual queue pop? Nah, you're there forever, bro. You're held hostage. There's casual queues right now? That's crazy. Why am I scared now? Why does it take any damage? Trade is one hell of a defense item, huh? I should not fight her until I go get my percent pen, because she's a charaded on me. So I'm kind of trolling if I don't go finish this item. Okay. We in there. Her shell's down. She's Aegis up. I really want to catch her on this. Loki's getting the game I wanted you to get, and he wants to try get high on the leaderboard, so I'm hyped. Let's go. I hope you guys do it. Best of luck. I'm so dead, dude. I need lifesteal, perhaps. Probably doesn't save me. I kind of need the Hydras as well. Yeah, do it, man. Do it. Hopefully Loki makes content out of it too, so he can start just getting stuff out there.
Your middle
Do a leaderboard's about to be bodied. Let's go, bro. Let's go. Hell yeah. Alright, we're gonna go Kins.
Even brighter. Holy light, guide this arrow.
Really should have built crit. I don't know a better item in the Nemesis than Image Deathbringer. I went up to 1400 MMR, Silver 4. Hell yeah. Cyan. Let's go. Hell yeah. Feels good to climb. That's what's up. She double dash. Let's go. Hype, hype, hype. Effects. No. She guessing my dash is so lame. Here. Respect the back, bitch. Fuck! Fuck!
Do not be weak.
Wait, I can't beat my desk. It's weak.
Fight.
Anyways. Finally got good teammates. Let's go. Hell yeah. Bro, Nim is fucking me. We got a weak desk. Fuck. Yeah. Dude, I just want to beat the shit out of this desk sometimes. And I don't do it because I built it. And I know how weak it is. Like, look at this. Can you see my camera wobbling? Like, my desk is moving inches. Big inches. Like 6 inches. That's a lot for a desk to be moving. I spelled feet pics wrong in the short. What did I spell it? P-I-C-K-S? Okay, to be very clear, I didn't do any spelling. It's completely AI generated, first off. So that wasn't my fault this time. And also, fuck if I was gonna catch that. Cause I'm fucking stupid and dyslexic. I'm leaving it. That's K-money spelling facts. It is though, it is though. Damn, I'm gonna be smarter than an AI. Smitty. I'm dead, bro. I gotta go. Oh, I'm fine. Oh, I'm dead. Oh yeah, I'm fine. GG. We're chilling. When did she get BDK? What is happening? Okay. This is the part where I hold my dash really, really well. Okay. And then I dash to base. Yep. We did it. Lightning in a bottle. Jump for some dramatic effect. Alright. Now we're at choose smite player. By your electric love. What do I even need? Probably everything. I put no thought into this game at all, so I didn't want to. I know. It's pretty great, huh? I just still a really good item, ironically. This is my warm-up game on an account that I don't play duo on, so I do not care, but still gonna try to win. Love you too, Jonesy. Thank you for paying your daily taxes. 10 stream streak? Oh shit. Okay, we do damage now. Let's go. That's pretty good. It's pretty good to be able to do damage. GG. Oh, GG. Well played. Good eggs. Good show. No brain. I used no brain there. No brain. Okay, good. Now that I have no brain, let's play some Joust! Wait, what? I don't get it. Okay. Classic Riz. Doesn't understand the joke. Alright, Riz, you online? Yes, you are. Perfect. Now that I just lost in a 1700 duel lobby, let's get into the 2800 joust lobby. What could go wrong? Yeah, it's gonna be one of those days. Alright, feel free to snipe for your MMR. Literally donating. What's up, Nico? Welcome to the chat, homie. Excited about words? Who you got winning? Bum, 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 son. You guys are so silly. Vibes, are you joining? Vibes. Hands up. Well, you got 2 minutes. Go ahead in this queue. Okay, good. Good. Hands up. Be okay. I was rooting for Mambu. Then they lost. Yep. Then I was rooting for Paul. Okay. And they lost. Yep. And not because of Paul. Let's be very clear about that one. Holy. Paul tried, man. Paul really had the 1v9 treatment. Oh, gosh. Yeah. The Styx Ferryman got with that reverse sweep is crazy. Dragons to beat Oni's ass. I hope to God it happens. I just hope to God, like, we don't see a 3-0 from the, like, the Onis don't 3-0 the Dragons. The Dragons better fucking win, bruh. Yeah. Oni's fucking 3-0ing the Levi's was fucking crime. It's so sad. So sad. Actually, just sad. Shed a tear. Yeah. Dude, when the game ended and Final K went like this, I was like, no. I felt that. I felt that pain. What's up? He has to get one man. One man. He deserves it too much, yeah. I know. Oh, so sad. I hope he does. I really hope he does. USA. What's up? Butterflies fly away. Not in my head like, yeah. What's up? Be okay. Yeah. Party in the USA. We have an hour and 11 minutes according to Smite Game. Whereas mine, they can keep the money, but World Champion is the only title I'm missing. Yep. Yeah, it is. I do. Like you, I do. I do. What are the band, man? What is this? I do. Ooh, ooh. Now that I banned Thoth, I want to play Thoth. Is that weird? Oh, maybe. I'm not really in a talkative mood right now. Nor is Riz. No, not enough caffeine at all, man. Okay, my bad is. Uh, you did get me. I do. Bro, Levi's lost. Why would we talk? Yeah, true. I like, oh God, I went to bed so sad over that. Personally, I'm gonna just sit here and cry, yeah.
Morgan Le Fay.
Riz, do it, no balls. Yes, sir. If one of you wants LaFay, let me know. The El Kwong. Damn, you're in the wrong team. Facts. Oh, good. Riz and I are both on Smiths. Smiths. Yeah, you can expo. Riz, play Geb and cleanse out Kwong also on ping somehow. Actually, that's like so hard to do. I'm gonna go get coffee. Good luck. Oh, fuck. I should ban first. God damn it. Fuck me. Oh. Anyways. I like you. I do. Ba-da-da-da-ba-da-da-bum-bum-ba. Gobless. Coffee, man. Yeah. Oh, shit. That is a correct motherfucking pick here. Riz with the biggest brain ever. See, because I told him to play Gib, he's like, that's a bad pick here. So, that's good. Nah, Expo doesn't get banned here at all. No shot. No shot. Unless I ban it. That would be hilarious. Banning Odin. Oh, dude. And Kabrakin, because walls are too much for us. I know. I'm using all the bank time and I still have to get coffee. Don't lock in. So bad. I'm a coffeeless man. Yeah, kmoney. God, don't call me that. Yikes. What am I, 12? Ah, GG. Alright, I'm leaving. Peace. Nothing. Okay, baby. Oh, I should move my mic. Alright, I'm back. I decided that making coffee was too much work, and I'm too tired. So, I took a 5-hour energy. Which is great. I took one of the extra stacked ones. I'm gonna die. End game. TTV. Jonah Hill Game K. Eugene is crazy, bro. Imagine being named Eugene. How could we lose? Our comp is cracked. We have a Bologna. Imagine what? Dragons? While losing. Both would be pretty impressive. Okay. Bruh. I swear to God, I have literally not played auto in 10 games without being on Morgan. Surely he thinks I'm sniping. No joke. The last fucking every time I've ever played, like the last fucking 10 times I've played against auto, actually been on Morgan. Oh wait, that's not true. I played Sir Cat into his set like a week ago. I'm lying. Oh no. Not me lying. Our comp is way better. There's no way we lose this. Cap. They're watering. Cool. I don't want to get to late game on that note. We don't have any fun late. Oh my. Oh, Persephone hitting the damage is crazy. That's unfortunate. Back him. How many defense items do you guys think I build this game? Probably just a mantle. Oh, Magi's. They have like one ability to get Magi's out, but it's all. Magi's could now go better. Kwong here. I think I just go Magi's. And then not get knocked up by Jing. It's like, what else do they have? Get Persephone ulted, I'm good. I get, then I have speed, so why not? Auto it. Really good that we did not use beads on that Perset. is such a good song. My phone not charging is not good. I'm waiting 50 gold for Divine. I guess. Which is not really that good.
Power can be taken.
Sorry again. Let's try. Oh wow, good read for that. By the Persephone. Okay. Wonder where Otto went. But you are too low. Persephone has sentries. That's fine. Okay, Persephone is hitting her once. You needed to back a long time ago, to be honest.
Their lives are all forfeit.
I think Persephone is our biggest problem. Well, does a death toll out cloning do both? Probably not. What's good, baby? All the people in on the mic. Hi, because I know you love cross chat. Yes, sir. Tell all the other people on the mic hi, because I know you love cross chat. Hello, everyone. New York Life says, "What's up?" Hello. What's good, girl? I think we have the wood bowl. They're on purple. Thanks for paying your taxes, baby. Should have tried to track the Persephone better there. Oh, good luck saving me. Unfooch. Persephone's still here, right here. Oh, attack. No vibes. You gotta get in there, buddy. Oh, you win that. Oh, unfooch. No worries. Be confident. Better be confident. Oh, I'm dead. Fuck. Good try, Riz. Miles apart.
That was painful.
Please start at the bed. I'll get woods after this back.
I think these were just lying around.
Push start in the bit. If this Persephone doesn't go divine, I'll get some lifesteal.
No need for a spell when a simple ward will do.
Start at the bit. He's been gone for too long. Oh, okay. I can't really go to bull. Fuck. Something could have fine. I really wanted sword jump. I think it would have been nicer. Just give me that little extra. I think they're on bull. Nope, they're not. We just don't really have a. We're not hitting them.
Your middle phoenix is under attack.
Our DPS seems to be pretty bad.
Fire giant. You have slain an enemy.
I almost want to do BDK to take it away from them. I meant to say mid. Gotta walk back. Jhin could, like, passive to it. Someone.
Power can be taken or bought.
I mean, they're on it. We just did not back. We shouldn't have gone blue. We needed to back sooner. We're zoning it. Just hit him. A little bit. Give us time. Good job, Riz. Well done. We just need to stall to get off this. Actually, we can fight. We can fight. We can fight. We can fight. I have relics. She's gotta die. Let's go. Persephone's up. Persephone all down. Nah, damn. Spread out a little bit too much, I think. I'll be up. He has no ult, you're fine. Of course. You know that. But in my home. Wish I had more cooldowns. This Persephone, dude. Soloed. Nothing does so much damage. I don't know why she's not playing around. Just the power. Oh, but yeah, having that 1 second cooldown probably is better. Whatever, can't think about it. Doesn't really matter. Yeah. No, like, I don't really have a good reason.
Their lives are all.
What am I doing? Riz, we need woods.
We need walls.
Prepare, then execute.
On Twitch, GG. Damn, we just got fucked. That sucks. Maybe you went inch in the wall. I just died saving you there. Huh. Gonna kill you for landing. Oh, you're chilling. Empress Stephanie died. Let's go! Attack! You have ult! Ultimate is ready!
Nice job. Ultimate is ready. Ultimate is ready.
Ult the Jing! Ult the Jing! Ult the Jing! Had to do it way sooner and play your actual play your range. Ranger there with your ult type of thing. Mute my stream. No, not the Okong. The Shing. Like, you had a killer path through the Phoenix. All good though.
Power can be taken. Or bought. Check your sword. I will need plenty
An enemy has been slain.
Phoenix almost back up.
I will war. Thanks. You rock.
Their lives are all for.
I kind of might actually just need the extra damage over the movement speed. Why didn't they go fire? I bet Otto's wondering why they didn't go fire. Stay together. Oh, we can go fire. We can go fire. That's a good call. We just need to do whatever we do together. Play numbers. I'm a wave off of AT. Solid. Let's fucking go. Good shit. Good shit. Let's fucking go. Well done. Well played. Very nice. Way to play the objective. Way to not get fucking distracted. Let's go. Jing on the red buff caught out. Lol. Nice. Let's go. Good shit. Oh, fuck. You all night, you're my starlight. I got you. Bad expo match, right? Nah, bro. You hit the objectives. You won the game. If we didn't have expo, you think we ever run it down like that? Nope. Bro, I was about to sell your ass. I'm like, wait, we can win if I help you. Let's fucking go, dude. Holy shit. Yo, Riz on these ladies' ass, man. Riz coming for them ladies, bruh. With that Riz, Riz, man. Riz them straight to hell, dead. Yo. Yikes. Listen with the Zapman passive. Let's go. Bologna was the pick. Bologna was fucking huge, man. Your ult securing, like, you literally would get their mobility, ult them, they dead. They dead. Actually OP. Straight up. Me, my sugar boo. Let's go. So I need to hit masters today. I'm G2. Was going to see if kmoney can help in a bit. Sweet pea. We have 37 minutes until SWC finals, and I'm gonna be streaming that. So my starlight, you might dance me. Ooh, me tonight. Yeah, I kind of am. I'm definitely not on the joust grind today. I'm on the watch the dragons take home the victory grind. Is today the last day for ranked? You have 8 days. What do you mean you have to hit masters today? You got 8 days, Trevi. 8 days. Yeah. My sugar boo. Okay, so Kayman, you're driving. You come up to a baby and a grandpa. The grandpa. When is finals? Finals are in 35 minutes. Yeah. Hit the brakes, you freak. Oh shit. I didn't think about that. To me. Ooh. Rainbow. Oh, Riz, you're leaving? What the fuck? Nah, still the grandpa. What the fuck? Okay, I'm gonna dip and see where people are at. Okay, sounds good, Rizzy. Rizza, if you get the peoples together, let me know so we can play. I mean, watch, bruh. Just messaged you. Hi, Terry. Trevor, I did not, unfortunately. Yeah. Yo, we got all the homies in chat. Hell yeah. Great time to tell you how much I love y'all. Y'all are beautiful people. I'm OBS. Yeah, good luck. Who uses Streamlabs? Gross. Nova song. Gotcha. That's actually cool that it works on your phone. Very cool, very cool. Excuse me. Good on. 30 minutes to us. Let's see if we can speedrun a gel scheme. My gym streams are plagued with bots now. Plagued with bots. Fuck. Not the bots. How? How the fuck are they? How? What? Interesting. Kinda sus. That's a shame. Lol. Bruh. What? Okay. That's really weird. What type of coffee should I make today, chat? A minute. My mind don't feel right to me. I wanna raise your spirits. I've been thinking, I want you to be happier. Want you to be happier with my thoughts. Who is Moses? Don't we know this guy? Only for a minute. My mind. I've been thinking to be happier, to be. Oh, I go. Oh, oh. Was the leader of the... Okay, yes. You're right. Okay. I want you to be happier, even though I might not like it. I want you to be happier, only for a minute. I love you too, Trev. Oh, yeah, there's a lot on my mind right now. Barrett's. Bum 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 bum. Lately, I've been thinking to be happier. Ooh. Honey, I need you to stay. Whoa, be fucked up. Oh, sweet. I like it. Odin would be really bad, but I think Ben could back in. Oh, sweet. Oh. Not really, they're just gonna kill you. I did the one I have decided. You insta-died all of them. You did. Good luck. Don't die. In direction. Direction. Alright, let's get it. I'm obsessed. In my trim chest. Alright, you're gonna see a new circuit build from me, boyos. Circuit build I don't usually do. Because they're triple tank. Your mind, soul sister. Mister on the radio, stereo. It's a single thing you do. Bah. Come on. Only drug I need. I can be with me, soul sister. Just stop messed up. Your stereo. No way, I got stunned so perfectly. Oh, nice, good shit. Why am I talking about no way I got stunned so perfectly like Zhang didn't just hit his 3? Like, it's not the most easiest brain dead stun in the game. Anyways. Oh my gosh, he did it again. Oh, I'm actually fucking up. Oh, okay.
Well, that's great. That's just freaking great.
Give me one. How nice of them to stand in the pit so we can still do damage to it. Do you
even live?
more than life? Bruh, I'm so tanky with this build. I like it. Nice job. Good job, boys. Good shit. We've killed the fat man.
Out of my way.
More than life. I'll just tell you when to heal. I need to have to leave or die. Don't clear without me. Let's go. Okay, now we're mini. Young is going damage. Quite good for us. Tempted to get more anti-heal than I usually build. Perhaps. Fuck, dude. He's actually won. I need to just auto him one more time. Unfortunate. Good morning, Blondie. You excited? 15 minutes or so. Where's the Leonis? Where's the Dragons? What team do you want to win? There's a wrong answer to this question. Motherfucking greatest. I'm in the chat. What's up, buddy? There we are. Yana and I are in the stadium already. Let's go. Hell yeah. Let's go. That's exciting. We got Arya been in this game, so we can pull it up. Day's been great. I need coffee though, so once it starts I'm gonna pull it up so we can all watch it together, and then I'm gonna get some coffee and then yell into your guys' ears for the next 3 hours. I can play my blink here, which is why I went this way. Never mind. I'm dead. GG. Good game. Great game. Mother. I need coffee, man. Alright, that's his blink. He outplayed me. Just got my coffee started myself. Thank you, thank you. I can't even read right now. Huge pluck. Huge push. Kill his ass. Crush this. I've been smacked with the sticky note. The power of the sticky note. thought. Elamir, definitely need that coffee. Yes, I know. So badly, man. So freaking badly. Young Smite streamer goes cross-eyed from not having coffee and trying to read chat. Nice. I imagine I'm the young Smite streamer. You think I'm young? Aww. Yeah, I need that coffee. Okay, I will. I'm dead. Oh, hell yeah. Kill him, all of them. No balls. Run away. Oh, wait. We might just kill Shang. Oh, my. Alright. I'ma leave when you get a sec looking. Sounds good. Thank you, thank you. I imagine you're jumping between channels right now. Bum, 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 regarding the business inquiries. Bruh. Who's winning today? The Dragons better fucking win. They better. But I kind of think the Oni Warriors have it. But they better not, because I'll like riot. We riot if the Dragons lose. In the same boat as you, yeah. I'm like scared, man. I'm like scared. Like I'm scared. Yeet. Yeah. Bro, I fucking cried yesterday when the fucking Leviathans lost. That was just sad, depressing. Made me mad. Fuck the Warriors. Surely you just fly to the event and subbed in. Easy Dragon? Imagine. Oh god. Yo, maybe in a few years, maybe. That would definitely be crazy. But listen, I got big plans for Smite 2. Like, gonna be working with some great people to make some great stuff happen. I'm dead. I'm fine. There's so many enemies. When you go back in for the 5th time, I'm fine. I'm dead. Bruh. Oops. Holy shit!
You can only rely on your own strength.
This guy does not miss. Bruh. I actually love how bad I'm playing right now. Today. Entirely. Playing so bad today. Need that coffee. I did something. Wait. Chad, I'm doing stuff. And so is my team. Well, mostly my team, to be honest with you. What? Huh? What? Huh? I'm dead to minions, bro. Huh? I just got stunned out of my one! That's unlucky, man. Unlucky. Unlucky. Yo, and then after we watch the World Series, we gotta see Mike fight the whole enemy team. IRL. In game. Good water, Unfish. The wall.
Technological rampage. They have brought us great shame.
Where do you think you're going, little guy? Okay. I may not have mana.
You have been slain.
Looks like I still need tier 1 earring with this build. One in 5 on Circuit? Yeah. Definitely need coffee. What a day.
My hide isn't strong enough.
I probably did the worst thing I could have done there. If I got in there more, it would have been better, or if I went back to base sooner, would have also been better. Played like the middle ground of decisions. Yikes. What a boulder. Okay. Good for him. Good for him. I actually think I just got I don't know. I pretty much have to go. Alright, I'm gonna go kill a Zhong. Ouch. My back. Hall of Fame. 3 minutes until it looks like Smite game transfers over to the SWC intro. Beaches, seekers. Champions. I really want to Medges here.
You must obtain stronger allies.
Curses. Oh, he's dead. Got my last 10% cooldown with this power pot. Oh yeah, can you feel it? I hope not, because I'm just a guy on the internet. Okay, heal skins. That's kind of a damage check. Get a little feel of the build. Now that we know what we feel like, we can fuck. Oh boy. Dude, I needed to ult immediately. I'm squishy. That just no help. Especially since it wasn't up. Oh, Zhong is still 4 damage, so we still one-shot him. No, power pot. Cooldown. That's a lot of damage. Oh, so close, man. Herc just got his ult up too. That Gilg stun probably saved the Wukong's life. On my way. Probably good.
An enemy
Nice.
has been slain.
I should have blinked. Bubble did help against Zhong, so I think I'll keep it. Definitely way better items there. I literally think Mantle's better. It is. It deadass so is. Way more defense. Works better too. Why do I suck, man? Skill issue? Yeah, no shit. That was actually a fucking time. Okay, I'm good. Okay, cooldown beats OP. Too easy. Run. Dum 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 ooh.
If I must.
Not even a 4 item.
Fire is utterly unstoppable. On my way.
Nice. Not me going auto attack when I haven't got any autos off. Lol. This guy just doesn't have ult. Good job. Nice, he still has his AT, let's go. Let's go, dude. We've saved the eternity team, Lamb. What? The fuck you just say, Kmoney? Who the fuck knows? That's a Martian. Kmoney speaking Martian again. Kmoney should go get some fucking coffee, man. That sucks. Oh, I'm very dead, so try to get somebody. No. Fuck!
Do not be weak. Get back up and fight.
Deadass if I had a health chalice I love.
Menial.
What am I doing? I want animosity, man. I want old animosity to get back. That was the time. Time of my life. Who's gonna stop me? Actually, can't get hit by that. Okay. Oh.
Well, that's great. That's just freaking great.
Be right back. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower.
The game is going too long. I have to watch words. Huge. Jungle tunnel. This Goku might not actually have headset, to be completely frank with you. Damn. Nice, he's done.
Has been slain.
Menial.
Alright, we have plenty of time actually. So my game says build a god starting in 20 minutes, so I don't know what build a god means, but it's a game. Perhaps. Yes, he is playing very well this game. Facts. Agni supremacy. You know it. Hell yeah. Watch this. I'll catch his ult. Curses, he's gonna jump on me. I don't have mana! Okay. Hello? Hello? Bowen just ran right past me. What the fuck? Not kill him. Please do this. I'm on Sir Catman. You ever seen me die on Sir Catman? Don't answer that. Oh, I went too far. I kind of threw that. I played Sir Cat. Okay, that's all I read in a duo game. It was rough for a while. I guess a Thoth? Oh yeah, and then you absolutely wrecked him. Nope, that's awkward. He probably lives. Both out of mana! Awkward. Yes, sir. Nightbot got your ass. Get fucked. Thank you for clipping it, by the way. Wait, it's your own mod. Why is it? You can't, no, Nightbot can't do shit against you, by the way. Since you're a mod. Bruh. I'm gonna go heal and let's kill a Zhong again. Thank God Zhong sold his AT, bro. No, you're not a mod. You're a fucking VIP. No, it doesn't. The fuck, man. Came on trolling again. Classic. Not the 40-minute joust, because we're killing it's like nice. He's dead. Wait, I'm going back in. Big scorching blink. Come back in the scorching blink. I'll take the doodly doodah. Fucking love these plays. Let's go. Thank you. They're so boring. Or are they? But I so wish I didn't have an axe of animosity now. Yeah. I mean, we could have Scorching Blink animosity their Titan, to be honest. Yo, team death? Team death. Let's go. My mage is better? A little bit. He doesn't have beads. Like, human Aegis have beads. Like, hello, Sarkat, Hercules. And then, like, yeah, Agni has a stun too. Okay. I'm just gonna wait for that to end. And then we're gonna animosity the Titan. Okay, animosity is amazing for just killing Titan, I'll say that. So glad I had animosity right there. Hello. Looks like Jagger. Jagger. Oh. Oh my gosh, we're 2 MMR from 3K. 48K and 50K and 74K. Sheesh! God damn! That is a high numbies joust game. And it's only because they're triple tank. Bruh. 75K. Sheesh. For real. Alright, let's close this. Let's open this. Do one of these. Do one of these. Do one of these with my other keyboard. Bam. We're ready. Do one of these. Put my camera down here for now. Bam. Alright, we're all ready for the words. Watch. No sound. Lol. 11 minutes. Bruh, I'm trolling. What? Why am I? What is happening? We can do something for 11 minutes. What should we do for 11 minutes? Smitle? Waddle? Waddle? Smitle? Chess? No. Doing Waddle before I have coffee sounds terrible. Let's do it anyways. There's an I and an N. The N is 4th. Any guesses? This is as far as I go. The vowel is I. 24, 37 MMR now? Let's fucking go. Yeah, we had 100 MMR and I was 75. What a great day for MMR. Yeah, bro. 175 MMR, baby. I want to see this clip that Deus did, actually. Come on, honestly, what rank player do you think I am? Honest opinion? Okay. Your teamwork is pretty good. Your decision making can use some critical improvement, but it's small stuff, and that comes with like kind of combing out the fine print. When you understand your role, you play very well. So like that last game, you understood that you got to stay alive, do damage where you can, play your range. You did that very well. I haven't seen you solo queue, so I don't know how that criteria falls. Mechanically, you're up there. So I'm gonna go with high diamond, low masters, honestly. Yeah. So. And yeah, there's a lot of solo queue improvement. It's a kind of a different game, in a way. You also have like really good games, really bad games. Just understanding like how you have to play in that game is a lot of it as well. Your building is pretty good. Still needs improvement, and like you still need improvement. All of that, as we all do. You could also work on improving on your prediction. So like what you think the enemy's gonna do next and countering it. Trying to be kind of ahead of the game, so you're macro, I guess. Thinking ahead. That's a big part. That probably took me the longest. Honestly, duel kind of helped me the most with that. Because I would look at what the enemy had and I'd be like, okay, this is what they're going to do. And this is what I should do. Well, this is what I need to do in this situation. Because this is what I can't do. Type of things. Yeah. I have no idea what this word is. I'm about to give up, bro. I want to see the clip. The day is clipped. In fact. It'll probably end with ing. Yeah. Oh look, there's two of me. Funny. Oh, that could be a good clip if I get it down to like 10 seconds. ING, yeah. What's a 5-letter ING word? Nice job. Good shit. Vibes got it. Let's go. I'm just got a good point there. Nice. We got the wordle of the day. 3 minutes until build a god, whatever that means. Days, you know what I love right now? Is I recall a time maybe a year and a half ago. You called me after a late night. You just had a bad day. And you're thinking about quitting Smite. And I kind of gave you this talk. So, I love that. You gonna pass the talk forward. Yeah, this is probably the first time you called me. Like, this is so long ago. God, I'm so tired. I can't believe I remember that. We talked about how, like, ignorance is bliss, and we talked about so much that night. God, we were on the phone for so long. I'm so glad we had that talk, though. I think the biggest thing I stressed in that conversation, Days, and yeah, it comes back to me more and more, was how much, like, it just does not matter what people think, yada yada. All you have to do is fucking be better than yourself the day before. Be better than yourself the week before. Like, this self-reflection is what really is key. Be better than yourself the second before. Especially, like, these games, you have to learn from each individual game how the enemy plays, what's working, like, change things, change what you're gonna do. I guess a small example might be, like, last game I didn't think Magi's was doing much. Didn't feel good. I switched from Mantor. I felt a lot better. I was focusing the Zhang a lot, or just trying to create space, and then I realized that we just kill Gil really easily. Like, changing what you're doing in the game, seeing how people play, who you have to, like, respect because you're saying that they're playing well. Stuff like that. Like, the game before when we were playing against Otto, I was backing when I was half HP because, like, I've played against Otto before. I know he's going to get in that tower, dive, and get those kills. If I don't, I'm holding my CC because this is what I've learned from, like, games before. So, and what I've failed playing Morgan Le Fay into auto speed so many times so that I can hopefully be successful at some point. Oh, like, yeah, you just gotta be better than yourself the day before. It's my biggest motto. This is a sick trailer. Tiamat, Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, Horace and Set, Oleran, Maui. Oh, that's some Unreal Engine 5 graphics, baby. Gonna be picking up Netflix. Go Togo. What the fuck, Jones? Alright, that's pretty funny. It's a great picture. Alright, I'm gonna go get coffee. Alrighty, we're back. What I missed? Okay, so yeah, throw Kumba's entire kit on fucking New Wallet. Oh! He's cooking. Yeah. Watch party, yes real. Let's go. Welcome to the party. missing a trickster god. Bruh. Bruh. Sorry, 1 second. Hmm. 69. Nice. Cute. Cat cart. Cool. Technically, they say I'm the greatest. Yeah. The first time I ever played against Disco and I was getting hit by the apple, I was wondering what was going on. And I was typing in chat like, yo, I'm not typing this. My controller's like freaking out or something. And then eventually someone explained it to me. I'm gonna go get my coffee. Cthulhu passive. Literally Puss in Boots. Puss in Boots. Yo, it's Jones. We found Jones. Jones, are you in there? Oh. Oh, I love that. That's a great idea. Yeah, this guy's cooking. I like that. Yes, yes. Yeah. I love that. Hmm. Who's this? Welcome back. Lol. I saw you in Smite game. I'll be right back. One sec, sorry. Stand back. He needs some milk. W. Benny. Milk. Okay, that's fair. That's cool.
There's so much to the feel and like the visual tie-in
Yep.
of like what the character's doing. Because a lot of times in Smite, you'll say, "Oh my God, ow, that hurt."
Yep.
I did not get hurt. Did I
Yep.
get hurt playing Smite? I did not.
Yep.
But you know when something is hitting you, if it has that weight, if it has that feel, and it translates into the gameplay and the mechanics themselves, you'll get that interaction. You really will kind of like feel it in a sense.
For sure, absolutely. All right, let's get it over to JMax line and see what they got.
Go ahead and introduce yourself and then your idea for the cat.
My name's Deer, and my idea is, depending on who Bake pounces on, so if it pounces on an enemy, it'll blind them like a kind of like a cat causing problems if it was a laptop or something, and just so it's on the screen, it's just like a cat kind of crisscrossing the screen. And if they jump on pounce on an ally, it'll cleanse them from god debuffs such as like Opwash, DOT, Cthulhu, Madness, or the new Mammon debuff.
Yeah.
And then if they do cleanse that, they get angry and they can get an opportunity to jump from the ally to an enemy.
Oh, okay, yeah. I like that idea. First of all, what the god that is being pounced on, if you're an enemy, is seeing visually. I like that idea of, you know, scratching at their eyes, whatever. Plus, that's a classic F. bit. Was he always had a implement a blind? That was always a bit of his.
Pocket sand.
Pocket sand was always a big one. And I like the idea of cleansing a god debuff, and then if you cleanse a god debuff, then you could instantly get to the god whose debuff you cleansed. You know, like you can fly across the sky, you know, cat mode, but be able to access a target because they made the mistake of hurting your ally, you know?
So I love just getting a variety of feedback pitches for abilities, because even if we don't use that ability directly, like often it's good to have those notes because something will happen in my brain. And so the second you started talking about the kind of post process of like scratching out the eyes, my brain just immediately fired off, and I was thinking like, imagine like the cat walking on your ability bar and staring down at it, and like whatever ability you fired after that point, it would just bat it off your UI, and it would like fall off for a little bit of time.
Wow, that would be so cool.
Completely tangential to that pitch,
Yeah.
but like it like that's why we have so many internal groups that we bring in to get a variety of feedback, is because we really want as many ideas, because it helps us really kind of flesh out the kit as we need to.
And especially
So
with
cool.
like the idea that you were talking about of like bouncing off of other people's ideas, that whole idea was like, what if we, you know, silence specific abilities? Like, you know, how we were talking about how, you know, we tend to like put specific abilities in places on the bars, right? Or even like just disabling ultimates by themselves, that could be a thing. So I really like that idea of being able to kind of like specifically disable one ability or one kind of ability.
Yeah, my immediate thought when you said that was increasing the cooldown of the next ability they use. So you do the anti-CDR tech that we've been kind of working with, and you know, they put a paw print, they're on top of you, you use an ability, whatever that ability is, they paw print on it, and it stamps 3 seconds on the cooldown. You know what I mean? Something like that.
Getting that feedback there is important to also explain to people the mechanic at play, because if you just make it so that this ability has a long cooldown, that often might not be visible. But yeah, if you do that paw print stamp, that like actually makes it really clear to the player what actually happened there.
Yeah, absolutely awesome. I love that idea. I think that we could definitely do something with that. All right, only have time for a few more. Let's head over to Frog's line.
All right, tell us your name and then your idea for the cat.
Evan, and my idea for the cat was in the passive have a have like a stacking ability that is based on the number of like allies that die recently. Like you're seeking out vengeance for them. You get
Odin passive.
empowered basically.
Odin passive.
Or like
Literally Odin's first passive.
either that, or you get like power based on like shutting down the enemy, just because you know
Okay,
you're
literally
getting
Odin's first
revenge
passive.
essentially, and once it's satiated, you get stronger because of it.
Yeah, I really like that. That kind of fits the vengeance theme we've already been going for.
Yeah, and it's always good to
But I love
notice if we have underlying tech that has supported something. ESET passive has that tracking nearby ally deaths.
Yeah.
Very easy probably to put a different type of hook on it and allow them to do that. So I like that idea a lot. J-Mac, let's head to your line.
Go ahead and introduce yourself, and then what's your idea for Bakaneko?
Hi, my name's Patrick, and my cat, she gets the zoomies really bad, and so it's really fun to see her pounce and springboard off of things. So my idea was simply like a dash that, or like more like a leap, that if she hits a wall or maybe a minion or a god or something, that she bounces off and like gets kind of like the Hu Yi one, where like if it hits a wall, it bounces off. It's like a jump kind of thing, where if she hits the wall, she bounces off of them.
Okay,
Yeah.
so kind of like Ricochet, kind of like, you know, the Nene Kappa, but jumping instead. That's wild. I like that idea.
Thank you. We have talked about basically that ability before. It's something that we really like, and it would not surprise me at all if it was on a kit one day. As the Ricochet, but you're the projectile, you know, and I think that movement would feel really, really good. So.
And I'm even thinking about like, because if we're making this character play kind of like an assassin,
Yep.
how do you actually gank, right? And so you could have a dash that's straightforward, just does some damage, or maybe you might find an opportunity to be like, I could actually jump onto this wall. Maybe jumping off the wall gives me more range, might push the target a little bit, so you can actually try and position yourself well to actually push that target into a devastating position and then actually do the gank successfully that way. So
Right.
make sure the gank makes sense on the character.
The Ricochet also makes sense as well, being a little tricky. Like with the existing Ricochets that we have with like Hercules or Hu Yi especially, just being able to walk up and go, you never know where I'm gonna put this Ricochet.
I
Kind
know.
of the same idea where you'll if you move yourself into this kind of unpredictable location for them, they won't really be able to react to it. So we gotta make
True.
sure.
That's this is the toughest part, is that I feel like when you hit two abilities in the same archetype, where I love this Ricochet dash idea, and I love the attach to an ally, knock away something, you know, whatever it is. I think that would be really, really awesome. So now it's like, but can he really have two jumps, you know, or two dashes of some kind?
Serket does.
Serket does. Why not Bakaneko?
Yeah.
All right, let's
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah.
I believe we're ready for Frog's line to go here.
Go ahead and tell us your name and your idea for Bakaneko.
Name's Londo. I think a cool idea for the Bakaneko would be able to jump on top of the jungle walls and be able to move across the map that way and be able to knock things down and kind of disrupt the team, maybe knock off a ward or two.
I kind of dig that, like interacting with wards. I'm not sure that's something we've ever really done before.
No, and something that an assassin needs to be able to manipulate in some way. So I like that a lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very cool. All right, I believe we have time for one more here, and we're going to
That
J-Mac
would be
line for it.
amazing.
Looks like our last one's going to be a group effort here by probably the most iconic fans that we ever have at SWC. So what's the idea you guys have come up with? Who wants to take the mic first?
Start off with, I got no voice right now. I've been cheering for totems all day, so. But I'm the A in JM today.
I'm M.
And I'm the M and Jam as well.
All right, so our whole idea, you know, cats, one of their most annoying traits is that they just hit everything. They hit stuff off of the counter, tables, whatever. So our idea was that the cat could parry. You know, someone drops the sun on this cat and it just goes, and there's no more sun. I'll bring it to my numbers guy real quick though.
Yeah. So we thought it would kind of be like an immunity like Soul 3, but there's no charge up. So you press whatever 3, and immediately you go immune for about half a second. And for each 100 damage she would take, he returns that as 0.1 second of a stun or 0.2 seconds of a stun. So like if you took a 1,000 damage Tothel, turn it for a 2-second stun, and you don't take any damage.
That's good stuff. Well, my part about Bake is, dude, this guy's a cat. He's a ghost cat. These guys got 9 lives. Like, and especially assassin style, the whole gimmick, you know, he's got a built-in timeline like 9 times, but he's got a lot less health, but he just keeps coming.
Yo,
you know, I think that's a good part.
That might be the
9 life
best
cats,
idea ever.
We got the whole package of abilities for you to kind of break down and go through.
What
now.
if his health bar was like?
I was really with you guys until I heard 9 timelines.
No, come on, that's the best idea ever.
I mean, honestly, It's kind of cool.
Yeah, Boss said
If it has like the cat has like 100 health, and then it just ATs like 9 times
Are other ways to
until it actually dies.
The 9 live concept that we could drill down into.
Yeah, that's sometimes something that comes up as well. Is like you have kind of a theme of an ability that you're trying to set down. I remember with Charon, we really wanted to make sure that we had, you know,
9
a bone
timelines.
ability for sure, a spirit ability was one, and a water ability was very, very important to have like each of those. So that was kind of like the jumping off point for Brainstorm, as I'm saying, you know, here's the theme that we're looking for.
Give it 9 timelines. That would be fucking cracked.
No, okay, so I think we're in a good spot. Unfortunately, that is all the time for audience suggestions, but we've gotten so many good ones out there. So let's kind of run through and see what we've got here. Passive, that vengeful spirit idea. I mean, there's a lot of them we could go to. We know that kind of general direction. Our clear, probably swipes, maybe batting around some things. Anna, what maybe you can help guide us here with some of the things we've heard.
Yeah. Well, from a concept perspective, I really love all of the suggestions that were given today. So I was thinking with the pauldron and also like little lights and stuff from the sardine oil lamp, we could do some really cool effects with that, and have like a pearl in the mouth of the pauldron of the fish.
Sure.
And yeah, and that's pretty much that's all I got. I mean, this has been great. Like, everyone has amazing ideas.
I know. This was one of our highest hit rate for ideas, in my opinion, that we've done for one of these. It's been really, really good. Here's the real question. Can we get away with letting him have 2 jumps or 2 dashes? Because that's what I was liking the most out of these ideas.
Yes, you can.
Yeah. I mean, the kit that people seem to be kind of pitching here is a character that's highly mobile, can get to
Can we get a report, J-Mac, on what is happening here? I'm so lost.
I want to know. I can't see quite from up here.
They've been stacking up like every thunderstick.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm stoked too. Let's go. You guys are nuts. Well done. Well done. I still don't get it, but I'm happy for you.
Look,
I'm happy to hear that.
They did the thing.
Oh, they did the thing?
They did the thing.
Oh, right. Let's go. Nice. Good work doing the thing. Yeah, like you're saying, Con, highly mobile kit.
I mean, I think that double mobility, getting in the middle of a team fight and being this disruptor trickster, we had that old pitch that changed healing around. We had the idea of you being in there to do either a parry or like a don't touch the belly type ability. So you could engage the fight, kind of pick someone out there, do a lot of damage to that target, and then you're just there in the middle of the team trying to make it so that the rest of your team can come in and be as disruptive as possible.
Yeah, and I feel like the ultimates, shape-shifting being the #1 thing in Bakeneko's lore, would want to get that in there somewhere. Taking over the body of a downed ally, getting that much mobility to be able to get to that ally's, body wherever they are, and then take them over means that you don't need as much damage output in the base kit because you're assuming that they're taking over someone else's kit, without the ultimate. So it's always risky, doing things like that, but I think that it could work with this instant slamming.
Yeah, the trickery aspect is really important as well, and I think in a lot of these abilities we do have that option where the Bakeneko player could be able to just do any of these things in slightly different ways, and that really does increase a lot of that skill expression, which players really love at the end of the day, to be able to kind of style on their opponents. So I think giving a jungler especially a way to do that is just so much fun.
Yeah, Pon, do you want to talk to the programming team about Bakeneko being able to use every ability of these other characters? I'm sure they'll be happy with that.
I mean, we already have to consider it, so it wouldn't be the biggest deal ever, but there's going to have to be some limitations on it, some windows. Maybe there's only certain types of abilities that can be taken, but the programmers are surprisingly kind. They will try.
Yes, they will
and they will let me know if their try is going to be unlikely to succeed, and they tell us to make backup kits. So a lot of time we have backup kits and backup things that we're going to try if that doesn't work out. But for this purpose, I think let's just go.
Yeah, I love it. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you so much for helping us at the Build a God panel this year. Bakeneko is going to be a nightmare for everyone to deal with, but very, very fun to play, and that's what really matters. So thank you all. A great year here. No better way to close it out than with Bakeneko. And stick around. We'll be right back to Year 11 Creator Show match right after a quick break.
My name's John Koob. I'm with Steel Series, and we're here with
Max, Aurora, and Max, Pandacat, Death Walker,
and Rapu,
Captain Twig, and Zatman.
We're going to see how well you actually know the game of Smite. We're doing the Name That Sound challenge. Let's go sound number 1.
Deicide.
Deicide.
This is
Where's the white women at? Yo, I'm back.
Regular announcer pack. Deicide, yeah.
I'll go again.
Oh man. Is that an ability? I have no idea. Oh, man. I can't. I got nothing. That's the Christmas house gun.
Huh?
It's the Christmas house gun. I'm pretty sure. Is that like Comba 1? Actually?
Really?
Oh. It's a gun.
laugh. Anubis laugh.
Okay.
You should know this.
Why? Is it a hunter?
No, because you like the laugh.
That's Anubis laugh.
What the? Twig.
Oh man. I'd be playing that.
I don't ever laugh in
Agni?
game. Anubis.
Oh, Anubis. I don't laugh. Okay, I kind of hear Anubis not here. Alright. Artemis 3. Artemis. I better know that. That's my role. That's Artemis.
Wow, the ADC players are getting
You
it.
are slow, buddy.
Dude, I told you I was gonna lose.
Leveling up.
Leveling up, yeah.
The level up. Yeah. Pinging on the map.
Both, that's good.
Ping.
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 Locking in.
Lock in. Looking in like a character. Oh my god, I was thinking about it.
Gentlemen, great job. Thank
Damn.
you.
Sticks Fame and suck, bruh. Probably why they got reverse swept. Got him. That's crazy. Alright, year 11 show match starting in 5 minutes, baby. What's up, Chimera? How are we doing today? You excited for the World Series final? Oh. Heck yeah, fuck yeah, baby. I almost lost my fucking voice screaming yesterday. My neighbors actually called me and they're like, yo, you good, bruh? And I was like, yeah, watching a football game. Is what I said because they wanted to understand esports, they're very old. But they'd understand that. It was pretty good. Yeah, I'm so excited. I cannot wait. Alright. Two minutes. Oh. You're on my Discord bet. Oh.
Guess I should have moved on to someone new, but I'd rather be in the storm than in the calm without you. Don't know how I feel in the morning. Maybe I'll be leaving you sad and blue.
Schedule today's schedule.
Guess I should have heeded the warning. Guess I should have moved on to someone new, but I'd rather be in the storm than in the calm without you. Don't know how I feel in the morning. Maybe I'll be leaving me sad and blue, but I'd rather be in the storm than in the calm without you.
Grab as many products as you can. Good luck. 3,
Okay.
2, 1, go.
Is it?
No.
Oh my god. Please, please, please. Oh. No, that's fine.
Bro, we've already seen this.
I'll take that, honestly. Oh.
Show some original content.
Oh. Oh. Yes. Clean. Nice.
One is bigger than 0, so.
Oh, that looks good.
Surely.
Oh my god.
Wait, what?
No.
3 and 1, baby.
Yes, come on.
Me.
Oh, I mean, I'll take it. 30 seconds, right?
I'm just gonna click it right here and see what happens. There's some stuff down
They're
there.
copying those
Oh
K-pop
my god. Oh, come on. Oh no, it like,
videos
dang
for
it.
fans.
I need something. I need something. Yes. 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 So clutch.
Wait, Vladdy, what do you mean?
This one here.
Yeah, but I'm gonna try and do some advanced tech here. Spin it a little bit. Ah, it's not worked. Yep, that's what. Oh. Oh, bollocks. Have I got time for one more? Am I good from the side?
Hope you build a pair. Oh, got you.
No, I've moved it.
Oh, Crystal sure doesn't like those. Yeah.
How do I put money in?
Welcome back, Smite fans, here to the SWC in our Year 11 Content Creator Show Match. It's a tradition that we've had here at the Smite World Championship. Bring some of our big name content creators out here. Sometimes we do charity events. This year we're going to be showing off the brand new Season 11 map. I'm Jay Maker, got Mifflin, Aggro, and Isaiah joining me here on the desk as we can kind of talk a little bit about what's going to be going on, some of the people who are going to be on these teams, and kind of what's to be expected for Year 11. I know that you guys have been putting a lot of work in Year 11. It feels like almost 6 months ago you guys already started work on the new year. So
It's
kind of talk to me
manipulative.
about
What
some of
it
the
is.
thought process coming into this year, Aggro.
Yeah, I mean, we just wanted to refresh the Conquest map a little bit and bring some new mechanics. So things like the teleporter that can take you from one side of the map to the other, and the new comets I think are going to be really, really big. That's a really fun mechanic that we have been willing to drop everything that's happening in the match to go and compete over a comet. I'm going to be honest, it probably isn't worth doing that, but it is to me if I can get the scepter. If I didn't get the scepter, then we might as well have 6.
And as far as players that are going to be here, as I mentioned, as content creators, it's also members of our stream team. We can introduce our first couple of teams out here. We have the Order team, made up by Weekend, Rexy, Double J, Davian505, and J2 Rudo to round out the roster. And then for the Chaos team, we have Eleon, Sam the Dude, Bacon Crumbs, J2 Faye, and Lady Rebellium for the remainder of that roster. These guys are doing head-to-head. I believe it's going to be a blind pick best-of-1 matchup for this, Isaiah.
I know, we've got a stacked roster for both teams here. Some of the most well-known content creators, some of the faces that players see every day on the Smite Game channel. I'm super excited for them to get their first look at the Year 11 map, kind of play it live on stage, feel it out a little bit, and we'll see who comes out on top.
Now, Mifflin, for us, this is kind of our first look and maybe our first homework assignment, kind of looking into the new map. Have you gotten a chance to look over into the patch notes, watching the update show?
Man, I have not. I've been in a makeup chair like every single time we've done anything with it, so I'm really excited to get eyes on it. I'm just here to do like ad libs. I'm gonna like 21 Savage it.
Really? That doesn't surprise me.
Got a new album, right?
Really? That's what you're.
Hold on,
There?
we can't talk about album with these two guys around because
Yeah, that's
you
true.
technically still owe an album, if I'm not mistaken.
That's actually a great point, J-Mac. I can't believe that you narked on him like that. That is crazy. That's your teammate that you just absolutely threw under the bus. But because it benefits me, I'm going to go with it. Yes, Mifflin, you do owe me a Christmas album still.
It's not even the season, guys. It's like January.
Better late than never,
I know,
my
now
guy.
you can get started for next year. But before we get to jump into our match, we do have F. standing on stage to get an interview with some of our content creators.
Good morning, good morning. Bloody. Glad I've seen you in the Smite game chat. Good
our
amount.
Captain of the squad, Lady Reb. How you doing today?
Great. I'm doing awesome.
I mean, clearly you are going to carry these guys, and I'm looking at them. They look pretty heavy. What's going to be the game plan for you jumping in here?
I'm just here to look pretty.
Well, I mean, I thought that was he already said. So that's the problem, though. That's exactly what he said to me as well. So I mean, how are you gonna handle that?
All I know is Weekend and Double J paid to be together, and that is punishable.
Hell yeah.
I mean, all right. We're already starting there. Also, I need to bring up that before he was wearing like a full sweatshirt, but he refused to be on camera without showing the biceps. So this is literally what we're doing here. Do not feed this man's ego. Come on now. Unfair, unfair. All right. Pretend like I asked you a really deep question. And give me a really deep answer.
Yeah, I think pineapple is 42.
You know what? I think so. I'm going to be with you over here. I'm going to agree. All right. I got one last question. Who answers it? You? All right, so jumping into this one, you've got Leon over here, Lady Reb. Who is going to do the carrying on the squad?
Oh, it's going to be Elion. Come on.
Oh, come on. Why do we gas him up so much? I don't like. All right, fine. Give it up. And then on a real note here, you guys have tons of fans. Everybody has really, really loved how you guys represent the Smite community. And what would you like to say to everybody out there as they scream their head off for you to feed?
Just kind of remember this moment, man. Just take it in and remember this. This is a good times.
I mean, that's the truth. Over here, we have the other squad led by, do I lead with the 667 joke? I guess we'll get there. All right. Down here. Big fans out there. All right, so let's start with that one then. What do you got to say to the fans at home? Or, I mean, hell, the fans right here.
Well,
so I have a team that I think is going to win, and then a team that I want to win.
They're going to stop you, or
no, other way around.
Oh, okay.
Now the main goal, I want to solo Sam. That's like priority number one. That's going to happen.
Is it going to happen?
Yeah. No, it will.
All right, well, we're going to deviate from our previously scheduled programming.
I think, unfortunately, Elion's team is probably
Yo, Sam!
Take it, but...
Homie over there says he going to solo you.
Who? Who said that?
Who said that?
Rexy? You mean the wannabe Sam?
Oh, shit. What's your final statement to him all the way down there?
You know, I wish him the best of luck because Lord knows he needs it.
Woo!
W, Sam.
Woo! All right. Man, usually they try and get us to get the players to smack talk, but this seems to be pretty easy out here. All right, man. Your turn. They're talking smack.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to return to them, or are you going to be
I'd rather
polite?
have Sam streaming.
Andy better watch his doors. We're setting up a tent outside.
I mean, it's just a regular night for Andy streaming, right? We all just stream sniping him over the shoulder. Absolutely. Right here, my man. Yo, Jay, nice to meet you. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. All right, clearly, You got the power. What are you channeling today to bring the energy?
I'm challenging my villain origin story and, you know, making sure that I'm going to continue the saga that I'm on, which is, you know, becoming the best villain that I can be within the Smite community.
So is this a filler episode or is this your arc?
This is my arc. Lately it's been filler, but this is my main arc.
Do we end on a positive note or a negative note? Chat, do we go positive or negative? Negative? All right, what's up, Weekend?
I'm the negative note.
All right. Right now, I want you to cheer if you like Weekend. All right. I want you to cheer if you hate Weekend.
There we go. Yikes. Yikes.
What do you have to say to all of your wonderful, wonderful haters?
I appreciate the support, and I'm just gonna channel it into Farming Andy. So good luck.
Them haters pay his bills. On
They
God.
better be so.
That's why he's the #1 revenue in the Smite community.
And then real talk, tons of positivity here. We're all joking, and you have represented tons of positivity in the Smite community, my man. The way you welcome everybody to the stream, the way you make everybody here feel welcome. I know how you want to start this one, so say it.
Aloha!
Now, to start this one off, we'll be fighting on the battlegrounds of the gods, but here,
You don't know?
we're just friends. So, lead us with some wise words of positivity
About what?
as we play our first game of Season 11.
Good luck to everybody. Mahalo for us, for allowing us to be up here. This is an incredible thing, and we can't wait to show what we've got. Again.
Oh, you don't have like 3 or 4.
I pulled it away too fast. Against who?
The losers over there.
I got him. He's talking smack too. All right, friends. Thank you so much for being with us. We have our first game of Season 11. This squad versus that squad. Give it up one more time.
This squad
And
versus
let's
that
jump
squad.
into the battleground of the gods.
Yeah, we voting for this squad or that
Players are going to
squad?
get ready to jump into the first look at the Season 11 Conquest map and get a check at all of the new
I think I'm
balance
voting for
changes,
that
all the
squad.
new changes that have just
Nah,
come across
this squad.
on the
Definitely
map
voting
in
for this
general.
squad.
Already kind of got a little sneak peek of what you were talking about earlier, the teleporter, the comment, a couple of new things. What are some of the bigger dynamic changes as far as itemization is kind of concerned? Are we getting a whole bunch of new items? Are we just getting a bunch of reworks of some of the old ones? What's kind of the idea that's going on here, Aggro?
Yeah, I think there's a lot that's coming at the item store right now. I mean, lifesteal being reworked is a really, really big deal. Now you're going to be lifestealing for more in God combat, but less when you're out of God combat, but lifesteal items gets a few more stats, some new lifesteal items like Crimson Claws and Rejuvenating Hearts rework. But I think that one of the biggest things when you're in Year 11 and playing Smite is going to be how different it feels to get your relics upgraded for free as you're playing the game and completing those quests. Getting those relic power spikes a little bit earlier has been really, really impactful in a lot of team fights. So I think that the relic changes, the new shards that are a little bit more passive, I think all of that is going to be really fun.
Yeah, I noticed that at least whenever I get to kind of jump up and look at things is that the recipes are gone, and instead it looks like you've now incorporated a lot of the recipes into some of the other itemization with the relics, with the shards, things like that. We're not cooking anymore. There were so many people who were forgetting to cook that now we're just going to give them the food for free.
Yeah, made it easy.
Spirit of cooking. Yeah, exactly.
We gave everyone DoorDash gift cards.
Exactly. Yep. DoorDash. Yep.
I could really use a DoorDash gift card.
No, not sponsored. Yeah,
Still not sponsored.
That's
Still
the
not
play.
sponsored.
But
Do
no,
it if you want.
I think the overall
guy
takeaway was
from
that
the
the idea of these recipes and completing these quests in order to get these
The way
rewards
he
was really
sits
fun and
and
something players
talks,
really
etc.
enjoyed. But like Isaiah said, it was a little bit, you know, we needed to smooth it out a little bit,
Mifflin?
make it a little
You
bit
don't like
easier.
Mifflin?
And I think that we really
It's too
found home for
hard.
that.
What
Yeah, I
the
mean,
fuck?
it's taken up another item slot. You know, it can be incorporated more smoothly.
Do you not remember how many SPL games we watched where
The
Pagon
guy
just
with the
walked out of base and it's like
tattoo on his
level
neck?
12 before somebody tells him he doesn't have a recipe and that he wasn't cooking?
Well, there you have it, Smite fans. It's the scrubs among us that took away all our recipes.
It is Pagon's fault 100%.
Entirely his.
Oh, that was scrub. He's in finals.
I know. He is in finals. Hopefully he remembers to cook in finals.
I said what I said, bro. Pick up your bows.
Isaiah, what's your favorite part so far coming to year 11 with all the new changes? What's the one thing that really stands out to you that's kind of your favorite one?
Yeah, I think one of my favorite things is something that the community asked a lot about ever since we introduced these is glyphs. You're able to stack out your entire item build with glyphs now. If you want 6 glyphs, go for it. It's going to be super awesome. We've got a new glyph with Inventive Deathbringer, and an Executioner has a new glyph as well.
That's actually going to be a crime.
That Devoted Deathbringer and now Envenomed Executioner are going to be really, really cool. So
You
crit
fucked
builds, here's a little spoiler for you. They're pretty good. Like, you should probably be buying Devoted Deathbringer. It's really strong.
Yeah, I made the mistake of boxing in on her with lifesteal and crit
Red
as a
facts.
Hunbat, and that was not a fun
your
time
truth.
for me.
Shake my head.
No, they're pretty good at that these days, it turns out. Yeah.
How do you guys already know so much about this stuff?
I've been working on it for months.
He's been working on it, and I had to stick around playtest the end of Thursday to make sure that things were still running well for it.
Oh, okay. All right.
What were you doing, Miff?
What were you doing?
Thursday evening? What time was that?
That was probably about 6:15, 6:30 maybe.
I was about 6 or 15 drinks in at the bar.
Let's go, W.
I was going to say, you can plead the fifth. Like, you don't have to self-incriminate, but you actually,
just be like,
you were down.
You just let it fly.
I drank a fifth,
if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah!
Let's go.
We got the obligatory shout out to Happy Birthday Jithens, at least from the signs. We get into the chat all the time. I was surprised we got to see a sign for it. What's been your favorite sign that you've seen so far this week in Mifflin?
Oh, man. That J2 sign a little bit earlier, I think very funny, but I like the signs that really represent Twitch chat, and we essentially got Twitch chat out in the crowd.
Yes.
I got some designers here. Revert Persephone sign, I think that may be my favorite.
What is wrong with you?
I don't know why they put me on
Why did they put you on this? This is insane.
That's a good sign right there.
What in the like? My favorite sign, J-Mac, thank you for asking, was the really well-drawn Leviathan logo.
So
that was a good one.
The artist actually walked up to me after that game and asked me to sign it, and I was like, where in the world do I even put a signature on this to not ruin the artwork? So I found a spot all the way in the top corner, but I believe we are ready to jump into our game here for the Year 11 Creator Show match between our squads. Remember, Order Team is made up of Weekend, Rexy, Double J, Davian, J2, Rudo, and Chaos Side, Elion, Sam the Dude, Bacon Crumbs, J2 Faye, and Lady Rebellion. We jump right into Year 11 with our content creators facing off. I'm not surprised they put Weekend and Elion in the jungle against each other. You couldn't put them on the same team, so you got to put them against each other in roles.
Have to. I mean, those are two of the strongest players out there, just period. But particularly in this matchup, you gotta line them up against one another, and it's their natural roles. So.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the lineup here. We see
Rexy
some
on the
content creators on some signature picks here. Weekend pulling out the Mercury, Rexy on the Ool, Elion on the Ao Kwang. Gonna be really exciting to see.
Jesus. Holy shit.
That's fair. They
Vibes
should be allowed
chill.
to play their signatures in a matchup like this. I mean, there is a distinct drop-off. It's Weekend and Leon representing like all your Grandmasters players, and then it's like...
Riot.
A second.
You chose this line.
Man.
Like, you started this sentence.
It's got to be Fig Boarhead, right?
I don't understand how we've gotten here. I truly do.
Sam
not.
on
The
her.
only time we actually get to see Athena this entire weekend.
I know, I noticed
Perma
that.
banned by every single team. Now Lady Rebellion gets to rock
They
it.
are sweating.
Yeah, well, she's just a person of the people, you know? Like,
Dude,
she knows
Bologna's
the people
really
wanted to see
that girl
Athena,
these
so
days.
Lady Rebellion's pulling it out.
A lot of free Athena
You say
signs.
Riz
I was
played
surprised by
Bologna
that.
earlier?
Booze when Athena gets banned. That's wild.
That pick literally
I know.
won us the game.
Now hold on, do we still have Totem on this map? That's the very important question. Is Totem still
do.
a thing for our crowd to cheer
Oh,
for?
Yes, we do.
We'll have to be looking out for Totem then, because that's like the #1 thing that fans want besides Athena.
That's right, but there's another camp now for the first 8 minutes on both of these side lanes. So you can see that little purple or pink-purple circle right where Sam the Dude is right now. That's the teleporter, but that isn't active for the first 8 minutes. For the first 8 minutes, it's going to be a Naga camp that spawns there. So with that teleporter being there, we've moved the cooldown buff off
Sam
to
is
the
gonna
right
rock
side in
this
this
lane.
new little alcove, and the shield alcove on the other side as well.
Well, it's kind of like a shout out to Season 0. I remember those side lanes, side jungles. Pretty
What the
interesting.
hell? Tainted
We
Bologna?
always hear the people miss the side jungle, for sure. That's a common request to bring it back.
Crazy.
Oh, yeah.
because
Bologna gonna
anyone
work.
who's playing in Season 0 knows you really didn't walk over there unless a buff was there.
Elion on the fucking
A bit of
Oakland.
danger there in the mid lane. Should be
My
fine.
lord.
Nice little fear keeps them alive. And the crowd wants the Totem. And Sam the Dude will grab
Yeah,
the first Totem of Year 11.
Totem.
Hero we need.
No doubt about it. No surprise.
W, Sam.
Absolute beast over there on the Hercules. So I'm interested to see what type of prioritization these laners go for. Are they prioritizing these shield camps and cooldown buffs, you know, or trying to get that Naga on a quick respawn, because it is pretty easy to kill, but not nearly as much of a benefit whenever you do.
So I'm seeing that now because of these teleporters being where those camps at least. Seeing a little bit of extra kind of push to the side now. That's where we kind of move these initial camps over to now.
Yes, exactly. We wanted these junglers to spend less time in mid and more time doing this.
Weekend going for the gank, but he's completely out of mana. Needs the help of J2 to try and get that kill. But
Yes! Sam, let's fucking go! That's my boy!
Definitely puts Weekend and J2 on the back foot.
Yo, dude, that was feeling himself.
Nice.
He was feeling himself.
That was fucking
That was clean, and he gets
smooth,
the comet
bro.
as the reward.
Oh,
So you
shit.
basic attack this down. It's got 10 health pips. And he's getting a little bit of golden experience for each of those little meteorites that he picks up. But whenever it breaks, whoever's standing there underneath the comet at the time, and if there are two, you have to push each other out of there. A little bit of sumo wrestling action. You get the Interceptor.
Is there anything that influences where the comets spawn?
Done.
Is that a static location
Totem.
every time?
Yeah, it's random to start, and then it will not repeat lanes back to back.
Come on, get the
So
totem,
it'll be,
Sam.
I believe
Fuck
it's
the wave.
90
We don't care
seconds
about the
after-
wave.
Or 30 seconds after it's been killed, then
Yes.
you will end up getting the next round of comets, but they will not repeat the same lane back to back. So it won't be solo next time, but it can be duo.
Let's
or
fucking
mid
go.
I might be tripping, but I think I saw something like explode around that guy's tower. Is that
the
something
totem,
new?
man. You didn't hear the cheer?
Wait, the totems do tower stuff?
No, it's like it does the effects to give you the idea that it's there.
Oh, Blink on the wall. LA with a decoy.
First
Takes
blood of
him
year
down.
11, baby.
God damn!
And it wasn't against Wraithen.
In and out.
Wasn't against Wraithen this time. Yeah, he was able to escape by not playing whatsoever. Yeah, that was his escape. You saw Weekend there, by the way, getting that Golden Blade effect already. It's because of his new Golden Shard. You can see right next to his Purification piece there. You don't have to press anything whenever you have Golden Shard. Any of these passive shards, you just get these effects. And it's a way that we've seen so much love for the recipe system and having these little bonus effects that help you clear fight in the early stages of the game that eventually get outscaled by the second relic. Didn't want that to have a Golden Blade effect on a cooldown. It wouldn't feel good if you need it all the time, it's low, why do I have to press it all the time? Golden Shard has really been there to fix that, and it's been really helpful for a lot of those characters.
I think that's an elegant solution. The amount of times I've dropped kills just because I forget to press my shard is ludicrous. So anything that makes it easier, maybe I'm one of the scrubs.
There you go. There it is. So we had our Comet on the right side. Now we have it in mid, Fig Boarhead, which is a name that I cannot believe we allowed. It's going to trip me up for sure.
Believe it or not, there were names that were worse. That's why. That's a Fig Boarhead is solo double J. We had some name issues earlier, but Weekend's Boarhead was big enough for 2 people to play on it.
Okay, that's great.
There we go.
Oh my God. Throwing him under the bus like that.
Yeah, that's what we've done so far. Oh, Lady Rebellion's coming in here.
Ultimate from the Athena, but it's a Sonic Boom from Weekend. Bacon will immediately jump onto the mounted archery, get himself out, but Lady Rebellion is surrounded by 3, caught by Weekend, thrown back. The dash keeps getting canceled out. There's no way for Rebellion to be able to get back. There's just too much CC on the side of the Order team, and they knock it down for their first kill.
Mifflin, what was your favorite part of that fight, would you say?
The Waterweek Wave.
Ah, yes, I love when Waterweek Wave gets used in the middle of a team fight. That's always really good stuff. Solid gank there coming from Weekend.
So you were saying it was, what was it, 8.5 or 8 minutes before those Naga camps eventually start turning into the teleporter? What does it take for me to be able to access this teleporter? Where does it take me? What's kind of that process?
It's real simple. You stand on it, it channels for a short duration, and then you show up on the other side of the map. You do have a cooldown. Can't do it all the time.
Unfortunate for J2. Makes a nice play to jump over the damage from Leon, but unfortunately for him, doesn't have any way to escape the execute. So kill going to Leon, and maybe a solo kill in mid. J2 Faye uses the drums, avoids the Dragonflight, and is still chasing down Fig Boarhead, but just doesn't have the movement speed to catch
Rexy jumping in, the big fish, and get the
not enough damage, though, and Elion might be there just to try and bail out the Raijin. Jay's gonna stand his ground and make sure that Rexy falls away.
Ooh, close on that taunt. Elion's still chasing it, but Weekend's here. And I think that's gonna send him packing. Unfortunately, Lady Rebellion is not gonna get that same opportunity.
No ultimate available. A nice effort to save their teammate, but stepped a little too far forward, and now it's an even 2-2 on the kills. But if you look over at the top on the gold, at least it's 1,500 separating these two teams. Chaos team coming out on top in the gold department here, Mifflin.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eyes on LAON in particular. I mean, I've had opportunities to jungle against this guy a whole lot throughout the years, and it seems to me he hasn't changed. Oh, he won the most of the time, but he hasn't changed at all. That is a solo lane camper. He's got his little campfire set up. He's making s'mores, and honestly, maybe go somewhere else. 2-level lead as well.
Yeah, he's he is incapable of not owning. You know, like there are some people like Lermy who just can't turn it off. They gotta win no matter what, and you gotta respect it at some level. You know.
I actually watched Leon stream. It's crazy. He does this to like subs. He does this to like his followers. If he's doing for fun games with his fans, like they must be masochists.
His hands rated E for everyone.
Good.
His hands rated E for everyone? No shot you're allowed to say that.
Coming to play, and well, Sam's going to give what the audience wants. Totem, I think that one actually goes over to J2 Rudo.
Yep.
Sneaking that one away from Sam Dadude.
Canceled.
I just want to see this first teleporter. Is there any kind of indication, like, is this just like hidden, all of a sudden they're in my lane, or is there any kind of like indication that this is going to be happening?
There's a pretty loud sound. They'll get pinged on the mini-map anytime they step on the teleporter.
Dude, chat's like, did anybody hear that?
You know it's coming, but sometimes if you're pushed too far up, it's pretty hard to get away anyways, so you can also make some really cool objective plays centered around it.
Rexy stands his ground against two. Sonic Boom on a
Kill the sport, kill the sport, Rexy, kill the sport.
Why
are we going for the Hachi? Kill the Athena!
The crits are good. Another 3 surround cop. Later Rebellium goes down, but these are the only kills that the Order team has been able to pick up so far.
Where's El Leon going, man? Right back over here towards the soul.
I mean, yeah, Baloney didn't get beads like a fucking smart cookie.
You know, Sam Dadude has been cooking. And you look at his first item after his starter, it's that Void Shield, and
that's a great call there,
Talk to me about Void Shield.
Void Shield's back?
Void Shield is indeed
Void
back.
Shield's back?
So it's one of those things that people in the community have really been asking for. Bring back this Void Shield.
Yo, it's OG Void Shield! It's OG Void Shield! Oh my god! Does that mean...
El Leon, he's got to make sure he gets those kills double. Now for the
Does that mean the magical one's back?
Weekend steps up and we'll spot out a lone Athena, 4 levels ahead at the moment, but we're going to get some chip damage up against
the magical one's back.
So you get Void Shield. It isn't the flat protection reduction, though. It is
Void Shield, what's the other one called? Void Shield and,
How much? You get 10% of their
good. That's way better than it used to be.
It's very good. And we,
no, it's not. It used to be 15%. Shut the fuck up, you stupid caster.
Very vocal about the lack of good options for them. So now they'll be able to do it. And, oh, great, perfect. We can.
Oh my god, I haven't watched patch notes. I gotta watch the patch notes. Fuck.
Or into that tier 2.
I have to know these things.
You can buy in the jungle those purple circles. You can see it on the mini map as well, that it does get marked. And on the other side, the red team will also have a jungle shop in that chest that is spawned in the same location. And it just alternates between that speed buff that you're used to and having that jungle shop available for you. It's very, very
super cool. You don't have to back to buy items. Is that what that means?
On the left side of the map. We're now putting a 4th death on the hands of Lady Rebellium. And now we're getting to that point where the teleporter is spawning.
Oh, but the magical ones were like Stone of Foul.
Go for a teleport.
I like it. Well, Rexy's not really respecting it, and that's something that we do a lot. Is, you know, step on. Am I coming or am I not? No, I'm gonna step off and not really be there, and just try and keep that in the back of your lane opponent's minds. I feel like this could be a good teleport angle.
But yeah, in the physical tree, Void Shield, Cat Shield.
Had a moment in the playtest
Glad Shield and Berserkers.
We had a 2v2 happening over in Soul Lane.
He's doing it.
Someone started
It's
the teleporter and
a free shop? What do you mean free shop? Like
popped up over into Duo, but Sam Dadude gonna take it intentionally. Weekend charging up Sonic Boom.
He doesn't
care.
With that scepter, he's just going to walk right under the tower and keep up the pursuit. Baking the ultimate on top of 2. El Leon goes in. Execute not going to be available to him. Beads away.
I know what you're talking about.
It
was shaped like
an
yeah. Oh, and then Ansire was also in the other side of the tree.
Of the Chaos team on this side of the map, they're trying to go for a kill, but they just can't find anybody.
Really good frontlining
here.
Well,
a shop that doesn't require you to back. Yeah. So it's a shop. Yeah. Instead of fountain. Just like in Odin's Onslaught.
Hit those bastions.
That's
Bastions got a little bit of a buff this in year 11's launch. Now
imagine just like walking over to the shop, buying a mana pot, popping a mana pot. Blackthorn Hammer was also back as well. Is it as OP as it was?
A little bit of tankier now.
With the 10% cooldown and then the infinite MP5.
But the gold
when you got below your MP5, and then the fuck ton of health, and then the fuck ton of power.
Already, but I'm dumb and I need multiple iterations of information. Yeah. Is there an internal cooldown on that teleporter, or is it just
only for the player that used it? So if your lane opponent teleports, then you can step on the teleporter
I'm so
and use
fucking
it right after
hyped.
them, but you can't teleport from solo to duo, and then immediately teleport back to the duo lane or to the solo lane from duo. I believe it's a 3-minute cooldown.
And now you can, in Smite 2, you're gonna be the builder on every god.
Now, is there any? We'll ask that in a moment. Bacon.
Bacon's dead as hell.
And Rexy going to be taken down in the 2v1. But talking about the teleporter, is this something that has to, you know, we saw that you had to sit there, it has to channel up. Are you able to back on top of this thing and just head back to base while it's going off? Or does this cancel all of your animations?
No, you'll be able to channel your back, but I think the timing will work out.
All right, in my opinion, Sam's a better solo laner. Elion's a better jungler.
Now you've put the teleporter on cooldown.
I hate to say it because I'm not like.
It would be funny, I guess.
Yeah, it's a little goofy.
I don't like the guy that much.
Yeah, you can
but
why not? Like, why not try
solo double J is
Look,
probably the better mid,
you suspect someone's
unfortunately.
coming over to your lane. You said, okay, I'm going to go ahead and back here on the teleporter. Now all of a sudden you're in the dual lane. They're not over there.
Davon,
Just an idea.
505 is probably the better support,
Right,
and
when you
Rexy's
back,
got the ADC lane.
That takes you to base, and you're still not there.
Yeah, but in case somebody may have, try to sneak
My
up on you in the
opinion.
jungle, while you were trying to back, teleporter takes you just a
play
little bit
West.
faster than the back. I don't know. Just an idea, just
He's
a thought.
And then, like, pick-wise...
12 minutes in, and we see the blue team rotating over to the
Isaiah's like,
I'm glad that
fellas.
he is.
I know, right?
Like,
I'm trying to, show people what's going on because the Stygian Beacon has got some new stuff with it.
Thank you. Yes, it does. The Stygian Barrage. You just saw the towers take a little bit of damage on the red side.
I don't know,
because the
I
blue
don't
team
know,
not
I haven't
only
read patch
getting the
notes.
beacon, but killing J2 Fei as well.
So I don't
and that
know
will
if
scale
these
throughout
gods
the
have
game. So it
been
doesn't
nerfed
do
or
it, the
buffed.
first beacon doesn't do a ton of damage, but I believe here, I should probably find it here just to be safe. Make sure I get you the correct numbers
He
on
just
exactly
control
how
F
much.
his document.
I sure did.
20-something pages.
It's going to be 500 damage to each tower, and it's going to be the most,
Mostly buffs
the
or
most
rebalances.
available tower. So it's not going to deal
Sweet.
500 damage to tier 2 if the tier 1 is up, of course. But that's still a good amount of structure damage to spread out over the map, chunk it out a little bit. The first capture is 500.
2024 is about to be a big
every
year for
capture
Smite
after that
1
is 800
and Smite 2,
damage.
baby.
You'd be really surprised how
For
quickly it adds up.
high-res Titan
Phoenixes
Forge.
as well, if those are the last exposed.
It will, yes, it will. It
Ooh,
won't
nice
kill
Mercury
Phoenixes,
ult.
though. It can kill towers, won't kill
Yes, kill the support.
Again,
Yes,
throws Lady
yes,
Rebellion under
yes,
the tower,
yes,
taunted back
yes,
by Rebellion, and Bacon
yes.
takes down
Okay.
Weekend. Now Rebel trying to find her way out of this team fight. Davian has
Support's
cut off
chasing,
the path, but
support's
Lady
chasing.
Rebellion will make it
That's
out.
so
Rexy hit by the
troll.
boulder
That's so
from
troll.
Sam
Why
to
was
do a
support
kill
chasing
for
the
solo laner. Now
kill?
Davian all by
He
himself
sold
under
so
the tier 1
hard.
tower. Elion Sam to do gonna pincer body block him under that tier 1, but Sam's taking a bit too much damage. Rebel has come back. The
Those
taunt on the
powerful
Davian's
props,
good, but
they
he's
still-
still got the watery grave. Will
Okay.
get him out of danger.
Davion with the casual 1v4 under the tower right in time for Lena LeFay.
Big
Jay fucking cleans up.
Easy double for the boy.
Sam the dude on the run. Low health, low mana. Big fear. Dragonflight.
No! Hold your tooth! Jay, you're fucking so stupid, bro. Of course Elion's gonna kill you. Fucking dumbass. Holy shit, that was so aggravating to watch.
Now left by himself,
Bro,
saves for the
you're
tank, and
W
Elion
king by
picks up the
yourself and you're not gonna
Right
hold
on
your
time,
fucking
man. What a
self
team
peel?
fight that was, though,
Like,
huh? I mean, playing underneath that
my
tower,
God.
Davion lived forever
Fucking
with this
troll.
cruising bow, but eventually gets whittled down by this really, really fed Alquang.
I'm
6-0,
so tilted.
by the way, for Elion.
Now, going back to the beacon, you mentioned how it's now doing
Just
damage
hold
to
your
towers.
two.
Is that giving any kind of additional buffs? You know, before you got the extra power, the extra damage to structures, and then at 3 caps, you got the Titan push out. Do we still have those Titans? Do we still have those, those passive stats with it?
No, we're really trying to focus on, the Titans getting unleashed was a game-ending mechanic potentially that you had to really respect, and this is just kind of a different flavor of that. So the Stygian Barrage is
Bro,
the
there
benefit
was
that you're getting from
a time when I was like a year into
into
Smite and I played against Double J.
Those are things that we've
in a
experimented with
casual,
a lot, so
and
I could definitely be
I was
wrong on
jungle against
exactly
his jungle, and I was
what,
playing Colin, he was
what
playing
reward you
Thanatos.
get in terms
And
of
I'm like
that,
a year
but
into Smite,
overall,
and
the main
he's been
focus is
playing for like so
definitely
long,
that
he's supposed to be like a
Stygian
good
Barrage
player.
and knocking down these
I
towers, because like I said,
we farmed him.
you think
I literally
500,
Call Leoted him
650,
and found him, killed him
that
fountain
really
at some point.
lowers those towers pretty low, pretty
God.
quickly, and all of a sudden you go to end
How's
the
that
game
cold
and
memory?
we killed all of their tier 1s, even though we didn't actually have to hit them a whole lot because we
Oh,
just
and
got
I
enough
was so
Stygian
cheeks.
on our side.
Or even incentivizes different plays around.
And he was
Phoenix Siege,
so
maybe
mean,
up on capping
toxic
a beacon
to his
a little
team.
bit after the Fire Giant, or
Just everything about that
restrict
game
yourself
made me
to
hate
capping
him.
until those tier 2s are gone.
And I had no
Really
idea who he was before it.
break into the base.
Yeah, I think I believe
Someone
we
pointed it
experimented
out,
with a lot of
and I
different
was just
Phoenix
like,
rules
okay.
on what damage it would leave the Phoenix at. There is no world where Sam the Dude gets this, right? I mean, he's
And like once a
he's
year,
gonna-
I try to
he's
give
gonna
him
be
a
pretty
chance.
low.
I'll like tab on stream or something. And I'm like,
him out. He's
okay.
gonna try and take down the tier
Back
1
to
tower.
hitting.
Big
He got
goes
it.
through, but a slam from J2 Rudo shuts down Sam the Dude. Another kill for the Order side team. And we're still at a relatively
Man
close game here.
criticizes
16 minutes in,
someone
only
like
2K
that when he's down
down
with
for Order
Phoenix,
team. They're
level
going to keep
5
up their
unshipped.
onslaught, cuts out Lady Rebellion into the jungle, channels up that defender of Olympus, but it's just too long of a channel. Rexy jumps in and cleans up the kill.
This is feeling targeted.
I know, it's kind of bullying almost at this point, isn't it? I mean, you're surely not even getting that much gold for killing her at this point. 0-6. Just about no gold, I'd say. This is it's a send a message.
Yikes.
You know, that's how you play.
No, that's fucked.
It's more about the message than.
Like, what are they trying to send? Like, don't play Athena in our games? Like, what's the message they're sending to Lady Rebellion?
Stay in the base, you know, hang out there for a little bit. I mean, as a support, like, sometimes that is kind of what I want, right? I want you to just, like, not split my farm. So, at the end of the day, like, maybe they're cooking.
Supports need farm, too. Like, it's beneficial to split farm. Do you want somebody to frontline and tank Phoenixes for you when you siege?
You sound so silly,
It's usually better to keep your opinion about other streamers.
Why didn't I get inbound up here with me? I gotta have a fellow support mate helping me out here.
Oh, why didn't we get inbound up here? That's the question I think everyone in the entire crowd has been asking.
I fucking hate that guy.
Well, who would you replace? You. No, dude. You. What do you mean? It's not Isaiah or J-Mac, that's for sure. That only leaves one.
So, Pyromancer now goes down, along with Goldfear that we saw on the other side. Goldfear, I assume no real changes to this objective. Any adjustments to the Runic Bomb that's now on, or was it still the same old Runic Bomb from last season?
No, same Runic Bomb. You know, we've really liked the amount of different uses that you
Hachi down, okay.
You know, I think that we've seen it a lot this weekend in the World Championship. That
bro, he was in zero danger.
Stacking bombs, being able to confirm fire, or you know, open up a split push, knock down these towers. I think that something we have definitely noticed.
Unfortunately, I've been around so long that I've
seen like as long as they have stood in previous years between the Stygian Barrage and the Runic Bomb.
See your hair,
you know, I think
like
it adds a new element to the pace of the game that we're excited to play.
They are great people.
I'm seeing
great
a
content
completely unfamiliar item in that third slot for JT Ruto. Is this new lifesteal item that you guys talked about hinting on Twitter?
Interesting. A Crimson Claws here for JT Ruto. I've never seen it on a Bologna, and I think it actually could be pretty decent because it gives you a shield of based on your max HP. So this is that kind of the opposite of Bloodforge. Bloodforge gives you a shield when you get a kill. This Crimson Claws will let you get a shield if you're life-stealing at full HP. Kind of
even
give
though
you
I
a
disagree
shield
with all of
to
it.
prep yourself into the fight, and it gives some really good stats,
just
power,
content
attack
though.
speed, and physical life.
But outside of that, watch him.
Middle lane, Lady Rebellion crashes into Pale at the team, but weakened under the tier 1 tower, takes down J2 Faye. Comet lands in the middle of the team fight. Naxi throws Fig Forehead for a loop, and now it's Eleon surging forward, unstoppable. A 7-kill streak for the jungler of the Chaos team. Davian taking up as much as he can, trying to help out the team. J2 Ruto taunted back, and an execute there for Eleon. Double kill for the jungler of the Chaos team, and they might not stop here at Dive In on top of Weaken in the jungle. Eleon is just winning this fight in the matchup between them. Rebel's going to try and go in and get the top, but doesn't have the distance to do so.
Really close. What a fight here from the red side, huh? This front line, I mean, Lady Rebellion might be 0-6, but was still putting in a ton of work on that front line.
Sam is just so tanky. He just running it down, just not
Bacon's dead. Bacon. That's a fucking Bologna, good sir.
It's been insane.
Same with J2 Ruto, man. I mean, that attack speed, we saw it there between the Shogun's Kasari, which now has attack speed on base for the user as well instead of cooldown reduction. So getting a lot of attack speed here on this Bologna. You add that into the Berserker shield.
They got rid of the cooldown on Shoguns? I'm gonna riot.
J2 Ruto is kind of swinging, even though that laning phase was a little bit rough. Now,
no shot, bro.
How much attack speed is on Shoguns, and is the passive been adjusted for it, or is it just way faster now?
Way faster. You get to really. It's not a ton. You know, it's only 10%.
It's 10%.
Lower ones.
So you took 10% cooldown, and you hit fucking 10%.
So he's got like Odibo.
Fucking
it's 40, yeah, it's 40%
everyone.
attack speed for that user. It's a lot.
They're now tied for highest attack speed that any one item provides to it.
That's actually pretty healthy for the item.
Odibo's probably. I think Odibo's right.
I
hate
it, but I agree with it.
40% as well. Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, I think it's tied.
Just one of those things.
So for the two teams, still a 3K deficit for the Order side team, even despite some of the big kills they've been able to get. It's just so hard for them to shut down Eleon right now on this Ao Kwong.
It's just like me wanting
out those
50% mitigation on their WoW one.
Targets on the side.
Would it be good? No.
But grouping around
the
the
game,
Oni
the health of the
now
game? No.
are both squads. Vision
Do I want it? Yeah.
to the blue side team. And for the Oni Fury,
I
assuming still
so.
no major changes
I don't
come this
know.
one, still giving that enhanced wave.
Exactly. Yep.
I hope to God. It's
still
literally
the same
known
enhanced
for
wave
like an MP5
that
item.
really opens up those split push possibilities.
You buy it as an MP5 item in your build.
Reset now. Order side team doing a great job of distracting. Weekend runs into Eleon, charging up that Sonic Boom. Can't find a couple of targets with this one, but it's mostly just to bail himself out for an escape. J2Fei taunting back Davian, but
Yeah,
this
that was such a
Kuzma
useless
is so
fucking-
tanky. Even in the middle of 5, he's not going
no one
down.
did anything with
J2
that
there to
thing
bail
that's
out,
done.
and a nice axe toss by Rexy makes sure that the support can get out of the danger.
Davion is going off right now.
Oh yeah, big time, big time, big time. Let's go.
Back, watery grave, triple eagles rally
huge
by J2
Bologna.
Rudo. Bacon doesn't get enough damage. J2's turning this fight around, but
the
Sam Dude finds a massive
Bologna.
push. Elion is right back in the fight, and a boulder to put them in execute
Alright,
threshold
Elion
doesn't
does it
matter.
right.
Elion's got the damage in hand.
Oh,
And
they teleported! Yo, that's fucking dope! That's fucking dope!
And Elion with an execute.
Dude, what a play there from Bacon Crumbs. He knows he's dead. He knows that this Morgan Le Fay is going to be able to put out a lot more damage than him. So he stands on the
that's fucking
teleporter
dope.
and brings him to the wrong side of the map. So now he can't affect the rest of the fight.
Yo! Yeah, well now he
Giga
just
Brain.
the pushes, but okay.
So that's a little bit of a consolation.
That's actually
Yeah, but at least
wild.
he's not
That's
farming my
awesome, yo.
teammates, you know what I
Dude,
mean?
I
Like, that was
can't
gonna be a
wait for
rough
that
fight
mechanic.
for the red team
Dude.
to win if Big Boarhead was able to stick around and play.
That's awesome.
But, man,
That's
that was
fucking
that was
awesome.
a smart play there by Bacon Crumbs.
Yeah, that's interesting. And if one team starts to channel the teleport, does it also just get the same channel, or
It'll
is it?
take everyone whenever the channel is complete. Anyone who's on the circle goes with you. So it's like a horizontal. That's the way to think about it. So you can step on it, and then the last second step off. If they're still on it, it'll complete the channel and send them away. You can push people off. You can push people onto it to go with you. We've done a lot of nonsense
That's
with
fucking
it. It's been a lot
dope.
of
Team
fun.
fights on that shit sound wild. On God, I love that dynamic. Yo, that's so much better than Paragon. They took like something that was like, pretty cool, and they fucking actually made it
stops
great.
the full channel as soon as you step off, I believe. I don't think it rolls back the timer. I think it's a 3-second channel, I want to say.
I wonder if like one person's
not
on
a
one
ton
side of the
time,
map on it,
but
and there's people on the other side. Does it switch
step
them?
off, step on, step
or
off, step on.
does it just
It'll
take the
start
person who
channel from
started it
0
and leave the other person on the other side?
I think we, again, iterated a lot. It's a
We
lot
gotta
to
know,
keep
we gotta
track
know,
of.
we
I
gotta know.
apologize about wrong.
Because like, imagine if you got
Pyromancer.
3 people on one side, 3 people on the
I
other
guess the
side.
question I was kinda
Are
going
they
for
now
is,
switching
if
lanes?
somebody else activates it and they teleport away, do I have time to jump
it's
in the
one
teleporter
side?
after they've been sent off, or will it kind of still go back to that channel state where you
It'll
have to
go
stand
back to
off?
0. So I did get the official numbers here on some of the things. It's 4.5 second channel.
Okay, that's fair.
4.5
Fair
seconds.
balance.
is
4
what it
and
takes.
5
If
is good.
someone hops on the teleporter, teleports away, I step on it right after them. I have to channel for 4.5 seconds in order to get there.
You know, Agar, you used to team with Andy, LAO.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do you think he's yelling at these guys on stage, like directing the troops, or
Yes.
is this just? Oh,
Yes.
He just is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
Also, only people who went through get the cooldown.
Relics in the game, Divine Barrier pull.
Oh, so you can follow 4.5 seconds later.
Immediate glance feels like this is like
So it's an individual cooldown. It's not a. It's not
Exactly.
a
So
like.
you can put it up over objectives,
terrain
you know, in front of your
cooldown. That's
tower,
fucking
in front
dope.
Of the fire giant, anything like that, and it will make any ranged basic attacks that pass through it deal
Oh,
30%
here we go, red
less
team.
damage, and anyone who walks through
Looking
it will
full
get slowed
fire
for a little bit
giant.
as well. Great for cutting off choke points. I'd love to see Sam the Dude just kind of drop it on one of these fire entrances because it takes up the whole like area.
Right, easiest fire. Okay. What is this positioning by Morgan Le Fay? Solo double J. Hello. Wake the fuck up.
Nearly needs a little more damage from the Chaos Team. They do just that. A pick up by Sam, pushes one away, but weakens Sonic Boom to the back. He's already got an immediate double kill. Lady Rebellion throwing
finds
against the wall.
the
It's a
Raijin,
triple kill
finds
for
the Athena,
Weekend. Elion
finds
is
the
still big one
Hachi
that they
man.
gotta try and take down.
Rexy's in there.
Onto Elion. Weekend wants the kill. He's fishing for that quadra. He's fishing for more, but Sam the Dude pushes 3 against the wall.
Alright, no camp. That's the biggest brain thing I've ever seen Solo double J ever do.
That play using the teleporter,
actually
he was
just got
on the
fucked for
left side of the
profit.
map, and then he ulted in with Sonic Boom
Fucked for
from
profit.
the right side. So I think that he showed on the left, pretended to be split pushing. The
Absolutely
blue team,
fucked
the
her
red
up.
team
I
says,
don't
hey,
like they used
Weekend's not
everything
here, let's make a
and
play
like
on
their
Fire
mother
Giant.
to
And then
fucking
Weekend
kill
just
that.
backtracks to the teleporter, shows
Morgan
up
Le
to the
Fay.
fight, and
And
completely
then
wipes it.
the cleanup
Talk me
was
about this new Fire
so
Giant
easy.
as well. I'm seeing some new mechanics here.
Yeah, absolutely. So you've got that totem right there, right
Easiest
behind Rexy.
steal
And if Davion can
of
pull the fire
fucking
attacks
Sam's
onto
life.
the totem,
Oh,
it will
he's
kill
going for
him.
Rexy.
Kinda
He knows
rate
what he
off
wants.
mechanic. That will make the Fire Giant take
He
more
knows what.
damage from all sources.
What? Huh?
Fire Giant's
Save
not
your
going
orb
so
for
freely
fucking
to the order
steal.
team. Weekend's
What
now
was
the one
that?
taking this one up. There's a lot of steal potential for
Oh.
Chaos side, and there's a
Oh.
laser beam tracking
The blue
down.
team got
Not
it.
going to be enough to go for a kill. The Fire Giant goes to the order team. When did the Fire Giant get a laser?
That's
This
that
year.
new Firefall, and it's lucky that it died when it did because it's a new mechanic the Fire Giant has. Actually, the Fire Giant heals for the damage that that Firefall attack.
100% healing on the damage there.
It's a little bit of regen for it. You don't want to be getting too many people hit by Firefall for sure. So it'll just follow that target for the next 3 seconds.
Go crazy.
And then at the end of the 3 seconds, it knocks up anyone in that area. So you have to really be careful about standing near your teammates, you know, making sure that if you're doing the Fire Giant, we've got to kill it before this Firefall happens or be ready to deal with it. But you can also take yourself into the enemies and get them knocked up by it, or take it onto that effigy, let it kill the effigy for you. So there's some cool uses for Firefall. For sure.
Talk to me about the tracing a little bit. If I'm just full stop running, is it going to be able to hit me regardless, or?
I think the damage will hit you, but the knockup will not. I think the knockup has a little bit of a deploy time, but we, again, lots of tinkering, may have made some changes. Yeah, exactly. Hard for me to say 100% certainty.
Any new changes? Primal Fury still same old, give you that extra damage, take a little bit less?
Yep, exactly. Primal Fury still the same.
Okay, so it seems that, well, really only Fire Giant's kind of gotten any real adjustments as far as the primary standing neutral objectives go, as far as Season 11 is concerned. Leon going for a bit of split push on the right side. We'll get that tier 2 tower. Will anybody go back to stop him? It seems the entire Order team is just going to be going for this left Phoenix instead. J2 going to take this one up. Jumps to the back line to J2 Faye instead. And now it's going to be Bacon Crumbs being pushed out. Xanadu doing his best to provide a bit of a barrier for the team. In fact, throws out the Divine Barrier just to try and block some of those in-hands going out. Xanadu is just winning this one and blocks the dash from Weekend. It's a kill for the Chaos team solo laner, and what started out as a great potential push has now gone completely sideways. The Chaos team has picked up 2 kills.
That Divine Barrier put in work there, man. I'll tell you what, that Phoenix standing only because Rexy's basic attacks were passing through the Divine Barrier, doing significantly less damage to the Phoenix.
Wait, how long does that sit there? Because it's still there. I thought this was like 3-4 seconds it's up there, but I still see it standing at the end of that team
30
fight.
seconds.
30.
Goodness. It's 30% slow on top of it. Is there any way to remove it from that, or is it's just there?
It's there. You got to walk around it, jump over it. Those are your options.
Oh, I'm so sorry. My man Davion has been running for his life for the past 30 seconds. Finally ends up getting killed in the duo lane, but he's a super tanky Kuzenbo. Took a little bit, but the Chaos team finally took him down.
So now the Chaos team can have their opportunity to push. They already got right side tier 2 by the efforts of Elion. Rexy will grab a Pyromancer. Rexy got to pick that. Oh, I guess he doesn't have a spot in inventory, but just put a ward down. You've got ability to do so, but it'll just leave a Runic Bomb on the ground.
Yeah, who needs it? Someone else can pick it up in a little bit. I like wards more anyway. Runic Bomb's only worth 30 gold.
Yeah, but
a Runic Bomb can also, you know, like.
Speaking of wards, by the way, sorry to, you know, we were just going to move on from Mifflin's point. There are a couple new wards that I'm surprised we haven't seen any of these players go with yet. It's Proximity Ward and Raven Ward. Proximity Ward, both of these are 75 gold. You could only hold one. And we see one for Davion, actually. He just picked up that Proximity Ward. It's that green icon next to his Chalice of the Oracle. Then this is a longer duration ward that sees less. It's a smaller radius, but if anyone walks into the area, it will trigger. They'll have a small window to try and basic attack it down, but it's pretty hard to do unless you're ready for it. And then it will explode and slow enemies in the area and reveal them for 10 seconds. They aren't slowed for 10 seconds, it's a slower duration slow, but then you're revealed for a longer period of time. So you can set it in really cool choke points and try and get some extra information.
It's a Walmart.
How long, or how many rather, can you carry? Is it just one, like a sentry? Okay.
Yep, just one, and Elion has a Raven Ward as well.
And the Raven Ward, that's the one that you send out and it just keeps shooting straight down. Does it have infinite range?
Not quite, it's mostly global though. Team fight breaks out, Xanadu pushes back one, but man, Bacon Crumbs gets getting poked out so heavily. Weekend Sonic Boom finds J2 Faye, and the first kill of the team fight with at least one player so low on the side of the Chaos team. They've got to back out entirely from this fight. Xanadu falling low. David trying to get in there to find that push, but just can't get the window to do so. Instead, it's focused towards tier 2 tower, except for Rexy. It looks like he wants a bit more aggression, jumps forward to get some more space for his team. Man, Weekend is hitting so hard right now thanks to that Devoted Deathbringer. He's got over 100% crit chance between all these different crit items, and so he's getting 10 physical power for each 5% he's over that cap. It is a lot of damage that he's getting from this right now.
OP.
You hit incredibly hard, but it is a very expensive build, but when you get there, you feel the payoff for sure.
Just build every single crit item, and it's not a horrible idea anymore?
That's correct, yep. You can just slam them just like Silver Branch allows you to slam every single attack speed item and makes that build kind of work together. Devoted Deathbringer does the same thing.
Yep.
Fortunate for Big Forehead, caught out. J2 Rudo gonna try and bail him out. Aegis is only gonna buy an extra moment, and Elion taken down as well. 1-for-1 trade so far in the fight in the jungle. Sam Dude tossed out the boulder just to get some damage on the tanks, but Rexy gets a nice stun on Lady Rebellion, but great ultimate by J2 Faye. Fears them away, but that's not gonna stop Wicked. He dashes in, gets the double kill. Bacon Crumbs low, and still the chase is on. The Nene
Two tanks running down a Hunter.
Chasing him out, has to jump on to the mounted archery. Rexy,
Rexy gets that.
Kill. He wants it under the tier 1 tower, taking up misses the toss, but gets in after. But so much damage coming from J2 Faye. Gets the 1-2 kill. If he can find the damage, but the Aegis is gonna be good. The barrier thrown out. J2 Faye gets the ultimate.
If J2 Faye did an Aegis and he just beats, he kills. He trolled himself by Aegis.
Tower shot. J2 Faye goes back in for the kill.
There's Weekend again, bro.
Finally, Weekend's able to take him down. Now
Sam.
Underneath the Phoenix. Sam the Dude. I don't know if he's gonna have it.
Oh my
gosh.
The Blue Stone gets the kill for Sam the Dude. Double kill for the solo laner. He's been putting in work on this Hercules.
Blue Stone.
Crazy team fight. I mean, what a great job there by J2 Faye to turn it around, because it looked like it was doomed for the red side.
And the Dude's still chasing this kill out. Watery Grave used by Davion to escape. Even the shell just to buy him some extra health. Dragonflight used for Peel. Sam the Dude finally realizing that he's a bit too far forward. Keep going for this push. But now we move over to the Fire Giant for the Chaos side team. The only one in the area is going to be Fig Forehead on the Morgan Le Fay. Ultimate available, so some steal potential. But this Fire Giant's not going down very quickly.
No, it's EFG. So strong, very difficult to do. If they get this effigy killed off, then it should be a little bit easier, but also might make it easier to steal, because it's 15% extra damage from all sources, not just yours.
Yeah, Bacon Crumbs isn't here to kind of shred that thing, shred it down. J2 Rudo comes and teleports in and hits an ult to try and slow him down.
Beam firing through, a massive knockup from the Fire Giant. He might just turn this entire fight back around. Elion takes down Fig Forehead and gets the execute. On top of that, J2 Rudo down. That's a 2-for-1 trade. Runic Bombs thrown onto the ground. Chaos team will get the Fire Giant.
So close, but Rexy looking for a little bit more. Jay gonna try and dissuade that with the ultimate. It seems like he does so successfully, man. I mean, I thought that Davion was gonna be able to make a little bit more space, but such a good job by the red team to try and spread out, not get debuffed by what Davion's picked up in that last spot. The Void Domaru, the new Void Stone. You know, we have 4 stones, couldn't make another stone. Void Domaru, that's what it's called. What is that? Just like, what is a Domaru?
Deus, you were right.
Oh, cool.
Crowd controller, mana, tons of MP5.
So this is
a little bit of health. That's good magical protection.
You loved it. You get it's also in the art there that is kind of
that item and
locked into the chest piece, which is really cool.
Mystical combo gonna be back, because then you get the Precipitation for Mystical.
Are reduced by for your enemies, and that aura
makes Mystical do better.
Void Domaru
more damage.
Just 10% of their magical protections. Really good pickup for the Kuzenbo.
Could you stack both of those effects
that'd
on
be crazy.
Just reduce all sorts of goodness.
Mystical got
It's not like it used to be. Those used to have
Let's
power
fucking
on them, so you couldn't build both.
Let's fucking
because now they're
go!
protection and health items with the more aggressive passive, as we've been trying to lean into with these hybrid items. Someone can get both Void Domaru and Void Shield.
1 to 1.5 damage per level.
That's going to be a very strong.
Thank God.
For sure.
Let's fucking go.
Tier 2 tower by Chaos team. That one's gonna go
about
relatively
fucking time.
I do notice that these divine barriers are starting to be upgraded. What's the benefit of the barrier from going up each tier?
So now, when you have tier 3 of divine barrier, your ranged basic attacks that pass through it deal 10% more damage. So you can put it in front of an enemy Phoenix or another type of objective.
Make tanks great again, bro.
Allied basic attacks by 10%.
Starting the movement right now.
That'll be really good.
Make tanks great again.
Love it with the Hachiman as well, because those long-range autos are already so potent. Now they're going to be even better.
Bacon Crumb's taking a ton of damage from
Make
Rexy
tanks
and Davion
great again.
Cap and just the range poke that Rexy has. Difficult on the siege for the Chaos team. They do still have that enhanced Fire Giants. It's a little bit easier, but they're waiting for either Lady Rebellion, for Sam the Dude, one of them to walk in, start up the tank, start up the siege. It will be Lady Rebellion, goes in for the taunt, only taunts Davion this time, and J2 Faye gonna use the drums to try and pull him back, but he is so tanky on this Kuzenbo, when J2 Rudo goes in with a massive Eagles rally, not gonna get the follow-up that needs just yet, and Sam the Dude with a nice pickup and a push. Meanwhile, look at the junglers in the battle. Eliot solos out Weekend on the left side jungle, and now the siege of the Chaos team has an opportunity to continue. Sam the Dude falling low, one more hit, not enough, and and the Bluestone doesn't get it because Sam the Dude gets the heal back.
Unbelievably close though, man. Where did Weekend go? You know, that's what I'm saying. I thought he was going to win that 1v1 for sure with that devoted Deathbringer, but Protector of the Jungle ends up paying off big there, I think, for El Leon. Didn't get one tap.
That's a late game Alpong, just doing late game Alpong things. The damage
Dude,
from
that hurt push.
Dude, Sam is crazy on the Hercules. We're not allowed to let this guy blind pick anymore because he is just popping off on this god. Big Forehead, though, able to get one kill on the left side. Rexy gets Elion to make it a double for the Hunter for the Order team. Sam the Dude now the last one alive for Chaos, has to turn his tail and run back to the base. But now that beacon is back open, an opportunity for the Order team to maybe try and sneak some big damage back in.
Yeah, I don't put that mid Phoenix to one shot if I mean, it already kind of is. I like this idea. Run it down mid, get this mid Phoenix first, and then you can go back, get the Stygian barrage going, and it'll take down that right tier 2 100% from this HP.
Push forward for Order side team. Sam the Dude on defense. Phoenix not taking a whole lot of damage. Rexy more focused on trying to get damage onto Sam the Dude. J2 Rudo jumps over the push, but still the Phoenix will fall. Sam the Dude runs back to his base. Mid Phoenix down for the Order team. Now they can march back and try and pick up that beacon if they so choose.
Rexy might be getting this left.
He's wanting that solo. It was him and Sam the Dude. He was looking for it, but
true.
J2 Faye respawns. And he's gonna do the rainbow attack.
Yeah, disciplined play. Lame.
Lame?
Lame. No, I agree. I agree.
No, you're on the world stage. Go for the
flashy
flashy
montage. Play for the montage.
That's right. Oh, good call here by Doug, putting out Entangling Wings. This is the pickup for J2 Ruto, really leaning into that attack speed, has the chins, and now Entangling Wings, that sprute that everyone loves, but also will give you attack speed.
Oh my gosh, my camera's
so
been...
no more frenzy. Instead, it's kind of been rolled in to these Heavenly Wings.
Wow, that is a very strong pickup then. I'm so surprised to see so many stats. There are ways to just get attack speed almost as, what's the word? You're not intentionally doing it, it just kind of happens.
Unintentionally.
Coincidental attack speed all the way across the board. 40% from Shoguns, Entangling Wings, was it 20% there too?
25, I believe. Whew. He's going to be swanging for sure.
I'd be surprised if we see J2 Rudo just sell something for a silver wrench, how much attack speed he's built up for himself.
He's probably gotten over it there. And another good example of a combined tier 3 relic, because now you only have that one option since it's going to be happening automatically. You aren't going to be able to make a choice if it's upgrading when you're outside of the base. Now that Scorching Blink, if you're being affected by the flames, has that same idea as the Enfeebling Blink that used to be there.
Fire Giant being melted by the Order team. Now I'm going to give Chaos a chance to get in there and take this one away. Leon finds J2 Rudo into the jungle. Not doing a lot of damage. Sonic Boom in by Weekend, but it just misses. And now he runs into the Raijin. It's a lot of damage from J2 Faye. Now Leon takes him down. J2 Faye able to escape from the team fight. It's only Weekend down so far, but Sam the Dude's not going to let it be just one. Big Forehead able to get the push back, but it's another pickup by Sam the Dude. A double kill for Leon, and he's hunting for more. Big Forehead on the run. Lady Rebellion goes in. Doesn't have the taunt available just yet, but once it is there, it is going to be certain doom for Big Forehead. Triple kill for Leon.
My man's about to drop a
blue
20
team gets
bomb out here. He's at 19.
And red team's like, we don't care.
How is that allowed? We need to get some skill-based matchmaking, is all I'm saying.
I mean, this game was all in favor of Order team for pretty much the entirety as far as lead is concerned, but now it's flipping its way back to the Chaos side team. They might actually just be going for the end game. 5 versus 2. Later, Rebellion is low to try and take this one up. So instead it'll be Sam the Dude. It's unfortunate for the tank. They're doing everything they can to try and get these kills. Maybe one.
Gotta kill Crumbs.
No, he's got alternate timeline to bring it back from the grave. J2 Rudo's done everything that he can to save this base, but he and David are not enough. Chaos team takes the win.
Now, there is something to be said about how they kept El Leon at 19 kills. They didn't let him get to 20, and that is a moral victory, to be sure. You didn't want to have that happen.
I think some of my favorite changes, just looking at Season 11 here, that teleporter, some of the plays we saw around that,
sometimes the items are worth it.
I think we didn't really get to fully explore the nuances of Fire Giant. A lot of play there. 15% you're saying if you take out that,
I believe so. Yeah, the effigy. The effigy, yeah, the effigy of the Fire Giant.
Effigy.
Yes.
Right, and who named that?
We did.
Yeah, but like you were a caster, so you know I'm gonna have to say effigy at some point.
Well, no, you could just go with the effigy. Like,
oh, there's only the one.
And if it's an enhanced Fire Giant, it's the E effigy.
But I want to see builds again.
Effigy, effigy.
E effigy.
Oh, J-Mac is cooking.
It's already there. Like, you know, it's like effigy, but it's
we got to get a jump start on this. We're going to have to be talking about this pretty soon.
I'm good.
Maybe it's something really cool.
I want to actually watch the show.
It's a mechanic that takes a little bit to get used to, and you know, especially Tank Fire Giant has been the same for so long. You know, you walk around, you avoid the pools, you avoid the knock-up, all that kind of stuff. It's been really fun as a tank player to get in there and go, okay, I'm gonna move this attack right into the effigy just to make sure that it will deal our damage for us, so that we can then get the buff and burn the objective, bring that type of raid boss feeling back to the Fire Giant.
I think my most excited part is going to be keeping eyes on this teleporter. I mean, we just saw at least one instance already of it pulling team fight, you know, from one side of the map over to the other. I'm excited to see how this kind of affects itself once we start getting some of our big competitive matches.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really big. I mean, you win a team fight and over in duo late game sometimes, you can't really get back to the Fire Giant in time. Now you can, using the teleporter. You can bring your whole team. You can fake a rotation. You can do what Weekend did and get a split push angle working for yourself. I think that there's a lot that you can do with the teleporter. It just takes a little bit of time to open your mind to the potential possibilities.
Coming into this game, at least starting this round out, the idea of the order team was fully out the support. We don't like Athena. Athena's too good. Focus a lot as much as they can on Lady Rebellion, but didn't matter once we got to late game. Lady Rebellion comes up with some clutch taunts this entire game to not only save teammates, but be able to pull some of these opponents back in and allow for the team to capitalize on there. So congratulations to our Chaos team. They are winners of our first show match here in year 11.
Yeah, super exciting. Really good match for both sides on the content creator show match this year. And I'm super excited for the entire community to get their hands on year 11. We're shooting for PTS to be live tomorrow for everyone. That's some news there for you, so just keep an eye on that. You'll be able to get your chance to play Year 11 if you're hanging out at home, not with us here at Esports Stadium Arlington. And we're looking forward to hearing all the feedback that comes in, because we've got tons of pages. Hey, Agro, how many pages is that patch?
I believe it is 21 is our total page count here.
21.
No, excuse me, 27.
27.
Yeah, 27. I think it was 21 before we added our dev notes.
Now is that like 27, like an MLA format, like Times New Roman 12-point
double
double space?
Professor J-Mac,
yeah,
is this?
That looks pretty MLA.
I don't see any cited sources, man.
Yeah, that's page 28. You know, you don't need to give that right away.
I can't
but, you
say
know,
anything.
It's been peer reviewed. Let's put it that way.
Man, what a long patch that we're gonna have to read through, study that the fans are gonna have to look back and kind of go. I think, you know, we can also look forward to maybe Blues Ultra giving us, you know, a nice little
infographic
condensed recap in that infographic. I mean, he always does insane work, but these new patches, I don't know how he does it.
My sincere apologies.
Cooldowns from one item.
Yeah, it's his fault.
I do apologize, truly, and we appreciate the work you do.
Absolutely.
Is there anything, at least in this one, Mythos, that you're kind of excited for now with year 11?
Yeah, I mean, as I said earlier, I'm really excited for the teleporter. The meteor as well, I thought was a really interesting mechanic. I'm a massive fan of just having something else near me doing damage that I don't have to aim.
It's the best. It's so much fun, and you know, you're about to back to base, and then you see the meteor coming, and you're like,
I'm staying out.
I gotta stay. Like, I'm not giving a meteor for free.
So Jotun's doesn't have cooldowns.
Really fun.
It's really, really potent, and we didn't get to see the new wards really play a big factor because, again, I think that the big thing with year 11 is all these things that we were able to do. They don't seem like they are the craziest thing right off the rip. You know, we wanted to keep things feeling understandable as much as we could, you know, especially coming off of a year with 5 different seasons with a lot of different gameplay changes. We wanted to try and keep things more in line, kind of in Smite, but I think that a lot of things that were added are really deep additions. You know, the amount of strategy changes that you can do with something like a teleporter aren't immediately obvious until you get 10, 15, 20 games on the map, and then you start thinking about how to do that. You know, where am I placing proximity wards? How am I using Raven wards to open up lanes of invades or
the proximity ward on the teleporter? They just come into it. I mean, that's pretty interesting.
They show up slowed, exactly. Like that. Things like that can really add a lot of depth to the game that we're really excited to see what the players are able to do with it when they get their hands on it.
Yeah, I'm excited for what year 11 has in store. We still have a lot more stuff going on today as well. Not only do we have our grand finals coming up in a bit, we've also got the Smite 2, I believe it's the Dev Insight that's going to be happening immediately after this. So not only do we got to learn a lot for Smite 1, we got to learn a lot more about Smite 2 as well. And as I mentioned, our grand finals, we crown our Season 10 World Champion. And I'm going to go ahead and get some predictions from you guys initially. We'll start over with Isaiah. What are your thoughts on this grand final? Warriors and Dragons?
Bro, that's messed up.
I'm going to get it from everybody.
I think Warriors win 3-2.
Ooh, okay. 5-game final.
Yeah.
I'm going, I mean, man, it's hard to root against the crowd, right? Because the crowd was so hyped for that Jade Dragons comeback. I just think that the storyline for the Dragons, you know, that core of Nika and Dardes, you know, Cherio, all those guys getting reverse swept by Paul over and over and over again at Worlds. They conquer that demon, reverse sweeping him in order to get to the finals. Looks like a storybook ending to me. I think I'm going Jade Dragons 3-2.
I mean, the narrative of it is so interesting. I mean, I would be very much so a fan of that if it were to join the tapestry of Smite Worlds, but it's the Oni Warriors, and you speak to the crowd, they're so loud in favor of the Jade Dragons. Guys like Genetics get fueled by that. I swear, he eats booze for breakfast.
Well, like what type?
Like a verbal boo.
Yeah, like BOO''S or like with a Z, you know, like you could have been calling him an alcoholic. You know that Genetics booze for breakfast.
For breakfast.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Genetics has a healthy relationship with alcohol.
We have such good artists in the community. Those are so good.
That's huge for
Transcendence. Zoom back on
Transcendence.
those signs. Look at that Tiamat, and that's a Kukulkan as well.
Yeah, that's sick. And very impressive.
Yeah, that's
you could give me literally months to work on one poster. I wouldn't be able to produce that.
I couldn't trace that if I wanted to.
But hold on, everyone. J-Mac, don't change the subject. You have to give your prediction.
Yes.
So I'm going to stick with my prediction I gave last night because I'm still holding firm to this one. I think this one is going to be the Oni Warriors. I don't think this one goes the full distance. I'm calling a 3-1 for the Oni Warriors. But it wouldn't surprise me if the Oni Warriors can come out and get themselves a 3-0. Can you imagine the storyline that Genetics gets to have? 2 World Championships appearances in a row and 0 losses? He might just be crowned the GOAT for a role like that, for a storyline like that. So there's a lot to look forward to in that grand final matchup.
That would be insane.
10 fucking flap hit is
run
crazy, bro.
Sports, esports, everything. Yeah, the ego would be crazy.
I think I saw
we could all say that.
I think I saw a few tweets that say if he wins again, and especially if he goes undefeated again, I'm avoiding his games at all costs. But before we can get to the grand finals, we still have a little bit more to go. The Smite 2 Dev Insight is going to be coming up in just a few moments, so stick around. We'll be back with that right after this break.
Being able to easily fit multiple base pin items in your build is like, just makes those builds so strong. Yeah, it used to have, and it was fucking amazing. And now it's amazing again because they put the flat pin deck on it. Definitely not useless. Exactly. Now you can grab both and have solid flat pin / cooldown, and then the percent pin. Jones, they were doing like a streamer game, the first game of on the year 11 map, and Ellie and Sam, J2 Faye, Lady Rebellion, and Bacon won it. Blue team, I believe, got EFG, right? And then Weekend into Juju. No, not SPO, not SPO. But yeah, they did this, like the viewer games, fucking streamer games. Yeah, streamer games are good. Bro, no joke though, Bologna and Kuzubo could have defended if they just went on Bacon there and then addressed Elian. I mean, either way, vibes. You still need base pin for like minions, towers, Titan, Phoenix, BDK. So, and you still want like some base pin no matter what, even if you're fighting triple tank. Alright, I'm looking now. Get through the homies. Sounds good. We got a mod to play with 8 people. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, have fun, Junzi.
With generational improvements, aesthetic updates, and our consistently high build quality, this system is bound to be the envy of both family and friends alike.
What is this?
For yours, check out StarForgeSystems.com, and I'll see you in the Forge.
Oh yeah, only $4,500, guys. Thanks, Jonesy. That PC that they just showed, it literally said 4,000. Yeah, 4,500.
Chasing a feeling just for a high. And when I was all alone, I found you. Millions of people can't get it right, waiting for someone all of their life. And when I was getting lost, I found you. When the night turns to day and the moon starts to fade, will you be there? Will you be there? When the sky starts to rain, will you run? Will you stay? Will you be there? Or will you be there right when the love runs out? World turning upside down. Not gonna let you go. Keep you close. Thousands are in
my 2 Devons are 10 minutes.
Minutes are counting down. Promise that you won't go. Right when the love runs out. People look for the light, dancing around like stars in the sky. And when I was in the dark, I found you. But if the lightning never strikes, and when the rain stops, we'll be dry. When the sun begins to rise, I'll find you. When the night turns to day.
Oh, I think I'm gonna get some food while we wait for this.
Will you be there? When the sky turns to gray, will you run? Will you stay? Will you be there? Or will you be there right when the love runs out? World turning upside down. Not gonna let you go. Keep you close. Thousands are in the crowd. Minutes are counting down. Promise that you won't go. Right when the love runs out. love runs out.
But you play a game I can't escape. I'm caught up in the middle. You're running through my head, and all the things we said. I wish I could forget you.
Millions of people live for the night, chasing a feeling just for.
Yo, what's up, Candy? How we doing?
We see the world in a cold light. It isn't much, but it's all we needed. It's all we needed. With everything in its right place. We push away 'cause it's all we needed. To control and
woke up this morning, yeah, feeling reborn, and it's like a new dawn. The misery's off, the energy's on, and I'm feeling strong. Yeah, something's evolving. If I'm being honest, nothing can stop me. I'm feeling godly. I'm feeling godly. I'm feeling godly. I can't explain it. Feeling like something inside me. Like nothing can stop me. I'm feeling godly. I'm feeling infinite. I feel invincible. I surpass my potential. Ain't no resisting it. Only surrender and turn my trials into temples. I'm from disparity into the clarity. Elevating at a Mach speed. I see no limit. Becoming unlimited. Go fuck trying to stop me. Cause I'm feeling godly. I'm feeling godly. I'm feeling godly. I'm feeling godly.
Oh my God. Awesome, man. Are you guys feeling godly?
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I noticed that in that trailer, I got a Goal Fury still.
Did
see
you?
that?
Oh,
Yeah.
well, we
I
shouldn't
just
use
now
that clip.
noticed it. It's like Travis stole the Goal Fury.
Awesome. Well, thank you all so much for being here today. We're so excited to talk a little bit more about Smite 2. We've been working on it for a while now, and yeah, it's exciting to be up here and talking a little bit. A lot of you probably don't know who we all are, so maybe we should just go down and introduce ourselves first. Travis.
I'm Travis Brown, the general manager for Titan Forge Games.
Yep. I'm Pon.
Yep.
I'm Pon, an advanced game designer on Smite 2 at Titanforge. I was a former pro way back at the launch tournament, and I've since joined the company, and it's been just a crazy ride up to this point.
And I'm Max. I run our data science and analytics, but some people may know me online as Innocent Rabbit, general Smite data guy.
Awesome. And I'm Alex Cantatori. I'm Kilgoon on Twitter. If you are a super old head, you may remember me as running a Smite esports fan blog called Smite-tastic. And then I've been working at Hi-Res for like 8 years now. And now I'm the executive producer of Smite. And I think one thing that's kind of awesome about all of us except for Travis, is that like we kind of came from the community. Like we were Smite fans first.
Yeah.
And I think we're still kind of Smite fans at our core. And I'm going to give Travis a pass because he was making the game at the time, right?
Yeah, right.
And I actually did math before we came down here, and a fifth of the people working at Titan Forge Games came from the Smite community. So just people like you guys, and hopefully more of you will join us because we have we need a lot more people to keep working on Smite too. So this is awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. So I think like first place to start, Travis.
Yeah.
Like, what is Smite 2? Like, what is this project? Can you just tell us a little bit about what we're trying to accomplish here?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, somewhere around like the end of 2022, we were just toying with different game modes inside of UE5, and just like what could we do within the Smite IP. And we created a game mode in about 4 weeks using that UE5. And that game mode that we created was like, it was pretty cool. We created it quickly, but it just wasn't quite it. And so we spent the next day maybe iterating to another game mode. Like really quickly, we were able to prototype a new thing. And that wasn't quite it either, but it was really fun. But it gave us the idea that what if we just create Smite experience inside of UE5? So we dedicated about 5 people. We pulled them from the Smite team, focused them on Smite 2, or creating that Smite experience inside of the Unreal Engine 5. And in 4 weeks, we were able to create basically the Smite experience.
That's awesome. And
with 5 people in 4 weeks. So.
Yeah, we're going to see that in a little bit. But first, before we got to that, we had to convince leadership that we should make Smite 2. And to do that, we actually had a PowerPoint deck that we had to make and be like, okay, what the hell is this game going to be? And we actually have some of the slides from it today. And from the start, this was the slide that we were like, okay, guys, what is Smite 2 in a nutshell, right? And it's like, first off, Smite 2 is a true sequel to Smite, powered by Unreal Engine 5.2+. And then we had a couple like core pillars, I guess you'd call them. Like, Pon, can you talk us through them?
Yeah, so the first one, Smite but better. everyone here has been playing the game like for thousands of hours. We've dedicated so much time to it. At its core, Smite combat feels incredible. And so we wanted to make sure that we were keeping that core fundamental there, but then looking at what we could do to evolve it, looking at what we could do to take it to the next level. We want more godly action. We knew that we could make character abilities feel so much more impactful. If you saw Ymir's Glacial Strike, if you saw Chalk's ultimate, you can see that we can actually do so much more now with the Niagara particle system, with the new audio engine, and just with the upgraded visuals of UE5. And then depth through simplification. We have 10 years of experience actually creating MOBAs, creating PvP experiences. And so we can look at all the systems we've done over all the years, and we can really critically evaluate each one and bring in ones that kind of hit the best of both worlds, right? The ones that add depth to top-end players, but are approachable, as MOBAs can be incredibly hardcore games to get into, and make it so that you can hop in, have fun, and then you have the thousands and thousands of hours of learning to do that's so captivating in a MOBA.
Yeah, definitely. I've heard MOBAs described as like the Souls-likes of multiplayer gaming, where it's like, lose to improve, you gotta die to learn the game. But like, maybe you don't have to die quite as much in Smite 2 if we're doing our jobs right. Cool, if we can, I think we have a couple more slides here. If we can go to the next slide. So this is another slide that was in the deck from day one.
Yep.
For where we wanted to start the project, we're like, okay, first thing we're gonna focus on, we wanna make sure we capture the magic of Smite. And from the start, we were like, that magic is the core third-person combat and MOBA formula, right? Mm-hmm. And a lot of people have maybe asked about, like, why didn't you guys go with like a 3D, more verticality kind of version of Smite? Mm-hmm. And it really was like, we thought that this core third-person combat that we have is part of what makes Smite amazing, and changing that was a challenge, right?
Yeah, there's the magic that's there, right? There's some core fundamental thing about Smite that feels so good, and you don't want to just ruin that with changes for the sake of change. You want to really make sure that you're choosing what we're going to change, making sure that all makes sense. Things like that extra verticality was something that we toyed around with early, but we knew that that would fundamentally change how characters approach combat, how characters aim. You'd have to do a lot of different things to consider that. And so, again, with everything we were doing, we were just trying to make sure that we really distilled down what makes Smite so good. And there's a lot of really small things that we've done over the years that, like, you don't really notice until you have to build the game from scratch again to really actually make it feel like Smite.
Awesome. And so we got kind of the magic down, or at least a good starting point. Yep. And then the idea was we're evolving and refining it. We're not reinventing it, right? So we're doing things like you were talking about. We're adding the impact. We're simplifying but adding depth. And I think the most important thing that's probably on this slide is like respect and honor our community, and that's been there since day one. We come from the community. We've been talking a lot internally about like, if we're going to transition to a Smite 2 with the kind of restrictions that we have, like, man, what's the best way we can do that? How can we make players feel like they are honored and respected? Mm-hmm. And we actually did quite a bit of back and forth on this. We came up with a first draft of what would become Divine Legacy and Legacy Gems, and we presented it to our pro players. They were the first people we felt comfortable talking to about Smite 2. Mm-hmm. And they were like, I don't know, guys. We were like, okay, well, we got to go back to the drawing board. So we did another version. And we presented it to our, I believe it was our Olympians. Yep. And they were like, it's okay. That's okay. And then we were like, oh man, maybe we got to do one more pass. We took another version at it, and we presented it to some of our content creators. And they were like, you know what, this actually feels pretty good, right? And so we felt very comfortable presenting it this week, and we're going to actually be talking a little bit more about it later today, but yeah, just excited that that's been part of what we were trying to do from the start here. Mm-hmm. Cool, so Travis, like, we've talked a little about what Smite 2 is, but I think one of the big questions is like, why did we make Smite 2, and especially now, right? Like you talked about how, but what's the why? What's the reason?
Yeah, I think when we first started making Smite, a long time ago, right? We knew what we wanted to make then, but it was the beginning of Smite, and over the course of like 10 years now, we've been continuing to put in new gods with new mechanics, new effects, now we have silences and fears and things that we didn't initially start with. We add new map mechanics, new conquest modes, new features out of match, and so on, and we continue to kind of build on that foundation of Smite over the 10 years. This was an opportunity to reset, and when we were able to build that prototype in UE5, and we were like, wow, this is something that we would feel really great about giving to the players. It was also a chance to take all those learnings from those 10 years and just create a better foundation for the next 10 years. So by knowing where we're headed and knowing what we wanted to create with Smite 2, it allowed us to, an opportunity to reset the core functionality of the game. But then we also have an opportunity to reset for the players, new players being able to engage with Smite 2 with a way less daunting experience of a smaller roster initially was a huge reason why we thought this is a good time to kind of create Smite 2 and give it to the fans. Yeah.
And just one thing I have to show off. So this slide says strictly better. You said strictly better in our keynote. Yes. We've been saying strictly better since the beginning. It's kind of a rallying cry for us, right? It's like don't just make the game. Like, don't just change shit to change shit.
Right.
Like, if we're going to change something, let's make sure it's strictly better and it feels better in every way this way. And one of our producers actually made me a shirt that says strictly better because I say it so much. So I had to wear it today. Hopefully when you guys all play Smite 2, you feel like it's strictly better too.
No, and that's so critical for you guys to understand. Every time we make a decision on now let's talk about a mirror. What are we going to do with the mirror? We don't want to change things just to change things. Every time we make a decision, we said, is this going to be strictly better? And we just use that as kind of a rallying cry. If it's not strictly better, we don't want to do it. If it's just different, we don't want to do it. So that's been something that has been very important during the development process.
Yeah. And so, Pon, like, we talked about these goals: impact, creativity, strategy. But to do this, like, we kind of had to start with like a fresh start for how we're approaching balance. We had to start with a fresh start for how we're approaching items. I know that the item changes are some of the biggest ones that players have seen. Maybe you can like kind of talk us through the item changes, and I think we have a little bit of B-roll of the item store that maybe we can play so people can see some new items.
Yeah, so I think the biggest thing was we noticed that when you're playing Smite 1, if you want to start going into a direction, you kind of have to know what your end goal is immediately, right? You have to know that you're okay with being in the mace tree because there's something in there that's going to be good for you to build, right? But MOBAs are dynamic. They change all the time. The character you thought might be strong, the character you might need to be worried about isn't actually what ends up being important in that moment, right? Yeah. So we wanted to go kind of back to basics with that and make it also so that it feels a bit more intuitive for how you want to build your items. So each item is now a kind of atomic component. So there is a strength mace, and it builds from all the strength items. There's an attack speed bow that builds into all the attack speeds. And you can combine them in different ways, but you can leave the base knowing, okay, I need to be worried about Anubis. He's the one that's carrying right now. I can build a magical protection item, and then as the game develops, I can go, actually, the Anubis is not the big problem now. I could start throwing some power items in that and go towards a power magic protection item that's a good bruisery item, but not a purely defensive choice. And so that's one of the big things we wanted to do there. And we also knew that we were going to be trying to explore active itemization.
Yes.
And so that was another kind of a great example of simplification but adding depth. You want the wins of a new player being able to hop in and kind of choosing their own difficulty and opting in when they're ready, but also allowing the more professional players, the more hardcore players, they could start to throw in like 4 or 5 active items that they feel like those are going to be beneficial effects to their team. And so that kind of opt-in difficulty, right? That's just great for new players coming in and for the veterans to really customize their build.
Yeah, so right now I think we have some actual B-roll playing of you playing as Bologna.
Okay. I hope it's good.
This is a surprise. I don't know what this.
Yeah. So this is from a playtest that we did when we were capturing footage actually for some of the stuff that we used in the keynote. So we can see you kind of picking your starter item there. Now we don't actually have starter items right now. Maybe we will eventually. But maybe just like go into a little bit more depth on like how we set I want to build a strength item. What do I do?
So the first thing you do is you go and go, okay, cool. The mace is the strength item. I want to build strength. I build the mace, and from there I'm deciding to see just kind of how I want to go. If I know I'm going to pure damage Bologna, I might look at that and go, okay, I can see what it builds into up above. I see what options I have available to me. I might build a Skagox, which is 2 maces combined together for a whole bunch of power. And then once I build that, I can be like, okay, cool, I have 3 options here. I just want to keep going damage. So I build a mace, and I keep just throwing on maces, and eventually I have an incredibly high power item because I just did the intuitive thing, right? I knew I wanted power, so I built the atomic things for power, and it kind of naturally flowed me in through using the builds into menu what I wanted to be building. And
there's
so
the builds into menu right there up the top.
Yeah. And it's nice too because you can start to splash things as a little bit. So like, for example, cooldown rate, the ring that you can buy, that's just something that you might pick up because you just want a little bit of cooldown reduction right now. It helps you time with wave clear and everything. And you can just build that and potentially sit on it for a while as you wait for your decision. So it just really feels natural when you're utilizing the system. You're just making the choices that come to your mind when you go back to base, like, what do I think I need right now? And you can just always point to the specific thing you need in that moment, and just it naturally comes together into an item at the end.
And it is a little bit of a change from how we do things in Smite, right? So, you know, how many games, how long do you think it's going to take people to get used to this new way of building items?
I would say you're probably going to be spending maybe 2 or 3 games, which is a pretty short time for a MOBA span, to really get the familiarity of like how these items put together and your flow through the item store of like how you want to like think about how you build into things. I personally use that built into menu at the top all the time. It's really great for me. It helps me keep focus on what's going on. And then you're going to spend the next 20, 30, 40, 50 games just discovering all the build possibilities you have, right? Like, I played an Odin game, and I love playing Odin where I get to stim my whole team so that we can kill objectives really fast. Like, I love using the quick fire of the spear throw so that it actually does the attack speed stim. And so I started just picking up shoguns. I started picking up, I think it's Damaru's drum, which is the music tree is like the split hybrid physical and int scaling, so strength and int. And so I just built a whole bunch of things that made my team strong and let me support my team. I could throw down a mushroom to heal them, which is really cool.
Yeah,
and like I just played that style, and I was like, we are winning every objective fight. We were going to burn Gold Fury, we're going to burn Fire Giant, we're going to burn Phoenix, and that was just super fun. And that's a completely different experience from a full tank CDR Odin or a full strength Odin or even a pure int Odin because he has int scaling now. So there's just so much more diversity with like the character Odin now, and it's just really fun.
That's awesome. One of my favorite experiences this week during the dev playtests was building Chalk purely int and cooldown reduction, and so his abilities will scale off of int and strength in certain ones, and so his healing now will scale off of int. And so I would just go in, disrupt the team fights, and then just sustain with my healing just maximized.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun.
Awesome.
A different way to play Chalk that currently doesn't exist in Smite.
Definitely. And it kind of takes us into the next point. Like, all of these gods that we're trying to bring over from Smite 1 to Smite 2, right? Like, I know there's a lot of temptation, like, do we just completely reimagine everybody's got a new kit, you know? Do we completely change the way every god looks? Do we, you know, how do you guys decide, like, what things we change, what things we say the same? Like, what's the process going into that?
Yeah, so it's just we look at every character individually. At the end of the day, every character in Smite, someone is a huge fan of. And we know this when we do reworks in Smite 1 as well. Like, we're trying to be very careful to make sure that that character's identity stays intact. And we're taking the same approach in Smite 2. We're looking at the characters it brings over, and we're looking for, the first thing is quality of life improvements. So for example, Chalk can actually now refire his 1 after he throws his axe to just consume the axe without doing anything else. So if you realize that you want to spin in place and not teleport to it, you can do that easily without having to recast your 3. And that was just an easy to add thing. Or Ymir wall, where you can place it underneath you and walk over it. That's now a built-in mechanic where the target actually snaps behind you to show that that is an intended interaction. So all those quality of life improvements are the first pass. And then we also just look at what the character needs to succeed, right? We knew that if we aren't giving the potential for blink right out the gate at level 1 to Ymir, he really does blink in and freeze, and that's kind of like his immediate way to initiate a fight. And if he's losing that, it's hard for him to fill the role of this kind of like warrior dude who walks in, slows everyone, beats on them with the ice mallet, right? Yeah. But the wall, we had a version where you're like, let's just throw a knockback on it, see if that helps him, right? Yeah. And we threw that on, and it was really nice to be able to pull people to you, push people away, disrupt the team fight that way. It helped him fit the role he was supposed to without the need for blink, which was something that we liked about that. But it was also a bug where he could knock himself up. And we were like, actually, that's just cool. So I think that's the biggest thing is we look at these characters, fit what their role is supposed to be, figure out what we have to do to make them fit that niche that we've defined as, keeping and preserving what makes that character iconic. And then because we can just rapidly prototype, that Ymir knockup change came up. That was like a 30-minute change, which before would have been a Jira task that had to go to programming, and it could have taken them a while to really implement it. And we would just throw it in there.
Oh, Chalk 3's a leap
the
now?
System in Unreal Engine 5. Yeah.
What, like a small
that
dash?
Kind of stuff.
That's fucking
we
lit.
just never really had the opportunity to just as rapidly prototype through ideas as we had before. So it helps us land on what feels good.
And I think we also have a video of On Her where we changed his ultimate. Can you talk maybe a little bit about that?
Yeah, and so another type of change that we're looking at is characters that are abilities that we don't feel like have as much impact, right? So On Her ultimate is one of those things where it's very powerful. You shoot a whole bunch of projectiles through targets, but the animation is just kind of him doing this. There isn't that much grandiose to it. And the other thing is there's not much of a gameplay loop to it outside of just trying to hit all the shots. And so when we wanted to look and see how we could add more impact to the character, we thought, well, maybe we could actually shorten the amount of shots he has and have one really big one at the finale. So you really are playing towards that last shot. And that was an opportunity for us to have like that big wind-up moment, get a whole bunch of sound effects in, and really also differentiate each projectile from each other. Because On Her throws basic attacks, impales, and ults, and they all look very similar. And so being able to differentiate them was another reason why I wanted to try and rework the ultimate. So everyone's been playing it, they're having a blast. The final hit is especially hard hitting. So I definitely, once you guys get a chance to get your hands on it, I'd love to have you guys get shot.
One small minor change that we didn't see with On Her is also he can place his pillar behind him as well.
Oh,
yeah.
Yes.
And that's like a thing where that was like such a good quality of life improvement for Ymir. And On Her players often want to do a very similar thing, and they have to do a 180 quick turn and come back. But now it's a kind of built-in part of it. And I've used it to escape many a chasing Bellona.
Yeah. And another thing that we saw in that clip that maybe we could just really quickly talk about is stealth grass. So I know people have wanted stealth grass in Smite for forever. We did the stealth fog at one point in time. You know, why is stealth grass in Smite 2? How does it work? How has it impacted playtest so far?
It just creates that uncertainty, right? We want to make sure that you don't feel like you're ever in a solved and completely safe place while you're playing, right? You want to be grouped up with your team. You want to be very tactical with the vision that you have. You want to try and keep tabs because that kind of map control, map vision, understanding what the enemy team might be trying to do is a skill set in MOBAs. And so having the stealth grass there just creates that extra layer of uncertainty. You never know when you're walking towards the fire giant pit. There's a stealth grass right at the entrance. Is someone there? Do you want to face check it? Is it potentially 4 people in that bush and you might potentially face check it? Or you might know they're all there, you let them group up, you let them hide, and then you just suddenly cuckoo ult it and tornado it and they just all get obliterated, right? Awesome. Just the amount of flexibility, Loki especially, like Loki being able to like stealth and go into a grass and hide, like the amount of evasive trickery you get to do with it, it just adds a whole new dimension to team fights, it adds a whole new dimension to how you might want to set up ganks or control space in the map. And that's the kind of stuff we're looking for to make sure that there is that depth there, but it's also pretty easy to understand, right? You walk into it, you become stealthed. If you fire from it, you become visible for a little bit of time. If other people are in the grass with you, you'll reveal to them. So we're trying to make sure the rules are intuitive well so people can just pick it up and just immediately understand, oh yeah, I walk in here, I'm stealthed, I understand it.
Awesome. And obviously, you know, we're making this game in UE5. I'm sure it's brought its own set of challenge, but also a lot of new tools that you can use. You gave us a screenshot of the blueprints for one of the gods that you're building right now.
Yeah.
Maybe just explain what this is and what we're looking at.
So spoilers, it's Zeus. You can read it, you can see it's Zeus.
I didn't notice it.
Yeah. So there you have it. But this is what our actual design workflow looks like. We have these blueprint systems that are a whole visual-based scripting language, and we've also customized it to go on top of GAS, which is Unreal 5's gameplay ability system, and that allows us to rapidly iterate through this. And the TLDR of this is, Chain Lightning has a lot of rules. It needs to bounce to new targets if it can. It needs to have a priority system. It needs to interact with the shield if that's there. It needs to be able to bounce off that stuff. And so there's a lot of rules that have to be there, but I implemented all those rules, grabbing all the actors around, making sure that they're the right type, making sure they follow the filter rules, caching them off, changing the damage of the Chain Lightning or having it apply the right charge stacks. All of that was done without consulting a programmer because they've made us such an incredible tool set. And so if I want to change Chain Lightning perhaps, if I want to change a rule, I don't have to wait potentially a week for programming to find the time to do it, or they might discover an issue with that and it might be hard to work with because, again, UE3, Ultimate, there's a lot of legacy code there that might make certain changes that seem easy significantly more difficult. I get to do a 30-minute rework of it, and we get to play it in tomorrow's playtest, and or I can play it right then in editor, and I can get to see how it feels, see how that change feels, and it's just it's super empowering as a designer to be much more hands-on and be able to really prove-fail different ideas.
Awesome. So now, obviously, the footage that we've been showing, you know, this is the product of 11, 12 months of work, right? You know, and obviously leveraging a lot of the amazing art that's been done for Smite over 10 years, and you know, starting from a great base there. But it didn't always look like this. So,
that's so cool.
The day is February 24th.
Okay.
go back in your little time
I'm
machine.
excited for Odin, man.
This is the first time that we ever played something that looked like Smite
Let's
2
go.
in UE5.
Got the screenshots.
And, it's a little bit
Dude,
rough,
Smite
but
2,
I think
yeah.
you could
Seriously.
start to see maybe the promise. So tell us, Travis, a little bit about like how we got here,
I
what we're
can't
looking at,
fucking
what
wait,
this
man.
is.
Well, the video that we're going to see is basically, this is the culmination of the 4 weeks of work with 5 people. We imported, I think, all of the environment assets from Smite into the UE5 engine. We got, I think, a couple of gods up and running that were able to be played, and we were moving around. Yeah, it's gonna look a little rough.
Yeah, and this is again building up everything from scratch. None of the like the scripting and the behind the scenes came from Smite 1.
Thank God.
Everything
Thank God.
you see here, the mini map,
Thank God they
showing
built
minions
everything
on it,
up
seeing
from
damage
scratch.
numbers, getting the abilities
Thank
up
God.
and running, getting a HUD set up. These were all built from scratch.
Yep.
And this took us
50
4
million
weeks,
stars
which,
is Smite 2,
even though
bro.
it looks
Do it.
really rough. This would have taken
number
us
one
forever
Zeus.
to build.
You
from
have to.
scratch.
They're just crispy, man.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Ship it.
I mean,
say ship it.
Yeah, we could have shipped that.
Yeah,
I guess,
ship that,
right?
yeah.
Dude, that axe is entirely designer art. That the rotating was completely faked.
It's awesome. And you know, like obviously it's awesome that we were able to get here so quick, but we knew that we had a lot of work still to do. As much fun as it is to run around with on her doing silly basic attacks.
I like just the lower legs not moving and all of the attacks.
Where'd shot go?
But that video is what made us believe that in 4 weeks with 5 people we could do that. Imagine what we could do if we dedicate, and that's what kicked off making Smite 2.
The crowd thinks we can release that. But you know, I think that like part of why the speed and the power of UE5 is so important to us is that like it's like there's 130 gods in Smite. Every god is somebody's favorite, like we're saying. There's an Olympian. I don't know if any of y'all know Opwash. The dude, like, I'm not sure if Opwash is going to play Smite 2 until we put Opwash in Smite 2, right? Yeah. And it's like, you know, we can't
Where's
go
Opwash? You gotta be in chat.
2 without being able to move quickly and with the power that UE5 has really provided to us, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think up until we really could do this. We talked to the community for so long, like a Smite 2 would be incredibly difficult.
Hey, that's me.
And all that was really true until UE5 came out. The gas
in the chat.
Fully pulled into it, and just the full, complete tool set that was available there. It really was that eye-opening moment. I tweeted out a picture of when we first imported the asset over of the order base and just turned on lumen lighting, and we're like, this looks this much better. And an artist hasn't even touched the material work here. They haven't done anything to balance the lighting. They haven't done anything else. And we just saw that like it just looked that much better out the gate. And then we saw that we could just get an ability up and running so much faster. It was the eye-opening experience. Like, I think now we can do it right. And I think that was the moment.
What's exciting about that and what they're saying is that we can get better changes much faster. In the future.
We'll talk a little bit about what you do day to day in a second here, but like, is there like a favorite moment or like an aha thing that happened as we were developing Smite 2?
I think it was the Ymir wall.
The Ymir wall?
Yeah, we had some internal videos. We put together a video, and we had the Ymir wall knock up. We were having a blast with it in playtest.
Surely we get a new Joust map.
But
if they can do that
on Smite 1, we showed them the video
in 4 weeks.
Their reaction to seeing that,
like now, we can get whatever we bitch for. Like if the community gets behind each other and we fucking go like we bitch hard enough, we'll get anything we want because they have no excuse.
Yeah, the walling to knock people back into tower range is one of the most satisfying things I think that we're doing right now. So that's great. Awesome. So, Travis, like, there's a lot that goes into making a video game. There's so many different departments. There's so many different pieces, and there's so much that's just like feels. You know, it's like, how do you know what feels good? How do we say, like, does this feel like Smite? You know, especially when we're starting from scratch and have to, even the units are different, right? I remember there was a big argument about that in the early days of Smite 2. So, you know, how do you go through this process of making everything feel great, feel strictly better, right?
Yeah, I mean, because again, we know with Smite 2 where we're going, where we're headed, what features we need, what functionality we need. We know we need gods migrated. We know they're going to be better. The great team at Titanforge Games has a lot of experience knowing what that is, right? So daily we will advance those features. We'll add that new functionality, new gods. So the pipeline of where we're going and how we get there is pretty straightforward. We know what we need to do. and the team is executing on it like flawlessly. But daily, I will record, I think we have maybe 4 or 5 different perspectives where we record the play tests that we have daily. And I will watch the gameplay. As I'm playing, I will make a note on the notepad looking for areas that just didn't feel right to me. And it's not a bug. I'm not worried about the bugs, right? The bugs we will find, but it's just something that didn't feel right. You know, there's going to be 1,000 little things that just don't quite feel right that I make a note. And every time I make a note, I go back, spend probably about an hour or 2 every single day watching back videos, frame by frame, of the time where I said that just didn't feel right. And when I look at those videos, most of the time it'll be like, okay, that I can justify why what I thought didn't feel right happened. But it doesn't invalidate the feeling that I had in that moment that it didn't feel right. Mm-hmm. So we will actually look at that and try to find ways to make it so that we resolve the reason why I didn't feel right in that moment. So we might make a design change, or we might change some effects, or we might like do something to make it a lot more clear so that the next time I'm encountering that situation, it feels right. So I spend a lot of time doing that. Yeah. Attention to detail every day, watching literally frame by frame playbacks of video.
I've seen you actually have 2 videos side by side of Smite 1 and Smite 2 frame by framing to see like what's different, what's not feeling right. So it's interesting. Yeah. So we actually do have one example that you gave us here. So that's right. I would love everybody in the audience. This is a playtest from maybe 3-4 months ago. So this is
a playtest from 1 month ago.
Okay, excuse me, 1 month ago. So this is how far we've gone in a month.
Wait until you see this video.
So this is a playtest from 1 month ago. Everybody in the audience and watching at home, watch this video and see if something, obviously the graphics are rough and whatnot, but see what feels, okay.
Also, don't pay attention to the fact that I miss almost every ability. That's not important.
Pay attention to it.
Okay, that's not important. But yeah, it's like, there's one big thing, the cooldowns you can see weren't working, but that's not what I'm talking about here. Watch for the thing that
watch
stands
and see,
out.
Does anything feel weird or off to you in this moment? So if we can play the clip.
Other than me missing everything.
Oh.
Nice. Nice.
I also didn't go in cooldown. That's
Oh my god.
He hit the ult at least.
Hey! So the game that you guys just played at home, this is my daily experience. So.
Yeah, you having to carry Travis in every playtest. Yeah.
I think I killed Pond there.
Yeah,
if I remember right. Yeah, there you go.
He's actually really good at Bologna. It's just not an Anubis guy. So in that moment, when you were like, something didn't feel right.
Yeah.
But it was just like, looked like regular gameplay to me. So let's see, what's the first, talk us through here.
So during that fight, when I was playing Anubis and I was running from Chalk, I noticed that there felt like there was a delay in the reaction of me getting hit and everything registering on my client. And so what I did was I broke down, if we can go back to that first frame. This was the first shot, and if you look at the health bar, hopefully it reads well. The health bar is full, and if we advance 1 frame in my video playback, you can see that my health has registered that the damage has happened to me, which means the server told my client that my new health value is 651 or 691 or something. But nothing has hit me, right? So if we advance it again, you notice again that now we see some effects, but you see another damage update from the server to the client saying my health is 450, 440 something, and still no feedback here. And so I frame advance again, and now you see a damage number register, which was the first hit that I had taken, and then advance again. And now you see the second one stacked below that. And so I think that's the last of this series here. So I took this information to the programming team, and we, basically like, look, if the information's getting passed from the server to the client, telling me that my new health value, then we must also have all the information available to say what the damage number was and to play the hit effects on my character. So sure enough, we looked into it, and we were seeing it from 2 different systems, and one arrived a tick earlier than the other. And so by going through I literally do this every day for hours, looking for any of these types of things that just quite didn't feel right. And sure enough, we made them send on the same tick. And now, as a result of finding this, we were able to kind of get all those in sync to where that all registers.
And that's what makes a game feel crispy and really precise, right? It's like everything happens in the same frame. Even one frame off can make a game just not feel great. And that's the level of attention you put into this.
And that's the thing, is that I know that you guys are gonna add a great shock and new changes to them. I know that we're gonna add new functionality, whatever. So that actually gives me the opportunity to get and dig into those playtests every day and look for the reasons why things might not feel so great. There was one more image. I don't know if we have that up. Yeah, and this was at the end of the video. This is kind of helping my case of I didn't miss everything on purpose here. But if you look at Anubis, you'll see, again, frame by frame, I was breaking it down. His animation looks like it should have fired straight at that high-res SWC01, which was Pawn, by the way. But if you look, the projectile cached its aim a couple of frames before that, and you can see I drew a red line showing the projectile firing in one direction, but the animation and the timing looked like I should have been firing it directly at Chalk there. Yep. And so, again, that's another case where we can break down frame by frame watching these playbacks, and then we figured out that we were caching the aim a little bit too soon, and we can line up the animation and effects to make sure that we're making those projectiles go in the right direction.
Yeah, and we often uncover core issues there too. Like we have again, UE5, really cool stuff. We made some debugging lines that actually show what the server saw on multiple clients and drew them all as distinct debug lines. We could actually go and reproduce a lot of issues that were happening.
Yeah, and every day you have like a list of like, these are the top 10 things we need to fix. Yeah. And every day we fix, as many as we can get done on the top 10 list. Yeah. And then next day there's a new top 10 list. Right. And it's just making progress like that every day. It's great.
And the whole idea there, again, is it's not about fix even the highest priority issues for the next playtest. It's the 5 things that we feel like we can accomplish that will make tomorrow feel better than today. And so it's not about figuring out like, oh, we were having a bug here. No, forget that. We should maybe update the health bars, or we should update the damage numbers or whatever, make it more responsive and make things look better. That's daily. I'll send out huge lists to the chagrin of the dev team. But yeah, it's
good.
You mentioned bugs. In development, some silly bugs happen. I think we have a silly bug clip here. Maybe you can tell us what we're looking at.
Yeah, this was a play test. The entire play test, basically we had Bologna inverting every time she took damage and filling the entire play space. So the entire play test was full of Bologna jump scares, and that's the types of challenges we have on a daily basis. Now, I wouldn't have made that one of my top 5. That was clearly a bug that we needed to fix, right?
There's one, we don't have a clip of it here, but there's one where Bacchus belly flops, and he just disappears. And he's just gone for the rest of the game. He just vanished. Yeah. And that was just like something that happened. We had to like figure out why that happened and fix it.
Are we sure that's a bug?
That's awesome. And obviously we had that fixed, a day later. So when you play it, Bologna won't be getting massive rotations. Right. Awesome. So we've had a lot of people play the game backstage here. We've got some great feedback this weekend. Thank you for everybody who had the chance to play, and sorry that everybody here didn't. But we've also gotten a lot of great feedback earlier on from people playing the game. So the first people who played the game who wasn't devs were actually our pro players. And we let them play a pretty early version of the game a few months ago. And our video team likes to record things for posterity's sake. So they recorded some of the playtest footage, and they also recorded kind of the pros' reaction to playing it for the first time. And they turned it into a little video. And maybe we could play the video, and then we could just talk a little bit about the feedback that we got from the pros.
Okay.
I'm most excited about just all the things that Smite wasn't capable of doing. Like, Smite was back in Unreal 3 and with like all the technicalities of the game and stuff, it was harder to fix smaller things, and I think with the new engine, it's going to make things a lot easier to actually resolve and make things better, so I'm excited for that.
Oh, already the graphics, like, even though it's not like a full build, I can just tell that when the game is like fully polished, it's going to look stunning. Like in terms of character animations and effects, like Anha specifically is like I think a really good showcase of that from what I tried. He felt like incredibly fun in Smite 1, and I think they've done a good job in Smite 2 to make him feel similar, but you know, still different to like fit a new game. I think his ult change is really fun with like the 3 shots into like a slower 4th one, and also like when he jumps, like his camera like has like a effect as you're landing. I think stuff like that really adds to like how powerful you can feel as a character, and I think they've done a really good job with him.
I played on her and Chalk. I think his ult is like really cool, and his rain is actually insanely like really detailed. It's like when you press 3, the rain is like affecting the ground.
I'm hoping that there isn't a ton of changes in Smite 2, like not straying too far away from what Smite really is and trying to stay true to itself, while like keeping and making like small changes that make the game a lot of fun.
Can't wait. I just can't wait to see how the game evolves from what we tried today to like a few months down the line, and then, you know, as closer we get to the full release.
Awesome. So from that first playtest, we got a lot of really good feedback. We also got a lot of like very critical feedback because pros take the game really seriously. They notice a lot of the things, and you know, what were some of the feedback pieces we got? How did that help evolve the game?
Yeah, so I think one of the main pieces of feedback we got was, I feel like I'm playing like slow-mo 0.8. I'm playing at like 80% speed. And if you go watch that footage, especially watching Ymir do his attacks, he does look like he's moving slow. Attacks feel like they're delayed in registration. So that critical feedback helped us isolate early on that we really need to focus on it. And so we went and looked at every single thing, making sure that things worked correctly. We adjusted our approach to animations based off that feedback. We were doing a lot more blending than we do now to make sure that things feel crispy and snappy. We figured out that on the back end, we weren't doing error correction the correct way. So based off the server tick rate, you could overshoot a little bit, and then every ability would be delayed by basically a server frame tick, which one tick doesn't feel like a lot, but when it's happening consistently on abilities, you could be desynced by up to 0.2 seconds, 0.3 seconds, and you're definitely going to feel that. So that critical feedback really early on let us really refine our approach, and we embraced it, and we were really thankful for the pros who played that day, being critical, being honest about what they experienced, saying that it didn't feel right yet, and that gave us the push to really make sure that we refined it to the best it could be.
Awesome. Now, Max, I'm sorry, I've kind of left you out of the discussion so far.
That's all good.
But I love you, you're my favorite.
As I should be.
Yeah, so the reason why we wanted you to be on the panel today, right, is because you've been doing a lot of work thinking about matchmaking and ranked, looking at Smite 1 and thinking about what we want to do differently for Smite 2. And I know for everybody would love us to have better matchmaking and better ranked, and I think we're going to in Smite 2 with your great plan. So tell us about what we have in store, because I'm super excited.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. There we go, that's appropriate.
Awesome, yeah, no, I like to refer to matchmaking as the most important game mechanic that is out of the game, because it's so core to shaping a player's experience with the game, because it's matching you up against other people. And the kind of leading question here is, why does matchmaking need changes? When we talk to people about like if they've had a negative experience with Smite, the most common top answer they give us is matchmaking. And the reason why they say matchmaking could be a whole bunch of different things that we've come to understand over the past few years. But going into Smite 2, we have a chance to use our better systems that we'll have in place to address a lot of issues. And that's kind of the first point that I want to touch on, which is that we get to modernize our systems. When, I'll say about a year ago now, is when kind of the team that I'm on decided that improving matchmaking would be our primary goal. And we had all these ideas when looking at our current system about how we could do that, how we could make like concrete improvements. And we would develop it, we would test it, we would put it into the live matchmaking service, and like 30 minutes later, it would like crash on us, and games would stop firing, and we'd have to revert everything really quickly, and we'd be like, oh my god, we can't do this. And we kept kind of fighting this battle over and over again about here's the improvements we want to make, and the system just was not set up to handle it. So the decision was made to, instead of putting in all that time and effort on getting just the bits and pieces we could, to just focus on making Smite 2's matchmaking strictly better, and the shirt. And yeah, so part of that is that with these new systems, we'll be able to be a lot more flexible and make changes on the fly. Day one, Smite 2 matchmaking will not be perfect, but we intend on constantly iterating. Thank you. And gathering that data, making sure that we are always working on it. And part of that is also going to be this MOBA-specific approach. And this is, to give some context to you guys, almost every matchmaking skill rating algorithm that's used for team-based video games started on shooters. And the thing about shooters is that everyone loads into the game kind of playing the same game. You need the same skills, you have access generally to the same guns, but MOBAs are different. MOBAs, you start with a different role, a different god, and that requires different skill sets. And players have these kind of varied skill sets where one player, like in the example that you can see here, maybe their overall rank is platinum, so slightly above average, but if you look at their specific roles, they have some that they're better at and some that they're worse at. And why this is really important is that when making matches, we ran into the situation where we'd have two teams, and it looked like they were the same equally matched team, but on one side, they had a really cohesive team. The team, they could fill out the roles really well, but on the other team, maybe all of them could only play jungle, and they couldn't fill out the other roles, and this game was unintentionally really unbalanced. And previously, we would have never been able to catch that. But now when we run our new system against some match data, we go, hey, look, this is actually not a good match to make. And in Smite 2, we'll be able to use our new systems to do this exact kind of work. So I'm super excited to be working on it. I'm super excited for players to try it out, see if it feels better. But as I said, we're going to be constantly moving through other things. And the other point that I want to talk about matchmaking is kind of fun versus skill balance. A fun match isn't necessarily the most balanced by skill match. There's so many other factors that go into making a game fun for our players, and we're taking all of those things into account. And finally, how do you handle a casual match versus a ranked match? And yeah, I'll cover some of our plans for ranked in Smite 2. It's a plan that we're really excited about. We get a chance with Smite 2 to build from the ground up again. Yeah. And doing that, we have 10 years of experience and learning from Smite 1. We have so much feedback that we've been given, and we're trying to take all of that in and put it into a new system that's going to be so much better for our players. So the way we're going to do this is focusing on two goals. The first goal that I want to talk about is expanding the player base, and the second goal is kind of reviving the competition. So if you go to the next slide, talking about expanding the player base, the reason why expanding the player base is so important is that the best way to improve matchmaking is always just to have more players. It's kind of the one quick trick always to make better games is to have more data points to pull from. And for Smite 1, the ranked player base is super passionate, super loyal, but comparatively small to kind of our contemporaries. As a stats guy, I will pull one out here. Out of all Smite players that ever played the game, only 5% have ever even tried a ranked match of any mode. So 1 in 20 players only, and although some people don't want to necessarily play in the ranked environment, we think that we can make a system that is more inviting to players who maybe want to just try the competitive mode, see what that side of the game is like, and enfranchise them to feel that they can do that. And how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to address a lot of common barriers. So off the top, ones that we're already working on are long wait times, especially when a match gets an abandoned, so you get kicked out of the match, making sure players are getting back into a match as fast as possible. Party limitations, so both size limitations and rank limitations. As far as rank limitations, size limitations go, the whole idea is keep the top end competitive, make sure players feel like their matches aren't being dominated by parties, but make sure if a player is new to the ranked system, they have a way to play with their friend or friends potentially, and we're exploring all of those options. And finally, to kind of continue with this, right now when you enter into the ranked mode, you start right at 1500 MMR, which is what is the average MMR. And this creates kind of a problem for two reasons. The first one is that new players have to play against these kind of 200-300 games played, and we say your average players, and they get their butts handed to them. And then also these 200-300 players have to get new players in their game, and they're not having a good time because this player doesn't know how to play ranked. So that's kind of a middle out system, and we want to switch from that to something that's more akin to an upwards progression system. So this means that if you're new to ranked, you start at the bottom of the ladder and you work your way up. So an average player and a new player will be separated. And we're really hopeful for this. And to facilitate this, we're going to be kind of re-examining our whole skill rating system in ranked. So right now we use the MMR plus TP system. It's kind of confusing. We feel like it kind of devalues each one. So we want to unify the system. We want to have one core system, your skill rating, that displays both your rank, both the tier that you're in, and kind of how we're matchmaking you all at the same time. We have a lot of details about that system that we want to share later, but super excited. We've gotten the chance to share it with some of our creators in the past, and they were all super excited on it. So yeah, we're really looking forward to that. And to kind of revive the competition, one of the points on there was maybe the first one we wrote down when making Smite 2 ranked. It was the first bullet point, which was uncapped. We've got so much feedback from players who have got to the top of the ladder and had nowhere else to go. What better way to revive competition than to give a competition for the #1 spot in the world, #1 spot in your region, have that leaderboard, and we really hope that this helps make that top end more exciting. But also, with the new system that we're designing, we can take a look at kind of win-loss rewards and make sure that when we're moving away from this hard tie to MMR and kind of this softly created TP system, we can have something that feels rewarding, feels satisfying to play, and a lot of our players have a good time playing. And just to kind of tease it, because we don't want to give away all the nitty-gritty details, but there will be a few new rank tiers to battle over, and the top end will be sort of redesigned to make sure that the difference between the top 2%, the top 1%, and the top 0.5% is really shown, and there's a lot more to earn in our system, and we're so excited to show off all the plans for this in the future.
Yeah, I can't wait to definitely not make the top 100 in the world.
Yeah, exactly.
To see who is, right? Because right now it's like, well, there's a lot of players that we know are at the tippity top, but like, if you gave them the opportunity, who would really rise to take
I can spoil it a little bit. We've kind of simulated a ranked season under our new mode, and the tippity top, one of the things that I do want to clarify that I didn't touch on was the first point being that with the kind of skill rank system with uncapped, we want it to be quality over quantity. So we don't want it to be just a grind fest where you have 2,000 games played with a 51% win rate and you're above really good players. When we ran it on the last year of ranked data we have, the top players were at least partially comprised of players who have played on the stage this weekend. So it's mostly for the best of the best. And one other, just to a point earlier that I kind of missed, is that with the kind of MOBA-specific matchmaking, none of that will be that you're playing support, so we're using your support rating. It's more that we have a better understanding of who players are, their range of skills. So we know what we're doing when we make that match, not saying, oh, you're playing this role, so this is a new rating for you. It's just understanding the variance that players have. So 2 clarification points.
Awesome. Well, I'm really looking forward to the max making.
Oh my God!
I think it's going to be
there
great.
it is.
No, we can't call it that.
Yeah, we can't call it that.
We cannot call it that.
I think it's going to be awesome, and thank you so much for giving us a quick little preview towards it. Now, I think we have like one more area we want to touch on real quick before we get to the Smite World Championships, which I know everybody's really excited to see. And we want to talk a little bit about kind of the transition plan from Smite 1 to Smite 2, when you can start playing, and a little bit more about Divine Legacy and answering some of the questions that you had. So I think we have a couple more slides that I'm going to talk through. So the first thing, you know, we talked about this yesterday, but for people who, or 2 days ago now, time is amazing. Then the question is, you know, what do you get in Smite 2? How are we honoring and respecting your time, money, and accomplishments in the new game? And the kind of 3 key things here is that you're going to get all of your gems waiting for you in Smite 1 that you have spent. The way that our backend works, we can only really track the gems that you have spent. So if you have gems just sitting in your account, those won't move over until you spend them. But everything that you have spent, free or paid gems, will move over. And those gems can be used for 50% off most in-game purchases in Smite 2. And I'm going to talk a little more about that in a second. You're also going to get a bunch of free skins through the Divine Legacy program. You're going to get up to 11 free skins in Smite 2 through this system, which kind of analyzes your gameplay. It looks at how many gods you've mastered from each season, how many hours you've played, things like that. And also, you can grind out those 11 skins in year 11 just by playing the game and getting experience that way. So even if you haven't played much Smite, you can get everything in that tier for free. And you can also get a free choose your own unlimited tier 4 and tier 5 in Smite 1 for free just by playing through this system, which is pretty exciting. The last thing, which we didn't really go into much detail on in the keynote because there was already so much to say, is that you're going to get a bunch of badges in Smite 2 that honor very specific things that you've done in Smite 1. So if you were a closed beta player in Smite 1, you're going to get an avatar in Smite 2 that's a badge in Smite 2 that says I was a closed beta player in Smite 1. If you had Archon Thanatos in Smite 1, you're going to get a badge that shows that you own Archon Thanatos in Smite 2. We've got a list of it's more than 50 things that we're tracking that when we went through, we felt were like some of the most important things that players would want to show off that you will get badges for. And you will get a badge that lets you showcase your god mastery level and stars for each god in Smite 1. So if you have 80 stars on Aphrodite, you can show everybody in Smite 2 that you had 80 stars on Aphrodite in Smite 1. So hopefully that feels good. And I know there were a lot of questions that came up about the systems over the past few days. So we tried to answer a couple of the most commonly asked questions here on this next slide. One of them was, how did you choose the Divine Legacy skins? And we actually went through the data of the most equipped skins per character. And we were like, okay, well, we're just going to pick the most equipped skinned per god that we're going to be moving over towards the beginning. And we wanted to prioritize porting over skins that we knew people liked. The question's been asked, why not just port over all of the tier 5s? Because those are kind of the most prestigious skins. And really, those skins have a ton of custom tech to make them function. We kind of said in the keynote that it takes about 8 person weeks, 2 person months to port over a normal skin from Smite 1 to Smite 2 with the effects and whatnot. And porting a tier 5 skin would take many, many times more than that. And in particular, it would take a lot of programming time to port each one because they work very differently. Currently, our belief is that it would be better to have those programmers working on making Smite 2's core gameplay feel more amazing. But we're always listening to the community, so I just wanted to let you know that's kind of the answer to that question. We also saw people ask, why not port all the skins as is in UE3 quality? And there's really not a port skin button from Smite, from UE3 to UE5. Materials and FX work completely differently, and we can't just bring things over without making any changes. Even if we did the minimal amount of changes to models, changing the materials and updating that for PBR, we would still need to remake the FX, and that's really the most time-consuming part, and a part that really makes Smite 2 feel alive and impactful in the way that we want to do, so we would want to do right. Or else use the base god effects for Smite 2, and we felt like players would think that that just doesn't feel like as good of a version of the skin that they had, and they would feel underwhelmed by that. And it also prevents us from making as many changes as we're trying to make to gods that require animation changes, because then we also have to reanimate all of the tassels and the extra doodads on each skin as we port it, and it adds more time to the process. So we're opened up to make more changes that way. The last big question that we've seen come up is, we said that most things are 50% off. I think the kind of default expectation is we're trying to be weaselly and there's really not a lot of stuff that's going to be 50% off. Almost everything will be 50% off with your legacy gems. The one thing that we're pretty sure right now won't be discounted with legacy gems would be any kind of crossover content, just because of the way that those business deals work and the way that they want to share in the revenue of selling the skins. If crossover partners will let us, we would love to do that, but that's just something that we're expecting probably won't be discounted if we do that. We are also planning to have some things available for 100% off with your Legacy gems. So we are planning to port some popular Smite 1 skins that are Legacy skins, like we picked for the Divine Legacy, and those will be available for 100% off with Legacy gems. So hopefully that explains a little bit more how Legacy gems will work. I've been talking for a long time, I'm sorry. I have like 2 more slides because I have to answer when are you guys going to get to play this game and how's this rollout going to work, because there's a lot of questions around that. And if we can go to that, I think the first thing that we're going to say is, we announced it. We're so excited, but we got a lot of work still to do. So over the next few weeks up until spring, we're going to be releasing kind of a new video, a new blog post, and we're going to be talking a lot more about like features and things that we're doing in Smite 2. I think the first one you're going to see is a deep dive on the audio system, which is hugely updated from Smite to Smite 2, and you guys will really appreciate hearing from the audio team the work that's done and hearing the new theme song. It's insane.
Oh yeah, it's so good.
And then from then, in spring, you guys are going to be able to get your hands on Smite 2 for the first time. You can either get a free key drop to play in alpha by signing up at smite2.com, or if you buy a Founders Pack, you'll get guaranteed access to our playtest. During this early alpha testing phase, we're expecting the game will be up 1 weekend a month. Then we're going to take all of your feedback because we want to make sure we're making the game that you want to play. We're going to work our asses off to make the game better and address that feedback over the next month. And then we'll do another playtest weekend and we'll see what you guys think. And we want to keep evolving this game with your feedback to make it as amazing as we know it can be. And then from there, we'll go into a 24/7 kind of beta phase where we're targeting somewhere around 25, a little over 25, 30 gods when we enter that phase. And we'll kind of debut our second all-new god that we've been telling you about. And from there, we want to grow the roster pretty rapidly. And we're currently planning to release 1 new god a week, or 1 moved god a week, not all new god. I want to, yeah, all new god. Every week, as we're in this closed beta phase, until we get to a true free-to-play launch. And maybe Travis, you can talk a little bit about like the importance to us of starting with a small roster of gods.
And obviously, it's just a way to get the 40 million players that have played Smite throughout the 10 years to a chance to re-engage with the game with a smaller roster is just a huge advantage of this system. And so we want to make sure that we're introducing gods that have had the quality of life improvement or the gameplay that we want to have those gods experience. We want to be careful with every one of them and reevaluate everyone that we bring into the game. So for those 2 reasons, it's like starting with a smaller roster, make sure that we deliver the best quality god play, you know, and then also hopefully can re-engage the 40 million players over the lifetime of Smite to get back into it.
To jump in on that, just one other point. It's also really exciting for players who have never played Smite before, because one of the things that we see with the new players coming into the game is that it's a little overwhelming to figure out your niche, figure out which specific god speaks to you, and the smaller roster is like perfect for that. And we all thought that the kind of point that we want to get to for free-to-play is perfect for that wave of hopefully brand new players. Yeah.
Awesome. And then because we know that every god is somebody's favorite, we do want to keep moving fast until we get to at least 100 gods, because we know that we need to get to that level and have everybody's favorite god there as soon as we possibly can. And we want to hear from you, like, what are your favorite gods? What do you want us to be making? Like, you know,
yeah, I remember there's a meeting we had where we were all sitting there, and you'd also compiled a list of a whole bunch of people you talked to about how they ranked it, and that meeting was passionate. Everyone has a different perspective of what god they really think defines Smite, and that's one of the coolest things about Smite. But like, definitely send your suggestions. We're listening.
Maybe we could even say that we could spoil a little bit and say that the next god is Fenrir.
Oh.
No, that's actually true, though.
Okay, well, actually, nice god Fenrir. Okay, awesome. Awesome here.
Yeah.
We've covered a lot today. Thank you guys so much for being up here. I think we have one more little teaser for everybody out there in the audience. How many of you remember an old skin that you got for playing Smite 1 in closed beta. Yeah, can we see that skin in Smite 1? Just maybe take a quick look. So this is Cacodemon Emir. He's maybe a little old, a little outdated, and we thought, man, what would we do if we could build a skin for Smite 2 from the ground up, no restrictions whatsoever, taking full advantage of UE5? Let's see what Cacodemon Emir looks like in UE5. So, we're so excited what we can do with skins, with gods. You guys saw Hecate in the keynote, with literally everything with this new foundation that we have to work from. Like, our team at Titan Forge Games is amazing. I love the people that I work with every day, and I love Smite. There's so much more that we can do with the foundation that we've built for Smite 2. And what we've been showing this weekend is really like the starting point. Like, if you think back to where Smite 1 was 10 years ago with the broccoli trees and with, you know, all of the differences then, like, I'm so excited to see where we can take Smite 2 with this new tech, with this new foundation, and I'm so excited for you all to hopefully be there with us and playing the next generation of Smite. So thank you all so much for listening. Hopefully you enjoyed hearing a little bit more about the making of Smite 2, and yeah, we're so excited for the Smite World Championship. Root for the totems. Let's have a great day. Thank you all so much.
You love your sticks and stones. You throw them my way to make a point, but I don't have hollow bones, so you'll never take away my voice. You used to feel like home, but now the whole place is so destroyed, and I'll survive on my own. I'm stronger than when I started, even through all the times I hit the ground. I'm stronger than what you wanted.
Yes sir, Reggie, yes it does. I just finished clipping the roadmap, and I'm gonna post it in my Discord now. If you missed it. It's in the chatting. The roadmap for Smite 2. I clipped the roadmap for Smite 2. The road map. So like their timeline.
It's finding my zone.
As well as how Legacy Pack and gyms are gonna work.
Looking, performing, and competing the way only I can.
Yeah, and they actually fucking are building it from the ground up, which is what everybody's been saying they needed to do for a long time. So, hell yeah, exciting shit coming, man.
A miracle run. Legend status.
We're gonna get weekly updates and then pre-order and alpha play testing at the spring 2024, which is very cool. And man, yes, uncapped MMR, baby, about fucking time. Matchmaking changes, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Yeah, facts. It's about time I had something to play for, bruh. Bruh, like, because 3500 MMR is max, and like, I can achieve it so easily, I just fucking, I hate being there. Like, 2500 MMR is the place to be. You can have so much more fun at 2500 MMR, and then I can solo queue, and I don't have to worry about shitters on my team because it's more balanced because there's more people at that rank. So hopefully that's fixing matchmaking package, and then I don't have to fucking 3-stack and gain no MMR ever and have no reward and then lose one game because of something. Cause like we're having fun and lose 100 and shit. Like it's about fucking time. So far, Scotty is not on the list for Gods and Smite 2, but yeah, I can't imagine they don't bring her over. I think Smite is getting a lot of exposure right now, so hopefully numbers go up and increase the player base. Yeah, and they were talking about how they need to increase the player base so that they can implement these good things. And making that new player experience better so that we increase the player base. And it's about fucking time. They're literally listening to what we've been preaching. It's awesome. Like, yeah. You take thousands and thousands of people and they talk about these things, they're gonna actually come to like legit solutions. And yeah. And what's awesome is with Unreal Engine 5, if we need something done, we want something done, like a new Joust map, if we bitch and complain hard enough, we take our fucking troops to Twitter and shit, they have no excuse. Because now to create a new map, it's not hours, months, almost like the time put in just to get like a iffy product. They can achieve so much more in such little time and have a strong product, a better Joust map, for example. Literally about fucking time. On God. Yes, sir. I'm so excited, man. I can't wait. It's actually awesome. It's so dope. Yeah. Once you're up and running, baby, you coming back to Smite 2? With the boys? Once you know you got your life figured out and shit? The restaurant's going. Maybe a kid. Who knows? Oh shit, bro. You might have a kid playing Smite 2 sooner than you know. A little waggy? Yeah. It's dope, but yeah. You're doing the right thing, man. Like, focus on your life first. So, we're proud of you, Waggy. Keep it up. Involuntary support veins. Oh, I get fucked. Dude, game 1. 18 minutes, bro. I'm so fucking hyped. I can't fucking wait. Let's go. I literally get fucked. Yeah. Fucked for profit, baby. That's my Smite. Waggy, if you don't already, check me out on YouTube and TikTok, baby. Daily clips. I'm gonna have to watch it because my lady coming over at 4:30 for a couple hours for adult activities. Watch it back, yeah. The VODs will be on YouTube and they'll be even on my pages. Kick, YouTube, Twitch, of course. Yeah, brother. Nice. I can't wait, dude. I hope to God the Dragons take this W. We need it. No music. Rip. Bum, bum. Ba-da-da-ba. Ba-da-da-ba. Ba-da-ba. Bro, just like, nah. I think Warriors are more likely to win, and I don't want them to. I don't want that. I want the Dragons to win it. Like, their whole team, man. Their whole team has been reverse swept. It's their time. All of these players, man. It's their time, but they... Bro, yesterday when the Leviathans got 3-0'd, aw, pain, dude. Shit was some cheeks. I wanted Leviathans to, like, Leviathans before anyone. But, at least I don't have to, like, vote against... Like, I don't... I have one team that I want to win now. Because if Leviathans won, I want both teams to win so badly, but probably Leviathans a little bit more. $14 minutes. Can't wait.
We stayed the same. I got way too many thoughts in my brain. I got memories.
But also Nike carries, so I don't want to see him into it. Nike? What? Him? Who's him?
I'm not one to blame, but I could point out every way that you change. Some things stay up while others go right down the drain. And lately we've been going down in flames. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I'm punching.
Oh yeah, Nico, man, Nico popped off so hard. 12 totems in one game. It is dope watching these games, man. Absolutely. Yeah, I was fucking screaming yesterday. So excited when the Jade Dragons did the impossible. Game after game after game.
I'm moving on for good. At least my therapist is saying that I should. I don't believe it, but I really wish I could. Instead, I guess I'll stay misunderstood. Cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure out where I
The emotes in the chat. Almost at 30k views on Twitch for Smite game. Alright, I'm gonna get water. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back and I'm ready. I'm hyped. Let's get fucking get a little bit. Get it. I got my camera back on. Bam. Let's get it.
People say I am a monster. But I don't care if you speak ill of me. Thank you for speaking ill of me behind my back. I am only becoming stronger and stronger, like the firefly shines in concrete.
Alrighty.
And now, it's time for the grand finals of the Smite World Champions. Introducing your teams, first up, the J Dragons. First up, someone who's grown up in front of our eyes. A hunter known for his unbridled aggression from Newcastle, England, the Penta Man, Vaporish Coast.
Where is he? Oh, there he is.
A leader of the league, a staple of the scene, someone you can look up to, representing Baltimore, Maryland. Give it up for Polar Bear Mike!
PBM! Oh my gosh. Yo.
A multi-role superstar with an unparalleled understanding of the game. He is better from Paris, France, Darden.
From Paris, France. The diversity in the geography is awesome.
With Smite in his blood, he is the wind in this team's sails. The king of Stirrer, Ladbrokes! A man of the people, a winner in every sense of the word. Hailing from the country of Georgia, put it together for Nika!
Oh my gosh.
And with a heart as big as his playbook and the experience to match, hailing from Cairo, Egypt, Cherio! One more time, welcome to the stage, the Dragons! And their opponents across the way, please welcome the Oni Warriors! The hardest working hunter in Smite, finally making his way to the final stage, all the way from Lima, Peru, Netrio!
Bro, Lima, Peru. That's amazing.
Undefeated on the world stage, from Leeds, England, last year's world champion support, Genetics. They promised us greatness, and boy, he's delivered. The future of the mid lane, and the future is now. Say hello to Pega! The best jungler of the modern era. From Guatemala, the Jungle Diff, Peloton. Unrelenting and unstoppable. He is not trolling. S-O-T!
Bruh. Bro, no way! No way! Smite game went down! Yo! Yo! No way! No way! POVs are still up, someone said. Refresh, refresh. Dude. Yo.
Warriors!
fucking back in.
And just as thousands of Smite fans have descended into Arlington, Texas, our eyes now turn to the final, the pinnacle, the greatest game of Smite that will be played this year, and it's the Jade Dragons and the Oni Warriors who will play it. A best of 5 separates one of these two teams from lifting the hammer on that stage. My name is Dolson. To join me for the rest of this day, Mifflin, Inbound, and Hazer. A long weekend, fellas, some long days. Friday, Saturday, we got here, and we have whittled it down to 2. 2 teams coming into this set on a 3-game win streak, Hazer.
Yeah, and it's not the top 2 seeds. First and second seeds knocked out already. The third and fourth seeds will battle out. Both teams that they had expectations weighted upon them, but I feel like they've already exceeded what a lot of people thought they could do.
Yeah, and both of these teams have reached those heights that we expected out of them that we hadn't really seen the entire rest of the year. And now they're finally at that point. They're hitting that pinnacle, and they're going head to head.
Miff, what's your read here? You talk about momentum coming into a final set. I mean, got to be the team that hasn't dropped a game all weekend long, right?
I mean, it could be, but it's also the team that has the crowd at their back. If it's a 6v6, including coaches on the stage,
that's true.
It feels like the Jade Dragons just have an army behind them with the fans here.
There's a lot of comparisons, apples to apples. Fans to fans might be a worthwhile comparison later on in the day as well when these teams are needing energy. But we will start over in the duo lane. An exciting matchup here, guys, because you look at Netrioid versus Vaporish Coast. Coast no stranger to playing aggressive and trying to find 1v1s. Netrioid has played that way in the past as well, but what do you look at here in the duo lane, Inbound?
I think I look at Netroid. I think Netroid has supremely, like, almost reinvented himself for this tournament. He's willing to play those early game gods. He's willing to dominate. We've been seeing him build consistent crit, which is something we want to see. And he's been dominating in those team fights. Perfect positioning, perfect follow-up, and always where he needs to be.
Yeah, and on the other side, it took Coast a little bit to warm into this tournament, I think. Those first 2 games in the semi-final, he went down this road of the Kins build with Silver Branch, switched over to the crit, and started dominating team fights. I want to see him stick with that. The Hatchie man that he's played 6 out of 7 games so far this event. I don't think he's going to be getting it.
Maybe that's something Oni Warriors are able to key in on. Remember, pivotal plays from Vaporish Coast at the end of that game 5 yesterday to help the Jade Dragons make their way into the grand finals. Okay. Understood. That's, you know what? No, because bias might start leaking through here. Let's compare the next guy over there in the duo lane. Genetics versus Polar Bear Mike. Polar opposites, maybe, with current sentiment. And Genetics is playing this role, not only support, but the villain role very, very well, Miff.
I mean, but look at his god pool, Dave. It runs so deep. We've seen Genetics be the most target banned player at just about every single event he's played at, and still somehow has something in the back pocket. PBM's got great pressure in lane, but if we're talking pure adaptability, I don't think anyone's topping Genetics.
And that's for sure true, but the one thing I'm eyeing in on is that Ganesh, something that Mike is now showing that he is willing to play, which is perfect going into these finals. I expect Ganesh to be that highly targeted god.
For me, it's the Yamoja for Genetics. I do not want to see him get this pick. I want it taken away. I do not want to see it at all. And we do all dream of a team of PBMs.
I think Mike has some fans here today. Sounds like it to me. And a throwback to the Jazzberry Jammers. We'll see if the squad gets some of that going here today in our grand finals. Over in the mid lane, another great one, a veteran of years of Smite in Dardes for the Jade Dragons against Mifflin. One of the best newcomers we've seen step on stage.
I mean, if we're talking raw mechanical skill, you can't look any further than Pagon. This guy has been a force out of the mid lane. Gets a bit crazy sometimes. He's a loose cannon. But Dardes on the other side playing his own unique meta. He's going to play whatever he wants. He's got the entirety of the Smite God list there.
There's an Erlang Shen in the middle there. And how about the guts, Inbound, to go to an Erlang Shen in a must-win game 5?
And that's what I like to see, that confidence. He knows that that Erlang set matchup is so dominated by this Erlang, and he's happy to go back to it. We haven't seen it in a while, and he still has that confidence to pull it out in that game 5, and he dominated with it. So that's something that the Warriors are going to have to pay attention to.
A guy with a god pull so large, he puts our graphics to their limits. Unbelievable. So many gods, and I think he might have to go deep in this set.
Not a pixel wasted in that comparison graphic. It is the year of the dragon, I might add. See if it holds true for the Jade Dragons. A jungle matchup for the ages. Lasbra started to have a really good set towards the end of the best of 5 yesterday. And Mifflin Panatom, maybe one of the best to ever do it.
I mean, I am an unabashed Panatom stan. I've been talking this guy up all year. He has only impressed me. I think you could count bad games on no hands. You can't find one from him.
And this is the time I'll let you gush about junglers, because these two have been playing to the top of their game. And Panatom, as you said, incredibly impressive games. I mean, all throughout this tournament, all throughout this year. And he has this kind of eclectic god pool with what he wants to play also. He'll play that Athena just to be able to flex it somewhere else. So he's not just stuck on those more hard carry assassins.
Yeah, I feel like both of these guys have evolved into role players, right? They're both able to play many different styles and provide whatever the team comp that they're in needs.
You ready for this one here, fellas? Let's look over at the solo lane. We've got SOT and Nika going toe-to-toe.
Jeez.
And, I mean, our poor graphics folks, they have used every single inch of these graphics. And I'll let the crowd speak for itself here for a moment. And Miff, I think that is going to be important here today. Energy and support, it really turned that set around yesterday. A lot of it started around Totem, and Nika, he fueled into it, he played into it.
There's got to be additional pressure on these solo laners to control Totem just to keep the crowd on their side. I mean, I've not heard cheering like that in a very long time.
No way!
They'll fight over it.
Oh, come on now.
He's got to breathe.
Yeah! He gets through
the rest of us.
Inbound. What do you see over in the solo lane?
I mean, I'll double down on that Totem sentiment. I expect Osiris's Bellonas, they're going to want to play for these, because more so than just helping your team out, you're getting the crowd behind you cheering for these Totems, and it means a lot when we get to these emotional finals. Like, you're playing with everything in you, with everything behind you, and it's an emotional game.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to manage as well, because it's something you don't deal with for the rest of the year. And then 1 set a year, 2 sets a year, 3 sets a year, you deal with the pressure of the crowd, and you need to take the momentum away from the Jade Dragons if you're the only Warriors.
I'm judging by what I'm hearing that a couple of our players have joined Kelly over on the stage. Miff, I want to talk about, normally the second game is the most important, of course, in a best of 5. I actually think it might be game 1, and I might agree with you here in this set, Miff. Do you think these two teams very momentum based?
I mean, not even just these two teams. When you have a best of 5 matchup, when the stakes are this high, setting the tone, setting the pace, letting the enemy team know this is exactly how things are going to go down is so important. The Jade Dragons always been a momentum based team. Important for the Oni Warriors to stop them there, but I think the Warriors equally so capable of running with that wind in their sails.
We'll talk a bit more about this matchup here in just a moment. Player mentality, player energy, so important in moments, in games, in sets like this. Kelly standing by on stage with a couple of our players prior to the grand finals.
Thank you so much, Dolson. Everyone, please welcome to the stage Netrioid and Nika. Two absolutely incredible players representing amazing teams that deserve to be on this grand final stage. Netrioid, an undefeated run so far. What is it that separates your team from the rest?
I think we're just playing pretty confident. We know that we are good players, so I think we just play our game. I think we're pretty smart when it comes to drafts as well, so yeah, I think that's why.
I'm excited to see how you guys play today. Now, Nika, you had an incredible run yesterday, going down 2 games, then reverse sweeping. What does it feel like to be here on the grand final stage for the Smite World Championships?
It's my first time in the finals. It's the same for a few of the other boys, and we just can't wait. It's a new experience, and you know, it's a pleasure to be here in front of all of you, and I just can't wait to play.
Netroid, I would love to know your thoughts on going up against the J Dragons. What has the preparation been like since yesterday?
I mean, it's kind of hard to say about the preparation without leaking something, but all I want to say is that they are great players, great people. I think I have a lot of respect for all of them, especially for Coast. I'm really happy for him. He's playing on the finals, so yeah, may the best team win.
Same question for you. Obviously, you saw how dominant Oni Warriors was. What exactly have you and the team been doing to prepare mentally and for the game?
Likewise, you know, everything Royd said, like I echo it back to them. We have a lot of respect for them as well. And prep-wise, I think we're just going to go in and do a lot of what we've been doing and, you know, stuff that we're confident in. And yeah, just give it our best and good luck to them as well.
Well, to have you both here on stage in front of all of these incredible people in the audience and to the tens of thousands watching at home, is there anything that you would like to say before getting into game to your fans watching?
You guys have been a great audience, honestly. And I think we all know that whatever happens today, I think we're going with a happy ending, right? So.
Nika, same question to you. Anything that you would like to say before getting into game?
Yeah, just thank you to the fans for the great support and everyone watching as well. It's been my favorite Worlds I've been at, and yeah, let's just put on a show.
And one final question before I let you guys sit down. Is there anything that you would like to say to your opponents?
Not really. I mean, let's play some good Smite. Let's give the audience some good games, and yeah, let's do it.
Nika, same for you.
Yeah, I mean, let's just have the best set we could possibly have, and best of luck.
I love to hear it, gentlemen. Shake hands.
Let's go.
Good luck, guys, and we're heading back to the
That's such a big W. Let's go.
It's like positivity overload. Every time
So
Nick has
wholesome.
been on
Let's
stage
go.
for an interview, you know, you get moved to
Amazing.
tears. The energy, the emotion, these are the moments you talk about when you look at the Smite World Championship.
Someone said kiss, please.
Plenty of conversation around the J Dragons because of what was a dramatic reverse sweep yesterday. And Hazer, I don't want it to get missed here.
Dude.
The Oni Warriors, you know, maybe less talked about, but it's only because of how clean and how dominant they've been. The big dramatic headlines are the Dragons reverse sweep. The quieter headlines, but should still be a headline, is just how scary and just how clean this Oni Warriors team has been.
Absolutely. I mean, they proved how much they've done
Oh,
over the
man.
break, how
This
much
is gonna be
practice they've
wild.
put in, and how much they've learned. They lost to the Atlantis Leviathans in the tournament coming into this World Championship, and then they go and sweep them 3-0, absolutely crush them. And the Warriors have just looked fantastic, clean, and that's why we're not talking about them. We've seen so little to judge them on. They've just been dominant across the 5 games that we've seen them in.
Ladies, gentlemen, Smite fans everywhere, it is time, picks and bans, for game number 1 of your grand final starts right now. And it's the J Dragons and the Oni Warriors. Teams that have brilliant head coaches, and draft strategy certainly will have been calculated based on either side. Inbound, what are some early things you want to key in on here in game 1 of the set?
I want to touch on the support bans because we've seen a couple different ideas of how you want to deal with genetics. And the Bologna ban started off, totems are important.
Wow.
That's what they're saying. They're saying totems are important. This early game solo
Wow.
pressure is important, but just as important, those support bans, Yamoja, Ganesh, Shobek, Kepri, what are we going to see from the Dragons? What are they going to let genetics play?
Odin.
With the Bologna band there, that makes my mind go immediately towards things like
does,
Osiris. If you want lane bully pressure, that's the exact other
That's
pick,
tough.
and still makes his way through those bans.
There's some
Not all centered towards genetics, actually only one. So
good
spreading
stuff
the wealth.
open.
Hazer,
There's the Hachi, man.
You know, there's a lot of draft strategy around this Oni Warriors team. Sometimes all towards genetics, sometimes spreading the wealth. Are you partial towards one strategy or the other?
Well, what I like in terms of their strategy here is their hunter strategy. They see the first pick Hachi Man and they take it away. They banned the Anher from Coast. He's played the Hachi
That's
Man
nice.
non-stop and they take that away. They're trying to make Coast uncomfortable.
Guys, where's the Athena ban? Where is the
Whoa.
Athena ban? Where is she going to
gotta
get
be
picked?
picked here.
There's no
No
Athena
way.
in the top pick, no Athena in the top 2. We are going Osiris, Aphrodite. They want those solo totems, and they want to get Mike on this solo
There it
pressure.
is.
Oh
100%
my
ban
God,
rate,
Hachi
man. And the
Athena.
Athena makes it through.
Global presence, pressure, ease of play, initiation. Athena brings it all. Essentially permaban throughout this entire event for good reason.
Not essentially.
Her win rate has just been
Permaban.
ridiculous. I think this is maybe a major misstep from the J Dragons early on.
I love it. I love it. This is starting out this game one with a different strategy that the Warriors haven't had to play yet. They've played that the Emoja, they've played that Kepri, they've dominated that way. The Jade Dragons say, we haven't seen you play the Athena yet. Play this Athena.
And what it does as well is it throws the Oni Warriors prep.
That's fucking
spent
funny.
all last night, no
There's
doubt,
the
sitting in a
Tiamat.
sweaty hotel room trying to figure out what the Dragons were going to do. And this is something that they most likely didn't predict. If Athena were to get through, they were expecting the Dragons to take it. They don't.
Wow.
And instead,
Let's go.
it's the Afro support and the Kukulkan. Dardes has been denied this pick all tournament long, and he finally gets it.
No
Let's
longer.
go.
Haven't seen it yet, which seems surprising to me, but it'll be a first here for the Jade Dragons. What are some things you need to see
Dude,
here
let's
inbound
go.
in the next wave of bans?
I want a little more setup from the Dragons. So if I'm on the Warrior side, I want to ban away any setup god I can.
Yeah.
I think that Thor is something that comes to mind, but the Dragons already got to it. Something like that Hunbots, something like that Ratatasker, anything that'll allow them to set up for this Kukulkan.
Hunbots, Naja immediately comes to my mind. Spear of the Nine Winds, not the easiest ability to line up. So anything that makes it easier for the Jade Dragons, something that the Warriors
Lancelot.
likely to put eyes on. That Lancelot, that throws me
Strange.
for a bit of a
That's
loop.
strange.
Yeah, we have seen Laspra pick it one time, and he did get a win with it, so it's something that he likes to go to in the jungle. Maybe the CC immunity on the ult, able to punish the Athena when the Athena goes for a dash taunt. You don't want the Lance ulting through.
I
denying
think
your
that
backline
is
follow-up
one of the
and
best
isolating the
assassins
Athena
chasing
as
down
she puts
Hachi
herself out of
and
position.
confirming.
As we get to these next two bans, the Momon is still something I'm really curious about. Is it going to be in that
And so far they
jungle?
have
Is it going to be in
nothing
mid? Who is going to
that
be playing
gets-
it? We
they
have
have no
mids on
CC that
both
would get
sides, but we still got
a lance
jungle
off his
potential
horse.
available for Lasbra, for Panatom.
Wow, that's
and
such a
Panatom
good
especially is something that I'm thinking about. Momon would be really strong in his hands in this comp.
And if it's going to be a team fight based composition for the Oni Warriors, which is generally what we see Athena compositions lean towards, things like Gilgamesh come to mind for Panatom. Thor as well
Okay.
as a great ban from the Jade Dragons. So I think smart to take it away. But Susano as another AoE CC setup style pick. There are a lot of avenues available to both of these sides, but I feel like the Warriors just have a much easier time lining out the rest of their draft because their top three essentially is just dictating all of it.
Yeah, I'd quite like to see the Jade Dragons go towards some more objective pressure here in the bottom two as well. They have that Kukulkan, great DPS as well
They
as the
need a
Secure on that mid lane mage. Now I want to see them be able
big
to open up objectives. Have a
Hunter and jungle
that's
pick
gonna be
here.
able to go
They
the
need
crit
crowd,
mode,
like they
burst
need
down Gold
CC.
Furies, and maybe another pick to help zone, a jungle pick for Laspra that helps them set up these Gold Fury fights.
And something that kind of fits both of those is that Erlang Shen, objective damage, setup, CC, all types of stuff that this Jade Dragons comp wants to play around. And on the opposite side, I'm curious to see if the Warriors are going to be looking for something that can match this Osiris in lane, something like that Surtur, which we haven't seen Solar Troll play it yet, but I know he likes it. I know he likes how much totem pressure it brings, and is that something where maybe they want to pick that to shut down Nika?
There's
I
the
feel like
trouble.
it's
Let's
so
go.
hard to
That's a
match
good pick.
Osiris and pressure in lane. You might have to forego a bit of that totem pressure, but you can
I-
instead look towards backline dive, someone that can punish things like
Aw.
the Kuku Khan from the Jade Dragons. My mind goes towards maybe
I
even
did
a
not
Sun
know if
Wukong here.
Chernobog was going to get picked or banned.
Yeah, I think the Super Sun Wukong makes a little bit of
That's
sense.
huge.
I'm just worried about last time
You
we
can play
saw
the
this
map
Osiris
so
Wukong
well with
matchup,
that.
it was 12 totems to 0.
It's not fun.
You said forego lane pressure. You're definitely foregoing lane pressure, but when we got out of that laning phase, that Wukong was able to waste a lot of time, get a lot of space. I don't hate it, but it is a little risky with how much we're putting on this solo lane.
Super interested in this Chernobog pick as well. Chernobog Afro, not a lane that does especially well in the early game. We've only really seen this out of Cyclone Spin this event so far, pairing it with a Sobek.
Athena
and that is
jungle.
doing very,
Athena
very
jungle.
well.
Panatom.
And yes, it will be the Athena jungle. Ganesh come through for genetics in the
Thank
bottom
God,
two.
goodness.
Athena jungle has superior just jungle clear. Her ability to deal with those camps is actually very fast. Her scaling
Yes!
into the mid game
That's huge.
is really where she starts to hit her pace though. So early on, expect to see Panatom just farming it up, playing it a little bit safer.
The
Tick over
Ninja.
to level 5, can't sleep on the damage from that ultimate.
And I really
The
like the Athena
Ninja
jungle. I'm a
setup.
little bit more worried about this Ganesh, into the Aphrodite, into this Kukulkan, and even into the Chernobog. There's a lot of survivability, a lot of avoidability of this Ganesh ult. Is Genetics going to be able to get enough value out of this Ganesh? I almost think, I don't hate the Athena, but I almost would have preferred the Athena in the support.
I quite like the Ganesh into the Chernobog. That's one matchup that I quite like. You're able to catch that dash both going into and coming out of the wall with this silence. Ganesh called the counter for a reason. Very, very good at canceling abilities out, and Chernobog really relies on that dash into the wall for safety.
But now that we have eyes on all 5 of the Warriors picks, all I'm seeing is initiation, CC lockdown, team fights in the jungle. They've got it all. Amaterasu can burn beads. Athena can do it on their own.
No.
Where's the CC?
I do not like this Nemesis.
Dude, the Nisha was
Exactly.
so
Where is the
much
CC
better,
that this
man.
Jade Dragons comp has? The only CC that they have is a single target after kiss or a 3-second delay sit close enough for the Osiris Sun. I don't like it. I would have way preferred that Naja.
Yeah, I mean, it's a high pressure situation. Neja, a very difficult character to pilot, could be punished by the Athena and the Ganesh with that immobility. You have to ult out often, so it's a scary one to go towards. But I think this Nemesis just doesn't round out the comp very well for the Jade Dragons.
Myth, anything positive to say about this Nemesis pick? We are not liking it due to lack of CC, but is there something that you think it does bring to the table for the Dragons?
I mean, I got to dig deep to compliment the Nemesis here.
You can say
I
no.
suppose as counter initiation, there's some value if you're worried about the tanky front line of the Oni Warriors. Defense shred, it's a low-hanging fruit, but it's what Nemesis brings. She's got relative safety, double dash to avoid the Dharmic pillars, but I agree with the other analysts here, Dave. I would have much preferred to see anything with confirmable hard CC.
I will say, though, last time we saw this 3 auto attack Jade Dragons comp, they didn't go for that XC. That's like the one thing I do want to see. If you're going for this Nem, you're going for the Osiris, this Chernobog, build the Executioner. Allow your team to just shred who is ever frontline. Because as you said, that's really all she's going to be able to do in this comp is shred. So allow her to do that, get an XC somewhere.
Yeah, it's going to make it very difficult for Panatom to play here. If he dash taunts and it gets beadsed out, he's getting Nem ulted, he's getting slowed, he's getting ulted down by everybody. And this Osiris is going to be able to solo zone while that goes on. So this puts a lot of pressure onto Panatom, on this Athena. He'd better have practiced this, and he'd better have practiced it hard.
But the vast majority of the Jade Dragons composition is so reliant on that auto attack damage. Good luck sticking to the priority targets on the Oni Warriors. We already talked about initiation, but it's just a change of mentality to turn initiation into peel. There is so much ability to just say, all right, well, you're walking down my Tiamat. Probably won't be. We've seen this Tiamat incredibly tanky, but you're trying your best to stick to him, and now there's slows around you. There's the defense aura. You disrupt some of those auto attacks. The Executioner passive falls off, and you're just losing out on some of this shred.
I am
Anyone
stressed.
else?
Me too. I'm a little stressed up here, and we're just watching so far. We're in P's and B's, and it's getting a little stressful. But the one thing I really do actually really like about the Nem is that solo lane gank potential, that solo lane value that this Osiris will have with that Nem. Solo's gonna have to be really careful on this Ama to not get that dash caught out, because if he does, they can shred him before he can even get out.
Fellas, it's time to embark on a journey. There will be twists and turns and ups and downs, but it starts right now. Game number 1 of the Grand Finals with Gormizer and Trelly.
Thanks so much, Dave, and everyone there on the desk. Of course, Charlie, in a little bit, it's going to be Doug who gives us the game. Of course, it's this amazing crowd here in the Esports Arena Arlington, and I think a very electric set that's facing us, especially if you've been watching the bracket. If you listen to us at any point, Charlie, the Dragons getting here, the Warriors getting here. A lot of people did not expect either of that happening. One maybe a little more than the others, but the energy they've brought, the fact that Genetics undefeated on stage, the way the Dragons won yesterday, all of it, it's going to culminate in what I expect to be a great set.
And listen, we got to hear the analysts on the desk. They didn't have their great things to say about the Jade Dragons composition, but as far as I'm concerned, they could play whatever they want. The electricity in this building to support this team has been ridiculous. If you got to see the semifinals yesterday, you know the crowd loves these guys, and they could play just about anything, right?
Did you see the graphic that had Dart as his god pool?
Yep.
Was insane how many different gods that guy will play. Of course, if we're looking at insane, and we're about to get into game, it's something I want to pick your brain on, because we have seen a god banned so much over the last 2 months. And not only does that god go through, but also to a role we haven't seen in a minute. But for now, it's game 1 of the finals, Warriors and Dragons. And as we kick it off, Charlie, I want to ask you about this Athena jungle more than anything. How does Panatom have to play? And if anything, I'm surprised that it's him and not someone like Lasbro.
I mean, Gore, so much is on the line right now. Nerves run high, and so what do you do? What do you do to make your team life just a little bit easier? What do you do to make your team fight a little bit easier? Ease of engage, right? Athena Taunt is going to set up for just about everything. Panatom can be across the map at any moment with Defender of Olympus. I tend to agree that when I saw this pick locked in, I definitely thought it was leaning more towards the support role. But maybe Genetics called it off. He said, you know what? The Ganesh is open. We can make a pivot here. We can flex that pick. But later on, it's going to be so impactful.
Right now, I know the desk was talking a lot about lack of CC on the Dragons. I think we're going to have it in spades over on the Warriors. It's making sure that it works. Eyes are on Lasbra, that last pick Nemesis. Took a lot of fire from the analysts. Do you think it's going to be able to hold on to its own? I mean, you know, they were struggling to find
Yes,
nice
baby.
things to say,
Get that
but it
fucking
does help
totem,
deal with
Nika.
some of the tanky bodies.
Gore, as
Yes.
far as I'm concerned, you go with comfort. In times like this, you go with comfort. I don't care if you get the best 5 gods in the game. If you're playing lights out on Nemesis, you go towards Nemesis. So Lasbra, he was feeling confident. That's exactly why this pick came through. There were other options that had CC, but that's not what you go to. In the World Finals, you go to what you're feeling. And I don't hate this pick too much as long as they're able to use the strengths of Nemesis, right? That tank shred. Look at the tankier targets. There are 3 of them on the side of the Oni Warriors. Panatom may be building full damage, but he's still a Guardian at heart, so getting that prot shred, that prot steal, I should say, could be a big deal, just trying to burn through some of these tankier targets. Connect him to Polar Bear Mike, now you've got an unkillable carry.
Genetics doing something interesting as well, splitting some farm around just to make sure that Netroid maybe can catch up, getting a small lead. Trelly, you can see, again, small rotations on the map. Blue buff invades have been a topic of conversation. Those are going to be coming up soon. Pagon leaps in, knock up good, Dardes low. They need a little bit more damage from the beads. He walks on out of there. He's
Phantom missed the
The
auto.
reach needed to connect there from Panatom, not quite, but Dardes loses the beads. Remember, Panatom has Blink. He could come back in at any moment with a Blink taunt and set up for another engage. And let's not forget what happened yesterday. Pagon was constantly leaping in on this Tiamat. He is not going to play defensive at all, and it does not matter if we're on the World's Finals. He is still leaping in aggressively, pulling those relics and getting down. Pagon is going to be an absolute threat for the rest of this game.
The pressure he can apply, the way I was talking about him yesterday, the epitome of hold W, it feels like in a lot of these instances.
Alma
There
has
are times
Death
where you
Toll
will
and
question his
Osiris'
play,
Axe.
but he'll make it work anyway. Right now, we're going to be questioning Nika. Lasbra getting aggressive around the blue buff and looking for the invade. They've got Panatom. The taunt is good. The steal is
Let's
there.
go.
And that's what you
Go,
need. And
baby.
the pressure right
That's
now,
what you fucking
Nika,
need, Dragons.
Lasbra on right.
Let's fucking
I just
go. Way to
saw
fucking be
Mike
there.
and Coast in the jungle of the Warriors on left as well. And
fucking
slowly
go.
but surely, Trelly, again, it's small golds right now.
That's
400,
huge.
if they can keep this kind of pressure up and keep these surprises, force the Warriors to play back, they're going to slowly start taking control of the jungle.
And let's not forget that Boris Coast is on the Chernobog, right? In one level, once he gets about one more wave, he'll be able to fly across the map at any given moment. This Chernobog can be so impactful if you just take a fight over in solo lane. You recognize someone use their dash, you recognize someone use their ultimate. Boris Coast could certainly use that dash aggressively. He loves to go for those 1v1s. And you can hear the crowd, they're hyped about Nika. This Osiris pick has been dominant in lane. The blue buff invades coming through, and Sod is stuck under his tower.
I mean, the way he played yesterday, look, when you look at the Warriors, you know, we've seen what Sod can do. We've seen mechanically. But when you go back to yesterday and you look at the Ferryman and you look at like Baskin's tenure in Smite, what he's been able to do, no one usually beats Baskin that badly in lane, and let alone does it 2 games back-to-back. Nika and the crowd hyping him up, I think really let him play back to his full potential, what we've gotten used to seeing, and kind of surprised when it comes to fruition and to the forefront that Nika has not yet won a ring. Massive plays here. And the control in solo lane was a huge
Come on, Nika.
portion of the Dragons win. Right now he's controlling and he's got a little help to get it done. Sot. He's gonna have the Athena coming in, turns it around with a stun.
Oh, Lasbra's gonna fall.
A little help. The taunt is
Oh,
good
no,
for
he's
the
fine.
damage.
He's good.
He's good.
He's good.
He might be slow,
He's
but
good.
he's walking out. Meanwhile,
He's coming
Nika
back
not
in.
only taking
Oh my God! Coast is there. Let's go.
For the Dragons.
And that's what I'm talking about. Boris
Let's
Coast
go.
flies in from left field, and he can do that whenever he wants, as long as that
Let's
ultimate is available. It was looking a little bit sketchy when Panatom ulted in. I thought those mitigations might be enough to change the way that fight goes. But you also give the first blood to Coast. He's going to get the Devos online a bit sooner. He's going to get the stacks online a bit sooner. And you better believe he's going to get aggressive in lane with that kill.
Well, now, like you said, you're playing with the hot hand. You recognize where you can start to put some pressure. Now, Coast, yeah, maybe he can't make the rotation. But like you said, that small lead can really start to steamroll. Not a lot of CC for the Dragons, but they're kind of buying that out with pressure. Luckily for the Warriors right now, blue buff immediately grabbed up, and they don't have to worry about that invade. And as just mentioned, a couple of the ults down on the Dragons slows the roll just a bit. You've got to be worried about the pressure again. Lasbra, this is what we saw them doing yesterday, Charlie. Just Dragons, pressure, on right, be there exactly when you need to. And whether it's getting the crowd on your side or it's invading a blue buff, it's really giving them a lead.
And that's why Lasbra's sitting on this side of the map. Panatom, remember, he's got his ultimate. He could get here whenever he wants, but I think this Athena is going to be a lot more beneficial on the left or even in mid lane. Remember, Dardes' beads got pulled very early on in this game. Not much came from it. Pagon actually hadn't backed in quite some time. I think he stayed in lane for the majority of that beads timer being down, so it wasn't as if he had the Book of Thoth and could have used that damage to aggress. But Panatom had the blink time. He still didn't want to go in and put more pressure towards the Kukulkan. And this is one of those mages that can stack up real scary. That Spirit of the Nine wins. You let him get 6 slotted. You let him send that ultimate down Main Street, get a multi-man stun, or multi-man knockback rather. So much damage can really change a team fight.
And the pressure in the jungle, right? That's what we really saw. Last week, you know, I'm having flashbacks, 4-man ult in the jungle corridor from a Kukulkan, like that kind of lineup. Yeah, Dardes does things like that often. So the Warriors have to be aware of positioning. And right now, Charlie, they have to be aware, it's almost 2,000 gold in their favor. And you know, you could give a little bit of credit to that in the solo lane because Nika, again, has been controlling. Invades have gone their way. First Blood has gone their way, but the gold is slowly pooling in their pockets.
And don't get me wrong, the ultimates to confirm Totem are all nice and flashy, but that opens you up to ganks. I mean, right now you can see that Lasbra's nearby, knows that Dazzling Offensive is gone, so SOT has to play very safe. Panatom was hovering on this side of the map as well, but Genetics wants to get aggressive.
Genetics makes dash. Get dropped.
Okay.
He should be able to walk away there, and that's where one of those moments where that CC comes into question. Yes, you can lock him down a little bit on Genetics, half health, but not enough to really put him in too much danger. Gets to fall back, shield buff could still be threatened out by him. Dardes secures the mid camps over on left. A little bit of a presence from the Dragons being matched now by the Warriors. They've got 4, Mike and Coast.
Nice.
Safe with the Aphrodite. All fall back to their tower line, worried right now about Panatom's just kind of movement, and that's the thing. Panatom right now, it's not just can he gank, it's where can he be, because it's global, it's everywhere. Whenever that ult is up, Trelly, he's a massive threat.
He certainly is, but he doesn't have that much DPS early on, right? It really is set up for the team. Panatom's not getting too many solo kills. He wants to taunt for his team. He wants to set up for these big burst damage ultimates from Pagon and Netroid. He's not going to get the heavy lifting done himself.
7-0 on the totem, baby.
On the back foot here in the early game. Only 8 minutes in. Not going to be the biggest deal. They are scaling. They're looking towards that later stage. But the Jade Dragons have been pretty dominant so far, just showing up right side of the map. Nika has been owning the totems, 7-0, I believe, in favor of the Jade Dragons. Blue buff invades, etc. Sad has just been stuck underneath that tower. But remember, upgraded relics start to be a big deal at about this point. Teleport, only halfway upgraded for Nika, so cannot show up to left lane unannounced unless it's towards a tower. But Genetics goes to that Cloak of the Ascetic very early on. That meditation fully upgraded already.
We've seen the difference that can make. Maybe you trying to match the healing, do you think, of the Aphrodite, considering Mike only has the tier 2 on med, he's not upgrading it just yet, or is there something else it's giving? I mean, the cooldown could be pretty massive.
Yeah, I think the cooldown's the bigger deal. If you could use it in the middle of a team fight, Panatom might get a second taunt, SOT might be able to get a second silence. Those sort of things can definitely add up. But remember, these Gold Fury parts, these Gold Fury fights has been very impactful as well for these teams early on. When the supports, they show anything, they can find someone walking forward, just trying to pull a relic, anything at all could open up this Gold Fury wide. But the dual lane hasn't really left. It was that one time that Coast ulted away. Besides that, the supports have been just chained to this dual lane.
We also haven't seen much rotation from either jungler since then, right? They show up in the solo lane, they get the job done, and then since then, Lasbra slowed down a little bit, actually fallen slightly behind Panatom in terms of farm level, just now hitting 10 versus Panatom, who is sitting there comfortably. Now you're wondering maybe where they're going to show face. It's left side, around the mid camps, nothing too serious. Panatom with a dash is able to get out of there. Charlie, it's 10 minutes in, it's 1-0. Still, about 1,500 gold over towards the Dragons. Maybe something more. Nika is walking in the jungle, again, looking, fishing for something, someone to bite the bait, take the bait, go for the fight. Won't quite find as we eclipse 10 minutes. And we have a small lull. I'm gonna ask the crowd right now, who is rooting for the Warriors in this set?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Pretty good, pretty good. But it's the question on the other side, and you already hear some chants. Who out there is rooting for the Dragons? And Charlie, we talk about this team being a team that feeds off energy. That's the kind of energy that can really elevate your play to the next level.
Yeah, this is definitely a squad that has been a fan favorite, one that has been wanting and just trying to get back to the grand finals for quite some time. Finally done it. They're doing a great job at the moment of just holding this lead that they got for themselves, thanks to that first blood, thanks to that ultimate from Vaporish Coast. But I've seen the grouping around this Gold Fury a few times. Remember, with Dardes here, with Spirit of the 9 wins for confirmation, could be a risky call to let the Oni Warriors get any sort of pull or anywhere near this objective. So the J Dragons, they've had vision, they've been around. I think they keep doing a little bit of checks, right? They're not actually DPSing the objective, but they're saying, hey, what would you do if we pulled the Gold Fury? What would you do if we went in for just a little bit of damage? But 12 minutes, fast approaching. The beacon is gonna spawn in, and both of these solo laners fully upgraded the teleport. Both Sot and Nika could make a rotation at any moment. As far as who's gonna be more impactful though, SOT's got the dazzling offensive. You just want to pull these beads down. That's what Athena is here for, but Pantom hasn't been able to do it too much.
Well, Nika right now, again, good stun onto Sot. But it is that rotation that we got to see yesterday. That's where a lot of that power came from. And he's dominating the lane. Sot doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. The slows are looking pretty good for Nika. It'd be a slow burn, if anything. The build isn't allowing a lot of damage, but he gets them pretty low. And again, just asserts dominance in his own lane. But the question is going to be the pressure. Right now, Beacon is where I turn my eyes. It spawns in. You've got Mike, you've got Dardes, Genetics, and Pagon standing by. Mike with control. And the Dragons slowly building up everything they need to pick it up. Taunt from Panatom onto Mike. You can burn down an Aphrodite pretty simply, but you got Lasberg coming in the back. Pagon has to be careful. And the Warriors will not step up. Dragons get themselves the totem.
Beacon goes down, now Gold Fury is still that target. I mean, when you get the beacon, you get that extra damage, you get that extra movement, but you have to watch out because of the rotations the J Dragons have been making. They're still sitting so closely around the Fury. They have not went in for a call yet. Netroid, very quiet game so far, has been just ignoring Coast and going for farm. When your ADC counterpart just flies away, gets a first blood, and comes back ahead, it's never fun, right? You like, guys, really, did you have to just get me behind in lane? So Net has to just sit there and understand that items-wise, he's going to be a bit behind, at least for the foreseeable future. So Coast gets to do essentially whatever he wants. I want the J Dragons to go in for a pull here, whether it's an actual pull they commit to or just a bait to step forward. They have so much damage. Dardes can go as far forward as possible. Maybe after the Staff of Mirrodin comes through, that's what they'll feel, but there is not burst on the map that is going to counter Dardes at the moment.
Yeah, it feels, you know, we've been talking a little bit about the farm and
money.
kind of unanswered so far from the Warriors. The Dragons have been able to
11-0 totem, baby.
stockpile of gold. 13.5 minutes in, 2,800.
Oh, yeah.
There we go, 1,900 here. So they're gonna go ahead and step up to the Gold Fury. Maybe just a heat check.
Bro, are you not
Genetics
watching?
It out. They don't want the actual full fight. They just
Bro,
want
you
to
need
see
to
how
watch
quick
this.
the response time would be, and it was a little too quick for him. So instead,
Please
they back
watch
away.
this.
Blue buff. Maybe invaded
It's so
here
good.
by Sot, looking for some of the damage. Dash is
70.
good. It strips part of it away from Nika, and is
I'll
able
watch
to
it.
steal it away fully, but now you're in a bad spot. Lasber's in the jungle nearby. If
I'll
you
have it
can
pulled
keep him
out.
slowed down
Let's
just
go.
enough, you might have some backup instead.
48.
Opts the split ways. Lasber goes towards mid, and it's going to be a small reset.
Yeah, that shield just does so much burst damage. Not easy to outconfirm the blue buff there. Pop the frenzy just to go in for the totem. They're going to trade ultimates as well. It looks like Sot might actually have this one. That is the first totem for the Oni Warriors, and the stare down afterwards. That one's got to hurt.
Nika knows. I mean, look, you can hear the crowd. He knows he's on his side in the totem fight.
They lost the
Pyromancer,
totem,
heat
man.
check from the Dragons, 14.5 in. Now taunt, good from Panatom. But that's another danger, and right now, it's been kind of,
88.
I haven't seen a lot of fighting in mid, and that's the sneaky damage that they can start to provide. Like if that tornado suddenly connects, all of a sudden, we're having a different conversation for Panatom. The Athena also, and this is something we've seen in some builds, with the breastplate early, sometimes in the jungle can be a lot squishier than someone that you're trying to have initiate as often as you would like an Athena to. That's one of the dangers it feels like for Panatom in this game.
And that's why I want to see the J Dragons, you know, look to be aggressive, right? Panatom isn't doing that level of damage. Not the magic as Lasber could do, right? He has the Hydra's Lament, he's got the Atalanta's bow. He's going to be doing some great DPS, but Panatom's looking more towards late game. He wants Bumba's hammer, he wants plenty of CDR. It's just a night and day difference, and the Jade Dragons should feel much more confident to fight at this moment. And I cannot believe Pagon sends the Lizards over to right lane just to steal some farm. That's messed up.
Sometimes you need it. You need it go your way.
Yeah!
Totem this time goes
Nika
away.
got
The Dragons
it.
getting Pyromancer started up. And again, a heat check. Dardes has the ult, throws it through, gets
There
the
it
pyro,
is.
and a double ult. Pagon forced to fall back. Same for Panatom. And it might not get a kill, but it gets the objective.
And I'm wondering why it took so long for the Jade Dragons to realize they could do that. I mean, Pagon picked Tiamat. This is not a burst mage by any stretch of the imagination. Primordial Onslaught does not outburst that ultimate any day of the week. Now they get to step forward. Remember, they have the Pyro, they've got the Runic Bomb, and Tier 1 Tower is going to be gone. Even more gold in the pocket of the Jade Dragons. And this grouping, there's nothing else over here, Gore. They might be looking for gold.
Yeah, Coast already pulling it and dealing some damage. Netroid, Genetics are going to spot it, and they've got Pagon coming up behind to make sure they have some pressure. So we have a numbers game. The Warriors, especially with Dardes' ult down, feel confident pulling it themselves. They drop the Dharmic Pillars. They've got the burn. Someone's got to get in, but no one from the Dragons shows up. Warriors pick up their Gold Fury and take a little chunk out of that gold lead.
Not only did Dardes not have the ultimate, but Nika's teleport down for 70 seconds. What a beautiful rotation from SOT. He showed up with the Shoguns, and he said, yeah, we've got the damage. Let's go ahead and burst down this Gold Fury. Try to stem some of that bleeding that's happening as far as the gold lead goes. The Jade Dragons are still going to be okay with that, right? The Tier 1 tower sort of helps equalize that play. It wasn't just the Runic Bomb. Lasbra's nearby. It doesn't seem like Sok can die even with a nice gank. It's just the Dazzling Offensive is going to get you out of trouble, and Amaterasu so fast with that first ability. It's not easy to try and chase her down. And Sok's just going to trade auto attacks here. Yeah, he's got Death Pull. Why not? You're going to be able to heal through this.
And speaking of I guess just trading and also just itemization, straight up for Lasbra. Last time you checked in, he's got the same, so I have to imagine he's got plenty of gold in his pocket.
Oh, they're
right
switching.
now.
They're lane switching. They're lane swapping.
Yeah, he's got 2487, and exactly like you said, I see Coast now going over towards right, Nika towards left. They did this yesterday as well.
They did. Boorish Coast is going to be just fine clearing waves. He's not going to want to 1v1
Because
SOT, but Nika should be able to force out the mounted archery if he closes gap. I think that's the call here. Try and run down Netroid, maybe force some relics or get something going on the left side of the map. Either way, Yoni Warriors, very quiet so far besides that Gold Fury pull. They recognize their opening. Once that Spear of the Nine Winds is down, they can go in for objectives with little threat. But still, the ganks. Panatom, this is one of the more quiet jungle games I've ever seen from him. Lasbra got the 1 assist, of course, and besides that, has not been getting active across this map. And actually, Panatom going into a second defense item. They are really leaning on Pagon and Netroid to be the damage dealers as this game continues. Because if you're going double defense, it's going to be a while before this Athena starts swinging. Did they trade back? They did. They sent Sot left.
Keep him over there, man. He's doing everything that they can.
He said, hey, I'm here to fight Nika. I'm switching lanes wherever you go.
They're not worried about totem fights anymore, right? Like, you can send the carries over there. There's nothing interesting on right anymore now that it's not spawning back in. Instead, now you've got your carries in the interesting spot. We always talk about how important they are. Great dash from Coast, by the way, dodging out the taunt. Little things like that. And Trelly, that feels like what Panatom is becoming is a taunt machine, right? It's show up, dash, taunt, pull somebody in, and just hope you live through the engagement. The thing that I'm really curious about, if you go back a couple of years, he's having an MVP level performance on every jungle he picks up. It feels maybe kind of at odds with the typical style we see from Panatom.
But remember, because we've sent the ADCs over to right lane, Fire Giant becomes so much more accessible. You don't have to make that rotation all the way over. They're already here, near the blue buff, just sort of staring each other down. More specifically, though, it seems like Pyromancer is what they're looking at. It's about to spawn in here in a couple seconds with Netroid and Coast.
I saw the Osiris on one side, Athena, Hachi on the other.
They will swap. They will swap. Like they lane swapped.
Global presence.
Coast is yeah. This is the meta.
The Pyromancer is what the Jade Dragons are after. That
Holy
ultimate,
shit! You don't watch
Conquest. The Polynomicon. He has so much burst damage. This Cuckoo.
No, I don't.
Kind of slept on so far this tournament.
We have
group stages was
this shit.
Absolute menace.
Now I want to ask you about the
so like after totem stops spawning, ADC and solo kind of swap lane.
Need someone to catch up. Right now you are on the money about the Pyromancer. Good attempt from Genetics, but
Solo
not quite
should be
good
ahead
enough.
of the ADC, though.
That's going to be a Runic Bomb in the pocket of PBM. But going to the
still
lane
has
swap,
ult.
it feels like if it was a standard hunter for the Dragons, maybe, yes, you're going
Because
to throw him
by
a
that time, the
you could make bigger
play short laners can kill ADCs pretty easily.
Started up by the Dragons like
They
you
have
said,
that very
Darnez
strong,
with
like,
half
they're
health
very strong
already.
at
You've
that
got
point in the
new
game.
warriors now, all 5
And then
stepping
Gold
up
Fury.
to the Dragons.
Doing fire?
Damage thrown there. Wait, Nika into the back
Well,
line.
no, there you go.
Nika
It's gonna
comes
drop.
up just
It's
right.
gonna drop.
Damage on
Say
to
that again?
Pagon. Zoning out, jumps in, has genetics lockdown.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. That's how you counter it, by both teams reaching.
Dardes completely opens up this fight, but Sot goes in. Oh my God, Sot with the damage towards the back. They pick off Lasbra, and now you've got a little help. Panatom again, taunt machine. What can he do, and what can he bring? And right now, it's the damage from the mid laner who's getting it all done. Coast in a bad spot. He turns one around.
Coast still found one.
3-3, both teams. Just
Mike's gonna stay.
around the FG.
That was
Does Nika have ult? I mean, teleport now.
But this Tiamat, those soul gem procs were absolutely popping. Pagon should have had a triple kill there. I was seeing the lines of a Penta with some low health bars, but luckily everyone decides to go back. And remember, all that breaks out because SOT is over in left. You can see the Amaterasu going for a tier 1. They say, hey, let's go in for Fire Giant. We've got Sphere of the 9 wins. We have the confirmation.
Yeah.
But with teleport available, made it over just in time. SOT starting it up. Netroid has the crit online already, but Nika, PBM, they spot this out immediately.
Still have
This
two
is obviously
from the
gonna get
Dragons that
dropped.
aren't going to be there, and very specifically, no Dardes and no Dardes ult
No, it's not.
available to
They're
try
running.
and secure this one. Could be the full coin flip. Nika into the back immediately on towards Netroid. Warriors secure themselves the Fire Giant. Now the fight afterward is going to be just as massive.
Nika's
What
gotta get
can
out.
the
Nika
Dragons
no
do?
ult.
Right now, it's just try to get away with Sot.
Mike's got
Doesn't
him.
seem to get the memo. Goes a little far, takes a little damage. The Warriors retreat, and they've got fire on 5.
Yep, FG on all 5 means they can play this one
Fuck,
slow.
man,
Tier
why
1
are the
tower,
Dragons
they still
letting them have
plenty
these
more real
objectives?
estate on the map to try and go for, but it looks like Primal Fury has caught their eye. The gold, still very important. No one's 6 slotted just
this
yet.
has
Those
ult.
recipes still locked in that last option.
He's
So
not
the only
showing it,
Warriors would
bro.
love to get more gold in their pocket. That's exactly what they'll do. And this is where I want to see Coast using that global presence to his advantage, right? Splitting up the map, staying away from the Oni Warriors as much as possible until he has to fly in. At this point, you're just trying to find some gold. The Jade Dragons, they have good defense. Undying Love is going to be a great defense tool, and Dardes can clear waves like it's nothing. But there's a big advantage towards the Oni Warriors when it comes to actually walking forward because of Panatom.
And earlier we were talking a lot, Dragons, early game, up to even 16 minutes, absolute control over the gold lead. Now it has swapped around. It's 1700, not too much 23 minutes into the game, but it's gonna build up Trelly as they start to find these siege. Early Fire Giants, these 21-minute Fire Giants that we see though, struggle sometimes around even tier 2 lines. So I'm curious, in your mind, where do the Dragons draw the line? Where can they step up to the Warriors and say, you do not pass here?
Tier 2. When you're this close in gold, you can defend tier 2 towers. This is not a, we're going to retreat and let you have everything on the map. The tier 2 towers should be at least a soft defense at this moment in time because, again, 3k gold, just about. It's not that big of a deal. The Jade Dragons should still feel confident. If this was EFG, it'd be a little bit different, but the Oni Warriors splitting up the map. They have Pagon's Tiamat Lizards helping out with the push, and they'll knock down one more tier 1. Still 2 minutes left on the power play. And splitting up at the moment is actually Lasbra. He doesn't have the ability to fly over in a second, so he's gonna have to channel that back.
Has to play, like you said, a little slower. Tier 2, oh my God, getting chunked down quickly by the Warriors. The Pentatom goes in, forces the beads onto Coast. And now falls back, has genetics, Dharmic Pillars dropped, locked in and corralled are the Dragons. But
Coast
the
has to
turnaround,
live.
and specifically the ult.
Let's go! They find him.
Done, and the damage is there to start mounting their defense.
Pagon jumped in.
Leaps in, good stun,
Oh.
allows the Dragons to fall back and slows the Warriors in their tracks.
Well, I thought
Mike
that
is fucking
wraparound
on it,
genetics
bro.
was going to be clean, but Dardes says, hey, you cannot walk up to this ultimate, and SOT realizes he's not as tanky as he thought. The tier 2 tower is going to be the win, but Titans have been unleashed, walking up right side of the map. Pyromancer should be grabbed here for free by the Oni Warriors. I mean, with SOT down, he has teleported up, so it shouldn't be a big deal. I don't think the Jade Dragons have enough time to push up with their Titan. They might just walk up slowly and sort of heat check what the Oni Warriors want to go for.
Just a minute left now on the power play to try and get anything done. How much can they step up? I mean, this feels like the massive reset, right? This feels like a step towards the next FG, maybe a step towards having to defend. Titans are going to clash over in
let's
right.
go.
that the third beacon was capped. Should be pretty easy for the Dragons with the Chaos Titan here behind them, Charlie. How much do you think they could get done?
They're playing good
with
macro.
Darda's building the way he has, it's usually Obsidian Shard and a Soul Reaver, but goes for the Polynomicon. That means he has plenty of damage.
Let's go. Dragons feeling confident, feeling good, being confident on the offensive.
Takes a good bit of damage. The Oni Warriors, remember, they still have Fire Giant buff for a bit. They are okay.
Doesn't matter. Dragons are better.
Watch out for the Spirit of the Nine Winds. Dardas is still a target.
Panatom again, double taunt. He's going to Nika. Nika jumps in. He wants this fight. Dardas shoots it straight down. It only connects onto one, but it's Sot.
Kill Pegon. Pegon's dead. He entered. He entered.
Alternate
He entered.
timeline, tries to get the job done. Nika goes too deep and dies.
They trade. Okay.
And get themselves a traded out kill mid for Solo. The Titan
They still
knocking down this tier 2 tower, and with a little bit of pressure and a little bit of help from the Dragons, they're going to get it.
They don't have to leave. I don't know what the Jade Dragons are doing. Push
Jade
forward.
Dragons are
You've
good.
got the Titan on your side, but they don't want to gamble. They don't want to risk it. They know Fire Giant is spawning here shortly. This is going to be a wand defense as far as I'm concerned. The Fire Giant went to the Warriors, with the Jade Dragons were able to trade out tier 2s.
Yo.
That's all for now. We're going to be back to the Fire Giant Dans and Gore. How much is at stake here? I wouldn't be surprised if we're stalling this one out until Enhanced Fire Giant. And because I've already brought it up, might as well dial back in one more time. Another defense item for Panatom. He went Spear of Death, so that's the only damage besides the Bumbus Hammer.
And again, do you like this style? I mean, he's gone in and taunting. He's pulled Mika twice, but it's only a little bit.
I don't like it, but I'm not saying I don't like it because it doesn't work. It certainly does work, but Panatom is arguably one of the best junglers to ever touch this game. A hard carry player, the Susanos, the Thors, the Dajis, and you sent him on tank Athena? I just feel like you're not using all your strengths.
Now, it's Spectral Armor, very specifically, is that item. Not a ton of crit, and I guess I should add yet onto that, right? Is there a good chance for Coast to lean into that? We've definitely seen it be a big build. I think it helped him out a ton yesterday, but he's really been going towards some of the more penetration-oriented builds pretty much all weekend.
Yeah, that's true. And Panatom also, you know, I was already talking about the Athena going mid-tank, the Gilgamesh as well. He's been going towards more supporty style
This Ganesh has a lot of movement speed, which is huge.
Warriors are going to go for the pull. Dardas is close by, though. Got to watch that ultimate.
Now we're still sub 30. This isn't enhanced just yet. And again, the Dragons have secure over the wall if they need it.
Nika's super
caught out on the right, or maybe
tanky.
he's the one doing
He's
the
fine.
catching. Slows. Thrown onto Sot. Watch Lasbra on the left as well. Looking for the loop around. Instead, they fall back. Fire Giant
Nika's
regens
gonna
back
TP
to
back.
full. And Charlie, this is that awkward moment, right? The 2.5 minutes now until it's enhanced creates this dynamic between these teams. Who can step up? Do you want to burn it right now? Do you want to wait? And can you find a pick? Those are all questions both of these teams need to answer.
Because Wake Forest Coast has that ultimate, he's going to be sticking around. Doesn't need to be here. Could go over, try and solo Primal Fury, could push left, but you don't want to fly into some damage. And once again, you see an attempted pull. Dardas sends the Divine Ruin procs to the back line off a good Zephyr. Lasbra taunted back in. Actually,
why did he
There wasn't much
beat?
follow-up there, but he didn't know. And SOT's in the back line.
Oh, there's a shot from Dardas. This one doesn't connect, though. The damage, not the follow-up from the mid laner, but you've got this front line. Sot forced to fall back. Lasbra kind of in no man's land, waiting for Panatom. Has him locked down, slowed down. You need a little more from your carries. They're not able to find the hits. They need low health bars on either side. And both
Holy
teams
shit, so
calling
much
off
just
immediately.
happened.
Fall back, get a small reset, get everyone regen, back to full health, and back for a fire.
Those were some low health bars and some
Yo,
risky
that
calls,
was
but no one falls
scary.
down. Netroid still full HP though, so
Both
doesn't
teams
decide
right
to go
there, I
for a
swear to God,
pyromancer
were like
pull. I think Mike heard it,
fucking
decided
shaking.
against it, is going to stick around.
Actually, not really.
Let
They're
that
pro
Rune
players.
Bomb
They're
come
common
through. So
collective.
now, Oni Warriors have a little bit more contest.
For us,
Dardas'
though, we're
ultimate,
shaking.
which is gonna
It's
be
scary.
up any
Terrifying.
second now. Take a look at those relics, though. The Jade Dragons have an Aegis to their name. That's about it. While as the Oni Warriors, Pagon's got the beads, the Aegis, and Netroid. These carries have been just fine because Panatom, Sot, and Genetics have been doing all the dive.
We've seen, I mean, this Hachi as well has been such a highly contested pick, mainly for Coast over anybody else. But we've seen Netroid a couple days ago on a Shibalanke who was just standing back as far as he could, free firing. You've got a little bit of range on this Hachi. It feels like if he can play that style, I mean, this is, you know, he's gone the build for it, he's got the play style for it, and like you said, without pressure on the beats, who can dive him? Is it supposed to be Lasbra?
It's not easy to get to a Hachimon at this point. Netroid has a red buff as well because Pagon's been able to eat them and spawn 2, so now you got both carries with red buffs. He doesn't have the Deathbringer just yet. That's going to be the big difference as far as I'm concerned. The Demon Blade helps, like those crits are flying, and as I say that, does actually pick up the Deathbringer. So now, if Lasbra gets to the back line, you can shield like one crit. That's about it. Then Netroid is just going to shred through you, so not easy to do. it is going to be mostly on Nika to try and get to the ADC. And now the Oni Warriors once again started up. It's going to be enhanced.
30 minutes, enhanced Fire Giant on the board. It's just a heat check for now. Can they pull the Dragons into a fight? Not a lot of gold separating these teams, but it favors the Warriors. And they're once again going to start their DPS on this Fire Giant, trying to find their way towards the back. Pagon has been playing very far forward as well as Sop. It's been Nika, the one who has engaged the most on these. Charlie, if the Dragons get their way, you had highlighted the relics earlier. Now you've got beads for Lasbra. 15 seconds until Nika has them, and then 30 seconds on relics for Dardes.
The space and the amount of stuff that Nika is getting out is insane.
Yeah, the Jade Dragons are happy to stall this one out. I think it was the Warriors that were trying to bait out something, right? It wasn't a pull to go in for Enhanced Fire Giant. It was, hey, can you guys ult? Do you want to use a relic? Can we just find any sort of opening where we can find the fight after the fact? Make no mistake, the Oni Warriors don't want a 50-50. They want an all-out jungle brawl. And it looks like they're setting up for one. Dardes comes around the corner. Remember, Panatom has the taunt, but sees the link and knows PBM would be there with the kiss the second he dashed forward. So calls it off. Now we're back to the drawing board. Hey, Beacon is here. Primal Fury is here. There is stuff to do on the left side of the map, but everyone is around Enhanced Fire Giant. This could be the fight that breaks this game wide open.
It'd be massive if it's over a Beacon. Taunt onto Nika. Damage follow-up from Netroid is there. The crits are ringing true, and that's got the solo lane. Osiris already down to half, but he's got some backup this time. Panatom, again,
forcing the auto on Netroid, that's so
back.
huge.
But Nika's able to walk away from this one. Beads had to be used. The solo laner utilizing a little bit less of that utility.
Yeah, but SOT could teleport back in, and Fire Giant could still be the target. That's exactly what he does. He shows up at the Jade Dragons. They've got healing. They have Aphrodite. They have Polar Bear Mike, so they don't have to leave either. Still, the dance continues. One opening is all it takes. It was a beautiful taunt in from Panatom.
Nika's holding his
get a little aggressive, so Nika could be the target once again, but this Osiris does not die easily.
You had said it. This is the portion of the game the Warriors like to play for. It feels like between the taunt, having the Dharmic Pillars available to your name as well to add some shred in there, and we've mentioned the lack of CC from the Dragons. I'm looking at the positioning on the board right now. It feels like they're already on the defensive with the way the Warriors are pressuring them in mid, forcing them to step to this tier tower. But Trelly, we also saw what they can do on a defense yesterday. Right now, not just holding on here, maybe even trying to get aggressive. What kind of opening do the Dragons wait for? Are they just waiting for a counter punch?
Well,
what was that all?
I can tell you that much. Genetics uses the ultimate, tries to see it engage, doesn't come through. The Jade Dragons just want the Fire Giant to go down, right? They're okay with it getting half health. They're okay with going in for a 50-50 because they have Dardes. This Kukulkan can just use that ultimate and break up a team fight. Mike has been leading the charge. It doesn't have much engage though. That kiss doesn't start much. You can see, there it goes. SOT gets ulted, and that's the end of the engagement because the kiss does not last long enough. The Jade Dragons cannot be the ones to start the fight. They have to play reactive.
We'll try to be the ones that end it. Right now, Pyromancer thrown over the wall, stolen by Nika. But is he gonna pay for it with his life?
He's fine. He's fine. He's fine. He's fine. He's fine. He's fine.
Jump over, gets on
Nika's
out
beads.
the stolen
He still
Pyromancer.
beats. He still
But you've got to
beats.
keep running because the Warriors are on their way. Dharmic Pillars doesn't catch
fine.
them.
He still has teleport. He has teleport. He has teleport. He has teleport.
Trelly, that they have been waiting for.
He has teleport. He has teleport. He has teleport.
Nika teleporting.
Get there, baby. Get there, Nika.
Unspotted just over the wall as they set this up and the Warriors start to fall back.
Low health bars on the side of the Warriors. They have to back up. The Jade Dragons should pick this up. They should go in for this Enhanced Fire Giant. Why are they playing so defensive?
Jade takes it. Jade takes it. Take it. Take it. Take it, Jade.
You got the secure Dardes reset. Maybe they want something else to be able to give them that extra bit of push right now. A potion of
Dardes
power
has
is gonna be
secure.
nice.
He
for
has
what
secure.
Dardes is able to bring to the board. But Charlie does enter this awkward time, especially, I mean, we talk about it a lot, but Dharmic Pillars is on such a low cooldown, Genetics almost has it again.
I mean, Hagon used his ult, which short cooldown. Genetics used his ult, short cooldown. Net used his ult, and they were low health bars. Like, I don't know what more of an opening you're looking for. The Jade Dragon still playing this one safe. There's no doubt in my mind the comms were clear. We are not pulling Enhanced Fire Giant without a pick. It's not going to happen. I don't care if I see low health bars. I don't care if I see everyone 1 HP. We are playing this calculated, and they've got plenty of time to do so. The Oni Warriors don't want to burst it, and the Jade Dragons don't want to start a fight. Someone is going to have to break this game open, and I bet it's going to be Panatom. This Athena is going to either go too far or set up the taunt of a lifetime.
And look, yesterday, the Dragons' first game of a 5-game set goes 56 minutes. They do not mind burying their heels in the dirt and pushing back as much as they need to, holding on as long as they have to. Maybe they can find some openings, good slows. That's what this team has open to them. But right now, again, you had mentioned maybe the counterpunch, their strong suit. Pyromancer, not going to be up for a little bit. So right-hand side of the map, it's just this Fire Giant. The Warriors, unable to really find that opening. Who's got to start it? I mean, Panatom, these blinks into a taunt have been absolutely massive, but he's only ever grabbing Nika. He's never getting one of these squishies. How does he get to the backline a little easier to try and get coast your Lazarus or your Dardes?
It's just so scary for Panatom to blink in and go for a taunt when Mike is around, because once that Undying Love comes through, you've wasted your taunt, you're in the backline, you don't have Aegis, and Dardes is staring you down. Boorish Coast is staring you down with crits and burst damage, so I don't think Panatom wants to just blink in. He wants to dash taunt and immediately back up. Genetics is almost always there with the Dharmic Pillars for Peel. But if I'm Pagon, I'm going over to left lane and I'm just spawning Lizards nonstop. Like, he's putting them in mid currently, that's pretty easy for the Dragon to defend. But if you see that he's gone, maybe that's a little bit too much, and the Jade Dragons can just go in for an EFG, but he doesn't show himself. He can spawn like a wait or a whole Titan of those Lizards to just take down the tier 2 tower, or at least create some presence across the map, because having everyone here, all 10 members of both squads, just sitting around this enhanced Fire Giant, has not netted much.
We've entered that territory. 36 minutes in, 5-4 in favor of the Dragons, gold in favor of the Warriors. Just a few thousand, and not too much this late in the game. You can almost forget the first 30, because what matters is what comes up in the next 5 if this Fire Giant falls. But Beacon back available, a second spawning of Titans potentially coming, and the next 10 depending on how this fight breaks through. And Trelly, even more important than any of that, it's game 1 of the grand finals on the world's stage for both of these teams. And that pressure riding on the shoulders, getting that first step forward here could be so much weight.
That's what it is. It's so much momentum on the wave here. One EFG fight, one taunt, one kiss from Mike. And Eva could break this game wide open, put the momentum in your favor, put the crowd in your favor. And that electricity would be exactly what the team needs. Jade Dragons take the Pyromancer. Another Runic Bomb in play. 2 on the side of the Oni Warriors, 1 on the side of the Jade Dragons. They're going to get tired eventually, and here it is, finally. Once again, EFG pulled. This is a bait. The Oni Warriors want to fight. They're going to step forward. But without Panatom here, you already know it's a bait, right? He is at his speed buff currently. Sot is not going to reset it, though. They want the dive. They're just waiting to see if the Jade Dragons will misplay.
Lasper as well was back on the red buff. Nothing too serious for them. If the Warriors get a pull, though, it can cause some trouble. Everything, anytime that health bar gets to 50%, just watch Dardes. This ult, the damage, I mean, we talk about it with Thoth a lot. It comes into the equation. First off, he's one of the few mages who's not gone for the alternate timeline. And on top of that, we end up in this really interesting position where he can 100-0 someone now. Like, if he can hit Net, if he can hit Pagon, suddenly we're having a completely different conversation about the fight.
Yeah, but this man has not used that ultimate yet, and for good reason. Dardes needs the cooldown. As long as that ultimate is up, that's what's stopping the Oni Warriors, and that's a Zephyr right to the face. You can see how much damage this Kukulkan can do. Netroid's gonna have to go back and lifesteal. That's my point. The Oni Warriors are trying to bait out something, and that'd be the go button. The second that ult's down, I have no doubt the Oni Warriors 50-50. And finally, Pagon takes my advice that he didn't hear, sends the Lizards down left lane. Open up something.
Bruh. The dragons, of course. Oh, what is happening right now, man? What the fuck? Close it. Not just me. Fuck. I'm trying.
Long have been completing for a majority of the players on the board. Just now, Genetics looking for the last one. That Undying Love, 30 seconds before it comes back. Dangerous territory for the Dragons. How much pressure can the Warriors get?
I want the Dragons to get so
on
bad.
their side, having no minion wave,
But
and having a pretty solid
kind of
defense
think
for
the
the Dragons,
Onis
it feels like.
are
How long
the
could they
better
hold
team.
on to this?
But I think the Dragons
Jay
wanted
Dragons
more, and
are
that's why they
okay
win.
just playing the slow game. They are waiting for a mistake to be made. And that's what I'm talking about. The Oni Warriors cannot hope to just go for a pull and go for a 50-50. That's too risky. The engage they've been seeing, Genetics with a wrap around Dharmic Pillars, that was a while ago. That was the best option. Panatom now. This
Getting
could
the
be
shield
good. He's
buff.
got Poly, he's got Bumba, so he has damage.
No.
He can also ult in at any moment, but it looks like he just wanted the shield buff. He's not going to continue split pushing left. He's going to go for a wraparound play here. He could go for a blink taunt. This could be what the Oni Warriors want.
Oh, yeah.
Standing in the jungle,
yeah,
left side. Every member of the Dragons falls back instantly. Lazarus over on right is going to deal with some of the minions. So far, no control from the Lizards that Pagon's been sending around. And good defense from the Dragons makes sure that while their map state isn't necessarily the best, it is holding on as long as they can. 41 minutes in, 9 kills still on the board. And that enhanced fire giant, we've just kind of shifted the fight over towards mid lane, which may be favorable for the Dragons in terms of vision. Pyromancer spawns in. Dragons immediately in the pit, maybe looking for the fight as well, trying to find a pick. Unable to lock anyone down. The Warriors just too close knit right now for them to jump in.
Pyromancer started up. Jade Dragons want it. Jade
Let's
Dragons
go.
get it. Another runic bomb in their pocket.
2 bombs for 2 bombs.
On the board.
The Jade Dragons could go in for a bull. They have so much burst damage. They just want to wait out. They want to watch for the Panatom taunt. They want to get a relic down. They are playing so safe, so careful. You already explained why. The energy of getting a game 1 win. Too valuable, too much on the line for both of these teams to go for a risky call that is not 100% calculated. But the Oni Warriors have been the ones in the driver's seat.
Boy.
They go for this fire giant pull
Wait.
so many times just to see if they can find something. Lasbra loses the Magi's.
This is
Big deal. Next time he
interesting
gets stunned,
positioning.
The beads will have to be the answer.
Okay, they
Still,
regroup, they
the
regroup.
dance continues. The Jade Dragons have not left their perch in the back camps around EFG.
Now, I want to ask you, and you know, this is where we're digging deep, but Shell picked up for Genetics earlier, and we've gotten to see some of that shielding, we see some of that safety, versus the Bracer on the other side, for support utility, especially for the way these fights break out. Do you prefer one over the other? Do
Bracer.
you see
Bracer
the
100%,
utility
baby.
that both are going to bring?
Well, it just puts Sot down a bit because he has to
Bruh.
get the friends.
With
right?
Afro,
When
Bracer
Bracer is in
100%.
play, the Jade Dragons say, hey, we've got our damage amp. We know where everyone's going to be. Exit acts as a ward as well. But because Gen X goes for more
Literally
smart
just
ability, he goes for the
whoever
shell, he goes for the med.
you're linked to is
Now
getting
SOT has to
so
get
many
that
buff
frenzy
movement
to
speed,
try and
power,
damage. Finally,
defense.
some split
Pop
pushing
that
has
cooldown
occurred. Will
med.
SOT, 2 left lane.
Magi
Will there be an
Shelter.
answer? Doesn't seem like it. This would be the opening the Jade Dragons want.
Undying Love, slow
doesn't have a runic
stuns.
bomb, though, so this Phoenix is not under too much pressure.
Someone's got a
There's going to be a
back.
little bit of pressure, though, nonetheless, right? Clear
Okay,
the
there's
wave, try to do
Nika.
something. Nika's going to match, and that should slow that down. And like you said, with Lizards going in mid lane from the Tiamat, it opens up an easy defense, at least in that lane, for the Dragons to step over. Again, it's only been 2,000 gold. At this point, we're 43 minutes in. That doesn't mean too much.
They're gonna
And
pull
Fire
fire.
Giant seems to be the big deal. Sot, deep in mid lane, could go for the flank. Lasbra drops the
Lasbra,
ult on
Oz,
Pagon.
Pagon.
Forces them to fall back. They look for their opening. They try to find that fight, but Sot a little late to the party, and the loop does not work here. Instead, Fire Giant started up again by the Warriors.
Going for it. DPS is slow. Dardas is nearby.
Sot's in the back, though.
Panatom takes a lot of damage.
You have to be careful here if you're Panatom.
Oh,
They don't have
yes,
to
Dragons.
jump
Dragons
in.
are looking
They want,
good.
though, the chase down.
Dragons are
Instead,
looking
They
good.
turn their eyes towards Pagon, and they've
Pagon
got the damage, but he's
leaps
got
and
the
gets
lead. Good
stunned.
stun from
That's
Nico, locks
AT.
it down. The alternate timeline
Gets his
keeps him
damage
going,
off.
but
That's
only
it.
for a second longer. Killed off, and Coast opens up this fight. Now Sot, Genetics trying to run.
Let's run the
Panatom,
background.
Metroid forced
They're gonna
out
dub
by
Yuki that
Lasbra,
EFG.
and the EFG
They're just gonna
open
go
for the
burn that
Dragons.
shit.
The Jade Dragons finally have their opening. They back up
Let's
towards
go.
the enhanced fire giant. Genetics is the
Let's
only one nearby. Dharmic
go.
Pillars and SOT with a teleport. They want to try and defend.
Sot goes into the back. You don't have
Just kill
that
Sot.
ult
Just
in
kill
your
Sot. Don't
Darhead.
risk this.
It's true 50-50. Dharmic Pillars drop.
Oh my
Dragon
God.
Gets the enhanced
That
fire
was so
giant. They need to
close.
win this fight. Lasbra is low, but
Lasbra gets it. Panatom trade. Sot dies to Dardas. It's 4-1.
Get the job done. Netroid nowhere
He's
to
dead.
run.
He's dead.
And the
He's dead.
Dragons
GG.
get it.
Now the Dragons
They're
take it.
gonna
Let's
run
fucking go.
down right. And
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Yep, Aegon spawns in 25 seconds with
Let's
the Jade Dragons
go.
have enhanced Fire Giant. This Phoenix is an afterthought. They're stepping forward. They're walking into the Titan room. And
Let's
they
go.
won
Game one.
The damage, it's enough.
Game
one, and a
one,
little
baby.
bit of momentum goes over to the Jade Dragons.
45 minutes into this game. One pick is all it took, Gore. One kill onto Pagon. And the overcommitment from the Oni Warriors means the Jade Dragons have won this crowd so far. The momentum in their favor.
They had Kelly only a small kill lead. They were down in gold and down in pressure they could apply. And when you look at it though, Coast stands out, right? 5-1. Able to get so much done, but the damage from Dardas, there's so much that goes into that. And the thing that the Dragons have, and we saw it yesterday, we see it there, they don't care how long the game goes, they will hold out and they will fight you on their own terms.
And I want to draw into attention how many times we've seen this. After the Jade Dragons, whether they lose, whether they win, immediately Mike says, boys, huddle up. Don't get too excited. Don't get in your own head. Stay control, right? We are playing this one slow, and they did not do anything special. They didn't engage a fight. They didn't overcommit. They sat there and waited. They said the Oni Warriors will mess up. They will step too far forward. We will find our opening. And about 43 minutes in, they found that opening.
And that fire, I mean, that might be one of the longest Fire Giant dances we've seen, just period, with how long they are keeping things up. But they get the job done. And again, Trelly, they get this first game, and how crucial of a step that can be. We've had tons of arguments over game one versus game two, things like that in a best of 5. We're not getting into that now. But being able to look at what they've done and how exhausting on the world stage, in Worlds Finals, that can hold, that's really what I'm seeing right now for the Dragons and what they are going to carry with them into game 2.
They're on pins and needles the whole time, right? That whole EFG fight, one mistake, one taunt, one missed relic is the end of game number 1. So yeah, the stress will certainly start to build.
Well, game 1 ends, and we'll have game 2 in a little bit, but for now, we're actually going to go over to the stage where Dave is standing by.
That's right, Smite fans, we are live here on stage. How about game 1 from the Jade Dragons? We've been here with our friends at Steel Series all weekend long. And if you remember correctly, you could buy raffle tickets for all of this swag. We got microphone, keyboard, mouse, headset, whole speaker setup down there as well. So we're gonna do the raffle giveaway here in just a moment. So if you have your raffle tickets, get ready because we're gonna pull the raffle number here in just a moment. Raffle ticket number 4326316. 6316 are the last 4 numbers. That's the raffle winner for all this Steel Series swag. Someone give me a shout. We got it? All right, we got one. Come up to the stage if you are 4326316 and come claim all your Steel Series gear. I do have something else I think I could give away here in the meantime. I think one game worth of suspenders is probably enough. So I think it may be time while we get our Steel Series winner up here. Please watch your eyes. This terrifies me. Everyone, be careful. We got it. Oh, we got him. The big winner. (432) other side. 6316. Congratulations, the big Steel Series winner. Thanks to you guys at Steel Series for these big giveaways. It's been awesome. I mean, goodness gracious, microphone, keyboard, headset, really everything you need for your setup. Fans, we appreciate you guys. Game number 2 coming up next.
All right, my friend, biggest question of the day. Are you ready? Yes. All right, that was actually 2 questions, but I need to know, do you think there are more seats in that auditorium, or do you think there are more Control Freak thumbsticks in this box?
I gotta say, I think that there's way more thumbsticks. Definitely more people in the audience today because Smite World Championships Season 10 today.
I'm gonna say more thumbsticks.
More thumbsticks.
I think there's more control freak thumbsticks in this box.
Yonder Auditorium or this box? I gotta go with the box.
Oh man, that's a tough question. You know, I'm no mathematician, but I gotta say, probably more thumbsticks.
It's gotta be more thumbsticks, man. That's for sure.
I think there are more thumbsticks in this box than seats over there.
I say more seats. More seats.
More seats?
Yeah, more seats. I believe in the fans.
I'm gonna have to go with more control freaks inside that box.
I'm giving a little guess here. We got a couple Dragons fans out there. We got a couple of whoever the other guy is. But I'm gonna go with this. I'm seeing a lot of them in there.
You think there's more control freak thumbsticks in the box?
I think so. I mean, just look at them all. It's not that big, but there's a whole lot of stuff in there.
Nice. Great answer. Thanks, man. Appreciate you.
All right, baby. Loki. Loki, you there? Hello?
Yes, brother.
Okay.
Kevin.
Yeah?
What gaming chair do you have?
What gaming chair do I have?
Yes.
Not a gaming chair. I'll start with that. I'll send you it.
Okay, thank you.
This I very highly recommend this chair.
Okay, bet.
Yeah, this is my first Worlds final, not as a player, but honestly still feels just as good. I'm really proud of.
He's just as big of a part of the team.
I'm really proud of everyone, like, sticking in it. Like, after we were 2-0 down, it's just poetic, you know? I just told them this is the time we reverse sweep. It's time for revenge, so, and it happened, and I couldn't be happier.
It definitely feels pretty amazing. It's been something I've been very privileged to D2 multiple times now. I'm just very proud of my teammates and everything. Yeah, it definitely feels amazing, but we still got work to do. They played pretty much exactly how I thought they would. I think as the set developed, I think especially game 3, 4, and 5, I think we predicted exactly what they would do in draft. Even it's weird because I'm sure they feel similarly when you play against players for, you know, Aurora and Cyclone and Mooney. I played against them for a decade now. You just know how they play, and they're just so clean. They're just such a good team at objectives. Their macro play, like game 1, they just won off of playing the map better than us. So yeah, they're just an amazing team for sure. It was a tough set.
And it's just very special for us to like finally overcome like beating them. Like the whole year they've had our number, and it feels good to like the last opportunity to just get the win, especially for reverse sweep. Like, what the fuck?
History would say not well. We haven't beaten them yet this year, but I actually don't think that
was such a sad moment.
As like damning as it sounds, I feel like for the Warriors that the most recent like SPL set we played them in the regular season, we had a very similar game to game 2 today, where we're basically stomping them the whole game, and then we threw one fight of fire and lost the game off of it. So I feel like they're a team that we have a better read on. We scrimmed almost exclusively those two teams up to the tournament just because they're on the opposite side of the bracket. So I feel like we have a better understanding of how they want to play. I'd say our early and our mid game improved a lot in scrims, even if at times it didn't feel like it. If you're like, you know, frustrated in games, you're like running it down or having bad starts. I think we got a lot better at that area of the game. In terms of late game team fighting, I don't think any team can out team fight us. I haven't felt that way all year. So I just think it's about playing our game, and whoever we play, I'm confident.
Jade Dragons all about rewriting history. Yesterday, reverse sweep in the semifinals to get into the grand finals. First for many of those players on the Jade Dragons. And in game 1 of our grand finals, break a bit of history, both this year, handing the Oni Warriors their first loss of Worlds, and handing Genetics his first game loss ever on a World Championship stage. So rewriting history, important for the Jade Dragons throughout the remainder of today. Welcome back to the Esports Stadium Arlington for the Smite World Championships here in season 10. Love being here, and it's a great area to be, and all these fans making a lot of noise. And we want to look back at exactly what happened here in game number 1 during the Steel Series Moments of Glory. A lot of them for the Jade Dragons. Hazer, where's your mind go first?
Well, my mind goes to the late game. That is where this game went. There was a bit of a lull through the early mid, not a whole lot of kills, and then we got to this stalemate at the Fire Giant. The Oni Warriors seemed to have the impetus, but they just did not have objective secure. Dardes on this Kukulkan, absolutely key, ripping those ults as often as he could and denying pressure to the Oni Warriors.
And not just that, I mean, the ultimate's obviously phenomenal, but I thought it was the tornado placement from Dardes that prevented this dive composition from the Oni Warriors. Triple tank front line, just trying to get as far as they could towards Vaporish Coast, towards Dardes, and every single time their path was blocked by immense damage.
And to combo with this Cuckoo, they had this Aphrodite providing safety that Dardes was able to go for this full damage build. And the combo of this Afro and Cuckoo, if she ever hit a kiss, immense damage came out. Cuckoo's building full damage, gets about 1,000 power. Aphrodite, when she gets the kiss, 20% more power. Mirrodin on the ultimate, 20% more power. There's so much damage potential on this combo, it's got to be taken away. Both of them, not together. One of them, maybe, but they both look fantastic.
And speaking of damage potential, I thought the Oni Warriors would have a lot more of it.
Yeah,
but
we
it's
have to see an Afro
tank
ban.
Athena build, I think hamstrings them a little bit. They just weren't able to match up with the Jade Dragons.
Yeah, and I think when it came to the late game, they lacked the damage to kill Nika, they lacked the damage to kill Mike. Because Panatom went that build, they only have 2 real damage dealers in Pegon and Netroid, and that meant they weren't ever able to shred the front line, and so FG could be just stalemated forever by the Jade Dragons.
Yeah, and as we both saw at the same time, 8,000 damage out of the Athena. This cannot happen. If you are playing jungle, you have got to build some semblance of damage to threaten the back line. That is the entire problem. And I don't necessarily mind the Athena in the jungle. I didn't like the Ganesh and the full damage or the full defense combo with it. I didn't think there was enough damage there at all. I think if they get this Athena again, I want it to go to Genetics in the jungle and find something else, or Genetics and support and find something else in the jungle.
And realistically, there was the opportunity to just go ahead and put that Athena over towards support and grab one of Panatom's signature picks in the Susano. I was so surprised by that last minute changeup.
And now, I think for the Oni Warriors, it's a return to what Mike was talking about the Jade Dragons in that interview, right? It's about returning to their game, because this is an Oni Warriors team that has been near impossible to beat. And so, Hazer, what do you want to see from the Oni Warriors resetting for Game 2?
I think I'd like to see them switch sides and just ban out that Athena themselves, go back towards what they've prepped. I think that draft from the Jade Dragons threw off their prep. They didn't expect the Athena to get through. They didn't expect to be able to pick it in those second and third slots, so it threw off their draft. They weren't able to convert with the draft that they ended up getting, and I want them to go back to what they prepared last night, what they talked about this morning, and what they came into this tournament intending to do.
Myth, do you think this is an opportunity for the Dragons, though, to go on a bit of a run? This team has been, I think it was Jithan's birthday yesterday, too. It's unbelievable how that works. We'll talk a bit more about what we're expecting as we get into picks and bans for Game 2 between the Jade Dragons and the Oni Warriors here in a best-of-5 grand final live in Arlington, Texas at the eSports Stadium. And Myth, I want to look at the Oni Warriors and maybe some of the shifting around that they're hoping to do, because I think Hazer's right. Maybe just a return to what has worked is the right path forward.
I understand why the Oni Warriors feel threatened in picking up that Athena. We've seen Lazarus threaten Athena jungle himself throughout this entire year, so in that position, you're always grabbing that god, but there is something to be said about playing your own game, and it's something Inbound and Hazer have done a great job highlighting. If something could just throw them off balance like that, it's the Jade Dragons every single time.
And I liked how the Jade Dragons kind of forced them into playing that, because as Hazer said, this is something that they weren't preparing to play. They were expecting that 100% ban rate. And with one other opportunity to ban it here, I agree. Yes, you're on first pick side, but it doesn't look comfortable. Play what you expected to play against, ban the Athena. So far it's led through, they have the opportunity again.
They get rid of what they believe to be the problems, though. Afro and Kukulkan, Mike and Dardes did go absolutely crazy on those picks, and they denied a lot of what Athena wants to do. When Athena dash taunts the Kukulkan Tornado, was denying follow-up.
But you've let Dardes' best pick through. The Morrigan has been his bread and butter this entire year. One of the best base stance Morrigan players in the league. Has great transformation potential with that Bellona making her way through bans as well. Talk about lane dominance and great early game game pressure already for the Dragons.
Nika got the Bologna!
They put the Osiris last game because the Bologna was banned. Bologna available here, locking it in. Maman hover.
Wise, bro. Taking up the Maman.
They had the opportunity last time. They're going for the Maman now. And I like it here because it provides that flex potential. You don't know who's going to be taking it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
it keeps the draft
it might be. It's probably last,
keeps
bro,
the Oni Warriors guessing. And the Oni Warriors, it looks like, deciding once again not to go for Athena support, at the very least. Ganesh coming through for Genetics one more time. I'm wondering if they'll lock in the Athena. I think we're going to see them skip over it this time.
The Merlin hover.
I mean,
back to the standard for the
like
Oni
it.
Warriors.
So
I think it's a really good pickup. It gives you that AoE persistent damage as well. The 100% win rate
across 5 games.
It's been
I mean, you got the Ganesh, you got the Merlin, the Hachi.
If it's going
not
to be
played
Maman mid, we don't know that just yet.
so
But if it
well
is
with
Maman
someone
mid,
else,
that's a much easier matchup than we've seen her have to deal with so far.
I think there is that, but I also think when we go to that late game, I think Merlin is one of the few characters that has that outplay potential into the Maman. And with that Tiamat locked in, we're guaranteed a Maman jungle, we're guaranteed this Tiamat mid, and this is taking it away. The Morrigan was available, like you said, and we've seen Dardas kind of go back to that.
Thank you.
The Tiamat, I'm a little concerned about. Yes,
huge.
it's a strong character, but I'm worried about that early game for this Jade Dragons outside of solo.
I really do like that, though, from the Jade Dragons, addressing the early game in the second phase of bans. If you're worried about not being able to scale up in a late, get rid of the Awelish. That god, so dominant on map, can really establish pace early on. Oni Warriors, similarly, though, addressing early game.
Yeah, they don't want to give Coast a comfort pick. Did look very, very strong on that Chernobog last game. I wonder if we're getting banned away straight away by the Oni Warriors. Just as I say, they address it.
And I like the Bog ban. I think Coast could have used the global a little bit more, but he was still a threat on it in the team fights. And there's still a bunch of ADCs available for Coast here. That Ishtar namely comes to mind, something that can kind of mitigate Hachi's early game, kind of farm up, get to that late game. Rama, another one. We've seen it a little bit. It's not been highly prioed.
That's got to be Ishtar,
and then
right?
lastly, the Heimdall. So there is still a lot of options available here for Coast, and
that's what I'm thinking.
That is the one thing I didn't want to see him on a god that's going to be losing lane.
But every time we say we don't want to see something from the Jade Dragons, they completely flip expectations on their head. I mean, this analyst test was completely down on their last draft. I know Jingwei hasn't looked so great so far this event, but scaling late game damage, crit build now in Vapor's Coast back pocket.
Please, crit build.
Please, it has to be.
And that was what I was going to touch on. Last time he played this Jingwei, he went for that funky Silver Branch Kins Oboe build. I didn't like it. They lost the game. I don't hate it as much if he does go for that crit build. I would have just preferred some semblance of pressure in duo.
Yeah, very, very slow comp here for the Dragons outside of that Bologna. It looks like they're going to be trying to dominate the solo lane again, get gold from totems, get that MP5, and be able to farm out the game. But I want to see what SOT locks in here to match that Bologna. I would like to see him go a pressure pick, maybe an Osiris, something like that that can match the Bologna in solo.
I love that point, Hazer. This is really a scaling composition, and generally when you see mid lane and dual lane scaling, you want something in the jungle that can match pressure early. Maman Brigitte isn't that pick. 2-3 items in, then you have that 100 to 0 potential. You're a massive threat on your own. Until then, you're really just there to clear jungle and try and keep people safe.
And I think you're both 100% correct. If the Warriors go for this Osiris, if they mitigate this Bologna, I'm scared for the Dragons. They don't have anything that they can really do and play through in that early game. And with this Gilgamesh lock in, that's a level 5 spike. That's huge that the Jade Dragons can't really match. And this Osiris, there's so much pressure here.
Yeah, and it's not like their comp isn't scaling either. They have a Merlin, one of the best late game gods in the game. Maui hover. We saw it dominate in the NASEC qualifiers.
No way.
El Leon looking amazing on this pick, and we haven't seen it a whole lot at the SPL level quite yet. Will Mike decide to go towards it here?
And I don't love this. What else is going to be really pulling those beads that you can actually punish? If you hit that pull, yes, you're going to be getting those beads, but then you have to wait for your ultimate to be back up. Are you going to be able to kind of threaten that?
Normally, I'm all in on that, Bobby, but Maui has so much CC on his own. He's going to burn your beads with the first ability, pull you back in with the landfall, stun on the lead, pull on passive. If you want one dedicated beads burner, I think Maui's as best as you could do.
I agree in the same semblance, but into a Ganesh, that is something that you have to put yourself out of position for, and you can't do that against the Ganesh. It's risky, and I agree, if those beads are down, there is that threat there, but Ganesh just kind of makes it so difficult to play this Maui.
I don't know about Kepri.
That ends up being a Baron lock-in.
There we go. That's
for the Jade Dragons. Unless my eyes deceive me.
They played Kepri yesterday.
I think it's the first time.
And it was the reason they won.
Athena will have gone unpicked and unbanned here at the Smite World Championship.
You said what?
Hazer, Baron Samdi for the Jade Dragons.
Corrected then.
Very slow comp here by the Jade Dragons. They went late last time, and it looks like they want to go late again. They want to go towards these Fire Giant fights. I think they're really going to struggle to get through this early game with this comp. What I want to see from the Oni Warriors here is to run it down. Gilgamesh in the jungle going to be dominant. Osiris and Solo can match the Bellona. Ganesh, Hachiman should crush this duel, and I want to see aggression from the Oni homies.
And if I'm playing Gilgamesh here, it's not even, I need to hunt down this laner. I'm going to hunt down this Maman Brigitte. I want to meet her in the jungle, fight her there. There's so much CC lockdown now on the side of the Warriors. Every one of their side lanes going to play with immense pressure. You're not even concerned about what would be a normally pretty slow lane in Merlin. Up against Tiamat, you have pressure there too.
And the one point is that I think the Dragons are kind of going back to is we're on the world stage. Games are usually a little bit slower. That means there's going to be pressure on the Warrior side to kind of snowball this game and get them in that, big lead advantage by the time it goes late.
I know, we're watching it on the big TV.
The Dragons are able to farm up, get those 4 or 5 items. This is a scary comp on the side of the Dragons.
It's a hard thing to manage mentally. You've gone down 1-0. You're under pressure on the world stage. Genetics taking his first loss in Texas, you know? He hasn't fallen down a single time. How does he react here? Can they pull the trigger on these calls? Can they make the pressure count from this comp and get in there?
I think they can. I'm the only concern I have for the Oni Warriors is their ability to do the stuff after the stuff. I know Tom's in the building, but
he's in the building. That's a good shout out.
Play, it's going to be tough. You've got really good burn potential. Ganesh, one of the best at that. Hachiman boosts your team's potential there, but there is no secure. That's not to say the Jade Dragons haven't got it either, but they do have a Jingwei. She's very good at defending Gold Fury because you're just able to leverage that passive to stay ever present. The Oni Warriors could very well find kills, but the stuff after, I'm not so sure.
Game 2 going to be very telling here in this set. I talked to some Dragons players earlier on today. They put a whole lot of importance on Game 1. This Oni Warriors team has been very difficult for the Jade Dragons to beat this year. Players thinking that if they can get through Game 1, they may just win the whole thing. Let's see how close the Jade Dragons are. Can the Oni Warriors bounce back in Game number 2?
Well, that is the question that we're going to have to see answered by them here in Trellia. As far as drafts go, felt like the Warriors, although last time we were saying this, did a lot to get things in their favor. The question is how well they can control them, especially when the Dragons can hunker down as well as they can, as well as they did yesterday and in that last game. There's a lot, I think, that stands out, but front foremost, earlier was the jungle conversation. And I'm going to go back to it because we've got Panatom on a signature pick for himself, this Gilgamesh. It has me excited.
Yeah, and I tend to echo a little bit of what the desk was saying. It's worrisome that the Jade Dragons have went so hard for the late game. They feel like they can stall this game out up against Sot on the Osiris, up against Panatom on the Gilgamesh. Of course, Pagon's not going to do too much heavy lifting there. This Merlin is going to want to get late game as well, and same with Netroid, but you've got the EI Jutsu, you've got some good stuns. It's not as if Genetics and Netroid can't find aggression early on as well, so the Jade Dragons, they really feel confident like they can drag this game out just like they did in game number 1. And if they do, if a Porsche Coast builds crit, this is a pretty gross composition very late on.
Well, it is game 2, the World's Finals, with the Dragons having the 1-0 lead and the pressure that I imagine the players are feeling. You know, David mentioned Dragons saying, get through game 1. As long as you get through game 1, you've got somewhere to go. You've got momentum. You've got something. You've got the crowd on your side if you're the Dragons. And that's going to be their overall goal. Now, Charlie, I also want to throw this back because for longtime Smite fans, this is a lane that you've gotten used to seeing, but years and years and years ago, Bellona versus the Osiris, this feels like it could have a lot of fire.
Definitely. And because of that, junglers might want to stick on this side of the map, right? You've got double teleport, so not as if there's survivability in question, and Lasbra eats a lot of damage early on. That's the benefit. Having a pick like Gilgamesh, a pick like Merlin. But you're right, there should be some scrapping over in the solo lane. It's not as if Lasbra is going to have the easiest time going for ganks. I think Mifflin said it best. It's going to take a few items before Maman feels like she can just fight as aggressively as she wants to. So Lasbra is going to be chilling, whereas Panatom, he's got the blink, right? He wants to fight as much as possible.
Mika needs to be a little careful. Luckily, that signal didn't connect. Panatom, though, finds what he needs in mid. It's first blood, 1 minute win for the Warriors.
And this is what I'm talking about, man. Lasper has the blink, but wasn't able to use it because so much CC comes from Gilgamesh early on. Now, not only are you Maman jungle into Gilgamesh, you are down. You died. You gave first blood to Panatom. He is going to have so much control on the map. And Panatom with a lead on an actual jungle that can carry, that's scary stuff.
That is a dangerous territory. You had mentioned the Dragons, if they can hold out long, that is a key. We've seen them do just that several times this weekend. They're going to need a little bit more, especially if Panatom decides to get active. One thing the Athena does, slow everybody down, right? Yes, you can show up in any lane, but if the other lane isn't giving you the opportunity, it's not going to do too much. We'll take a look back and see exactly how he gets that first blood.
There we go.
And Trelly, it is a very dangerous game to be playing against Gilgamesh, especially when it's Panatom.
He just walked up, took the one, and I'm assuming level 3 was not even necessary. You gotta watch out for those stuns without the beads. And Lazar has to play so safe for the rest of the game too. Getting down without beads, level 12 is when he gets access to that safety. And he doesn't have it for quite some time. Panatom has the ability to get active over in right lane, and both junglers are here. But I don't think you just stick around. I think Panatom wants to step forward. That's exactly what he's gonna do.
Yeah, he wants the fight. Who else is gonna take it? Right now, Nika holds up in terms of position. Kick, stun on the Lasbra. But you've got a good silence out from Nika. Again, just make sure that follow-up is very limited. And Lasbra, he's been doing a great job just mitigating some of the pressure towards him. So nothing massive happening over in solo. Blue buffs should go to their respective teams. And that first blood bounty, giving the Warriors a slight edge in the first few minutes.
So far, that's all that we've seen action-wise. Just a bit of a double down. Polar Bear Mike on the Baron. This was a pick that for a while he was undefeated on.
Yes.
It went for a very long time, but since then has taken a few L's. Still a great pick for him to go to. Not necessarily a terrible matchup either. You don't want to, you know, use the Dharmic Pillars right on top of that life of the party to get some mitigations, but Eagles rally used. Nika confirms another totem. And SOT says, you know what, I've got Lord of the Afterlife, but I'm going to hang on to it this time.
That totem count sign is going to need like a fold out. It's going to need extra if Nika keeps up this pressure in solo lane. Dardes getting a little bit of poke back and forth between the two of them. Lasbra as well, showing face over on right. Has Solar Troll, not a lot of mana to work with. Does not connect on any CC though. And that is going to be sought. Making it back to the tier 1 tower line. Cooldown buff over to the Dragons.
Double down from now. Still early days in this game, right? Pre 4 minutes. But already having that first blood, Gilgamesh. Panatom gets to go find his quest at level 5. Could be nice, but he's sticking around the right side of the map. Remember, he looked towards a little bit of action. Nika, remember, he ulted on that totem last time, doesn't have it.
Yeah, stunned out, kicked back, stunned. The CC chain is just solid, but they go in, wins of Shamash, the damage, the dodge though!
There it
is! Fade away from Sot! Everything you need, and it's a 2-0 lead. Warriors.
And that's the benefit, exactly that. You use your ultimate to confirm a totem, you don't have Eagles Rally. And SOT puts you down with help from Panatom. So much lockdown coming from the double Warrior squad here. Life of the party pulls in Genetics, but it looks like both teams are going in.
Yeah, Coast low, force Netroid to fall back on the ult. The damage, oh man, the fadeaway again, just there. But not able to find the full secure. And now full pressed up against this tier 1 tower line. The Dragons daring the Warriors to fight back, and the Warriors, well, as of right now, in solo, they say yes. In mid, they say yes, but in duo, they can't.
No, not into Baron. Mike is on point with the CC, and that's going to be something you always have to watch out for. You can tell the target here. Oh, the drop kick just off the mark. Close. Remember, Lasbra has that ultimate for CC immunity. Didn't feel like you needed to use it, and it was close. If that kick connects, you may be falling down once again. As Maman Brigitte is having a rough time so far in game number 2. But remember, the Jade Dragons were never playing for this stage of the game anyway. They want to get later on, and so far, not the biggest deal.
I'm going to watch solo lane, maybe like a hawk, see specifically if Nika drops that ult, because Sot has been in control of the totem, at least the last one, and this one, it looks like, going his way. And Nika's dominance in lane has been a pretty significant portion of success in the Dragons' wins. You go back to game 4, game 5 yesterday, game 1 today, and while game 1 takes a little longer than some of those others, it is built upon this early lead. I mean, 2,000, 3,000 gold that the Dragons were able to cultivate seemingly from nothing.
Yep, not going to be the case this time around. More so even. SOT has been fighting back, and that's what the Osiris can bring. It's not as like the Amaterasu which has to stay back, has to play a little bit safe. He can scrap with this pick, and so far that's exactly what we've seen. Actually, 2 ward chalices coming through from the support. That's going to be a heavy investment. You can't really get the sentries if you are Polar Bear Mike because you have the Baron's Brew, but you will have the left side of the map lighted up like a Christmas tree. No ganks will be coming through to the duo lane without the Jade Dragons having at least a semblance of an idea that it's happening.
You can tell he wants more for the fight. Life of the party is really going to be the key for if he can find anything. Once he jumps up on that coffin, that pull, that vortex that it brings. I mean, very similar to what they were looking for when they hovered to Maui, but it brings a lot of control. Lasbra comes over towards right again, tries to give Nika a little bit of pressure, but you got Panatom walking in. Cooldown buff goes the way of the Warriors. And it seems like the Dragons recognize they don't want to take the rest of this fight. Sot falls back, Panatom runs into the jungle, and everything comes out as a small reset. This is also dangerous, just watching specifically where Panatom is going and knowing when his blink is available. It just feels like at any given moment, especially in mid, something could just go wrong.
And that's because Lasbra has to sort of follow, right? He's staying over in solo lane. He knows where Panatom could try to get aggressive, and Lasbra is here sort of as a deterrent. He's not looking to get active himself. He's just trying to defend. Netroid forced into the mounted archery, takes a lot of damage, but Genetics grabs that pull for him. No problem there. But you do lose your ultimate, so now has to play very safe. This is the aggressive duo lane that we expected, but with the Jingwei, that's a little out of character.
A lot of numbers on the left-hand side. Lasbra maybe looking to see if he can find just somebody, anybody who steps out of position. Unfortunately for them, the Warriors fall back. 8 minutes in, we had an explosive start to this game, 2-0. But Trelly, the gold, virtually even, slowly shifting over towards the Dragons after the early lead that the Warriors were able to pick up. And now we're entering, totem conversation where we're entering, at least those last moments of this early game as we transition into the mid game and looking at items, looking at starts. And specifically, I'll ask, because we don't see him a whole ton, where do you expect to see this Gilgamesh go, especially with his build?
I mean, so far it's been a lot of right lane, but Panatom, the world is his oyster. He is one of the scariest characters on the map currently with this Jotun's Wrath. He's got some magical defense in tow as well, so it's not as if Lasbra is going to be the biggest threat in a 1v1, especially once that Shoguns gets online. I mean, Panatom can just control the map however he would like, but with how pushed back his duo lane has been, it's not as if ganks are going to be too easy. Mike and Vaporish Coast have so much safety as well as so much engage, as we've seen Netroid using that ult defensively a few times now. So maybe because Mike's so pushed up, Panatom heads over to left and looks for a gank, but this gets called out and the Jade Dragons back it up.
Shield buff, that's all the Warriors find over there. And it's going to be these small neutrals that split back and forth. I know where the crowd's at right now, and I know who they are backing. Nika yesterday. Trelly, you got to talk about it. I mean, legacy game, it feels like.
Oh, yeah.
On this Bologna, willing to jump in. And one thing that the desk had been talking about was, some beads burn. When they were hovering Maui, they were a little worried about who was going to be helping with that. Nika was finding very consistent stuns throughout a lot of those team fights against the Ferryman.
He just plays as aggressive as he wants. Looks like the Executioner will come through, so should be able to chop up some DPS. Look at this grouping, though, here from the Oni Warriors. They are faking the Gold Fury just to see if they can bait in the Dragons. Teleport not available for Nika, but SOT can get here any moment. Panatom doesn't take too much damage here, but Life of the Party already down.
Yeah, Mike has to play carefully. Already knocked back. Gold Fury. Maybe the question of teleport coming through as well from the Osiris. This is the Warriors showing their hand. They want the Gold Fury. Like you said, no Life of the Party, and already half health for Mike. Has to play careful. Panatom into the back, jumps onto Coast, takes him down to half, but takes his life in the process. And now the turnaround, the Dragons get the Fury. They're looking for the fight. Dardes with the chase. One more auto kills off Pagon. You lose Lasbra. You're looking like you might lose Mike, but Coast wants to help out. You need the safety, you need the numbers, and they don't have either. 2 for 2. Fury towards the Dragons. Now the runaway Dardes trying to make sure he keeps the numbers advantage, but they're going to trade them all down the middle. Triple kill for Netroid, but Fury for the Dragons.
Dardes isn't done, though.
Dardes there. Let's go! Let's go! He got the shutdown. He got the revenge.
He is not going to be rolled over.
Oh, Dardes is fucking
so
bad.
much, Shelly.
Nah.
So much in that fight.
Wow.
But Dardes 3-0, and look at
Netroid
that
got
dip.
the
It was very small, very
kills
close,
there.
very
Fucking
neutral.
hella fed.
2,000
And then
in both the
Darkness shut
gold
him down,
and the
getting the
experience
3.
now in favor of the Dragons.
Ooh.
That fight, it is crucial for them
That's
to
huge.
get some momentum built.
Not only that, stealing the Gold Fury away, the Jade Dragons. They recognized that Nika wasn't going to rotate. That's the biggest thing as far as I'm concerned. The teleport wasn't available. Nika hasn't upgraded it. He's just been able to put more and more money into his build. Just now gets persistent teleport, but he just stuck over in right lane. No problem at all. Mike, with the juke shoes, is going to run away. Uses that ult because he feels like he's in some danger.
No, he's good.
But the chase will not continue. This is all setting up for a beacon fight, by the way. 18 seconds. And that beacon's going to spawn in. This time, Nika actually could teleport it.
9 kills on the board. Control towards the Dragons.
Dude, Mike's chilling. He's got that
towards
wing.
the Warriors.
Wing
Like you
blade?
said, 6 seconds.
So if you get
until
Ganesh
we
ulted,
will see this beacon spawn in. We've seen some large
Gilgamesh
groupings, we've
ulted,
seen
Osiris
some
touched.
absolute ignoring of the beacon.
Merlin,
And so the question
wing
is for
blade
the
is
Warriors right
crazy.
now, are you going to
So
step
good
up?
here.
Because the Dragons have control. They're already 3-4 through charging this. And it doesn't seem like anyone has the answer. Easy beacon, maybe. An easy fight. No, Coast forced to ult away. Netroid Panatom playing aggressive. Watch Lasmer looping around once to find someone knocked back away from Panatom, but instead goes for his ult knock up. At least good for some disrupt. Now you've got Mike rotating in, no ult to his name. You've got Genetics. You've also got Solo or Troll
shit.
coming around. The Dharmic Pillars
Mike
go
is so
massive
dead.
here for the Warriors, and they take down
Sock's
Mike.
there.
They take down Coast, and it's a double for the carry, looking to continue his tirade through the Dragons, and Sot looking to continue
Lasber's dead.
these kills.
Sot's
All you need is a
fucking
few
killing
more, and
everyone.
you get another 8-4 Warriors.
The Oni Warriors are not to be stopped. They step
The
forward, all
alt
up some
combo.
aggression
Is that
from
Ganesh,
Netroid.
the
I thought
Gilgamesh?
Coast might have been out there, Gore, but he had the airstrike.
They just fucking ate.
Did not matter.
Sot
SOT
coming in behind.
is able to chase him down. Netroid has 5 kills to his name, and the Oni Warriors are not done. Tier 1 tower over on left. Pyromancer is
Where
being
was
pinged.
Nika?
I want to see Net back and head right to it, and it seems like that's the call. The Oni Warriors will not stop. These objectives belong to them.
Now you said what the Dragons are waiting for is a late game. Right now we're 13 minutes in, and so much has already happened. That gold lead the Dragons had just picked up has completely fallen apart. And we are talking about maybe 1,000 gold. If this Pyromancer goes the way of the Warriors, it will be nullified.
Mike could be caught
Mike
up. Nope.
can't afford to be caught
He's
out
fine.
here.
He got
Taken
the
down.
Wingblade proc.
2/3 health to his name.
Pentatom used his one. Mike's fast as fuck.
Sox rotations right now. 15 seconds on the teleport. Feels like he has been just crucial right now for the Warriors in
You
terms of
also
finding a
have
lot of this
the
pressure.
slow
You are
immunity
right, SOT.
and movement speed
Cleans
from
up
Baron
a lot
2.
of these kills. Netroid, of course, getting the credit for
the
it.
Baron Wingblade tech here is
rundown,
fucking
the chase down, the slows, the stuns,
good
all
for
of
these
which
slows.
this Osiris can provide. The Jade
And
Dragons
then
are sitting just fine. You know, as far as objectives go, they're able to steal away that Gold Fury. They are
So
not
good.
too far behind it. They can't fight, but they have to respect the damage of the Oni Warriors. They have to respect the energy in this building. Phantom heads over to left. He wants a Porsche. Coast catches the dash. The beats come through. But the airstrike is not enough. Netroid wants to chase
back
this.
the
Oh,
way.
he's in trouble.
Yeah.
It has to go a different direction. Doesn't
go
go
to
towards
Mike.
the team.
Go to
Has
Mike.
to hope that Mike has something, but he
No.
just does not. It is 6
Fuck.
and 1 right now for
Fuck.
Netroid, and they are not done. Dharmic Pillars
No,
locked
on
down.
the line.
Autos are there.
Oh my
Leap over
God,
while
where
Panatom
did Mike's
checks off
health
the
bar
mark and
go?
is
Is that
pulled
off
back
from Genetics,
the
that grab?
Warriors. And Trelly, it's because there's something more tantalizing than bullying the support. Instead, it's the Oni Fury and deep control for the Warriors.
Yeah, this one's going to be uncontested. Lasber has not been able to get aggressive at all this game. And the
The
Oni
Dragons are in
Warriors continue to
shambles,
push
man.
that lead. Nika, though, has the Pyromancer started up. SOT on the way, and that
Well, they
means
have
it's
to
going to
drop
have to
it.
be dropped. Dardes had a bit
Fuck.
of zone, but not enough to keep this Osiris back. Not enough to keep this Mad Lad away from the objective. And now the Oni Warriors are trying their damage towards this Pyromancer. It's going to be a double down because Mike has shown up, and actually SOT might want to run.
Has a lot of damage already on board.
Yo, Mike grabbing a
seems to
sprint
want
for even
something
more
different.
movement
The team
speed,
kind of
slow
peels
immunity.
apart from each other. Nika
That's fucking
with Sot held
massive.
down. Sot no
God, he's
teleport.
so smart.
And so this reset is going to be hard for
Nika
him
trying
to
to
make it sure he
zone.
can get back. Pyromancer low. Dragon secure
Dragon
that one, but they got to
confirmed.
get out. Mike Lasmer already low. You've got Nika on the side looking for pressure on Pagon. They don't want this fight. They just want to grab the runic bomb. Utilize this small advantage. Trelly, time marches on. It's a 5-kill lead for the Warriors, but gold is pretty much leveled out.
Nika picks up the runic bomb, though. Could be used to just destroy a tier 1 tower, put some more gold in their pocket. Notably, Darda is still 3-0, remember. Some of these shutdowns have been important. Netroid got shut down, which is why Dardes is a little bit ahead in lane. Level 16 on this Tiamat. But the Oni Warriors, traditionally in the season, Gord, they were not ones to sit back. They were not ones to play for 30, 40 minutes. They were pulling Fire Giants at about this time, even with gold leads or gold deficits like this. With Netroid already having crit, that is certainly a possibility here. Vaporish Coast goes
Last totem, baby. Last totem.
Before he can match that
Nika's
DPS
on it.
of this Hachiman.
Doesn't help. Net 6 and 1 right now. 6 of the 9 affected kills.
Let's go.
You're going to need more from Net. Maybe a little bit from Lasbra here as well if they want to get aggressive on the side. Doesn't seem to be the play. This moment we see.
We
First
probably
couple
won't see a
levels
lane
can show
swap this
face,
game.
Although unfortunately for Lasbra it was a fall down. Then late
But we
game,
still
you've mentioned the
could.
late game a few
Just
times.
pit
We're
warriors in
17 minutes in. We're
to farm
getting
in
to
the
that
duo
portion.
lane. If something
When can I start
happens,
to
they have
expect to see
teleport.
Lasbra turn the tide of how this game has gone?
One more item would certainly help, but he's got
Give
nothing
pressure on the
Phantom
opposite side of the map.
Itemization-wise, he's going hybrid, he's going bruiser, and he can do so much. So, unfortunately for Lasbra, he is playing on the back foot here. Same as
Netroid
Vaporish
pushed
Coast.
up.
They are just getting
Surely the
a
Dragons
little bit
look for
overwhelmed
that.
in their
But
respective
Panatomic Genetics are
roles.
positioned
Phantom
so
can
well
do
to
no
stop that.
wrong, but it's not as if a level 15 Maman Brigitte is not a threat. Lasbra needs to close gap onto people like Pagon. That'd be your good target if you are looking to get your damage off. Speaking of, Nika taking a lot here.
They already half health. It's a fight post-beacon. There's not too much on the left-hand side to gain. And I think the Warriors, or more specifically, the Dragons recognize that. He doesn't go in. He doesn't leap forward because there's no point to it unless they can make something happen over on right. Instead, fall back, reset. Try to spin some of the gold. It's, again, just so small in their favor. Maybe some pressure. Goes for the life of the party on Mike, but not able to find the pull onto Pagon. Dardes waiting for the follow-up, but not able to get this kill. But the confidence right there for the Dragons, Strelly, that is what's speaking to me right now. The Warriors, the last couple of fights, very, very massive turnarounds. But because the Dragons are not only willing to still step up, but still putting pressure all across the board, getting a tier 1 in right as we speak, they're making sure that they are not just falling back, not just playing defense for the next 20 minutes.
And remember, Nika has the Runic Bomb. He chose not to use it there because that tower was free. It could still be used on a different tower to put the Jade Dragons even further ahead. Not so much a lead at the moment. They're looking relatively even, but the Jade Dragons still commanding their presence around the map, not too afraid to step up. It's mostly the duo lane as far as I'm concerned, and Mike has been very aggressive. He's been trying to find pulls, he has been trying to find engage, and look at this, just some ward coverage now, but Netroid has made the rotation.
We have that pressure. Panatom goes forward. Dardes immediately beads it out. Make sure there's no CC. The follow-up could be deadly. The Warriors catch you off guard.
Good beats.
That relic, 160 seconds before it comes back up, and Dardes will feel that pressure. Massive turnaround
I think the
in that
blink
first
is more
fight.
valuable than the beads right there.
But he needs something a little bigger. Nika as well over on the right-hand side. Just playing poke for the current time. I want to ask about this sprint that Mike picked up, because I feel like, you know, it's something, first off, we just don't see too often. What's it going to bring for the Dragons?
Speaking of things you don't see often, Mike also goes Abyssal Stone, the anti-cooldown item. So my man's just pulling out many different tricks, but that's sprints for the Dharmic Pillars, and of course SOT. A lot of slows on the side of the Oni Warriors. Heck, you could even use it for the Winds of Smash. There's just a whole lot. Jade Dragons,
Nika with the ult.
Yeah, has a stun on
He's
the
out,
Pagon.
he's out, he's out, he's trying to get out, he's trying to get
A
out.
lot of damage. The burn
There's the
from Merlin.
sprint.
It's something you have to worry about. Watch Sot. Is he going to go over the wall? And he
Oh!
is! Leaps
Sot,
on the
big
Mike.
ult.
And it's a split fight, but Panatom right now. Genetics, the two that are the lowest.
No,
the chase is
that
on.
Troy is just gonna fucking eat.
Dardes with no beads has nothing to fight with.
Lasbro has to find this kill. Lasbro gets a Nika, and Lasbro, they go crazy. Come on, baby.
Netroid, Genetics, Pagon, they're all low. Yeah, you find Lasbro, but how long can you last when you are surrounded
Get
by
Netroid.
ghosts?
Yes,
When you are
yes,
surrounded
yes, you win
by
these.
Mike.
Go
Pagon
Dragons.
dashes backwards, tries to stay alive.
Kill Pagon. Fuck him in the ass. Let's go.
And now Sot, under the ire of three, should be the next to fall for the Warriors, and the Dragons chasing him down as long as
Huge, let's go. Let's fucking go. Yes.
The Jade Dragons some low health bars here, but Fire Giant is their target. Nika ults forward. He's got Shoguns for the boys. And this will be a free Fire Giant. Lasbro will spawn back in.
Bro,
and all
the
five will be able to
positioning
pick it
from
up.
Lasbro there
cannot
was
get here in
immaculate.
Time. Actually, some low
Just
health bars.
so
Maybe
much.
Panatom could get here. Has the blink not available?
No. Dragons
it's
got
gonna
it.
be too
Dragons
close.
got it.
Jade
They're
Dragons,
good.
Yep, 5.
They got it in there. Wait.
Wait.
Holy shit, bro.
Comes in clutch finally.
Okay. The runic bomb, 1,000 true damage.
Come in. Winds of Shamash is a pretty good steal
1,000
attempt
true
for the Jade
damage,
Dragon,
secure.
despite being down in kills. Look at that gold swing. 5,000 in their favor. FG on 5. And everyone in the crowd seemingly supporting them. My goodness, what a one fight. And Coast does listen to our qualms. He does listen to the desk. He builds that Demon Blade, and the Jingwei crits are flying true.
I mean, talk about kicking the door down as well. He comes into that fight incredibly late, Trelly. And this is something we'll see sometimes with a Jingwei. Right now, what we're seeing is a Primal Fury for Vaporish Coast, and it should be a pretty simple secure. So now, Fire Giant on one side. And this is a two-part question. Where do the Dragons want to aggress? How do the Warriors defend?
At the moment, Jade Dragons are on left. They just want to push down the tier 1, push down the tier 2, and continue. I think the Oni Warriors should play this one a bit defensively. They still have some great avenues to fight back. Netroid is popping off on the Hachiman, but backing up, playing to their leads and trying to get some gold back in their pocket is definitely the smart call. Wait for Pagon to get some itemization. You can sit underneath Phoenix for quite some time. This Merlin has wave clear. Tier 2 dropped, and the Jade Dragon's going to go back to base. They can, systematically
needs to get level 20,
pick
man.
apart these sieges. They've got 3 more
Nika
towers
needs
to
to
go
level
for, and
20.
2 more minutes to do it. That's plenty of time.
Titans about to spawn, will be running down mid. Once this beacon is captured in about 30 seconds.
This fucking Baron build is
turns that
so
one
good.
around, so it should be the Warriors who get this beacon. But maybe there's a little bit more to it than just that. A large grouping for both squads. And a loop around from Panatom. 5v4 with Panatom hanging off towards the side. Should be spotted. He showed his face in the jungle. Beacon control over towards the Dragons right now. Only 2 kills separating these teams. About 7,000 gold in favor of the Dragons. Beacon goes their way. Titans, 30 seconds. They'll be marching down mid. Give something for the Dragons to rally around.
Lasbra checking the jungle, wants to make sure Panatom isn't nearby. This is only a tier 1, and the Oni Warriors have stepped forward. They feel like they can fight, but Nika just gets a huge upgrade. Goes back, buys the Axe of Animosity, and there's the teleport. Nika wants to dive this tier 1 tower, and the Oni Warriors, they only have 3 at the moment.
He's in a good spot. Tier 1 is going to get knocked down simple. Coast. Just a few shots, and Panatom shows up over on right. He's going to channel his back and get out of there before Lasberg can stop anything. Now they're just going to back up defense. Pyromancer, Dragons trying to further this lead. A minute left on this power play, Trelly. How many tier 2s are under threat for the Warriors? Are we looking at a rinse and repeat? It looks like the Dragons, again, shifting over towards right, but how far can they go?
They can definitely group up and push with their Titan. I think that's the call here, even without Fire Giant, which they will have for a bit longer. They've got some time to group up and push, Gore. It's all about defense here for the Oni Warriors. I like Panatom's mindset. He was looking for a wraparound. He still wants to get aggressive and wants to fight here for the team, despite a little bit of a goal differential in favor of the Jade Dragons. Nika already deep in the enemy jungle, waiting to see who's going to step up. Finds Pagon, wants to try and take away our red buff, won't be able to, but yeah, this is my call as well. Push down the Titan and look forward. Try and grab 1 more tier 2 at the very least.
25 seconds on fire.
Marching forward, and they've got a split as well. Lasber and Nika in the right-hand lane. You've got the numbers.
Nika is just like level 18
Titan maybe helping
not
give
having
a small
that suddening
advantage.
X.
Now march forward. Tier 2 is the main target. Get a little bit of gold, and that's their target in both of these lanes. They can find it. Pagon already just shy, or just over 50% health.
Titan
Tier 2 to the Dragons.
T2.
A little more gold in their pocket. Titan alive, but barely, but with the pressure. Luckily, they've got a Merlin. The fadeaway from Pagon defends a little bit. Panatom caught out on his own, but the Dragons start to fall back. Power play is over. Fire Giant reset, and a lot of gold. 9,800 now, sitting in their pockets and ready to be spent.
And that ranged poke is all Dardes. He has so much DPS from essentially across the lane. No one wants to step forward to this Tiamat Lasbra. We were talking about the slow start he had, but he is definitely a threat as well. Maman Brigitte has plenty of damage. The Oni Warriors have been on the back foot for quite some time now, but at the very least, the Fire Giant has fallen off. The Jade Dragons split up, and it's the Warriors with the aggressive positioning towards the Fire Giant. They've got their ward coverage, and they might be trying to set something up in the jungle. sitting around corners waiting to see who's going to walk up. Nika might not be the target you want, but they'll take what they can get.
Anybody you can find, like you said, spotted out, but not a lot to lock him down right now. So the Warriors have to fall back. Fire Giant staring up. We're getting close to that zone.
Thanks for paying your taxes, Vladdy.
Started. We're either going to be
wasting
waiting a few minutes for an enhancer.
69 channel points for no reason.
Maybe even the Warriors try to burn it down as quick as they can. The ball is in the Dragons' court as they get aggressive. Now Panatom over on left. Dragons unaware of the numbers advantage they have, but fishing for something. They just need someone to bite. Take the bait. Mike looking for some CC. Has the ult available. The entirety of the Dragons chasing him down. Even an ult drop from Dardes just to put some pressure on.
I think Mike is going to force some shit here.
Flicker out those, which Mike wants to step forward, trying to find that pull. Life of the party could be what breaks this fight open. Low HP tier 2 over on right, by the way, and the Runic Bomb is available for Polar Bear Mike. Oh,
okay,
send Coast in to get it. That's going to be no problem. Even more gold in their pockets. The Jade Dragons are playing this one slow. They're used to this play style. They just won game number 1, doing exactly this, waiting, watching. Someone will step forward, and SOT deep in the backline. I'm not even sure the Jade Dragons know this.
The Dragons right now daring the Warriors to step to their beat. Panatom, Nika in a small skirmish. Nika jumps towards the back, has Netrioid,
Nika's in trouble.
CC'd, and now it is all hell breaking loose as they jump in, and Coast is the one who's catching fire. Has to play carefully. The Aegis buys some time, but doesn't buy his life.
They decided to kill Coast.
Out, but it's only a 1-for-1. Nika needs someone big behind him to grant that damage, and that's gonna be Dardes to make sure at least Sot, Netrioid, half health already, forced to fall back. And the Dragons start to surge forward again.
But you've lost your ADC. Vaporish Coast isn't here to burn down the Fire Giant, so the only call is
Nika.
to chase.
Nika! Get in there, Nika! Get in there!
Save. Luckily, you've got a great team around you.
Let's
right
go!
Now. Netroid's the one in danger, but he
Let's
is
kill
chasing
Netroid.
down the jungler.
You got
all
that.
He needs is the auto. All he needs is a little bit of time. Nika is not gonna let him buy it. Everyone else have health. The Warriors have to fall back.
And remember, Vaporish Coast has Jing Wei passive. He could fly into Fire Giant at any moment. We're 28 minutes into this game. The crowd behind Nika. The Pyromancer is going to be the first target, but you got 41 seconds without Netroid. SOT wants to go for a cheeky steal. Goes in for the ultimate.
The Jade Dragons get it!
And now
yeah!
You've got 2 Runic Bombs.
But not gonna lie,
the Dragons.
Sot should have had that
lead, Charlie. I mean, we are talking.
He is not
gold
playing his
on
best
gold
game right
on
now.
gold, everything in their pockets. And like you said, now a minute and a half until this is enhanced, but Coast is going to be able to join the fight. Is in the fight.
Man needs to get to level 20, get that Sunder.
Netroid is on the board.
He is trolling.
You got to burn it down, right? You can't wait for it to be enhanced. The Dragons seem to think and be of that mind.
That's theirs.
But if it's not enhanced,
let's go, baby.
And assuming they secure it, there's no Warriors around. Fire Giant on all 5 of the Dragons. But the question is, Trelly, how much pressure can they apply to a Phoenix?
They should be looking to break the bird, Gore. I mean, they've got 2 Runic Bombs in pocket. Nika holding one, Mike holding the other. Not much fear in the hearts of the Jade Dragons. They have plenty of time to work with as well. Right lane, surprisingly, is their target, but Lasbra and Nika going for a 3-2 push. This is trying to split up the Oni Warriors, not let them fight as a squad, not let them fight as a cohesive unit. And unbeknownst to anyone, Panatom's he's doing backcamps at this point. He needs to get back to base immediately.
And they've got a large grouping over on right from the Dragons. And that's where Coast is. He's the one who can knock these towers down the easiest. But you need a lot of room to make it happen. With all 5 Warriors set up for the defense, it's going to be difficult. Nika, as well as Lasbra, splitting off from the rest of their team. One putting pressure on left, at least proxying a wave now. The other in mid, and a small skirmish with Solo or Troll. But you got to get the minions in there. This is where that Merlin really pays dividends.
Pagon's able to keep these minions out. No debuff available. This is not an enhanced Fire Giant. Mike wants to start this engagement. Phoenix already getting a little low here on the right side of the map, but look at the split. Remember, Nika is the one with the Runic Bomb. He's going to drop it down. It's close, but not so much. Panatom still looking to fight here. All 3 Phoenixes will stand tall for the time being. Just looking for one opening that lets the Jade Dragons try and break this base.
The other Runic Bomb in the pocket of Polar Bear Mike on the right-hand side. Like you said, left side Phoenix already low. Sot, Panatom defending against Nika and Lasbra.
So
right
low.
Side Phoenix just as low, and that bomb still in pocket. Panatom
there we go.
leaps away.
Huge damage from
Pressure goes a
Lasbra.
long way, but you need your minions. You need someone to tank
There
it
we
up.
go. Nika
right
has
now,
animosity.
It's over in left where it's all happening.
Playing for
Sot seems to
Lasbra.
see they have an opening. Stun out from Nika to try and peel, and they're turning this fight. It's 3v2. The Warriors have the numbers advantage, but the silence,
Go
the
mid.
CC, it's not
Maybe.
quite good enough. No, Nika, it's falling apart for the Dragons on left, and that silence goes on long. They can't speak, but it buys time. Right side bird goes the way of the Dragons.
And that was what the Jade Dragons were looking for. I don't think you want to lose Nika and Lasbra. They were trying to find at least one pick, but the base is open.
Dude, Genetics going over there and then hitting full send on those two is really smart.
Maybe you're looking towards a Primal Fury, but
trade the Phoenix, get a couple kills, try to look for the Gold Fury. That's probably the best thing the Oni Warriors could have done there.
Dragons should not be stepping forward.
The Dragons took an acceptable trade. It's a little bit more in the favor of the Warriors.
Until Lasbra and Nika step forward. They are not going to leave that.
I wish the Dragons got more, but if they did, it probably
Primal
was.
Fury goes down, so you got a good idea of where the Oni Warriors are at, and just play timing. Enhanced Fire Giant will be coming back up shortly. I don't think the Jade Dragons, because of how long that siege actually took, have an opening to go in for another push here. But man, the Oni Warriors, that was smart. Genetics said, you know what? Give up right lane. I'm gonna come over and left. 3v2. Lasbra and Nika, they cannot run away.
Last
too many
hit,
slows,
going
too
from
much
30,
engage. They were able to win the fight. Just depends on how much the Dragons can do with this one bird deck.
Genetics Genetics
Fire Giant on 3. Maybe there's something to do there. But right now, Charlie, I'm looking at it. We've seen the impact Nika's had on this Bellona. This game, yesterday, almost any time he picks the God. 4-2-2 right now.
Huge pressure with the team.
3-1-3 for Dardas, but it's 1-4
also
right
his
now
damage
for
reduction.
Coach. Despite the fact that it's a large turnaround, you even go look at the damage charts. He's not as high up as you maybe would expect or hope from your carry if you're the Dragons. They're going to get the Pyromancer, though. Give themselves a small advantage. Another Runic Bomb in pocket. Either once Nika drops a ward and picks it up, and there it is.
Yep, there it is. There it is. Yep, Nika's got it.
4-1
Nika could go all
3-1
and Runic Bomb.
It feels like you
Bomb
really got
easy Phoenix.
In your side lanes
then
from
he's
the Warriors.
dead.
Definitely do, with the Jade Dragons still playing with
probably
the momentum
has to
here.
ult.
Those Runic Bombs have been able to help out. Not heading over towards the right side of the map. Take a look at this.
Nika's really
here,
squishy now.
Dragons.
He's gonna get to that point in the game.
Over to left, maybe just for the shield buff.
He has
but if they're on this
animosity.
side of the map, it tells me they are looking towards a
Yeah, but
fight, right? Or
he's
at least
only got
going
3
towards that left
defensive
side
items.
bird. I don't imagine they stick around too long, because again, Enhanced Fire Giant will be touching down
enough.
shortly.
Like,
And your siege
he's
gets so
still
much
strong
easier.
right now,
Getting one
but he
Phoenix
doesn't really have like
was
a
difficult. Or
pocket.
defending one Phoenix, I should
Doesn't
say,
have
is
like a
difficult.
Gab
Enhanced
Capri,
Fire Giant makes it so
Afro,
much harder.
pocket.
The Jade Dragon still in a commanding position,
like,
gold-wise, to be the ones that get aggressive here.
Yeah, like
It's not
Jinx's
as if
got a
the Oni
3K
Warriors are gonna roll
pot.
over. They step up, they can defend.
Not Jinx,
Their
sorry.
fire minions are very close to the Enhanced
Like
Fire
once
Giant.
Hachi and Maryland get these
Still,
3K
stalling
pots,
this
100
game out.
pots.
That's what the Oni Warriors need to accomplish. They need time to get some items online.
Let's talk about the FG pit, especially since Sot is able to avoid some CC there. Same for Panathon in mid. Ward coverage, I see some deep wards for the Warriors, see some wards in inventory now. A little bit of poke back and forth. Dragons with control of this. Do they just defend the Fire Giant and start it up? Can they burn it down faster? How do they approach this fight? As well, maybe. Hold that thought. No, the Warriors fall back. How do they hold on to this? Do they just keep it going?
Seems like they just want to go in for a 50-50 already. EFG getting low. Genetics has to dash up.
There's
Panathon
Panathon in. Has the stun, has the lockdown. Dardas forced to use his relics, at least
Nika's
the
dead.
bees, but
He's
Nika
dead.
gets
See,
burnt down.
he just got fucking deleted
from the board and not traded out for a single warrior.
He's so
just
squishy,
yet.
man.
Surge
Gotta
forward
sell
on
something.
Left. They force the 4 remaining dragons to fall back. Genetics gets his reset. Now the EFG on the other side. Warriors with control of the pit.
This is what you have to watch out for when you build so much damage on Bellona. Those crits come through, and now Enhanced Fire Giant looks like the Warriors are going to go in for their full. Genetics wants to defend the Phoenix, but it looks like he's going to give it up, and here come the Dragons.
It can be a 50-50. Already 50% down. That's going to be the danger. All you need is a straight auto from Coaster, some damage. They go in, and the Dragons!
He got it, yeah.
Dragons take away
Dardas got it.
Fire Giant. They lose Lavra, but look at the kill.
Oh, he
and
jumped
look at
in,
the damage right now from
Yes.
Dardas. They
Yes.
pick up
Help
Silver
goes.
Soul. You lose
Okay, get out, 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 get out,
in the grand scheme, but you've got the EFG, and you slow the Warriors down.
Okay. Get EFG, the right Phoenix drop down as well. The Jade Dragons are going to accept that one. The Oni Warriors are going to have to defend against the EFG.
Thank
but
God.
what do they do in the meantime? Lasbra, Coast, gone for 50 seconds. Considering SOT's also gone, it looks like the Oni Warriors have nothing to do but sit around. That's not bad at all, Gore. I mean, Enhanced Fire Giant, even on just one member of your team, is a big deal. And the Jade Dragons already had all that gold in their pocket to back up their siege. Add the Runic Bombs into the mix, and they should be able to get aggressive and continue to push, even with the buff only on Dardas and PBM.
It's a relic graveyard for everybody involved. Oni Fury, Panatop, and Net stepped up to it. Nika should smell this out, and he will be able to find him. Half health. Is he going to jump in? Does he want to defend it, or are the Warriors willing to drop it? They're going to go ahead and secure that one. Some minions reinforce the defense. Naturally, then an immediate retreat. They're still waiting on Coast to respawn on the right-hand side. The Dragons need something to rally around, to group up behind. Left, they've got a minion advantage, and now they've got the numbers plus that EFG on 2 to try and get something done.
EFG on Mike and Dardas, that's all you need, baby?
I think the Jade Dragons should group up, grab Pyromancer first. Of course, these runic bombs have been massive. They can take their time. Mid, Phoenix, left side, Bird are still targets. I'm telling you, even with just Dardas having the buff, that should be enough for them to feel confident to step forward, because they already have that right Phoenix down the map. Can be slit. Lasbra picks up this runic bomb. A 3K elixir of power for Dardas, and I believe Mike popped one as well, a defense bomb. So plenty of buffs coming the way of the Jade Dragons. They took game 1, momentum on their side, and they are poised to continue that streak. 2 more Phoenixes, but look at this positioning, Gore. They're playing this one slow. They don't want to step into an ambush. They don't know where the Warriors are, so they're grouped up as much as possible until they can get these waves pushed up.
Minute and a half on the power play, just a little over, in favor of the Dragons. A massive gold lead as well. 17-12 though for the kills, and that is in favor of the Oni Warriors, but 15,000 gold. All level 20s, and Trelly, we've been waiting for it. Relics almost up for everybody on the board. Ults, sans Dardas, everybody's got them. And so it's just that opening. And a reminder, 37 minutes into this one, the Jade Dragons just delivered Genetics his first loss on a world stage. And
They
now
have to,
they are trying
like,
to
the
set up
Onis have to
and
kill
do
Coast
it a
somehow.
second time in a row. Put themselves up 2-0 in game 2 of this grand finals. Now the reset, 3-2.
Lasbra,
Split on the
Nika
Phoenix.
in
It's 2 in mid.
mid,
It's
2
Lasbra and
pyro
Nika trying to
bombs.
get something done. That's where the runic bombs are.
So you give your Phoenixes and you kill Nika and Lasbra here, or you try to defend and kill Coast, I think.
Down. They do just that. No, it's alive. One more hit. You just got to get
Oh,
Coast
Mike
in there.
got
And
it,
Mike
Mike got it.
is going to
Let's
be the
go.
one who does it. Fire minions on right now, starting in left. And the Dragons are going to group up in mid.
Not to mention, Pagon doesn't have that
You still
alternate
have 2 runic
timeline while
bombs.
Dardas does. He's got a second life here if he wants to step forward. Mid Phoenix, the only target now. Fire minions will start pouring in on right, but that right side Bird spawns in here shortly as well. The Jade Dragons will not have this buff for much longer. If they want to step forward, it's now, and Mike leads the charge for his team.
You need the runic bombs. One already used. You've got the damage life of the party. Pulls them in. Lasbra into
on the back line.
A little more damage with the silence.
Huge
the silence
shot.
goes big. Uses the knockup for the
Against his
disengagement.
team, Mike finds the kill. Let's go. Next
Hits
shot,
up
fucking
one, but he
let's go,
trades
bro.
out for the other. Nika leaps in. You've got backup. You've got low Warriors, but you're low yourself. You have to play it cautiously. Mid Phoenix hasn't taken a lot of damage. Goes a few straight
Let's
shots,
go.
and the third Bird gone for the Warriors.
Okay.
Base completely broken. That Titan is looking low, Gore. The minions were pushing forward. Why not grab the right Phoenix off respawn? Look at this, the teleport in from Nika. They might want just a bit more. The Jade Dragons might want to step into the Titan room.
They gotta be careful. They have to be so
Runic
careful
bomb
here.
on Lasbra not available in terms of burst, and you have to be careful. Leap in from Sot onto Coast, putting pressure onto
Mike
the carry,
is
but now
dead
he's
as
too
fuck.
far
Dead
back.
as fuck.
Mike separating
Nika's on the
everybody.
Titan.
Nika is on the Titan.
Nika.
Needs a little bit
Nika.
of help. He's got
Nika.
the minions. He's
Nika,
got the
baby.
damage. Can they stop
Come
the
on.
Warriors right here? And right now they're going to do what they can. They've got more minions than you need. A few more autos, but the
Let's go!
2-0.
Yes!
On the Titan, he had
Nika!
the velocity, he had the minions.
Nika, my
Who
fucking
cares
hero.
if you can't win the fight? Just kill the Titan. That's what the Jade
Let's
Dragons are
go.
after, and they find it. They put themselves up
Yo,
on
play of the
world's finals
game.
point.
You can hear it out there.
Nika.
They've got the support of the crowd
My
behind
goat.
them. But immediately, just like you said after game 1, huddled up, making sure that the conversation continues to make sure that they can keep
kill the enemy
things
Titan
rolling.
before
But Trelly,
they
up
kill yours.
2-0.
That's how your team
This
win
is
the
a good
game.
spot for
Yes,
the Dragons.
sir.
The way they've been
He
playing
knows
clean. I mean,
the
early
fucking
game that
tech.
time, late game the first time, late game that time. It just feels like they're finding every little mark they're looking for.
It's easy to get in your own head. It is easy to get above yourself in this moment, but Mike keeps the boys level. 2-0,
Yeah.
you hear that? One more game. That is
One more
all
game.
the Jade Dragons need. But they have
One
to
more
calm down,
game.
take a deep breath, realize the situation you are in. You played a very clean game of Smite here. Gotta replicate it in game number 3.
And that's going to be the goal. So this time around, we saw, and we're talking about it, but it felt like late game. In fact, and if it weren't for Dardes early on getting a triple kill in response to a triple kill,
Nika,
we are having a vastly different conversation about this.
Totem diff, baby.
Down. That's another big point. You get a triple kill yourself, but you shut down Netroid, you get that extra golden pocket, and now the Tiamat is a threat that no one can deal with. Big deal for the Jade Dragons. The Oni Warriors have to bounce back here.
It's going to be up to the draft and up to the play. How well will they handle it? Well, the only way to find out is to go to the desk right after this quick break.
Hey guys, nothing left in the tank. He's down. And Stu gets the shell to keep him alive. But SOT, he started up his first one. That's already taken down 2. And he's just going to keep swiping away. Kana low and Kana down. And 3 for SOT. Give him 4 at the ham bone for SOT. And only Snoopy left alive. SOT is going to knock his 5th one on the board. Pentakill.
Saad is such a good mechanical player. Like, he's so versatile in what he can play. Like, he's played so many different characters and he's played just Smite so much that I think his ability to be confident in any situation is really, really valuable to a team.
He has the most fun Smite brand, like, to watch for sure. Like, the way he plays in SPL is so much fun. I think when he gets rolling, I remember a tier game he had last year where he was just running, I think it was against the Scarabs, and he was just running around the map, like, hurting all the, they were like his sheep. Boy. He was like the dog, just herding them all back into base with tier just pushing them around and stuff. I don't know, he's great. He's such a nice guy. He's really easy to go along with.
Yeah, I just think he's a really talented player. I think it's fun to have players like him who are so ready to take risks that can throw a game, but you know, at the end of the day, it's like a Hollywood Smite. You know, you're always expecting something exciting out of him, and I think it's a joy to watch.
He's such a good player. I think his one problem is inconsistency. Like, sometimes he'll lock in an Uller and go 50-0 or whatever and just pop off, and then other times he'll pick like tier and World's Finals and get soloed on like wave 3. It just seems like a lot of times in big moments it's hard to say, honestly. I think if he brings his A game and keeps the consistency, doesn't like shy away in these big moments, that he can literally be the reason they win because he's so good.
I think Solo Troll is the epitome of a regular season demon. I think in regular season he's a great player. He's probably like top 2 at all times, at least this year. Well, I don't know what it is, but when it comes to playoffs or any sort of finals, he's just not the same Solo Troll.
When the competition is at its highest, doing these kind of spontaneous or impulsive plays, they don't really net you a lot of gain. It's high risk, low reward kind of plays, and I think that, you know, when you're playing the best of the best in the finals, a lot of those times those plays are not going to work, and that's kind of just what happens to him.
If I play against him and it's World Finals, I'll be counting on him to do something bad.
I mean, we'll see. I mean, I think I've worked a lot on my consistency. I think I've worked a lot on like being a smarter player. Like, I learned a lot from Zatman on Scarabs, and I think his words stuck with me for a while. I think this year I've been more consistent. I think it's something I can work on for sure, though. And you know, if I play versus Final K in the semifinals, you know, I think it'll be a great game. I'm feeling extremely confident, actually. I think this is probably the most confident I felt of like any team going to any tournament. I think we've had such like good practice the past few weeks. Like, people were not really trolling too hard. We're like taking it fully seriously, and we had some great games. I think like we know what we want to play, and I think all that takes is just, you know, executing well.
And I'm gonna grab a snack, baby.
Sitting under moonlight, checking your physique. I don't think I could want you anymore. Chilling with your girl, I'm jealous that I can't just run over and take you on the floor. And I don't wanna cross nobody. I know it's never worth the pain, but I can feel your eyes run down me, and all my sense just floats away. You got me in that dilemma. Sitting under moonlight, checking your physique. I don't think I could want you anymore. Chilling with your girl, I'm jealous that I can't just run over and take you on the floor. And I don't wanna cross nobody. I know it's never worth the pain, but I can feel your eyes run down me, and all my sense just slips away. You got me in that dilemma. Oh, oh, oh. 'Cause boy, you a fine looking fella, and you know, no, the grass here is green. I like what you see, thinking of how you could get with me. Yeah. Oh, baby, we don't have to tell her.
I heard you all say I am a monster. But I don't care if you speak ill of me. Thank you for speaking ill of me behind my back. I am only becoming stronger and stronger, like the firefly shines in contact me.
Alright, I'm back. Oh.
With generational improvements, aesthetic updates, and our consistently high build quality, this system is bound to be the envy of both family and friends alike.
$4,000 computer
For
probably.
yours, check out StarForgeSystems.com, and I'll see you in the
4,400 actually. Bruh. Okay.
What's good, friends? Welcome back to the SWC. It's F-Dot here, and I'm joined with some friends as we're hanging out in the lobby. I've got Bam and Adam here, repping Starforge Systems. And first off, that's what the players are playing on the stage, so obviously they're pretty dope, but let's do the deep dive. Adam, one of the cool things about Starforge Systems is how just integrated y'all are with gamers. Like, you guys are straight up nerds just like us, and I think that's really important when you're trying to sell us computers.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, this is PCs by gamers for gamers. We all play games in our warehouse. There's a D&D tournament every weekend in my warehouse. No, we're absolutely excited to be here. It's such an electric atmosphere, and you can tell really these fans love this game, and it's really cool to be a part of this.
And so, like, you know, for gamers by gamers for us, that is an easy thing to say. Yeah. How do you represent that in the actual products that you guys export?
I mean, we're constantly looking at ways to improve our product and upgrade things as soon as we can. As soon as we've got a GPU that we can get into a system that's brand new, we want to get it in there. We want people to be playing on the best hardware possible, because that's what we want. I mean, you know, I want to have the fastest PC I could possibly have, and I want everyone else to be able to do the same thing.
And so, like, when you sponsor something like Smite, you're over here and all the players are playing on it, you're getting involved on the ground floor. So, you know, talk to me a little about the initiatives and the endeavors that you're doing in with respects to like getting involved there?
Yeah, so this is actually the first tournament that we've sponsored here in North America. We're really excited about it.
That is so
and
cool.
we feel like it's a good opportunity for us to get out there and hear more about like what people want in systems and what they're looking for, and we try to hit a bunch of different price points. We're not just trying to make the most expensive computer that we can put together. We've got 9 different models right now. It starts at $1,000 for our base models, all the way up to $4,700 for the 4090, 14900K. Big as you can want to get it. And so yeah, we just like to offer plenty of different systems for people, and yeah.
Heck yeah. I mean, well, that brings me to my next point. Speaking of, as big as you want to get it, Bam, you're kind of the creative guy here. Can we talk about the logo real quick?
I don't think there's much to talk about. I think it's a hammer. People.
You sure?
I'm positive. Yeah, no, I've heard some different rumblings of different things, but I want to confirm the logo. It's a hammer.
Well, what have you heard?
I can't. Things here and there. Nothing. Nothing too crazy, but it's a hammer. I mean, it's
I see it. I do see it.
You tell me. I don't know. What do you see?
A hammer. Let's talk about the let's talk about the PCs real quick. This one, obviously, the Smite one. So let's start there. It looks dope. Talk me through it.
Thank you. Yeah. So we partnered up with Hi-Res and Smite to make this PC for this event. It was an awesome design process working with them. Throwing things back and forth, and ultimately trying to make just a truly godly PC for this event. And we wanted to match the energy that we knew this event was going to bring, and really show off how cool Smite can be. So we did a custom 6-panel UV print. It's on a Lian Li 011 Evo case with our acrylic light panel inside, actually, as you can see there. It's swappable, super sick. So we just wanted to, our whole thing with our custom cases, we just want to make cool shit, man. And that's what we set out here to do, and I think we did that.
I mean, absolutely, and something you were telling me before that I think is really dope. Listen, a lot of us have PCs and this, that, and the third, but that case is dope. So, I mean, am I out of luck, or?
So, depending on, what people think, maybe we might be hitting the market sometime soon, build some hype, that kind of thing. I think, if you're wanting one of these cases, I think we can probably make it happen for you pretty soon here.
And the internal, like the acrylic and everything, able to be swapped out and stuff?
Yeah, exactly. So we got it's called a plate light in there. It's a box that slides out. You can swap acrylic panels in and out. Maybe you'll see some different God designs on there, something like that in the future, maybe something cool. So you can really take your computer and customize it how you want to. It's really, the biggest thing is making your computer your own. That's what it's about, right? So that's what we're trying to do here.
Sounds good, man. And now, last question. Due to the jungle pressure on the left-hand side of the map, the dual lane for Jade Dragons has been really powerful. How do you think the differential between the KD of player 1 and player 2 is going to wind up impacting the World Finals?
No, I'm so glad you asked, actually. I think the Jade Dragons looking strong. The jungle pressure's looking great. They're great in that the dual lane over there. I think they're really bringing the heat, and I think Jade Dragons are taking it in 3.
You're really quick. I like that a lot, man. Smooth, baby. Starforge Systems, you guys we love the support. Thank you so much for being a part of the Smite family. Any last hits you got before we say goodbye?
Thank you for having us. Obviously, we're integrated with Smite now. We love it here. We're excited for 10 more years of Smite. Hell yeah, let's go.
Hell yeah, man. Again, thank you so much for being a part of the Smite community. Starforge Systems, doing good stuff. Back to that beautiful boy, Dulcin.
That's not me he's talking about. He's talking about Myth a little bit. Thanks to Starforge System being with us here at the Smite World Championship in Season 10. I'd be down with that PC being part of the prizing because that thing is absolutely sick. One thing that our friend from Starforge was saying here, fellas, 3-0 for the Jade Dragons and Myth. That's a serious possibility after a Game 2 win.
I mean, it's looking rough for the Oni Warriors, and I know for a fact there are some emotional players on that Oni Warriors squad. Genetics in particular hasn't tasted a loss in Texas, gets 2 in a row handed to him. That's going to be hard to bounce back from.
The Steel Series moments of glory from game number 2 will walk us a bit more through the action that we saw, and the momentum starting to build here inbound.
Yeah, and on top of that, it's more so than just genetics. It's this entire team. Yeah, some of them have won before. Solo's still looking for that first one, and I thought he played great in that second game. So how is he going to come back in this Game 3? And the Jade Dragons on the opposite side, also very emotional players. They have the crowd behind them, and they've got this momentum now going into this third game. They're in a good spot.
Yeah, we've already seen one reverse sweep so far this tournament, though. Let's not rule it out. And the Jade Dragons, they've got history of fumbling when they get put under pressure. I don't want to will it into existence, but they've got to make sure to keep their mental strong here going into Game 3.
I'm supposed to be. I am unbiased.
Supposed to be, I think you were going to say.
I'm supposed to be unbiased, right. I am unbiased. That would shatter my soul. I could not handle that, but it's what's gonna have to happen here for the Oni Warriors. Worth mentioning, internet helping me out here a little bit on this one. The team that has won the first game of the Smite World Championship Grand Finals has won 8 out of the 9 that we've had. Only Rival in Season 5 was able to win Game 1 and then win the entire thing a bit later on. So there's some more history to follow along with. KDA is popping up on your screen now. Not great from Coast and Lasbra. Still did what they needed to do, though, fellas. Who are we shouting out here from the Jade Dragons after Game 2?
It's Dardes, and if I hear any other names, I'm going to throw hands, because this guy is the entirety of the Jade Dragons team right now. It feels like if he is alive, their win con is alive. It feels like any team fight you could wipe 4. If Dardes is still on the map, he's going to do it on his own.
And I also want to touch on Dardes because that's how good he was. You want to touch on him? I want to touch on him. I assume Hazer wants to talk about him because he played so fantastic. It was
Dardes a lot.
I mean, I'm not going any farther than that. Yeah, Dardes played fantastic. And as you said, if Dardes is alive, it feels like there's always this chance that the Dragons have to just like win a fight or win whatever.
Yeah, I actually think that Dardes and PBM were the only 2 members of the Jade Dragons there that I would say outperformed their opposite number, and it's still an emphatic win for them. They looked dominant, they looked like the better team, they were confident, and Dardes is the key. I really want to see him keep going for those comfort picks, and I want to see the Oni Warriors shift away from these tank jungles. Panatom has done next to no damage in both of these games. The Gilgamesh looked okay, but I want to see him back on that hyper carry that he loves so much.
And to double down on that, yes, jungle needs to change. I also think Genetics needs to leave this Ganesh behind. They're picking it a little early. They're trying to get it. I don't think it's working out too well. Their last picking Mike's Baron, and he looks fantastic on it. I think we have to move away from this Ganesh, maybe something with a little bit more activity in the early game for Genetics, because they need something here. They need a little bit of momentum.
I almost want to see Genetics get on something that can help out SOT in that front line, because it feels like SOT is the difference maker for the Oni Warriors. If it's Dardes for the Dragons, it's SOT for the Warriors, and he's not exactly getting enough help up there. It feels like he's dealing immense damage, but you're not 100 to zeroing anybody with these full tank builds. He just needs a little bit more.
Yeah, we talked a lot about the fact that he needed a god that would match the Bellona out of solo from Nika, and he more than matched. I feel like he was absolutely crushing it in this game. Jade Dragons, though, on first pick side, Oni Warriors have opted to swap over. They got choice after losing that game and have chosen to go to second pick. We'll see how their picks and bans evolve as a result of that.
And yes, they won't get that Hachiman anymore, but I think this is just the best option for them. They're now able to ban away just those
they gave up
gods
first pick.
that the Dragons looked really good on in Game 1. I think Game 2 is a lot closer, so I like this little switch up. But now if I'm the Dragons, I want to get this Hachiman here. Maman Brigitte it is.
And Myth, early for the Jade Dragons after what was not the best KDA for Lasbra on this pick in game number 2, but still
Nika
did
off the
what it needed to do,
Bellona,
and
grabbing
you're
the
gonna
hot
give him a chance
sheet.
to fix that up in game 3.
Hachi hasn't been successful the first 2 games, but it should be picked up because it's even worse to give it to Coast.
Especially around Fire Giant.
Cannot let Coast have Hachi. Can't let Nika have
so
Bellona.
difficult for them to decide whether or not they should full engage or chase Lasbra out. His positioning has really facilitated the rest of the Dragons. And speaking of facilitation, it's a flex pick. We don't know if it's going jungle. We don't know if it's going mid. And if we don't know, how could the Warriors?
Absolutely, and that does open up the mid pick. That flex means
scary.
that the Morrigan might be coming out for Dardes. Osiris locked in, going to be seeing that Bellona versus Osiris matchup in solo, but this time inverted. Last time it was Nika on the Bellona and SOT on the Osiris. This time they swap, but the Morrigan locked in for Dardes.
With the Tiamat hover, it's something where we've seen Pegon use it. It's looked exceptionally well in some games, and then not as impactful in other games. But in a matchup like this, we keep seeing these games go late. We keep seeing the potential in those late game fights. I want to see this Tiamat. I want to see it aggressive from Pegon. I don't want him to worry about dying, because when he plays that aggressive style of Tiamat, that's when he looks the strongest.
But if you want to play aggressive Tiamat, especially in the early to early mid game, you need that same level of aggression out of your jungler. You need someone that can deal damage. I can't look at another full tank Athena. I can't see a full tank Gilgamesh. It's got to be literally anything else. If it's got 3 damage items in the build, I think Panatom can do a lot more.
Yeah, I was looking at that Thor. I was thinking Thor might be the perfect pick for Panatom, but denied. The Jade Dragons spot it, and they deny it. Gilgamesh, it is what he's gone to before. I would like to see a hyper carry, but I'm not sure what's left for him. Daji, unavailable. Susanna Inferno unavailable, Thor unavailable, and my man gone as well. A lot of the jungle pull for Panatom already taken away.
We're talking about pressure. One of Vaporish Coast's signatures still on the board here. You could just go towards the on her, have a consistent lane to play through, drag attention away from your Morgan in mid, and then the Jade Dragons can just free scale at least that part of the map. And excuse me, if Dardes is free scaling on his signature, seems to me we might be looking at a 3-0.
Man, snap reactions inbound to the Gilgamesh lock-in for the Oni Warriors. 50% win rate across 4 games.
Again, it's just, he's forced into building this more hybrid, actually I don't even want to call it a hybrid style. It is mostly a defensive style Gilgamesh. So when he is diving, he's not really doing too much out of just a little bit of damage, a little bit of CC. And if he's not diving and killing, a lot of pressure on solo or troll. And with, I mean, a few other characters available, I mean, even like something like in a Willix, I think I would have liked that a little bit more for that early game. But leaving that last pick up for Genetics, I think is a little valuable. Give him that counter pick.
Now, the Ganesh pick for Mike, I think worried us the first time we saw it earlier in the weekend. But
Mike
now it's
pulling us
chosen, and
back
Myth,
up
I think we're a bit more confident in
with
this pick
Thunder.
now that we've seen some history.
I mean, I really like how Ganesh plays with his composition. If you're worried about your Morgan needing some space, Dharmic Pillars is exactly that. You can prevent the Bludgeon from Bellona. You can prevent Gilgamesh from locking you down in the Sandstorm. Can't cast any of those abilities. Dave, say the thing. You can't speak.
I was looking at signs, I'm sorry.
What you doing?
Pay attention when I'm talking, man. There won't be any talking on the side of the
You
Oni
can't speak,
Warriors.
you can't
so long
speak.
as
There we
Ganesh
go,
is
there we
there.
go.
I love this dual lane lock-in.
Again, the
Yeah,
Capri.
locked in. One of Genetics' signature picks, but this is a support matchup that is not in his
Love you,
favor.
Jigenzi.
A big god model means he can be easily caught by the Dharmic Pillars, and that silence so powerful to prevent him from doing what he wants to do in Resin.
I think you'd
but
need
one
the
aspect
Capri.
of Capri that is strong
Probably
here is the route into Morrigan.
for the
Morrigan,
Tiamat.
no safety against that route, no answer apart from beads or ulting.
And
I
on
think,
top of that, the Invis gets caught out by that too, so if you hit
Pagan
that
can
root,
definitely get
forces
in
the
there.
beads, you get
Tiamat,
that 2 off.
do
I
what
like
he needs
that
to do,
matchup.
and then get pulled
also
out.
forced to dive. I think the Kepri final pick makes a little bit of sense with this comp. I am worried about that Ganesh matchup, but with the strength of Wingblade right now, I'm not too worried about that in that middle portion of the game. I think the only real worry when it goes to that late game, Kepri can't get that ultimate off. Does not matter what really else is happening. Kepri's value is in that ultimate.
But there's so much single target damage on the side of the Jade Dragons here that I think the Kepri can have an easier time lining up some of those ultimates. So that now puts a lot of weight onto Mike's shoulders. Can Mike find Genetics in that back line, prevent him from channeling the ultimate? Otherwise, free revive on Morgan all in, all of a sudden you're going for an immediate turnaround. There's certainly some counterplay here around it.
What a birthday gift it could be for that fan if they're a Jade Dragons fan. Because goodness, you feel this tension start to build up in the room in moments like this. Now the Oni Warriors, they're not strangers to 3-0ing sets, right? This is a team that early in the year went on one of the longest SPL, no, the longest SPL win streak in history, all time in the SPL. They are no strangers to winning, and they are no strangers to doing it quickly. Gonna have to be 3 straight after an 0-2 start though, inbound.
Yeah, and with that, I think it starts with that early game, and duo is where I look. They got this on her, yes, but they're kind of pairing it with a really slow, just kind of farm it up type of style support. On the opposite side, there's a lot of kill potential on this Hachiman. There's Kepri, so much CC, Kepri 3, Kepri 1. We also have the Hachiman 3. So there is that combo potential into putting this Ganesh behind. And if Ganesh is on the back foot, a pluck, that's a dead Ganesh.
Yeah, I would quite like to see early rotations from the junglers over to this duo side to pressure out and to take advantage of the weaknesses on the other side. The Kepri going to struggle into the Ganesh and into that pillar. We didn't even touch on that. Can be slowed out and can be just stuck in corridors by the Anher one.
The Jade Dragons have written their own story thus far. It's time for the Oni Warriors to pick up the pen and turn things around for themselves. Game number 3, Jade Dragons, Oni Warriors right now.
Thanks so much, everyone there on the desk, and every Warriors fan out there. They need your energy now more than ever. If you want this to go longer than 3, they've got to revitalize, go as strong as they can. And if you're looking at it immediately, you hear the Dragons chant start up. So I know where a lot of that energy is here. And Trelly, it is not on the side of the Chaos team.
No, the Jade Dragons have the loudest fans in the room by far, and a heck of a lot of them, but I like a lot of what we've seen from the Oni Warriors in this draft. Back to the Gilgamesh for Panatom, not something I'll ever complain about. Back to Tiamat for Pagan, not something I'm going to complain about. And you take Nika off the Bologna. SOT gets his hands on it, so should be an interesting one. Not to mention, Netroid has had one of the best games of his whole career just in that last set. Unfortunately, wasn't able to close up the win, but the Hachiman is looking good.
Yeah. Well, the question I have for you, and you know, maybe we could break into the draft. I'm going to save that for a second because it's a little more grand scheme.
Right.
And it's a big one, Charlie, because Jade Dragons, 2-0s. I mean, yesterday they got to break it, but the reverse sweep curse against them has been something that has weighed on our minds and their minds and fans' minds
right now as we speak.
You're up 2-0 on the world stage. How much pressure do you think that they're feeling because of that?
I can't imagine it's not on the forefront of their minds, but like I said, I keep calling it to it. When we see the Jade Dragons win, huddle up immediately. They don't celebrate. They don't get the crowd hype. They don't get lost in the moment. They come right back to reality. And Mike says, listen, boys, it's not over. Job's not done. Until we get all 3 wins, we cannot lift the hammer. The rings are not ours. We don't get another lightning bolt on the collar. There's a lot weighing on the Jade Dragons' mind.
Well, here it is, Game 3 of the Grand Finals here in Season 10. The Dragons on championship point. And they've got the energy behind them, and immediately, you had already mentioned some of the things that the Warriors have done to trip up the Dragons in the front. But I see something the Dragons have done to give themselves some confidence. Dardez, the Morgan, it just feels like it goes hand in hand.
It's a pick that has been so impactful for Dardez in particular. He's got some good transformation options as well, which is always what I look to, right? Immediately, Panatom, Winds of Samash. Dardez is going to want to go into that every single time, especially early on, just to try and chase down Pagon. But you could also turn into the solo laners, right? Nika and SOT would make for some great CC if you're trying to dive, be a little bit tankier. And then, of course, 2 Maman Brigittes. That doesn't sound fun for just about anyone trying to survive that dive. So Dardez, the skill that he carries is being able to choose which one of these selections he goes to. It's not always the same. He always keeps you guessing. And the Morgan, as a character that can turn into anyone on the map, you can't plan for, right? You gotta just sit back and see what Dardez wants to do.
You know, for a long time, and there's still an ongoing conversation of best on her. And a lot of carries would always be upset because for the longest time it was owned by a mid laner. That mid laner was Dardez, and now you've got what people have been calling maybe the best and second best on the same team. So another transformation that could be fun to watch if Dardez goes to it. But there's a lot of options, a lot of open capabilities for him. And truly a lot of smite to play before they can get to that point and feel this confidence. Now, last lane we saw, at least in solo, looking towards it, the Bologna bettering the Osiris. Maybe we'll hold that for a little bit of damage here. Bettering the Osiris. But is that going to be the same time, or the same thing? Is it the matchup that goes wrong, or is it the play style?
I mean, early on, that bludgeon is going to help out the lane clear so much. You don't have access to the tether, and it seems like Nika ran out of mana very quickly. So because of that, you can't really try and contest the totem. You can't really try and step forward in the lane, which means Sot is going to get the better end of the early trade. But once Lasbro shows up, Nika should be just fine. I don't hate their 2v2. I just like Panatom's and Sot's a bit better, right? This Gilgamesh got active early on last game, and Panatom has the same ability this time around. Lasbro, of course, has beads, but even without him, you gotta be looking towards the Maman Brigitte. Mages are not the traditional, you know, pop-off damage dealers in the early game. They need to scale a little bit.
Coast has been pushed under lane. Is this something you maybe expected with the Khepri lock-in? I know Genetics and specifically Hazer had mentioned, and Inbound had talked about it a little bit, the matchup between, you know, the Khepri and the Ganesh and how that can affect some of the late game. But right now, here in the lane phase, did you expect to see them this far up?
Yeah, unfortunately, you might be winning 1v1s, you might be getting more active, but Genetics just has better clear than PBM at the moment, and that's the difference maker. And Khepri has plenty of lane pressure, whereas PBM just throws Turn of Fate and has to reset for like 15 seconds. It's going to take a while. Look at this damage already. Both junglers nearby. Lasbro would love to close gap and get to SOT, but does not have that blink. Has beads available. So maybe a blue buff invade in our future, but it's so easy to pull underneath the tower. Lasbro would have to step forward, and you don't want to take damage beforehand, so I think this invade's already done.
Yeah, CC just a little bit spotted out before he could get anything done against Sot. Like you said, invade stopped before it can even truly happen. The Warriors going to be happy. Again, stalling some of the momentum, stopping the Dragons and turning this around. That's going to be their main goal. if they want to push this set any longer and keep things going. Level 5's coming online for the mid laners. But despite having the transformations available, I guess if we had a conversation and there was a Chernobog on the board, maybe we're talking about it right now, but it feels like the level 5 for the Morgan, while it opens up so many different possibilities, also does keep things a little more narrow. She doesn't necessarily have too much that I'm thinking, that's the guy you want to go in and fight early.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. Morgan loves the transformation like Ratatoska or Thor because you can use those ganks. You could be a pseudo jungler. In this case, there's not much that's going to close gap very quickly, unless you're turning into like Netroid, and that's not going to be the best gank. So Dardes does not have as much freedom as maybe he's used to. Things like the double Taji, the Thors, the Rats. The Gilgamesh is still going to bring a good amount of CC if Dardes decides to use it, but that's mostly going to be in mid lane. I think it's going to be a while before Dardes starts to rotate. Maybe once that Dumor gets online. 1v1 versus Panatom, not a bad look, but Panatom heroic leaping away means that deadly aspect, the stun, will not connect.
It's going to be more than okay with the way things are going. Most of the Warriors will be, right? Pressure, at least in left, has been in their favor. And right, it's been a little back and forth. And in mid, it's been a little back and forth. But a small lead right now for Pagon in terms of experience, matched by a small lead for Lasbra in terms of experience. Right side pressure has been the name of the game for most of the weekend, but definitely for the Jade Dragons, playing through Nika and trying to get him ahead. These stuns, the damage, the control he can have, but that silence oppressive. Panatom, Lasbra coming over, and they want to fight. He's going to go for the up down, but so is Sot, but they have the turnaround. Wins the Shamash, slow him down, the damage, the life, they're getting low, but it's turning around. Lasbra looking for one more hit, gets the first one, loses his life, and now Dardes with the rotation makes sure this one will trade out 2 for 2. If he gets the auto, he has the ult, and does exactly what he needs.
That's a beautiful rotation and one that was necessary. Giving SOT a free kill is not what you want, but Dardes comes through, picks up the cleanup. Pagon followed, but cannot have the same impact. A little bit of a scrap over in duo lane as well. Netroid getting the better end of these trades. I love it. Action across the map. The Oni Warriors are still trying to find that aggression. What a beautiful ult from Nika, by the way. Up downs immediately. Sure, puts him in a bit of a rough spot. He could have lured the Afterlife away, but that's one of the benefits of Maman Brigitte. Just hiding inside. That dash can be so annoying. You juke out some damage. It looks like a for sure kill. And then the trade is clean. Netroid getting low. Needs one more auto, but Coast cannot find it.
I mean, both of them that time trading out. Genetics wasn't nearby enough to try and go for the res, so that could have been maybe a more true 1v1. Mike has to play careful in jungle. Has some backup from the Maman and the Morgan. But instead, it's going to be a nice little reset. Purple buff stolen away by the Warriors. And only 300 gold separating these two teams as we speak, Trelly. Some of that has been controlled. Nika again in control of the totem over on right. It's finding his pressure. But the up down, the double ult, I mean the rotations from the mid laners, all of that massive in terms of making sure things stay the state they are. If one team, even if the Warriors just go up 2-1, you lose one in the fight and it's Panatom, it's better for them. But being able to get Dardes over there, get him a kill as well, feels like it makes these next few minutes dangerous. Lasbra maybe showing some of that. Sot lockdown, slowed out, leaps forward, damage is good, and the kill goes over to the Dragon.
Beautiful play there, forcing out the Eagles rally. SOT had nowhere to run, and that's going to be another kill going the way of Lasbra. This Maman Brigitte off to a fantastic start, 2-1 for the jungler. Lasbra can do no wrong. Solo lane is the place to chill for now. And SOT does not have the teleport available, so it's going to have to book it the long way over towards lane, falling just a bit behind.
Keep waiting for Coast, him and Netroid. You had mentioned it, Nets last game, absolutely stellar in what he was able to do, despite the loss. We've got to get a 1v1 at some point in this matchup. A Hachi versus an On-Her feels like it's just bound to happen. But when it happens, and if it'll happen, it's completely up to those two players. Netroid has been doing pretty well so far. Going back to the Hachi as well, feels like he's got the safety. His beats are down, but he's not going to be too worried. And with the pressure that him and Genetics have mounted, it's been a lot of control for them, even a small experience lead in the duo.
Well, Netroid doesn't have to worry, right? He knows exactly where Lasbra's going to be, on the right side of the map. It's where he's been all game. 2-1-1, all of that over on right. Eventually, You might want to look towards some left lane pressure, but Vapor's Coast recognizes he's outranged. He recognizes he doesn't want to go in for any more fights, and look at this, SOT, he's got the ult. Will he up down? Yes, he will. He goes for the totem, but Lasper's right here.
And then immediate leap from Nika. You've got the damage, and you've got yet another kill on the world stage, going over to the Jade Dragons jungler, and now
What is
he's
that
gonna
doing? He
chase
didn't
down
even get the
Panatom.
totem,
Blue
bro.
buff invade. Can the Gilgamesh say anything about it? No, he cannot. It's 4-2, and it's a lead for the Dragons.
And that was a bait through and through, Gore. They knew that SOT was going to up down for that totem. They knew the Eagles rally would be used for some action. And without it, Lasper gets to pick up his 3rd kill. You got to know by now, SOT needs to be underneath that tower.
Dude,
the Milan
stop
Brigitte
going.
is too big of a threat. And Sot's going double Fizzdy, which has been the meta build, don't get me wrong, but no magical defense means Lasper is going to have a field day the longer he stays on this side of the map.
And so far, actually, he's spending a lot of time over there, and it's helping out a ton. 3-1-1, 4 out of 4 affected kills on the jungler. He's going to keep that pressure up. Watching right now, at least in mid, but it does feel like it kind of, I don't even know if I want to say sparse. He hasn't shown his face on the left-hand side too often, despite the fact that the Hachi and Genetics are right on that tier 1 tower line.
Doesn't seem like the easiest call. You got to deal with the Scarab's Blessing. You got to deal with mounted archery. If you do go for a gank, best case scenario, you get both of those down and still find the kill. And that seems like slim pickings. I can understand why the left side of the map is the favorite. Phantom headed over to right, stepped over ward, so Nika knows exactly what's going on. Playing so safe, the Jade Dragons are not taking a single chance. But remember, the left side of the map, Baron, you do not care if you're Lasper about it. You are looking towards the right, and don't forget, there's essentially 2 junglers on the side of the Jade Dragons. Dardes could easily clear a wave, get the Doomorp movement speed, and make a rotation himself. And then you got a 3-1 Maman Brigitte showing up, because that's what he's going to transform into. It was the Gilgamesh pretty consistently, and I still think it could be, but here we go.
Pagon in trouble. There's the Dharmic Pillars, leap forward, and you've got this Gilgamesh up against you now, but
Good
they
Aegis.
don't have the damage, and like you said, an Aegis, the beads used, and the Warriors want to utilize the pressure the Dragons put in mid and try to turn it on its head. Gold Fury started up, half health, Coast with his ult. Try to steal this from far away, can go through the walls, has to deal with Panatom, kick into the wall, finds the stun, but you got backup. Dardes, Mike nearby, and the Fury dropped off. Warriors still playing proactive, Trelly, and that's what you need to see when you're down 0-2, when you're down in gold and down in kills. You need to hold on to this game with a iron grip, the way the Dragons have in their lengthy games, the way the Dragons have in some of their losses.
Like in trouble, could be. It looks like they are putting some damage towards him in the jungle, getting low. The Winds of Shamash. Dardes might need a stun, and he does. Peels for his support. If that stun doesn't come through, Mike might be getting sent back through the Winds of Shamash. And that's the mid laner you want, Gore. I know a lot of mid laners that will let their support die.
7-1 on totems, baby.
Forward just to make
Nika
sure that
is
we're all
him.
good. But look at this, Vapor's Coast is unaware. There's an up down.
What's up down,
Phantom
up down?
does not care.
Both of them go for it, uses the ult, but he is surrounded. All you need is one more hit, and Panatom has it, the jungler for the Warriors, getting proactive on left.
Dude.
There was a single dragon on the side of left.
That
Someone
was
should have dropped
huge
down.
by
I mean, Metroid
Phantom,
tanked that
up
up
downing the up
for
down.
quite some time. Of course, Genetics had the Scarab's Blessing. It would have been
That
res,
was
but
big.
this early on with not many points into the ultimate, the health bar, would have been pretty easy to try and find. But unfortunately, because Mike gets caught out, has to drop some ultimates, there was no rotation, and Vapor's Coast goes down. 3-man dive under tier 1 with a Scarab's Blessing. I don't think there was anything Vapor's Coast could have done there.
Not much. In fact, maybe did everything that he could. If you don't get that knock up onto Panatom and you don't find your impale, there's only so much, as you said. That is going to be open for you. Secures the purple buff, though, thanks to Mike. And that's going to make sure things don't go too far away. 1,000 gold. 12 minutes in, Beacon spawns in, Genetics and Pagon have the numbers advantage since Mike is over in left. Should be maybe a concession here from the Dragons. Warriors step away for a moment, let it fall down, see if they can maybe bait a fight. Maybe they're worried, especially about this rotation. Maman and the Ganesh starting to show face. Just need to find the opening pick, maybe the lockdown, those Dharmic Pillars, massive in fights like this. All the Warriors have been in control and maintain control of the Beacon. Looks like the Dragons finally stepping back, giving them the space.
You notice the pivot Sot made. Went into the tier 1 shield, recognized Lasper has killed him 3 times, and immediately said, forget that item, I am getting the Oni Hunter's garb. I need magical defense immediately, and that's definitely the smart call. Sure, Nika's going to be able to chop him up a little bit better with that Executioner, but you're not getting soloed by an Osiris. It's not going to happen. This is going to be a brawler lane where you guys just clear waves and kind of smack each other. Once Maman shows up, that's the problem. So smart by SOT as to not get further behind. Lazarus kicked into the wall. Is in a bit of trouble here. He's going to have to hold.
Down. You have to worry about it. The knockup's there. You've got Coast to back you up, but you need a little bit more than that. Panatom is going in, but Coast is looking for it. Procs the res. Lazarus taken down by Panatom. Netroid taken down by Coast, but he runs the wrong direction. Python lays there waiting, gets the damage, gets the kill, and is helping to turn this around, but with Panatom in a dangerous spot, and
Genetics gonna fall down. Panatom falls.
Goes the way of the Dragons, and they pull that fight back to their advantage.
They'll take the 2v3, and they'll accept that with open arms. The Jade Dragon siege forward. Dardez can do no wrong. Finds Panatom in the back, gets the transformation, and wins the 1v1 after the fact. Of course, Panatom had used everything just to kill Lasper. I thought he might be able to make it out there after how much damage came through, but no CDR means that dash didn't come off cooldown, and he wasn't able to make it out. Jade Dragons are okay with those trades. I thought that Genetics' ultimate would be a bit more impactful, but Porsche Ghost hits the impale when it was necessary. That was just the beacon. I mean, Gold Fury, Pyromancer, still top.
That wasn't even the biggest thing.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with the gold on the map. And I think the Oni Warriors are playing this so smart, Gore. They're playing to the left side of the map. They're playing through Netroid. That is who they want to try to get ahead. And look at that build. He knows he has to go big, and he's going into crit so early on in this game.
That could be massive, especially considering we've seen a lot of delay on the Spectral Armors, the things to help deal with it. And so do you like this pivot? Do you like seeing him go for it this early on, I mean, if it means he can go big?
Yeah, Nika got absolutely popped last game by those crits, remember? If you build the Kins, if you build more damage, the crit is what's going to reign true. Pyromancer goes down, Panatom sieges forward, and Lasbra forced to blink defensively. You get the Runic Bomb over towards Nika, but actually
Nika's in trouble.
Yeah, chased down, knocked up, CC forced to leap. Good Darmic Pillars from Mike.
Forced
Peel away the solo laner. Make sure that the Warriors can't be there, but there's a 4-man death fall from the Chaos team in the mid lane, and that tier 1 is going to get knocked down, no problem.
Gold.
All right, well,
and then Gold pulled up. You've got tier 2 of a crit, and Netroid's going to start things up. And Coast should be able to sniff this out. How confident are they feeling, and can they get in time to get teleported over? You need the ult, you don't have the time. Gold Fury goes over to the Warriors. Now the fight starts up a little bit too late, and the Dragons don't have a lot to work with. Mike pushed against the wall, killed off. Dardez barely jumping over kick. Good for CC, but he's going to get taken down. Meanwhile, Nika Coast, they turn tail and run. They recognize they can't win that one.
And look where Lasper was, nowhere even close. The Jade Dragons, curious that they even push up when their jungler is so far on the opposite side of the map. Didn't look like a terrible attempt to go in for a steal. I don't even hate that, but the dash in from Mike, he gets aggressive. On to Genetics, no less, with Scarab's Blessing available. Just did not seem like a fight the Jade Dragons needed to take, and look at this score. The Oni Warriors, they're not pulling a tower, they're not pulling a pyro, they're going for a 16-minute FG.
Could be a massive power swing. We just saw Gold. It's in the single digits for a moment. Nika caught out right now, but has Coast for backup. Good damage against the wall immediately onto Genetics, and now they know.
Lasper's in the back.
Who's going for what? Panatom and Lasper in the 1v1. Maybe not a 1v1 truly, because Netroid comes in. The damage is looking good. The EI Jutsu forces the ult, and Lasper tries to turn it around, but he has too many surrounding him and gets picked off by the Warriors.
Man, I mean, you stall out the Fire Giant, so I guess it's not a complete L, but losing Lasper, losing his beads, losing the ultimate, does not feel good. And Panatom 4, 2, and 3, a part of all but one of these kills. This Gilgamesh is a growing threat, a growing problem that the Jade Dragons don't have many answers to. Sure, it works out a bit for them because Dardez gets to transform into the Gilgamesh, but as we saw last time, there's not much cooldown built for Dardez just yet, so he can't ult in every single engagement.
Lanes reset. Tier 1 in right has fallen for the Warriors. Tier 1 in mid has fallen for the Dragons. We're 17 minutes in, 8-7 favored the Warriors, and the gold slightly in their favor as well. Which you can hear, Jelly, as it has been the crowd in favor of the Dragons, at least the majority. The Warriors holding on not only incredibly well, pushing the Dragons back. And defensively, aggressively, where do the Dragons start to play over the next few minutes, especially with Fire Giant kind of looming over them?
I think Lasber needs to dial it back a bit. He's going for wraparounds, he's trying to play aggressive, but he cannot be caught out like that. He doesn't have the mobility, he doesn't have the movement, he doesn't have too much 1v1 potential at the moment. He needs to dial it back. I understand the need to want to play aggressive. You had a 3-1 start, you were looking clean, but things like this could be a problem. You don't want to be caught out too far. So that's step one. Regroup, dial it back and look for farm. Pagon, level 19. This Tiamat has been getting so much. And now Coast is about to get dove underneath the tier 1. Yeah, the Jade Dragons don't have much room to step up anyway.
Massive lead for Pagon in mid. Was just now hit level 18
The
for
Dragons are,
Dardes.
like,
Meanwhile,
trying to
Pagon's
farm
been sitting at 19, full
and
level.
get these items.
And trying to push 20 early for some of those power spikes. And that's what I'm going to look at
It's
now,
so
Charlie, because we've
hard
looked at some of the builds. You had mentioned Sot, who went back, finished off the
Oh.
shielding. You've got a little bit more defense, I think, this time for Nika, and maybe we'll hold that thought as Netroid tries to start the fight. Coast, half health. You have to be careful here if you're the on her. Panatom jumps forward. Aegis used preemptively, but the beads save him, and now you've got Nika to save your life. You need the help, but it doesn't come in time. Coast goes down, and you have to swarm. You have to rally, and you have to kill off Panatom to make this go even. But with Genetics swooping in, the Warriors take that fight. They isolate Mike, and they're looking to take not just the kill lead, but a tier 2 tower in left.
And this, once again, Lasbra and Dardes
No,
were
they're
not
back
in
in
this
fight.
engagement. They could
falling
not
back.
step in. They're going to go back and go right
Higher.
towards that Fire Giant. It is the correct play.
Yeah.
Nika not going to have the teleport, will not be able to show up when he spawns back in. Maybe Coast can make his presence known, but all you can do is look for some farm and
Like,
decide,
the
are you
Jade
going
Dragons
for the
are still
steal, or are
spread
you
out.
going
Onis
to
are more
look
grouped.
elsewhere?
They're
Dardes
trying
has
to be spread
ultimate.
out to
He's got
farm,
both
but
relics. He was not in that fight. Jade
they're getting
Dragons have
further
to decide
behind
right
because they're
now. Are they
getting
making for the
picked.
miracle play? And the Oni Warriors, yep, they're going to start off the Fire Giant.
Lasbra nearby, Dardes as well. Coast respawned, Mike respawned, Nika respawned, but no teleport to his name. What can the
know where
Warriors
he's
do?
at.
It's already halfway down, and you are right, dead to rights. And in the
They
scope
dropped
of
fire.
the Warriors, Lasbra pulled back, forced to use not just the beads, the blink, everything for the disengage, but the Fire Giant completely dropped. Warriors grouping over on the right-hand side of the map, looking for the tier 1. They should be able to find that, no problem. Knocked down easily, and the Dragons fall back as the Warriors don't have the advantage in the FG pit just yet.
Yeah, I think it's the Pyromancer thereafter, and they'll be able to grab that one relatively free unless Mike drops the Dharmic Pillars. You don't want to step up to the grab, the abduct from Genetics. That could be some dangerous stuff. PBM is not tanky enough to be here, so the Pyromancer will go down. Oni Fury is something that the Dragons wanted, but they don't have a choice because now Fire Giant once again started up.
Pyromancer already on their side. You got a Runic Bomb there for Genetics, halfway down on the Fire Giant. But are you going to commit to the 50-50? Or are you going to commit to Lasbra right now?
Lasbra, no
Netroid chasing him
blink.
down. First auto creates some trouble.
No
Ult
beats.
used by Lasbra to make sure he can get out of there. Trelly, the Warriors, the heat check, the damage check, they keep doing 6,000 gold, or approaching the 6,000 gold mark. They have complete control of this game.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The Jade Dragons want to just sit back. They want to farm. They want to go to lanes and just clear out minions, but they have not had the opportunity because the Oni Warriors keep forcing them, baiting them into these engagements that they're not favored on. Lazarus wants to farm. He keeps running away saying, I'm not going to be here. Dardes, the same. 2 levels down, 1 level down. They want to just chill in lane. But the Oni Warriors are playing such a proactive game. They're not giving them the opportunity to. Fire Giant gets pulled every couple of seconds. Netroid has the crit online. Oni Fury could be pulled at any moment. Heck, with just Pagon and Netroid there alone, they should be able to grab this no problem.
They step up to it. Like you said, have an advantage with just the 2 of them. You'll have Panatom there as well. Lasbra, Mike, and Coast spot out the rotation. Genetics is going to be joining his team soon. So now this Oni Fury becomes a much more dangerous zone to be around. That seems to be enough for the Warriors to go ahead and fall back, relinquish the Fury Pit. Look for a pick instead. Should be worth noting. Level 20 right now for Pagon. Just hitting that first, having that power spike, and specifically finishing his starter early. Trelly, that changes a lot of the scope and a lot of the grand scheme of how a fight could break out. Right now, Nika, who's in a little bit of trouble, pulled back. You only have Pagon behind you, but you're taking a little bit of poke. Sot is looking for the loop around. The Warriors get stopped. They go for the Fury instead.
I mean, I wouldn't even hate a call just to go split push, but the only Fury's here. Mike, the only one nearby.
does not have the damage, does not have the steal, but now you have to worry about the fight. Solar Patrol
so
leaps
bad.
in, is surrounded, but the damage
Dragons.
is going the way of the Warriors. Coast forced to Aegis, can't get out of there. Nika chased down Mike, chased down, forced away under the tier 2 in mid, and the Warriors immediately moving over towards right.
This should be the Fire Giant call. Lasbra and Dart is on the left side of the map. They're not going to be anywhere near. Maybe Nika steps forward, but besides that, the Oni Warriors, 5 strong, have plenty of damage, plenty of DPS, and yeah, not a Jade Dragon in sight. They have to fall back and play defense. I didn't like that engage to begin with. It really does seem like the Jade Dragons are taking unfavorable fights just to try and stem the bleeding, but I think what Lasbra and Dardas have been doing is the correct call. Split push, get farm elsewhere, don't step forward, and bunker down for defense. Eventually, the Jade Dragons will have damage, but at the moment, they cannot step forward. The Oni Warriors have so much kill potential, and it's all off the back of these tanks. Genetics and SOT, just creating so much space for the backline. Metroid's not getting the most kills, but he's not afraid to mount an archery and ride the horse and just try and find his auto attacks. Same with Pagon. He's gonna leap in any chance he gets.
When you got 9 assists, when your team has 12 kills, Netroid, I mean, he is the cavalry. He's the one who's leading them in. And so far, it has been working incredibly, incredibly well. Has the 2-level lead over Coast. Lasbra, Dardas just now hit their level 20 spikes. Maybe something to help level the playing field. And you had already mentioned this. This is what you want to see them do. Fall back, just defend, just farm. But can they step up? Is it soft defense around the tier 2? Can they hard defense around the tier 2? Or are we looking at Phoenix lines?
I would not be getting in range of Genetics at the moment. I think that's a big mistake. That one abduct and Mike could get deleted. One abduct and your relics are gone. Soft defense at best. Lasbra looks like he wants to go for a wraparound, but they're playing this smart. Just back up. The tier 2 and afterthought. Jade Dragons need to stay underneath this base, but with the Titan pushing forward, the Oni Warriors are going to have a big 6-man with a large health bar and plenty of damage. Even a Phoenix could be their target. Yeah, why not? Grab the Runic Bomb. Pyromancer's up too. You got 1 for Genetics. 2 means you can just absolutely destroy the Phoenix. They're playing this calculated, Gore. Aggressive? Yes. Quick? Also yes, but calculated.
And the calculations, man, they're coming up on point. Genetics tries to go for an abduct there. Prove your point. But it can be dangerous. They've got the Chaos Titan at full health, knocking on the mid Phoenix. Warriors with Fire Giant. Power play still for another 2 minutes. And they're going to step in. Defense has to go massive here for the Dragons. And it's going to start with the Chaos Titan, but Panatom has eyes on the jungler, has eyes elsewhere. The Phoenix slowly getting knocked down. Sot over on left. Impale good from Coast defense. Not enough to save the bird. Chaos Titan marching forward with the Warriors. Opt to fall back. They recognize where their advantage is, and instead it's pressure onto right.
The Phoenix is what they are looking for, and the Phoenix is what they found. And so far, Lasbra has not been able to get active in a single one of these engagements. Immediately gets poked out by Panatom. He's got the Bumba's Hammer. He's got Fire Giant buff. And he is a menace on the map currently. Not just one, Phoenix is good enough. Dardas sneaks forward, goes for SOT, finds a little bit of damage, but they're going back.
They're deep in the back line. Panatom is the one to watch as he gets chased down. Dardas trying to make sure he controls him. You got to be careful. The res, it comes through. Genetics saves his life, and the second bird falls down as the Warriors start to fall back. They recognize no poke, no kill, fall away, and make sure that you have your advantage. Fire Giant power play, another minute on the board, but instead, Trelly, it's the jungle, it's the board that is theirs to play with.
I mean, you can see there's signs of life here from the Dragons. I mean, Dardas finds a great engage there, turns right into Panatom and tries to die, but Genetics is on point. We haven't even touched on the Scarab's Blessing. Even if the Jade Dragons find an amazing moment to find a pick, it can just get taken away. The revive from Genetics can be so impactful, and that's exactly what happened. You would have loved to find a kill on the Panatom. Just doesn't come through. It's not going to be Enhanced Fire Giant just yet, so that's a good sign, but the Oni Warriors have the ability. They are in control of the map. 2 birds down. They can just wait, Gore, and that's what I'd do. I'd sit around EFG. I'd grab Primal Fury. I'd steal away some buffs, maybe step forward because you know that Dardas' beads are down. But just wait for Enhanced Fire Giant and end the game off 1 foul push. That's the best case scenario here if you're an Oni Warriors fan. You need the reverse sweep, and this is the first step to doing so.
You got to play catch up right now and level. Mike and Nika sitting behind their opposition Warriors. You had already called.
Nico really needs level 20 man.
Disappearing. They're going to opt for a Primal Fury. It takes a little while to burn down, but they're going to get the job done nonetheless as the Dragons focus basically, or purely on base defense. Now, fire minions in mid and in right. I agree with you wholeheartedly. When you have two Phoenixes down, you're just focused on defense. But it feels like a good spot to be defending if you're over there. Coast needs to be a little more careful. This tier 2 in pressure, the Warriors, no Fire Giant, nothing to play over on right. Instead, still playing proactive Trellis.
So far, that's the case. Lasbra taking a bit of a trade here with SOT. I see no damage heading towards Zapolona as if he's being tickled. Lasbra just does not have the DPS to mess with the solo laner. Fire Giant fallen off. There is no FG buff anymore. The Oni Warriors are pushing just because they can. No runic bombs for the Warriors, but they want to try and whittle down this last Phoenix. Fire minions pushing in right. They're playing this one slow. I guess this is their call, to instead of stalling for EFG around the pit, just go in for a soft defense, see what you can find. But again, the Jade Dragons play it smart. They clear waves, and they stick around. You need that enhanced Fire Giant if you're trying to get this Phoenix over on left, and it's not going to happen. Oni Warriors are going to retreat, and they might not stall at this point. I mean, sure, Pyromancer spawns in. They can do whatever they want, Gordon. There really is not much the Jade Dragons can do offensively. They just have to sit back.
Now the Warriors got an opportunity to spend. I mean, I see the builds. Obviously, they've spent some of it. But with the Pyromancer coming up, it feels like they've just been out in base for so long. Now, Charlie, one thing you had mentioned for the Dragons prior, not needing to step up to Fire Giant, sub 30. Now we're approaching 29, and it becomes a different conversation. Now, Runic Bomb in pocket for Genetics as the Pyromancer goes that way. You are looking at, what, 14,000 gold for the Warriors right now. And the Fire Giant fight that could break through, could be the most crucial portion of this game. Great silence from Mike, stops Panatom with a leap, comes back up. The winds of Shamash turn some things around, and the damage onto Coast, the shutdown onto Coast from the solo laner does exactly what you need. You've lost both the pillars in your side lanes, and the jungler to boot. 3 gone on the Dragons. The Warriors say no right here. Step forward. Mid Phoenix is the first target, but it is the Titan that they want more than anything. And it's Netroid. Oh my God, there it is. He gets some damage, but he doesn't get the kill. Not enough to shut him down. 4 already gone, and you can't get the kill. The T aside, and the Warriors stand proud and push us to 4.
The Oni Warriors will not be swept. 3-0 is out of the question. We have at least a game number 4 on our hands. 6-0 for Pagon, 6 kills for Panatom. What a performance. And of course, Genetics does not let his team fall. The Scarab blessings were on point. And for my money, you're going towards Honor for the pressure. Coast got no pressure in that lane. Netroid owned the left side of the map, and because of that, the Gold Fury, all these objectives, the Oni Warriors get to go uncontested.
All across the board, it's that guy in the middle of that picture there, Panatom. I would argue both of them, right? Him and Genetics, I think really opening up so much of the conversation. This has been the second time on a world stage where Panatom on Gilgamesh is going to look this fantastic. And then to top that off, having those reses, I mean, that Khepri, for such a late pick, for such a matchup to maybe even have the advantage going towards the Ganesh, as the Deskin said, Genetics makes it look good and gets the reses he needs.
Now the Jade Dragons have to dial it back. They thought they had the momentum. They thought the 3-0 is what they were looking for. That is no longer the case. The Oni Warriors, the ball is in their court, right? They say, hey guys, we can do this. We not only got our win, our one win so far, it was pretty dominant. There was not much the Jade Dragons could do there. I liked what Lasbra did early on, but the Maman Brigitte was not enough to, get this ball rolling. The gold lead was way too much to try and step forward for, so back to the drawing board for both of these teams. Can't wait to see what they cook up in P's and B's for game number 4.
That's what I remember. I remember you enjoyed the early game. It was the mid game where things got a little more awkward for Lasbra. So we'll have to see how the Dragons adapt to this, or if the Warriors can keep the fire surging forward. All of that right after this.
They're going to look for the steal if they can find it, but they do not have the steal. Oh my goodness! Polar Bear Mike grabs a double kill, and the chase is on.
Polar Bear Mike. He is a player that I've wanted to team with for a long time because he's good. I'm good friends with him, and I played
ranked countless times with him, and he just seems like a person that really loves the game and gets in depth into it, and VOD reviews and plays and tries different things, doesn't stick with the meta. So I think that's a really beneficial person to have on your team, and especially somebody as confident as him. When he makes a call, like, you can follow that call and be happy about it.
I mean, I have a lot of respect for Mike. I mean, me and him go back a ways, have a lot of history, and he's always been a really tough opponent to play against. I like the way he thinks about the game. He does a really good job of leading teams, so I think Mike's just a great overall player.
He's got a really diverse god pool. He always did on my team on the rival Ghost era. I have a lot of love for Mike. I think he's an amazing support player. I think what he's capable of with the team, he gives a lot of energy. He has a great way of just being really loud, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that as a get everyone on the same page right now kind of situation. He will play all the best gods. He won't have a god that is really good that he just won't play. He doesn't have any blocking in his head. He won't just think other supports are better than him at one god, so he's not going to play it. He doesn't limit himself in any way like that.
He's kind of like a player that wants to be aggressive, wants to like get in your face, you know, outplay you. And I think over the years he's kind of changed that a little bit. He's a little bit more dynamic in his play style. Now you can play a little more, maybe a little of the afros, and you know, people meme him about picking the afro, but it's a good pick, and I don't really think he's the reason why they lost those games. It was just coincidence a lot of the times that he was playing like an afro pick when they lost.
Yeah, I do think that was a big change for him. He's been with Panda for countless years, and having to switch to somebody that doesn't necessarily want to run it down the lane every single time, pressure, because as we all know, Panda Cat is a pressure merchant. And but yeah, I think Vote, it definitely probably threw him off a little bit, but he's probably adjusted, and Coast is more or less, I would say, similar to Panda than Vote was to Panda. So I think having Coast on the team is probably more his speed.
Yeah, and I think he went from that kind of just like only aggressive, I want pressure style to changing it up, playing maybe a little bit more like backline peel or anything like that. So I think he kind of just does everything now. He's a complete player and a good dude.
Neil wouldn't say that if there wasn't a camera on him. Neil's actually a complete dick, and he ruined my life twice, actually. So yeah, I don't know. I don't really like to think about what other people think of me too much, honestly, like both positively and negatively. I just like to try to be the best teammate I can be. Sometimes I am, sometimes I'm not, sometimes pain in the ass, you know, it just depends. But I definitely think throughout my career I've been very privileged to play with many great players and great teammates, so it is nice to hear people like Twig kind of share the same feelings that I would feel towards him. Oh, I'm so emotional.
This isn't what you expected. You'll find another way. Come meet here in the present. I can see your heart. You're hiding from the light. Let's try to breathe the moment, bring the
Alrighty, game 4.
Couple things I can promise you about the SteelSeries Aerox 5. It is super lightweight. I'll tell you right now. What?
Had one?
Yeah. And there's another one behind your ear, man.
Whoa!
Tell me how light the SteelSeries Aerox 5 is.
74 grams, something like that?
Maybe even less. Does it
Maybe.
feel like you could go lightning speed?
I feel like my arm's about to fly through the stratosphere.
And it will with the SteelSeries Aerox 5. Thanks to SteelSeries for being with us here in Season 10 of the Smite World Championship, live in Arlington, Texas at the Esports Stadium. My name is Dolson Mifflin, Inbound and Hazer still with me. And we're going to look at the SteelSeries moments of glory to talk about game number 3. We still got more games. If you're just tuning in, it is not a 3-0 J-Dragons Worlds victory. No, the Oni Warriors have some life, Hazer.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to take a look at what was going on with PBM on the Ganesh here. I think we're going to see a lot of clips of a useless elephant sitting there while Panatom absolutely wails on people. I feel like this Gilga, we finally saw the value that Panatom was looking to bring with it. And there were just no answer on the other side. They had no answer to the rundown from Sot and from Panatom.
And I think that's because of that Khepri combination with it. The Ganesh, all 3 games so far has been rather useless, and I think we see both of these teams stray away from that Ganesh. Outside of that, on top of Onher just being rather useless in this matchup, stop picking this Onher into Hachiman. It's just too hard for the Onher to bully out this lane, and Hachi's more effective late game.
Yeah, I was surprised by that performance from Vaporish Coast. I really thought on one of his signature picks he'd be able to get at least a little bit of lane dominance rolling up against Netroid, but we know Hachiman can handle his own. But surprised, and if you were watching the stage afterward, I mean, Coast looked shell-shocked after that loss.
Yeah, for sure. He was kind of, I mean, and then he was a little shell-shocked there, but it's on his teammates, the guys that have been here before, they've done this before, the veterans, they really need to rein him in, get him focused up. You're still on the 2-1 advantage. You still only need one more game, so you got to just set him a little straight, get him a little bit more of a better pick, and I think it starts with that Hachiman.
Yeah, but let's talk about what went right for the Oni Warriors.
Yep.
And I think centering that on Pagon and Panatom is exactly where I want to be. We already saw it or heard from it earlier. Panatom finally finding that value on the Gilgamesh. I will note, I did ask for damage items, not just a different pick, and he picks up that Erendite. I think a significant change up. Finally had some of that kill pressure we were looking for, and then just a lights out performance from Pagon on Tiamat.
Yeah, when I saw Panatom get the Light Blade from his passive, I was really hoping he was going to upgrade that into an Executioner or a Kins, but sells it out, picks up the Arendite, reveals the stealth of Morrigan, makes it really difficult for Dardes to play in these fights. No escape for the Morrigan.
And the J-Dragons fans have been the wind in their sails ever since being 0-2 down yesterday. And don't get me wrong, there are plenty of Oni Warriors fans in the building as well. Plenty of noise when they win game number 3. But also remember, there are players on the stage, on the Oni Warrior side of the stage, that also like silencing crowds, right? Be careful of certain players when they're able to tone down some of the J-Dragons fans. That will fuel some of the Oni Warriors just as much as their own fans cheering them on. Game 4, this one could change everything. We'll get into picks and bans and see exactly what happens. Our analysts have set the stage just a little bit here. Hazer, what are some early priorities you're looking for in picks and bans?
So I think this is where the coaches really have to earn their money. As a former coach, I apparently didn't earn my money well enough on the world stage. Never quite managed to do it.
Welcome to
but
the
I
desk.
want to see, yeah, thanks.
You're good at it, though. We're happy to have you.
I want to see the Hatchy Man prioritized by the Jade Dragons. I think that has been by far Coast's best pick. They have opted to swap sides, though. The Jade Dragons in first pick last time, they lose that game, they get choice, and they go over to the second pick side, which means they won't have the option of first picking away that Hatchy. Maybe they're going to opt to go for a bit more of a throwaway ban, a bit more of a target ban, maybe take away the Gilgamesh.
I also want to see them lower the value on this Mammon. It's not a horrible pick. It's not Lasbra that isn't doing enough on it. I just think there's counters into it. This Gilgamesh matchup is very tough for her to live on, and that Gilgamesh had a lot of value in that last game. And going into this first pick by the Warriors, 100% agree. This Hachiman is way too valuable. It's right here, first pick available for the Warriors. Lock it in.
I agree. I think Hachiman has just been so dominant throughout this event. Not only is he strong in the laning phase, he helps you out around the objectives. He's got immense safety. You can either play around him if you so choose, play that aggression through the duo, or you can trust that safety in Hachiman and diversify your playstyle. Leave him alone on an island and say, just look, if someone shows up, CC me and horse, walk away.
And going into this, they go for this Mammon again. They prio it just a little bit too much.
Visceral reaction.
Yeah, does that deflate you a little bit?
Yeah. I don't like this Mammon. Laz is not getting enough done. We even talked about it in that first and second game. The Gilgamesh we were a little bit worried about, not enough damage. I feel like it's going to the Mammon. He's the one that's not able to get enough damage, and we complained after game 2. Gilg wasn't doing enough. He did way more than the Mammon did last game.
One thing that I do like, though, in that top 2, Tiamat, take away from Pegon, grab it for Dardes. Dardes on that Morrigan struggled to get
the
things
Bellona.
going, couldn't get aggressive, couldn't
really
get in
think
there
the
because his
Bellona
front
is-
line weren't able to support him doing so. This time he gets the Tiamat,
whoa,
he's going to be able
whoa.
to jump in, and we got our solo lane matchup already, Bellona, and now the Osiris is gone. It's going to be Achilles for Nika.
But why is it the Achilles? It's because of the revive on the other side. I'd
Yeah.
actually talked to Genetics recently. He said, look, everyone's going to say Thanatos, Achilles, that's the answer to my Khepri. And he said to me, Mifflin, that's not going to work. And he wouldn't go any deeper on it. He steepled his hands like the villain that he is, and he leaned back into his chair. Let's see if he can put up a shut up.
And I'd argue that Achilles, even outside of this matchup, is a very strong god indeed, because if it goes late, he's getting tankier than just about any other character. My only worry here, the Jade Dragons have been playing for these totems. They've been playing to dominate solo. Is he going to be able to do this against the Bellona? Bellona, very strong in most early game matchups, totem dominator. It's a little bit of a switch up by the Dragons, and it makes me a little worried.
Yeah, I think that Achilles has decent matchup into the Bellona. You can cancel out that bludgeon, remove that burst potential. You're not exactly reliant on your auto attacks either. The nuance of, well, you know, in the Osiris matchup, I can at least disarm, go for the boxing match, use block stacks as well. With Achilles, it's, I'm going to combat dodge, I'm going to stun you out, I'm going to play around my sustain, and then start looking for some other stuff. So I think the way you control the totem as Achilles is to play through the PvP.
I really like this Heim pick. I was a little worried we
This
might
is
see
vintage,
another
right?
Anher, we might see another Ram or something like that, but Heim, much better matchup
There we
into the
go.
Bellona.
Yeah.
Has that lane pressure to match Hatchy Man,
This-
and then when the Bellona tries to dive you, you can use that knock up to peel her off of you, ult her away as
Yep.
well. Really, really good pick here for Coast.
And on top of that, it makes this
Really
little cat
happy
and
to see
mouse
the
game
Heim.
when Solo is looking for that dive in this matchup. You said if Bellona's going too deep, she's just going to get sent to Niflheim if she doesn't have those beads available. And there's a few other opportunities to pull those beads. The Achilles stun, because you have to be worried about that execute. And I want to see Mike also play something that can threaten those beads, so that Solo really has to be smart with that.
Worth adding some context, because that's what I'm here for. Think back to Coast in a lot of the early games that we saw him in the SPL and his way up through the SEC as well. It was always a Heimdall ban against him. We've seen a lot of on-her target bans. Heimdall, sure, in a different meta, maybe a little bit better, still in a really good spot right now, but this is a pick as far as comfort goes, Miff. You see a shell-shocked Coast after game 3, maybe something he's comfortable with for game 4.
And he should be comfortable. It's one of the safest hunters, if not the safest hunter in Smite. You could trust him to just hold his own in lane. And it also maybe dissuades the Oni Warriors from going towards a Morrigan themselves. Not to say that they would have absolutely done it, but Heimdall's got a really good matchup into it.
And Vulcan from Pegon. This is the first Vulcan game we get from Pegon. He's been sticking to two gods, Tiamat, Merlin. Now he's going into this Vulcan where we've seen it before.
Ooh, this is Warriors draft for sure.
This is the Warriors we expected to see also. The Vulcan though, I'm interested to see how Pegon is going to play it, because he has not, you know, stretched. Obviously he can play it, but it is a different style than that Tiamat and that Merlin.
That's a
I really like this draft actually from the Warriors. The Susano with the Kepri. Susano able to get in there, really difficult to pick off, and when you finally do lock him down, finally able to take him down, he's got a second life, courtesy of genetics on this Kepri. I love the Susano pick. Vulcan as well, knock up available from him, able to set up and able to get his damage into the backline. One thing that the Jade Dragons comp lacks as well, they've gone Heim, a hunter who doesn't have especially good objective damage, and Tiamat, not great objective damage either. Oni Warrior is going to be able to control those objective fights.
You know what I want to see here from Mike? I want to see a Nox. It completely shuts down everything the Warriors can do. It gives that beads pull potential.
How you feel about that?
It's really close. It's really close, and it's a little bit easier to maneuver into those late games. A little bit more team fight presence. It's what I wanted them to go for, because it is that beads pull potential. But again, it's a risky pick.
It does plug that gap at least a little bit around objectives as well. A support E-set, not going to do crazy damage with a circle of protection, but it allows you to be a little bit tankier while you do it, provides that heal, provides another source of burst damage around fire and around Gold Fury.
Fellas, let's not beat around the bush though. I'm looking at these drafts. I see Oni Warriors playing their signature style. All these picks I associate with these players. I like this Oni Warriors draft significantly more than what the Dragons have.
And I'm going to go back to that Maman. I think there's just too much prio on this god. Maybe that Bologna pick by Nika in that first slot to pair with that Tiamat, I would have liked a little bit more. But again, it's on the Lasbra. Lasbra's going to have to find these openings, and he's going to have to kind of do it with just the Achilles. He's just going to have enough threat there, and he's going to have to do it through the Kepri. So it's going to be a tough call for him.
Some openings potentially now
Nika has
for the Oni Warriors. I completely
literally
agree. Their
go
style
crazy
of play
or they lose.
Largely reflected by the picks that they now have.
Who's Nika killing, bro?
Locked in here in
like,
game
Vulcan's
number 4.
so safe.
What are some openings in your mind, Myth,
Sun
for the
is
Jade
so
Dragons
safe.
here? Because
And
we see some
Achilles.
comfort picks
Hachi's
for
so
them.
safe in the
Do you still
Achilles.
see a cohesive unit, though, a team that can play as 5?
I think Hazer hits on a really good point. I want to see the Jade Dragons play a little bit earlier in the game. They haven't got the best objective secure, but it gets worse as the game develops. Play that E-set, level 5. Amon Brigitte has great DPS on objective. I want to see early rotations from the Achilles. I think that's one way for the Dragons to get something started, because in the absolute latest portion of this game, I think the Oni Warriors are really going to thrive.
And one thing I love about this Oni's draft as well, Susano, finally, we were asking for it last game. Panatom goes to a hyper carry. He has had an amazing tournament so far, looked so dominant. He keeps going back to that Gilgamesh this time. He switches it up, he changes the style, he changes the prospect that the Jade Dragons have to deal with, changing their play style in doing so.
I will say, Oni Warriors do scale. They do play very well in that late game, but this is not an easy Dragons comp to dive. The Heim, a lot of survivability, beats pull potential. Same with that E-set. And then on top of all that, trying to kill a Tiamat with that second life, that quadrupedal stance, I think is what it is, trying to get something like that. Trying to kill in that scenario, it's not easy.
It isn't, but they've got so much survivability on their dive. It might not be easy to get into that back line, but it's a lot easier when you don't have to concern yourself with your own life, and that's exactly what Kepri gives you.
No matter what happens here, we've seen some amazing smite so far this weekend. Either the Dragons take it now or we go to another Game 5. We'll see if the Oni Warriors can get it done in game number 4.
Well, the Warriors are holding on to the best of their ability, and now it is exactly what they want. Shelly, right now, people rooting for the 3-1. Warriors holding on as best they can, and some interesting picks that get to come through, and more importantly, the first look on Pagon outside of those two mages that we have seen so far. Onto the Vulcan, and one that it feels, again, kid in a candy shop style electricity for me. It just feels like it could have so much to go for it.
Gore, I've been waiting for picks like these from the Oni Warriors. I mean, Panatom on the Susano. I complained in game number 1 about the Athena. I complained about the build on Athena. This is the kind of pick that I want to see Panatom on. Full damage, Susano, get in, get out, destroy the backline. And it is what he's made his name on. Gods like this. And honestly, I associate Susano with Panatom because of how well he can pilot this character. Not going to be easy trying to deal with Lasbra. Notably, I think it's actually kind of rough matchup to deal with. Sure, the pole has some great interactions, but Typhoon should almost never be hitting Maman Brigitte. She can just dash inside of you, juke the knockup, then come back out and win that 1v1. But Lasbra's been having some struggles piling this Maman. Hasn't been the easiest time. Early on, yes, great. And honestly, that's where she thrives. But late game, Lasbra has to watch the positioning. That's something that we're going to have to keep our eyes on. The Oni Warriors got one game under their belt. They need game number 2 to go off well. And the Khepri, finally there's been somewhat of an answer to it. Nika going towards the Achilles. Remember, Fatal Strike, the execute, does not care about Scarab's Blessing. It will negate it entirely, but you got to be on point with that ult, and it can be body blocked very easily.
Now another matchup I'm really interested in seeing, and one that again got a little discussion last game. It is this Khepri, and maybe the Achilles needs to come to the conversation here, but also with the E-set from Mike. Not something we've seen in a long time.
Yep.
But something that, again, in the right modes, you got to silence and stun. Massive ult that can help in teamfights. It does provide a good bit to what the Dragons might need, especially in some of the mid game. Where are you looking at it? Just objectives?
It does definitely provide a lot, but it is a pick that I have been a big hater of in times when it was one of the better support picks, just because Circle of Protection, the way that ability is designed, is to be the best objective confirm in the game, and the way that people build and the way that Mike is going to build E-set support is full tank. You're not going to get the same amount of value from it. It's not as if the Spirit Ball, it's not as if the Silence, the Dispel Magic, all of these things are going to be very impactful. They certainly are, and it's going to be annoying to try and deal with. But it just feels like the knocks that Hazer was calling for could have gotten the job done as well. We'll have to see. Mike went to it for a reason. He feels confident. He's been looking good this entire tournament. We'll see what he can do in game number 4.
Especially, again, championship point here for the Dragons. And they want to use that energy. Good stun from Nika onto Sot, and Lasber's around, looks for some poke, but not enough to find a kill in right. Forces Sot to fall back and play safe. Now, Charlie, this is where the Dragons have found a lot of that culmination of success has been in the early game. And in games 1 and games 2, it was just able to translate really well. I guess in game 1, actually, it really was just holding on as long as they could. But in game 2, they make that translate really well. Here, we need to see a little bit more of that. And I want to turn attention to the solo lane, because not only do we see a little bit of back and forth, I think, between Nika and Solo Ritual, but now the Achilles. The execute feels like it should be nice a little bit later on, but the stuns, the CC, and so far, the way the lane has gone, feels like it's a little more solid than the Osiris.
Yeah, the 2 picks that I called attention to during group stages was the Achilles and the Osiris, picks that I wanted to see a bit more of. We've seen a ton of the Osiris since then. The Achilles is one that's been a little bit on the backside. I think just coming out because of the Khepri pick from Genetics, he's been so on point. And granted, if you're on the other side, you're on the opposite of it, very annoying with these Scarab's Blessings. So you have to either A, play around it, or B, go for the execute through it. So a lot of weight on Nika to connect with those ultimates, a lot of weight on the Oni Warriors to body block those ultimates. It's always going to be in the back of your mind. Am I getting low? Do I have enough HP to even survive this engagement? Can I frontline when Nika is around? It just adds another level of chess to this game.
And right now, I think the biggest thing to do, and I'm kind of curious, if you're the Dragons, do you need to just turn up the pace, dial it to 11, push as hard as you can in this early game, and just get a massive lead that the Warriors can't overcome? Or do you try to hold out for late, as we've seen them do so many times so far this weekend?
I mean, I was going to say if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but they lost the last game. So I guess that's not the strategy you want to go to every single time. And again, the Oni Warriors have been so electric. They just want to push their lead. They want to play for early game. They want to end the game quickly. So the Jade Dragons did not pick a composition, in my mind, to match that. They're not playing to the Oni Warriors. They're still trying to play that style. They still want to get late game. And if they can put some brakes on this game and just say, hey, we're going to spawn in at level 30, they would definitely do that.
Well, thanks for bearing with us. We jump back into game here again, just 3 minutes in. No team has pulled a lead. So do you want to see, and maybe this is too early for this conversation, we're only 3 minutes, but like counter punches from the Dragons, is that where it goes? I know you mentioned Lasber early. We saw him show up in right, what some of that pressure can bring. But where is their real punch back against the Warriors, who seem to have gone not just for the whole run it down draft, but for one that just emulates their style so well?
Still think it has a lot to do with Nika. He's going to be extremely tanky. That's one of the benefits of Achilles. You take the armor off early game, you put it back on late game, and you get even tankier. Remember, most of these auto attack warriors, your Bellonas, your Osirises, they've been teching in Kins, they've been teching in Executioner. 2 damage items in a solo lane build means you are getting one shot by the crits. Achilles is not going to be doing that. Maybe you get one item like that, but Netroid is going to have a much more rough time dealing with the dive of Nika. SOT, he's got a rough time diving Coast as well. One of the benefits of Heimdall, besides being bar none one of the safest ADCs in Smite, is that knockup. The bludgeon is going to be a problem. Any melee character that wants to get close and auto attack is going to be a problem. Ghost, thin margins there on the Bifrost. If that stun connected, Netroid might have wanted to chase down with the ultimate. Either way, I think that the backline of the Jade Dragons is pretty self-sufficient. Tiamat and Heimdall don't usually need too much peel, so Mike and Nika can stand forward. They can focus on engage. They can focus on CC for the squad.
Question Genetics Netroid over on left. How much pressure they can apply, and then what they can do with that pressure. That's what we saw a lot of last game. Although last game, it was also coupled with fights on right. And now Sot goes in, has Panatom beside him. Nika forced to ult away, but Panatom with the chase in, and first blood to the Warriors, and second blood to the Warriors as Netroid gets aggressive in the duo lane.
Wow, Genetics didn't even have to Scarabs. Blessed, they didn't have to dive that tower. I cannot believe a Porsche Coast stuck around. He thought the Bifrost would be enough. He thought Through the Realms would be enough. It was not. 2 kills simultaneously there for the Oni Warriors. And of course, Nika does his best, right? You use the Fatal Strike to try and immune the Typhoon, but the dive was always going to take you out. SOT just getting the better end of those trades. But I think Coast, that's a misplay. He didn't have to stick around. He trusted the circle of protection. You can see both Mike and Coast ults are down. He thought that'd be enough survivability. It was not. You're getting Netroid off to another great start on a pick that he's played so many times and so well so far this tournament.
Last time that it had a pop-off game, though, remember, it didn't necessarily end as well.
That is true.
It's only 1-0, so maybe not the pop-off. I'm maybe just as worried of Net getting that kill as Panatom getting the first blood, right? Jungle pickup, 1,000 gold now on their side. The experience maybe not too crazy. In fact, you've got a level lead right now for Lasma. But the Dragons are going to be feeling, I think, the ire of the Warriors. Especially if Panatom is left to his own devices. It's going to be a small back and forth for him. And I want to ask, because we haven't gotten to see too much of the Susano. Nothing's different, right? I mean, he's just going to be playing the same way Panatom's been playing this pick for the last, what, 3, 4, however many years you want to add on.
Yeah, you have pretty ease of engage. You've got a Scarab's Blessing to back you up. You're just going in for the Blink Pole, you're going in for the Typhoon, you're setting up for your team. Panatom knows exactly how to pilot this pick, and I've been wanting to see him go to it pretty much the entirety of this tournament, because I just like watching him work on the Susano. He knows exactly how to pilot the map. Someone who I want to see work a little bit more, Lasbra, has not had much action. Just Maman Brigitte has been playing defensively for quite some time.
Oh, it looks like it's going to be going to a game 5, man.
The analysts talk about it at the desk. I think they're exactly right. To first pick this Maman, put so much pressure towards it. And then for Lasbra to have such a slow early game.
The Warriors
Again,
comp here is
when
just
she shines, but the late game,
much
lot
better.
of weight on his shoulders. Low player damage for both junglers because they haven't had too much time to get aggressive.
Juan, who do you want to win?
Netroid keeps Coast, keeps Mike underneath their tier 1 tower. They've got nowhere to go.
Nika with a little bit of pressure over here on right. You've got Lasbra as well as Panatom. We're going to join the conversation. Stun from Nika. Nothing too crazy happening. Panatom sticks around, and this is where it could get dangerous, but you don't have the engage that maybe makes things as easy. No blink for Panatom. Does not seem to matter right now, though. Immediate the pullback, the damage. It's good enough, but not the lockdown. And Nika's able to dodge out on that. Sot doesn't overstay his welcome either. So Lasbra, despite hovering in the jungle, unable to get anything done. With no big rotations over towards left, no big rotations now over towards right, Trelly. Again, we're at thin margins, but a small lead for the Warriors as we crest over 8 minutes in.
And I find this so interesting that we do have a bit of a land meta sort of starting to emerge. Panatom and Lasbra both head over, not because of blue buff spawns, that shows up right now. It was because of that totem. I think both junglers in the back of their mind said, are we about to see an Eagles rally to confirm this totem? Are we about to see Nika overextend to confirm this totem? If so, we get to go in for a gank. No one stepped forward. They hid in the jungle and they waited. And this is not something that you ever saw before. No one was ulting totems before we got in this building. Lasbra's close by, reveals himself a bit earlier. And he's gonna confirm the totem likely for the squad. The Jade Dragons picked that one up, but SOT not gonna get baited. Eagles rally. He saves this one just to make sure he's gonna be safe.
And as far as the fight actually goes, not enough to really rally behind. Might come back for a little more. Again, Sot's over here. Cooldown buff easily secured. Lasbra pulls back, but we can see the vision from the Warriors over on the right-hand side, keeping track of Lasbra with every step he takes. Maybe a little aggression as well in the jungle from Panatom, but nothing too crazy. And Trelly, the other thing, when we're looking at too crazy, I'm going to be thinking of some of these mid laners, and specifically of Pagon, because while we think of these Vulcan ults, and more than likely we'll discuss them as like secure, all you need is one of those to connect. It's a lot of squishy targets on the dragons, and suddenly that's a fight winner for you.
You're exactly right. This Vulcan is an absolute threat when the game gets cooking, and that is what Pagon is looking towards. He's been avoiding fighting. That's what most mid laners do at this point anyways. But you're trying to get that damage online so you can just delete with the Earthshakers. So much burst on the side of the Oni Warriors. The Jade Dragons are going to have to play careful. Mike, sure, he's got his ultimate. It does some decent damage. Not enough to contest the Earthshaker. Not enough to pull an objective that confidently. As the totem goes down one more time. 2 minutes away. Beacon spawn. Ultimate looking towards Dardas, forcing out the leap. There was no Aegis available. That would have been dangerous, but Dardas, of course, knows the timing. Look at this 1v1, though. Lazar taking a lot.
Yeah, in trouble. Oh, my God, the damage. That's what Panatom needs. And he had backup just in case. But takes out Lasbra, and now might be the reason that Mike falls down, comes around, pulls him back, and a few more autos. No, the shielding, the silence, and Dardas with the assist at least gets some distance for Polar Bear Mike to get onto the tier 1.
Mike plays that flawlessly. If he messed up one of those abilities, would definitely fall down there. Panatom still tried to chase it down, but did not have the damage. Of course, Lasbra steps too far forward. Doesn't have beads, only went for the blink, and didn't even get the ult cast off. Ends up falling down, and now 2-0 for Panatom on the Susano. I said it last game, and I'll say it again. He can do no wrong at this point in time. Wherever Panatom goes, if you're too far forward, if you're overextended, or if genetics is nearby, you better be watching your relics. You better be watching your health bar. He has plenty of DPS.
11 minutes in, things have come to, well, at least a little bit of a standstill between these teams. 1,000 gold, and slowly climbing for the Warriors. They try to push over a 2,000 gold mark. Just 3 kills to their name, no major objectives. And at 30 seconds, Trelly, the beacon is going to spawn in. Give the Warriors, maybe even the Dragons, something to rally behind. You can see the pings coming out immediately from the Dragons. They recognize that's where a massive fight could break down. Ults on the left, looking a little stronger. And the grouping, the team fight, it feels like, especially considering how much we've seen these teams step up. We have teleports coming in from solo laners. This beacon fight, it could be massive, could be crucial for the early game.
I'm glad you pointed it out, because SOT's teleport is available. Nika's won't be for 23 more seconds, so if it's an immediate beacon pull, would be a bit of trouble. Both solo laners stuck. Coast is not even healthy enough to step forward, so this is a fight that the Oni Warriors would win handedly if it even broke out, and that's why the Jade Dragons are going to forfeit this one. The Oni Warriors have presence in every single lane, and I've said Vulcan is a pseudo ADC for a reason. You get a couple seconds alone with an objective and it absolutely dies, and that's what they're going for now. Gold Fury started up.
And they should have exactly what they need. The Secure as well gets them even more in their pockets. Oni Warriors with Secure onto the Fury pull ahead even further. Now Nika trying to pull Panatom in. They want to fight and they want to try and win it, but you have to be careful. The turnaround from the Warriors onto the solo laner makes them rethink the engagement. 3,000 gold, and the Warriors, Trelly, 13 minutes in, have a commanding lead.
And you see, you underestimate the DPS. Nika teleports in thinking he can show up to that Gold Fury, but with Pagon's turret, with Netroid's damage, and of course the Earthshaker, Gold Fury's down before he can even show up. The Oni Warriors are uncontested all around the map here. You do pull Panatom's beads, and that's definitely big, only if you get something done in the next 2 minutes. And the Jade Dragons have got nothing done. They haven't stepped forward. They haven't had an avenue to fight. SOT's got some low mana, but even Lasbra, who shows up, doesn't feel like he's got the damage to burn through this level 13 Bellona. So it's going to be another retreat. We're just going to be sitting here until the Oni Warriors decide to go for Pyro. With Netroid, who's able to clear that wave quickly. Let's see, does he go right or left out of base? He goes right. We know exactly where they're headed.
Exactly what they want. You might as well keep the hand hot while you have it. Right side pressure, no Heimdall. So numbers advantage to the Warriors. They haven't started up the objective, but you had already mentioned. Drop down the turret, the damage that a Vulcan can output can be massive for an objective like this. Has the ult for Pagon as well, so Secure could be there. Have to worry about Circle of Protection right now. Have to worry about the fight coming towards Nika, who immediately rallies behind his team. Secure drop down Warriors, able to squeak that one out in the eyes of the Dragons. Pull some more gold back into their pockets.
Orange Coast didn't make the rotation. He stuck around over and left, knew it was not worth his time, and the team could do it without him. There was at least not a pick, right? That's the benefit. Oni Warriors dropped a lot just to confirm that gold. But there were some low health bars. You can see the Jade Dragons do have some decent poke damage. I thought Genetics might have been able to fall at least a little bit close to that threshold. He's got the Cloak of the Ascetic, and that could be a big deal, Gore. Remember, Meditation could take you right out of HP threshold. It baits out the Fatal Strike from Nika, and then he goes in thinking he's about to get a reset on the ult, and the execute doesn't come through. That could be a big deal. Runic Bomb picked up for Genetics, and as long as he's holding on to Chalice of the Oracle, won't be able to drop any sentries for the time being.
But talk about a steady climb, 4,000 gold. The Warriors, 15 minutes in, have dominated this early portion of the game. As we're hitting level 16s for a few, but trailing behind for a lot of the Dragons, Trelly. The next few minutes, I think, have a lot of impact. Not a lot of objectives to go for. Where the farm comes from, where you step up to, is going to make the big difference. What do you want to see from the Dragons over the next few minutes to try and right this boat?
Unfortunately for the Dragons, I'm not seeing too many ways back into the game at the moment. They still need itemization. They still need tankier tanks and more damage front lines. You've got one aspect that's going well for you, and it's that Dardes has been able to stay XP-wise, even with Pagon, but look at the net worth chart. Still about 700 gold down. Not going to be the best idea to look for fights. You can show up and attempt to steal. That's your best option, but do not overcommit. Do not overstep. One pick around one of these objectives could be that drop in the bucket that just tips it over, and the Oni Warriors have been playing with so much fire, so much aggression. Finally, we see a little bit of action. Blink in, Dardes jumps right in the ult.
The lead Vegas, it buys some time, but there's the knockup. Do you have the damage?
Pagon's
and yeah,
got it.
Pagon's got what you need. You're back if you're Panatom. And immediately the shot opens up the mid lane. And look, a bunch of goose eggs. I mean, 3 columns, 2 columns worth for the Dragons. And something you got to turn around.
And that's a beautiful ultimate from Pagon. Predicts the dash perfectly, makes sure that Panatom can go in and get the Typhoon after the fact. And that backfire needed to connect, and Pagon makes it happen. By the way, if Staff of Mirrodin is in your third item, that backfire is not killing. The extra damage after the ultimate made sure that that one had the damage to confirm the kill. And this Vulcan, it might be the scariest guy on the map. Level 18, Oni Fury started up, and I don't think Mike can even walk forward. If he gets grabbed by Genetics here, he's going to get melted.
Yeah, power farming. Pagon might not have the ult right now. Does not need it. The damage through the roof for the Warriors. The gold starting to break through as well. 4-0 lead, 17 minutes. But Trelly, the most commanding lead we have had this set.
Bro,
and it doesn't seem like they're slowing down. You can see Genetics moving the way they're walking around. Pyromancer's coming back up, and I expect the Warriors to be there right around the time it respawns.
Yep, pay attention to Netroid. He will tell you the tale. If you're watching this
game
Hachiman, the second he channels that back, right lane is where he's headed. Pyromancer, Fire Giant, all on the cards for the Oni Warriors. That's afforded to them by Demon Blade. That's some crit online, as well as that Vulcan turret. Plenty of burst. The crowd trying to change the tides, trying to get in the ears of the Jade Dragons. Let them know that this set's not over yet. They have some wings in this race, but the Oni Warriors want to shut that crowd up, Gore.
And so far, well, this has been a very commanding game in order to do so. Maybe looking for the pick again, watching for the back on the Hachi. Already taking the tier 1 tower over there as well, which is where we've seen some of these lane swaps. So make sure you pay attention to Netroid on what lane he's in and where he goes back to after the objective. Oracles gonna get split, I believe, actually over to the Warriors. Right now, mid grouping. We've got a small presence from the Dragons as they start to step towards right. And we've seen this, Trelly, and then we've talked about it, but now we're getting into the actual objective portion of it.
Right.
Circle of Protection's really nice. It's really helpful in a lot of team fights, but as you had mentioned earlier, when you're building tanky,
it's all right.
It's like nothing compared to what Pagon's going to be able to do in terms of secure.
Yep, that is not going to be a contester. It could be a Pagon's early, which remember, Earthshaker takes a while to charge.
Yeah.
You can see that big circle on the ground. if you're going close and you barrel stuff and it doesn't actually do that much damage. Panatom forced to bees, but Genetics is nearby.
And now chase down from Lasper, but then the turnaround. Oh my God, you gotta be careful. And then the shot.
Doesn't
oh my
matter.
God, everything you need, and it's a DOT from Genetics. Takes that one down. Pyromancer started by the Warriors. Nika's here.
I'm gonna need Lasper.
You're gonna try to make a hero play. Can you afford to try and make the hero play? Chase down, zone out by the rest of the Warriors. Pyromancer their way 5-0 and 7,000 gold.
My goodness, SOT just ate a full Primordial Onslaught from Dardes, and his HP has not changed. This Bologna is ridiculously tanky. The Oni Hunter's Garb, the Spirit Robe. He's not going the Executioner anymore. Maybe he'll get a Kin later on, but I think he recognized the tankier I am, the more of a meat shield I can be for the squad. And I think with that pick, the Oni Warriors could have looked towards the Fire Giant, but because Pagon's ult was down, they thought better of it for the time being. 5-0, 20 minutes in. This is exactly the type of pace that the Warriors like. They don't want the game going to 30. They don't want to have to deal with enhanced Fire Giants. They want to get the lead early and keep it.
So much control. Level 20 already for Pagon, sub 20 minutes in. Power farming on the Vulcan. Itemized, just power farming. A lot that the Dragons have to respond with. So now, Shelly, objectives haven't gone their way. And we have seen this team take a game like this, maybe not as egregious, but a game like this and drag it out as long as they can.
Right.
And so defensively, for a game like that, like, can they wait another, 8 minutes, punch back, 20 minutes, punch back? Or are they going to be forced if the Warriors continue to roll like this?
It becomes so much more difficult because of the Oni Warriors composition, Gore. Pagon just gives so much to the team as far as burst, as far as DPS. Netroid having this lead is also a big issue, and that all could be overlooked if Genetics didn't have the Scarab's blessing. Even if the Jade Dragons grouped up and found the pick of a lifetime, it could just be taken away from them if Genetics is on point. And on this stage, Gore, he usually is. But they have some ins back in. They've got good wave clear. Darts isn't too far behind. He's got his itemization. That's Soul Reaver. Once it gets finished up, he should be able to shred through some of these tankier targets. Coast, I think he's going to need a minute to cook. He's going to need to sit in that duo lane, set up the Bifrost under the tier 2, and get out of trouble anytime someone looks by. In fact, if I'm the Jade Dragons, I'm calling right now, hey, we're going to soft defense the Fire Giant, Coast never rotate, stick in duo lane, and we will play for a later portion of the game. We will play for the second Fire Giant. And that's what's happening currently. Coast by himself on the left side of the map. The Oni Warriors going in for the Primal Fury. That's going to go down uncontested.
They've got complete control on the left side of that. They've got complete control anywhere they step. And it's going to be, like you said, a Primal Fury over to the Oni Warriors. That's going to have a little bit of time to respawn.
Oh, the Dragon's going to fucking do anything?
Just a little over a minute. Pressure in all the lanes has amounted to 3 tier 1 towers knocked down on the Dragon side of the map. So you can get and afford to move around to teleport. Used by Sot to show up around the Fire Giant pit. And you've got Hachi starting to walk over here.
Yep, that's heading right.
Shelly, do they have the capability? I mean, they've been pulling objectives without too much of an answer. Could they start this FG?
They 100% could start this FG, and I want them to. SOT already tanking it up. This could be a bait, could not be. Doesn't matter. Vapor's Coast is nowhere in sight. This is a smart play from the Jade Dragons. Do not contest. Do not step forward. You cannot fight in this jungle. Let Vapor's Coast get Kins. Let him get his starter item online. But do not step forward. There is just too much damage. I think that was the correct call. They understand they want to live to fight another day. This gold lead, currently insurmountable. There's no need to risk a pick, no need to risk a fight. The Oni Warriors can take what they want.
22 minutes, almost 11,000 gold for the Warriors. Just 500 shy of jumping over that. Level 20 hit first, and every single roll.
2 runic bombs.
They've got 2 runic bombs, as you say. Pressure over on right. That bird gets deleted instantly, and the Dragons have no chance to respond. They finally step up with the damage. Oh man, it's going the other way. Mike can't play carefully enough. Taken down by Panatom.
Oni's got it.
Down just after the Warriors are looking to push in, and a great good damage forces out Samagus. But you've got the DPS. It's on the Titan. The Warriors want a game 5, and the Dragons cannot stop them here. We're going the distance.
Not a single kill drop. The Oni Warriors were not in a bad position situation
This is
that
definitely lost
entire
lane last
game.
game.
Pagon's ults were heat-seeking. He did not miss. The Jade Dragons from the get-go. The analysts on the desk didn't love the draft. I didn't see how they were going to be able to stem the bleeding. I didn't see how they were going to be able to stop that early game. I think this game was won in picks and ban score.
Started early.
Yep.
Dragons get blanked out in kills, in gold, in objectives, and in every step. And you have to remember that pressure.
Yep.
External, internal maybe even as well.
That's building as well.
You are up 2-0. Now you're tied 2-2. A little bit of stress there. Meanwhile, the Warriors, that momentum shifted to the other side.
Gore, there's one phrase that could take away all that stress, and it could be said to both of these
2
teams.
game 5, man.
Just one game.
Just one more.
Just one game. That's all you
Game
have
5.
to tell yourself. You have to win one Smite game. You've done it 1,000 times in your career, and that's true for people on both teams. They just have to win one more game, and you are world champions.
One game. A lot of weight on one game, but whoever takes it gets to lift the hammer that is sitting on that stage. We're going to find out who it will be right after this break.
Oh, I hope the Dragons win, but it's not looking good, man. They're in shambles. I'd like to see Lasberg get the fuck off Madame. I think that god is a crutch. Minutes. Oh, up in the end, I'm gonna get some coffee.
And then there was one. 2 teams remain, 1 game remains for the World Championship in Season 10 of the Smite Pro League. Back to the analyst desk to break down game number 4 and then set up game number 5. Mifflin inbound. Hazer still with me, and for one final time with me for Season 10 of the Smite World Championship. Reverse sweep yesterday inbound in the semifinals. Reverse sweep brewing here in the grand finals as the Steel Series Moments of Glory walk us through game number 4. What did you see here inbound from the Oni Warriors?
I'm just really not liking this Maman Prio. I just don't think they're getting enough value out of it. And on the opposite side, the Khepri's getting too much value. There's a lot of fights that are just able to be jungle going too deep, solo going too deep, because they have this safety of this Khepri. And while the ESET was there to kind of counter the Khepri, the CC didn't last long enough. Khepri was able to kind of play through it. The team was able to dive a little bit longer. I think if you are going to go back, give up the Khepri, you have to have a little bit something else in the tank other than this ESET.
Yeah, and I think we can see the problems here. We've got a highlight in solo. There's a stereo kill in solo and duo, and then we see the jungler die, and then we see the mid laner die. Oni Warriors were dominating this game across the board. Lasbra cannot control the map like Panatom can. He's crushing it on this Susano. Pegon dominating the mid lane. Salt on the Bellona, now getting totems, now getting pressure in this solo lane. And I feel like the Jade Dragons just got it pretty much all wrong in the draft for this one.
And I couldn't tell you what happened between game 3 and 4, where it just feels like Netroid has completely leveled up, or even 2 to 3. It's just the last few matches, Netroid's been dominating Vaporish Coast.
And 100% correct. And with that, Hachiman has got to go. You have got to either pick it or it has got to be banned, because it is all too comfortable in Netroid's hands. The safety, the lane dominance, it's all just too much.
Am I reading that right?
You are.
2,613 damage from Lasbra on the Maman.
Lowest in the game.
Is a top 2 jungler pickup that's doing less than 3k damage in a game, less than a Khepri.
The sheer amount of draft capital spent on that pick makes that near inexcusable, and I think that's something the Dragons are going to have to address going into picks and bans for game number 5. I didn't want to get too dramatic going into game number 4. something made me feel, I was like, you know, do the Dragons
I
have
mean,
to
but I
win
guess
this
that's
one?
Lamont.
Is it now too far in their heads? What could possibly happen? The fans still at their back, but the Oni Warriors starting to build up some momentum. Lots of little things at play here, Mifflin, going into Game 5.
I think, and I'm sorry I have to do it, jungles need more from the Jade Dragons. The priority we've seen for Panatom on the other side has just worked out for him. They're last picking his guy.
Lazar's been
They're
trolling,
making sure
man. He's got to fucking snap out of it.
Counter out the other side. He even
When
found
Lazar's
success with
winning, the
Gilgamesh.
Dragons are
Each one
winning.
goes in, goes back to a standard assassin, and dominates there. I do not want to see them Amon Rajit from the Jade Dragons. I will look at literally anything
Break the
else.
broom.
You can open up the Smite God list, cross out Lamont, throw a dart at the board, and I'm happy.
Can we cross out Pele?
Dawson, how much for the shirt?
Okay, no Pele, that's fine.
Sorry, I was looking at signs again while you guys...
What's up with you, man?
I've had to do literally nothing all week long. You guys have been absolutely killing it up here on the desk. It's been my pleasure. Oni Warriors, though, inbound, now really riding with this momentum. A team that has been riding with momentum in every set for a while, except for this one. More of the same is your prescription for Game 5?
Yeah, I mean, if you're the Warriors, why not go back to what worked? And I agree completely with the value that they're getting on Panatom's last pick versus Lazarus' first pick jungle. It's just night and day, and they just need to stick with that. And I think we saw the difference with Panatom on the Susano versus that Gilgamesh even. The Gilgamesh was ramping up, it was getting better in that late game, but the Susano from the start of the game was just different for Panatom, and I wanted to see him go back to something like that. It doesn't have to be early. I just want something that's going to be doing a lot of damage, able to get in and get out, and there's a lot of gods that can kind of fit that.
And talk about the mental pressure now that the Jade Dragons are under. The reverse sweep curse just broken recently. All of a sudden now you're feeling that weight added on. The crowd, which was electric for the first 2 games, has essentially been silenced now by the Oni Warriors. Yeah. It's like something's different in the air.
The weight on the brain is similar to, you know, a full weight mouse and not the SteelSeries Aerox 5 wireless mouse. That is just a nice lightweight. Okay,
mouse.
Right, mouse. But the Dragons fans distracted me a little bit here. And Hazer, this is maybe what these players need on stage. Some of this, bring up the mood a little bit. You were 1 game away 2 games ago, but you're still 1 game away.
Yeah, what they need is energy, and what they need, I think, is to get out to a good start in this upcoming game. I want to see switch-ups in the pick and ban. I really want to see Coast try and get that Hachi man. I feel like he's been pretty ineffectual in the last 2 games. Duo pressure seems to be really, really important. I want to see them switch over to that first pick. Again, they lost that, so they do get choice off sides going into this one.
And to pair with that Hachiman, I also want one of these auto-attack warriors. The Achilles was there, it was doing stuff, but it's just not able to farm. He was down 3 levels in that later portions of the game. Nobody else even close to that far behind. Osiris, Bologna, one of them, either one. I do not care, does not have to be Prioed, just one of them in the top 3.
It almost even feels like the Jade Dragons are getting sucked into the Oni Warriors pace in P's and B's as well. I mean, that Achilles is a direct answer to the Khepri. It's, I really don't want genetics to find value. Here's the thing, he found his value.
I also think that one thing that the Jade Dragons did so well in the semi-final, we saw them reverse sweep in, is they changed their drafts. They changed their bans. And in this set so far, it's been the Emoja, it's been the Odin, it's been the Thoth in all 4 games. I want to see a switch up. I want to see maybe the Khepri denied, maybe something else, but I want to see them change the challenge that they're giving the Oni Warriors. The Oni Warriors are too comfortable in the draft so far.
Why delay it any longer? Picks and bans for game number 5 between the Jade Dragons and the Oni Warriors. For one last time in Season 10, we go into P's and B's, and it's the Jade Dragons inbound in first pick.
This is a good start. Now we got to ban away somewhat similar gods.
Even before I see the draft,
and
putting all of my
I want to see
channel
the
points
Khepri
on
gun.
this.
Personally, I think it's just, he's too comfortable on it. They're just getting too much value out of that Khepri. Get rid of it. And the Thoth, I think, is the last one that I would just give it to him. Let him have it. Let them play that. It's not even like that is something that Pegon is going to go back to. He's looked comfortable on the Tia, the Merlin. Give it to him if you want. But I want Hachiman more than anything. And then on the Warrior side, I think that's maybe where they can look for that third ban. Maybe ban away instead of that Dodgy, ban that Hachi.
Jade Dragons are nothing.
I really think that would be a great idea, Bobby. That's almost
Jade
exactly
Dragons
what I
are
think
getting
we're going
banned
to see
on
happen.
Smite
Top
game.
is the one that the Jade Dragons opt to leave open, and now we get to find out the answer. Dardes, a mid laner
Again
who
for
does
the third
not
time this
always
week.
play the meta picks. Does he even have a Toth in the pocket? But there it is. The first pick.
Let's go!
Feed code,
Yes!
feed the hot hand, pair this with something aggressive in
fucking
support,
time.
and take control of the dual lane.
Pick host on the fucking
aggressively
Hachi.
in the dual lane, or you can trust again that it's a
Yes.
very, very safe pick that scales well in towards objectives.
Saying it for
if the
4
Jade Dragons want to
games.
play against, with their hot hand, for me, that's
The
Darnell.
Capri ban,
Get him on
yes.
something that get active
So
at
good.
least in that mid game or early game, play around him, and then trust Coast to just hit those objectives later on.
And now with the Warrior side of things, just get Solo as comfort warrior, whichever one we want. Bologna, Osiris, one of them is fine.
Bologna
Lock in
OP.
that Bologna,
Bologna
and
OP.
with this next
Whatever.
pick,
We got the
I
Hachi.
don't want to see them Amon. Do not worry about it. The
No.
Thoth, I don't mind.
It's fine,
I
it's
do
fine.
think
You
there's a
can
lot of
kill
value
us.
in the Tiamat, but I still think Thoth has been dominant this tournament, and that one-shot potential in the late game just makes him so valuable.
Gotta take a deep breath every once in a while. Similar to Game 5 yesterday
you
in the
imagine?
semifinals. My friends up here, my heart is beating
If
yet
we
again
see
in
Sirket.
picks and bans for game number 5. The Jade Dragons now considering what's still left open. The only Warriors inbound will get one more pick before the next wave of bans from the Dragons.
I think they're a little too slow with this Osiris. I think this is a rather
Calvin, can you move your
obvious
face
pick
cam
here.
so I can see their bands?
The Achilles, there's
Yeah.
a few other warriors that they
There
could
you go.
possibly go to, but I want to see this Osiris. And don't go for the Maman. The last thing I want
Perfect.
is just no Maman pick here in the top 3.
I think it could be okay if the Maman goes
Yeah.
mid, but no,
Thank you, brother.
feed Dardes and feed him his Merlin. He has looked electric
Merlin, let's
on
go.
this pick
Yes.
so far.
Yes.
Matchup into Toth. I don't think this is
Oh,
such a good
I
matchup for
hate
Merlin.
though
Can get
that
punished
the
in the lane
Dragons
phase,
don't
doesn't
have
a whole lot of answer
a
to Toth's
objective
approach.
secure
I like
god
this
like
from
the
Oni
Thoth, like
Warriors.
the
If you
Kuka,
can't get
like the
Hachi line,
Vulcan.
you can still find some pressure. Netroid has leveled up throughout this set. Get him on the Ishtar, something that can burn beads, pressure out the lane, absolutely shred objectives
Ishtar
with the
is
crit
so
build. I think it's a smart adaptation.
Seems like both teams in a
Now the
solid
Oni's,
spot through
like,
the first
the
6. Remember,
Oni
picks and
chef is
bans for
looking
game
better
4.
now.
There were some
Bro, the
question marks from us up
Dragons,
here on the desk almost immediately.
like,
into
whatever
picks and
LeSabre
bans.
picks, it has
Inbound,
to
given what the
be
Dragons
it.
have
It
and
has
what
to
the
be
Oni
the
Warriors
pick.
have, what would you like to see fill this final ban slot?
I just think they should just hit that assassin spot again.
Sure.
Laz has not gone outside
Yes,
of the
yes,
Maman in
yes,
a while
yes,
now. Make
yes.
him kind of dig a little bit deeper, especially compared to Panatom. I think Panatom has just showed that he has so many gods in the god pool. Make sure Lasberg gets another uncomfortable pick, and I mean, give him the Maman again. Don't ban that. Ban
Yeah.
something like that
Yeah.
Thor, like the Rat, and make him play something a little bit weaker.
Thor's a good shout out. I think Panatom would have a really good matchup into that Hachi, as well as being able to chase down the Merlin in some of those later team fights. That
I think
Hachi
we've seen
matchup's
2 more
maybe the
assassins here.
priority thing I'm really
Sure.
concerned about. Throw the wall up
look
in
at
front of
these
the horse,
players,
and all
I
of a
don't
sudden,
know.
that safety we've been hailing Hachiwan for having is just gone.
Surely no Freya support.
No,
we are
please.
waiting for a bottom 2 pick from Genetics, and this can be where he delivers. I wonder if we could see him go towards a pick that he hasn't touched in a while, considered by many to be the best Horus in the world, a pick that we haven't seen on the world stage so far. I'd be excited to see if he could lock that one in.
And lastly,
Just
something that
okay,
hasn't
Nemesis
really
ban.
reared its head in this set, the Athena. Is there a possibility with all these Guardian bans, do one of them go back to that Athena? Because
No, not Athena.
it has dominated games. Yes, they lost the one game with it, but they put it in jungle.
You know,
Yeah,
support Athena would actually fit the
Athena
Oni Warriors draft
support would go
incredibly
crazy.
well here. You've already got some beads burned from the Ishtar,
You got
having
the Tho
consistent
faults.
initiation
You
to
got
line
the
up some of those
Tho
Thoth
one.
ultimates,
Yep,
and then you
yep,
can play
there we
around
go.
your pressure over in the soul lane, join up with the Bologna, those early ganks that we see from Athena support. I can't believe we've seen her foregone again.
I think it could be good on both sides, actually. Both supports could be looking at this pick. Oni Warriors going to have first option, likely going to leave their counter pick in that bottom slot to Panatom and grab a support here. So they're going to get first choice. Maybe they go for the Athena. Dragons might try and go for the Ganesh to counter, but it's a god who has not performed well so far in this set.
I just want something that can engage. I think that's my big thing with this warrior support. That's what I want more than anything.
And think about this, we've seen Sobek prioritized by
Nah.
just about every other team in the league. That we
Nah,
haven't seen
backwards
Sobek just
pull
about
away.
at all. And he goes back to the Gilgamesh
What
here.
the fuck?
I actually like how it plays into the Merlin for the dive, but I would have expected a standard assassin.
I actually love the Gilgamesh here for the Warriors. If they get that last pick Athena, the dive potential, the split potential, the early game, mid game, I think their comp kind of runs itself together, and it may put it to the Jade Dragons to kind of kind of pick away that Athena just so they don't have to deal with that and the dive comp that this Warriors team has drafted.
It also gives the Oni Warriors the chance that if that Athena gets locked in, they could go towards that Ganesh. They can grab that pick that is considered a counter. The silence on the dash in from the Athena stops the taunt and stops the damage being followed up on.
Hazer, I want to hear your opinions on this. Okay. What do you think about
Lasbra?
Shen in mid here?
Shen in mid? For the Dragons or for the Warriors?
Oh, excuse me. Can't put that Merlin anywhere else.
Merlin jungle?
Yeah.
Merlin jungle?
You may have seen me wave off a thought earlier on. I was
Lasbra
like, remember in game
and
5
PBM
yesterday,
have to
that
have
was when Dardes
huge picks right now.
It's been a long weekend, but don't worry. We are down to the final 2 picks
50
here.
seconds.
The most important picks of the year.
Well, I was
for the
thinking about
J-Dragons.
Erlang Shen as well. I was thinking Erlang Shen in the jungle for Lasbra might be pretty decent here. Could trade into that Gilgamesh, has some ways out of the Gilgamesh ult, able to fight him 1v1. That is something that I would really like to see Lasbra look towards here. The taunt, it won't be the Athena taunt that we're thinking about, but could be strong as well. The Erlang setup for that Merlin damage, certainly powerful.
And I think I'm on the same page with, I want Laz on something that can get involved and start these fights off. And another god that comes to mind with him is that Serket. They played it in that best of 5, and they had that little comeback, and it looked fantastic.
Okay.
Hazer.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's a Lasbra special.
He locked it.
He loves this god.
This is a
This
Lasbra pick.
is one of Lasbra's core picks. He loves it. He loves to get aggressive on it. But I just don't think the god is very good. I don't think it has a good matchup at the Gilgamesh. I do not see it doing particularly
He was talking
well
about the Serket. I was talking about the Serket.
Yeah, there was a reason I was not hoping to see it here.
No, he locked the Ymir. He went back to the Ymir.
That counters Pele
That
so
is
hard.
Hachiman, Pele, Atlas. There is so much value out of this Ymir, and he's going to dominate laning phase. They picked this Hachiman to win lane. They picked this Hachiman to play safe. Ymir does both into the Hachiman.
And talk about the synergy with Gilgamesh. Drop kick into a wall, your stun's point blank. I actually love this Ymir pick. Genetics
good.
masterclass right there in P's and B's. But I will sing some slight praises for Pele. You can always find at least something good to say about junglers. She is the queen of the 1-for-1. Volcanic lightning in. If I see this Thoth use evade and punish haphazardly even a single time, Lasbra go in, trade your life, kamikaze style.
I do worry about that kamikaze style though. We've seen a lot of timelines in this event. We've seen so many of them, and it makes these 1-for-1 junglers, these junglers that need to get kills for resets, things like Kali, things like Pele. It's really, really difficult to take down the mage, and that is your job. But this Ymir for Genetics, the most feast or famine god in the game, I feel like. If he gets off to a rough start in a game 5, pressure on the line, he could go 0-6, 0-7 very, very quickly. It's really important for both sides to make sure this Ymir gets off to either a good start or a bad start.
And to kind of just add into that, Ymir has a horrible matchup into Merlin. Yes, it's really good into some of these other gods, but he's standing still for a lot of his abilities. Merlin is able to put a lot of damage onto him. He can flicker the wall. And when Dardes is playing as hot as he is, it's a little scary to kind of have this free matchup into that Ymir. It's also pretty good into this Gilgamesh. So
beads
it's
first.
a give or take. I still really like the Ymir, but as Hazer said, it's very, very risky.
I don't think he can afford to go beads first.
Pele actually has a really good matchup into Ymir throughout the early game as well. You can kind of maneuver around him, avoid that freeze, stick to him very easily. I mean, if you want to camp duo lane, Lasbra used to be that guy. Early rotations over to the long. That's his bread and butter.
Pele, man,
Lasbra
he's
gank
the
for a
chosen
reason,
one.
getting over to that Geo side of the map, level 3, level 4, and looking for those early kills, hanging around and just not going away. And I think that should be his strategy here. You want to put this Ymir behind. You want to let Genetics flounder in this game and not be able to get that wall leveled up, not deny those ways out, and make sure you can put him off to a bad start.
Let's soak it in here, fellas. Why don't we? One more time. Hazer, give me Dragons, give me Warriors.
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 It's so hard.
Inbound.
The curse hasn't been broken. Give me the Warriors.
Mifflin.
Oh, it's not easy, Dave.
Don't do it, Mifflin.
I gotta go Warriors, man. I'm in love
Fuck
with
you,
Warriors.
bitch.
Game 5. I've
Fuck
talked a lot
you.
about history here this weekend. Let me give you one more lesson.
God damn it, Mifflin.
Warriors and Dragons. Two entities that have been spun together in mythology, in battle, since the
Why,
beginning of
Mifflin?
time, and two SPL teams that have fought since the beginning of this year. Remember the finals of the kickoff tournament? These two teams met. Even in this set, Warriors unbeaten in this tournament, made to bleed. And J-Dragons, history, thoughts of reverse sweeps of past brought to the forefront of their mind. It all culminates in one final moment for these two teams. The Jade Dragons with 2, the Oni Warriors with 2. There's only one more place to go, and it's on to the battleground to figure these things out. Let's all soak in this moment together. One last time in Season 10, the Jade Dragons and the Oni Warriors will go toe-to-toe. The energy in the building builds as the moment starts to rise.
Oh my god.
And in we will go. Jade Dragons, Oni Warriors, game number 5.
Just one more game stands between one of these teams
Slam
and
that
lifting the
fence.
hammer. Their whole year culminates in this, and I couldn't have said it better than Dave just did. Beautiful moments, beautiful drafts, and Trelly, I think we are in for a treat through and through. So much on the line, a lot of pressure, a lot of the play. You get signature God picks, you get counter God picks. And it feels like it has everything you need to really give us a best of 5. And now Lasbra,
Yes! Fucking do it! Yes!
aggressive, and he's going in on the Sot. He wants a little bit more, but they don't have the numbers. They don't have the CC. And Sot walks back to the tower line. A-okay.
Wow, the cringe gank will net nothing for Lasbra. Not quite enough damage. I thought maybe the knockup would come through, but no. Chose the Pirate class, and it did not have the DPS. Close. But Sot live to see another day. I gotta give up pressure. Watch out for that tower shot, Genetics. Getting knocked
Coach,
down
you can't
low.
be missing
I gotta echo a
Hachi
little bit of what
stuns.
they were saying on the desk. This Jameer pick gets immense value.
What is happening to the
Genetics
Dragons,
very
bro?
rarely misses a well-placed wall to set up for his team. But I gotta disagree with one thing. I think this Pele absolutely destroys Thoth. If you can blink to the backline, he evade and punishes. You follow with the volcanic lightning. There is nothing Pagon can do. Lasbra needs to be on this Thoth. Pagon has had a fantastic tournament. MVP candidate if the Oni Warriors are able to win this one. You gotta deal with the mid laner, and it's Lasbra's job.
You gotta think back to back.
Trellis,
You gotta go
alright.
for Paul to Pagon. A very difficult double of mid laners to face. If Lasbra was able to do it once, they can try to do it again. This is gonna be the set for them to try and make it work.
Bologna, so far, I believe, has had a 100% win rate.
Such a solid pick. Mike, maybe if he gets the pick up onto net, forces the beads. They've got some damage waiting out the dash. Maybe has the EI Jutsu, but there, a kick into the wall. The damage on the coast and the chase right now from Panatom. Peel should be there, but the leap is
Let's go.
good.
Way to hold your
for
dash,
Coach.
my
He
boy.
has just the right amount of movement, gets out of there, and stays alive.
The relics are down. Vaporish Coast had to beads. Other side, Netroid had to beads. There is some openings on the left side of the map for these junglers.
Let's go.
Have the ability to go in.
Totems to the
Lasbra, though, he's
Dragons.
found Pagon at the back camps. Doesn't have much to go for the kill, but is just going for an aggressive play. A
Lasbra.
rotation in from the solo
There we
laners
go.
could be just what the doctor ordered, but
There we go, Lasbra.
that's
There we
going to be
go.
all. Aggression
Doing things.
already. Sparks flying through all lanes of the map. So far, like I said, duo lane, both relics down. That's where I want to see Phantom. That's where I want to see Lasbra. The second level 5 comes around, they may have an open.
Now, we've talked about it, and Trelly, I want your opinions on this. Not just the Pele pickup, but really what leads into it, right? Panatom, great games on this Gilgamesh, to the point where we were talking about it, and you thought that 4-ban was almost for sure going to be Gilgamesh.
Oh yeah.
So having Panatom go back onto that, but then having Lasbra switch away from the Mammon, hasn't had the impact he wanted, and go on to something we have seen none this event, but a lot from himself. What is it going to bring, and is it going to be the punch that the Dragons need in a game 5?
I think it's a good switch up. It's a good
The
start.
crowd is
Pele has that
booing.
dive potential. Mammon, like I said, how does Lasbra like to play? When do we see him get caught out in that last game? When he's trying to go for these wraparound plays, when he's trying to be sneaky, get to the backline. Mammon just can't do it. Pele, one of the fastest characters in the game. She's got Blink, she's got Volcanic Lightning, she's got her 3. There's plenty of tools to escape if you get caught out in the back, and more specifically, you can dive the backline so much better. Night and day difference. I don't care about the matchup into Ymir. I don't care about any of that. I just wanted to see Lasbra on someone that could close gap and get to Pagon. Last time there was a Vulcan, there was a Tiamat, there were so many different picks, but the Thoth in particular does not have the self-peel to survive. It's going to be on Genetics, it's going to be on Sot. They have to keep Pagon safe.
There's a lot of pressure to make this work, and like you said, with Genetics, the wall, the freeze, a lot of that capability really holds true So we jump back into game 5 here.
Yeah, Momana's just
And
been
watch
absolutely
carefully
fucking
for
terrible.
a team to try and take the lead. Wait patiently to see who is going to open up first blood in the conversation of this game. Shelly, I have to ask about
The only
Atlas
thing
as
that
well.
really concerns me about the Dragons
Very
is
rarely,
the
but when Mike plays, it plays well. And so far, the pickups, the
confirmation
control,
on objectives.
it has given so
but
much
I think
over to the
that
Dragons
they can use
You know what
that.
else Mike
They
does
can
when he
use
plays
that
this
as
pick
long
board
as
is
they
builds
don't
damage.
50-50
It is very
anything.
rare that
They
he goes
always
more
go
than
for
2
the
tank
wipes.
items
They
on a
take
pick
this
like
free
the Atlas. Maybe
objectives.
he'll go cloak
Like,
and a spectral armor. Besides that,
they
staff
can
of
put a
Mirror,
lot of
Divine
pressure
Ruins,
on
Spear of Deso. We
their
see
other
damage
team to make sure
come
they get
through
it.
from this Atlas pickup. And where's he going to drop it? Onto Genetics. This Ymir is so immobile. If you just drop the Gamma Ray Burst, shred his prots, and go for the Ymir
Yeah,
burst.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you got
That's
Hachi,
going to be the target. The
Pele,
Jade Dragons want Pagon, and they
Merlin.
want Genetics dead first in these engagements.
you've got Sot and Panatom over here for the cooldown. Nika does not care, steps up and unable to steal the buff away.
Just
That one
Maryland's
goes towards Sot, but
objective
he's
shred
playing
on
the lane
everything,
bully
and
right now, and that's been the main goal.
Maryland
This
passive.
Bologna-Osiris matchup, that's the danger
Everything
whenever
there.
the silence comes through, but Nika is not afraid of Sot right now.
Let's
Nope,
go.
there's no reason to be. Sure, Bologna's got some better clear, but at the moment, that Warriors
Yeah,
act
well,
is going to
well,
help
full
out with this
totems, baby.
rotation.
Full
Polar
totems.
Bear Mike, the support, looking at a
Okay.
gank. There comes Final
Okay,
Judgment,
let's
not
pill.
gonna
Get
be
in
confirmed
there.
much,
Get in
but
there.
there's the blink in.
Get in there.
They've
Let's
got
go.
Pagon
That's the
right
blink.
where they want him. The dash
The
gets the
pullback in.
pullback. It's just a little
Let's go! Yes! Yes!
Puts them up on the board. 2-0 lead.
There we
for the
go.
Dragons.
And that's what
What
I'm
the
talking about.
the Dragons are doing
He's got
shit.
more of the
That's
afterlife.
all we
he has to do is
need.
ult the ult, and he does it.
Let's
No
go!
problem there, no solo kill will come through. And that's why
Yes,
I don't care
Lasbra.
about Ymir walls. That's why I don't care that Pele might have
Lasbra
a rough matchup.
woke up.
You can dive the Thoth. Pagon used Aegis. No beads available, and the bird gets cooked.
Good spot to be in, and if you're Lasbra, if you're Nika, right now it's going to be a small reset, but soon, Shelly, because you had highlighted it.
PBM,
The
like
Aegis
wait for
is
PBM
down.
to be
Right?
there.
Yes, you've lost
That was
out your
huge.
blink. So Lasbra, if that ult comes back, do you want to see him go back to mid? How much pressure should he be applying to this Thoth?
It's almost a guaranteed kill. You wait for blink, you blink in, Pagon dashes,
Genetics
you ult him down,
right
he's gone.
back to
However,
duo.
remember,
Absolutely.
that kill comes through not because of Lasbra.
Pagon missed all it,
alone.
and that
Because
was
Mike yoinked him
that
back.
was the
pull
fucking
was a
green
big
light.
deal. If Pagon gets that Aegis off and immunes the damage, he should have been fine. But Polar Bear Mike makes it happen. The CC from the Atlas.
Yes, sir. Yes,
was
sir.
too
Trilly.
much to deal
Yes,
with,
sir.
and that's gonna make you regret going Aegis sometimes, right? You want the beads to immune the CC, but the burst damage that Pele can provide, that Lasbra can provide, sometimes be just a little bit too much. So now Pagon has to stay back underneath the tower. He's got plenty of range, shouldn't be a problem.
Now spread across the board, that gold lead finally kicked open. And a 2,000 gold, that is where the Dragons find their home, as they did in game 2. Now, it's just about making sure it stays this way. Lasbra, no blink for 30 seconds, he's hanging out. The right side of the dual lane, good ward from the Dragons. Can catch any movement if anyone comes towards him. And he's waiting for Genetics to walk forward. Someone
Look at
just has
that.
to step
PBM
out of
picked up
position, but they
Mail
won't
of
get it in time.
Renewal.
Instead, it'll be a shield buff. Good wall.
Bro,
Again, not much to
Dragons
follow
are
up
getting
on.
fucking
Panatom, meanwhile,
active.
right side of the map. Not a lot to invade for himself. Won't have the opportunity to go and dive this tower for Nika.
That's fucking huge. I think
He's looking for.
He's
that
waiting
is
for it.
so sleeper right
He's
now.
been drawn out of the tower line, but a good lead. Make sure that Nika stays alive. Panatom doesn't find the game.
Let's
go,
Nika's got
let's
the
go.
upgraded teleport, shouldn't be a problem. Lower the afterlife to immune the kick. It's exactly how that should go. Is getting outboxed a bit
Okay.
by SOT, but that's going to happen. Not a big deal at the moment. Just stay sustained. He'll be just fine in lane. However, Panatom now knows that he used absolutely nothing but a drop kick to get the ultimate down. Panatom could come back. He's got Blink, he's got Winds of Samash, and Nika has already used that teleport. And I want to see it. At the moment, Panatom's on the left side of the map, but there's an ability to gank here, and it's not Panatom looking for it. Look at this. We got both Mike and
Nika.
Lasbra nearby. Maybe it's the blue buff, maybe it's the
Nika.
kill, but they're looking at Sot.
Maybe it's both, honestly. They're not going to find Sot. So
Get
they
that
pull
blue,
back
get that
instead.
blue.
Left side of the map, blue buff's
Coast
gonna
is
be coming
fine,
in,
he
but it
is
looks
all.
like a small retreat. Mike resetting, and Lasbra going to secure the buff.
Diving tower.
For Nika.
He's gonna try to wall off the ult.
They won't. They
That's the,
won't.
only, that's the only reason you were set up in this spot. I
won't.
guess they're just gonna invade Chester, but diving tower is
Okay.
still
Yeah.
risky, especially against a Hachimangor.
Especially 8 minutes in, it feels like the tower does a lot. Panatom
It's a really
would
good
need
invade by the
Genetics to
Warriors.
hold on to that for him. Right now they don't have that. Instead, what they do have, Dardas, Mike in the jungle. They're not going to be responding to anything. Although Ghost needs to be careful with where he is standing. Should be fine. Dashes back to the tower line. Has soon his team coming over to help him out. The Ward's
Oh, surely Mike doesn't. Mike is good. Mike is good. Dude, the Alice pick is so good into the Gilgamesh. So good. Slow cleanse, dedicated knock communities.
9 minutes in, the Dragons found their
I didn't even
two
think
kills,
about
and
that.
while they've been hunting
Picks and
Trellick,
bends.
they've not been able to find any more success after that.
They'll take the gold for now. They're just trying to get to late game. Lasper going into the Rune Forged Hammer, it appears. Wants a little bit more tank stats, but also more damage. It'll help you out when that CC comes through. Pyromancer, not available. Beacon, not available. These objectives to create urgency, to create some fights, are not happening. It's just been, what can Lasper do? What can Dardas do? Those have been the questions. They've been answered twice now. But has not brought any sort of action besides that. Slowing down just a bit. I still think Phantom could have went in for a gank opportunity, but Lasper does not have that same level of success. Not against SOT, not with Eagles Rally available. You need just a little bit more. Nika's gonna need to poke him out just a little bit more before an actual gank opportunity could show up.
Yeah, the chase down is a little dangerous. Has the beads, or the blink I should say, available. The beads for the mid laners back up online, and now just picked up for Pagon. Aegis. We had been looking at that since it was on cooldown, but since then, no pressure over in mid from Lasper. Sot getting poked out. Lasper is on his way. Half health, you're at the tower line. Doesn't feel like they can get as aggressive as they want. Instead, channeling the back. Might be in a spot where if both of them wanted to, they could try to get aggressive, but instead Sot's playing back. So it's a retreat and reset from the Dragons.
Yeah, there's a health threshold you got to see before Lasper feels confident pulling the trigger on that ult, on that gank, and it's not what Solo or Troll was in currently. Phantom, though, deep in the enemy jungle, just looking to see who he can find. There's no camps available. He's gonna have to let that one slide. This is what I was talking about. This is why this Pele facilitates Lasper so much. The movement, the speed at which he can farm.
We went to game fucking 5, Wag, because the Jade Dragons fucking suck.
Haven't seen it in quite some time. Might be the only damage or tank item we see on this Pele, but still gonna give Lasper a bit more survivability after that.
I swear to God.
Point being though, Lasper can farm quickly, he can run around the map as much as he wants, and that is the style he likes to play.
They're doing shit this game though, they're doing shit.
Engagement. He wants to be behind you when the fight starts.
They got 2.5k up.
Pele, she sure can.
You have to be careful right now if
they're
you're the
doing
Warriors.
shit.
While these neutral objectives have been pretty dominant from the Dragons, it means that the gold lead has been slowly growing.
This draft here is in favor of the Dragons.
The order side, 2,500 gold.
Teleport.
It's enough to hold on to. Teleport, as you mentioned, from Sot. Kos uses the ult. Gold Fury seemed to be in the cards. It would have been early.
I don't know.
But now that you've got Sot over here, you got to look for something. Luckily, 30 seconds. Beacon will be back, but 30 seconds is a long time to just stand around. Now, match, Sot with his rotation. Will have something to help out with, but will it be the Gold Fury?
Let's go!
From the Dragons.
Let's go! The Dragons are fucking doing shit.
I mean, the only Warriors had final judgment.
Yes.
They thought that Sot wasted the teleport, so everyone retreated.
Merlin,
the Jade Dragons
man.
said, we've got vision.
Yes.
We know you're not here. The Thought's in mid lane. This is uncontested. They burned that so quickly. I'm amazed that the only Warriors didn't at least stick around to see what would happen, what would come.
I mean, as long as Lasbro makes it off,
and the Jade
doesn't
Dragons
play
are
the
still
game.
here.
But if Genetics is able to wall off the Pele ult, I mean, they just win.
Spots, Beacon goes their way. Everything's going their way right now.
They decided to play the game this time.
Turning things on their head.
They're doing stuff, man.
As dominant as what the Warriors
Lasper's doing stuff too. Not like fucking 2,000 damage last game.
So far here, 12.5 minutes in.
I think that's the lowest damage
slowing down anytime soon.
a jungler has ever done in a pro game ever.
Don't want them to, Gore. Jade Dragons. That's what you hear. And now a little bit of an engage, actually. Ult goes down. Phantom's in trouble.
Pulled back. You've got 4 dragons surrounding you. You need something massive to stop it. That's not gonna happen. The Firefly is looking for the assist here and getting some damage, but no one from the Warriors is able to respond. And it's a third on the board for the Jade Dragons.
Wow, SOT was close, but could not close the gap. You're happy with those trades. A Porsche Coast feels the excitement, wants to find a 1v1 versus Netroid.
Marlon's probably the easiest kill too.
It's been 3 games since we've seen the Jade Dragons in any sort of winning position. But they are back.
No,
they
he's
have
not.
the lead 3-0.
Genetics is not.
They didn't
He's
get
lost
a
2
single
games.
kill last game, Gore. This is a night and day difference. And I think getting Lasbra on a facilitator, on a character that can just break this map wide open was the stepping stone
There's
they
the
need.
staff
He's 2-0
from
and
Meriden.
1 a
That's
part
a
of
huge
every single
spike.
kill, and he's on the left side of the map.
But the good news, and well, maybe good news, I guess to be determined, because I'm going to ask you a question here. Warriors, early game, 13.5 minutes have gone by, and they have not been able to step up to the Dragons so far. As we transition to the mid, to the late, where do they start to fight back? We might actually have to hold that for a moment. Lasbra won't get the
Huge
close
invade.
gap onto Netrua.
Huge
Instead, it'll be a
invade.
purple buff invade.
Huge invade.
And I have to ask again, where do they fight back? Is it at this Pyromancer? Not with this level of burn. Can Sot do something? No, it's too late.
Let's go.
And again, the
Oh,
Dragon
that burn is
with
so
another
good,
objective.
dude.
You got Mike. You burn
They're
him
so
down. The wall is good. You pull him in. Finally, you put one on the board if you're the Warriors.
Oh,
You're gonna be okay with that trade if you're the Jade Dragons. You got
Well,
the
yeah, they just
Pyromancer,
got-
you got the Runic Bomb, but PBM goes down, and finally,
2
no
kills.
more Goose Egg. The
Oni
only
can't do
Warriors
shit.
are here. This is what you
Support
ask.
for purple
Where do they
buff
step back? Remember,
and
Pagon is
Pyro.
on Both. Final Judgment can be a delete button, but a good
Oh,
block.
oh,
That's gonna block. You got a 1v1.
Now you've got the overall trade. Shot is good. Aegis a little better. Is Coast going to stay around? Genetics walking
Coast
through
got
the
it, good
jungle.
Netra's
Might be
dash.
enough to ward that off from the true 1v1.
Nico gets
So instead,
another
we get a little bit of
totem.
that
Let's
over here in the
go.
solo lane. Some damage over towards Nika, but this is the danger.
J Dragons are
Really
fucking
showing
doing shit, bro.
something that's going to change up a lot. Not only is Lasbra on a stronger pick, a better pick than what we've seen. Coast is back on this Hachiman, and it feels like that has enabled him. I've seen more from Coast this game than I got in the entirety of the On-Her game.
I'm surprised it took him this long to prioritize the pick, Gore, but look at this. Lasbra's got the cutoff. He's going in for Netrua, and he's got so much damage.
Oh, man.
Oh my god! Genetics killed him! Genetics! Genetics! Genetics killed him!
Can you catch
The
up
wall!
to Panatom?
The
You've got the
wall!
banner. You've got to pull back, but
The
the lead
wall?
is a little stronger.
What
Opening
the
space
fuck?
a lot. Oh my god, Pagon.
The wall?
Almost killed off by Darnez in mid, and
No way.
can
No way.
disconnect.
Oh
Just
my god.
shy, just
Could
to
you
the right.
imagine?
Oh man, the Dragons are cooking.
The roof would have blown off this place if that ult connected either way. So much damage. Lasbra has the wraparound and
Bro,
cleans up the
Genetics
kill.
is
Netroid
playing
tried
for
to
the
wall off-
Dragons.
or, I guess Genetics tried to wall off Netroid, but ends up locking him in place. Tier 1 tower goes down. Genetics takes some damage, but here comes Phantom.
You've got the aggression. Lasbra walled away. Damage being taken. Has to play carefully, but the hammer dropped from Sot. Kills off the jungler Panatom. Tossed into a tower. Meanwhile, Genetics zoned out by Nika, but he can't get the kill. He can't lock him down. You need a little assistance to get out of there. Luckily, the jungler was waiting for you. Stun. Great from Netrioid. You're trading this one out. Luckily for Genetics, he keeps his life, and the Warriors pick up a couple.
The Oni Warriors are 5,000 gold down, but still able to find some winning trades. This is a ridiculous amount of back and
Dragons are
forth.
throwing, bro.
But it's not over yet. Primal Fury spawned in during that scrap. They forced Coast. First
Oh
one here.
my
He's
god,
got a
but Coast is
3-level
huge!
lead
Level
over
17!
Netrioid. He forgoes, building the dominance. Just goes right
Darnez,
into Demon Blade.
huge
Gives himself
lead.
some crit chance.
They gotta do
and
stuff.
he
They
wants
gotta
the
do stuff. They
1v1.
gotta
He
group up.
wants
They
to
gotta
buy
do stuff, bro.
Netroid
They gotta do.
any
They gotta do
chance he
more.
can get. Both
They are
relics
so
are
far
down.
ahead.
So this Ishtar is going to be underneath the tier 2 tower.
Beacon in 10 seconds. Dardes has been putting on pressure. Dardes has been putting on a hell of a performance this weekend. It's 1-0-3 right now. 0-1-3 for Pagon. And pressured out right now. Primal
Come
Fury.
on.
You
There
had
we go.
mentioned it.
There we
Main
go. There we
target
go. There we go. Burn that
getting
shit.
burned quickly by
Burn
the Jade Dragons.
that
Another
shit.
objective
Let's go.
going
Let's go.
their
Let's go.
way. And more gold
Let's
lining
go.
their pockets. They start to pivot
Primal
over. Beacon
fucking
available.
Fury.
Yeah, look at
Let's
the
go.
timing. Primal Fury, Beacon, Pyromancer,
Beacon?
all spawns in
Yes,
around
sir.
the same time. The Jade Dragons
Straight
can
to
just do
Pyro?
a clean sweep unless the Oni Warriors step forward. Pagon has final judgment. He might be able to go in for a steal towards one of these objectives.
Pyro's
but
up in
does not
3
want to
minutes.
get caught out. Blink
30
available
seconds.
for Lasbra.
And I
He's
bet they're
missing
gonna be
his
on
speed
it.
and Panatom. He's got no sort of aggression. Both of
Dude,
his
Coast
relatives
is
down to
almost
30.
5 levels up, bro.
A breath of fresh air for the time being. There's
Yeah,
been a lot
moment.
of action. Take this time. Breathe it all in. The tier 1 towers have been the target. There's a
Mike's
lot of
getting
weak
his
ones as
pathetic
PBM
stacks.
makes a rotation. He's just trying to get some cloak stacks. But Dardes is level 19. We're only 17 minutes in, barely 18. He's top farming the game by a wide margin.
Pyromancer, you called for it a second ago. The burn should be there. Merlin
Let's go.
creates
Let's
so
go.
much for him.
Let's go.
And you had Coast over here. Another runic bomb in pocket 2.
Come on, baby.
To the Dragon's name.
Oh, you're so close.
There's a lot of towers on the board to knock down. 18 minutes in. Like you said, a lot of action. Almost 8,000 gold. Still actually covering closer to the 7K mark. But the Dragons in a massive, massive controlling lead. And it's just trying to find that step up into the right direction. They're going to put some pressure on the tier 1 and right. They'll knock it down, no problem. Tier 1 and mid is in danger as well. And the Dragons have the crowd surging behind them.
Netroid has not rotated. He is staying in left lane, foregoing the rotation. Says, I need farm. The Jade Dragons recognize that. Fire Giant should be the call. They're walking right over towards it. There is no way he gets here in time. It's a 4v5 at best. Pagon would have to get so close to this objective, but look at this. They're not going for Fire Giant core. They're looking for a wraparound. They're trying to find Pagon. They're trying to find genetics.
Ghost spotted out thanks to Sot. Burn a little bit their way. Charlie, they are going to fall back, and they are going to start trying to burn this Fire Giant. 19 minutes into this game. Sot and genetics are right there, and they're looking like they're going to 50-50 as they have the burn to get the
Dragons get it!
Fire, and now the chase is on. Panatom is low, and Lasbra has his
Sot falls! Panatom!
Bay Poorish Coast now.
Panatom falls!
Dead to rights. You've got the Warriors running.
Genetics is going down!
Genetics locks himself down. Can't get anything done. No, for the carry.
Pagon's dead! The Goddess dash!
His life for it.
He jukes around, he gets one. Netroid has to go back to base. The tier 2 tower is the target here. They don't have minions. The Phoenix was never the option, but the tier 2 will drop down. The Jade Dragons with Fire Giant on 4. They've got no problem trading out Lasbra's life. We said feast or famine, and this Ymir pick is not working out. Genetics keeps getting caught out. The tether that Nika provides, the slow, he can never outrun it. It's just not going to happen. Forced into an Emperor's armor, trying to keep the Phoenix alive. The Jade Dragons, 8,000 gold in the lead, and they haven't even started their Fire Giant siege
The
yet.
Dragons are not choking.
Lots that they can do. And Charlie, that's not even counting the Fury that's going to be spawning in.
They have a 9K gold lead. They have the levels, they have the items.
We haven't even looked at the builds too much this game. There's been so much going on, but Nika, it feels like we've talked about an Osiris being unkillable the last few weeks. He is entering that discussion. If you look at Dardas, I mean, this burn, it feels like those two plus Coast have been really the absolute pillars of this game for the Dragons.
It was the Hachiman pick, man. That and giving Dardas back the Merlin that he looked so solid on before. Lasbra on a facilitator, everything just came into question
Coast
here for the
has
Jade
starter.
Dragons. It took them a few games to get it, though, and best of 5s, you have to adjust.
Mike
you
feeling
have to
good.
adapt. And the Oni Warriors have some adapting to do. They've got good range. Pagon still has the delete button. Final Judgment is available.
They're gonna go get
He's got
Onis.
Soul Reaver, he's got Staff of Myriad. Even tanks will feel the brunt of that damage.
Let's go. They're doing
Not
shit,
to
bro.
mention the range that Pagon has. You can't just walk up into a Phoenix. Oni Fury goes down, enhanced minions
For real,
will be
Rag.
marching forward. The Oni Warriors, they have to stay back. It's got to be a Phoenix defense or nothing. The tier 2, an afterthought. There's no way you step this far forward.
This is the first game that the Dragons got Hachi. They had to first pick it. They had first pick, and they grabbed it.
Further as they step forward. But Trelly,
Every
got a minute and a half on the
last
power
4
play.
games,
What are they playing with?
Dhoni's got it.
Time as it is. They back away. Massive lead. Dardes gets a reset again. We're looking at level 20 spikes that are starting to come through, and Vision. But it's an early Fire Giant.
It's about time
and
they
even
put
with
my
the
boy
minions
Coast
pushing
on the
forward,
fucking Hachi.
they want to take their time.
It's about time they got prioritized.
Still
first
on the
pick.
board for the Dragons. An absolute control so far for 22
Every objective.
minutes.
Every objective.
The Warriors are going to have to fight back, and Trelly, they're holding on as best they can.
Jade Dragons did not go back for the beacon. I thought Titans is what they were looking for. No, they wanted to push in with this enhanced wave. They'll grab
They can go get
the
Titan now.
last tier 2 tower off the
They
map
can
for
go
them.
touch now.
Gold in hand, plenty. They're going to head on back to base. Their
Titan
Fire
would go
Giant
right
push
lane.
is just about over, but they could get the beacon gore.
Okay. They're resetting for
launch
fire.
The Titans out.
Nah,
PBM
don't
goes
launch.
back,
Don't launch
gets the
Titans.
spectral
Don't
armor,
launch Titans.
and a Phantom Shell
Get fire
online as
first.
well. Even if Genetics gets the wall of his life, could be dealt with that one relic. Fire Giant was on all 4. Remember, Lasbra did get shut down. He did get shot by that Final Judgment right through the wall. So Pagon hits level 20, should be able to upgrade that starter item soon. I'm just looking at the positives here for the Oni Warriors because it's looking rough as far as defense goes, but they've got damage dealers at level 20, that's big. SOT did not go auto attack, he did not go Kins, he did not go Xe, so he's tanky, he can set up for the squad as well. And of course, Genetics getting that Emperor's armor means whoever's tanking up that Phoenix, whoever is letting that Phoenix door build damage up upon is gonna get shredded. These tankier targets, Nika and PBM, they're gonna have to watch out, that damage will add up.
Well, it's 12,000 gold, 23 and a half minutes into this game. 9-4 with the kill lead, leaning over towards the Dragons. Charlie, they've got everything they need. They've even got the crowd support. They even have a trombone in the crowd.
Oh, I've heard it. I don't know if you guys can hear it.
But there it is.
You can hear it.
And when you've got support like that, the question is how you can transition this into the late game. Fire Giant going to be spawning in soon. Third beacon of the game up on the left side of mid.
This is good. This is good. This is so good for the Dragons.
The Warriors positioning, they don't seem to think of
They're
Fire
gonna
Giants
get
anywhere nearby
Titans leashed in right lane and Fire Giant. They're gonna get Fire Giant. They're gonna go Titan, and they're gonna go right.
That's lucky for the Oni Warriors. They don't have to worry about losing their best Phoenix. That'd be the far left one. But this Fire Giant completely uncontested. No way a Warrior gets in range of this one. Fire Giant on all 5. Titans marching up right lane any second now, and the Jade Dragons have all the momentum.
Dude, there's
in the
no
world.
way. There's no way the Warriors
score, but it seems like they just
have
want
a
to shred it
chance.
down as quickly as possible. They
The Warriors
want the
have
Chaos
no
Titans
chance.
first, and then they'll decide how they want to siege. Runic Bombs, just one. PBM's got it. Pay attention
Dragons.
to Pagon. Pay attention to
Almost
Panatom.
15K
If the Oni
ahead.
Warriors want a defense, those two have to go massive.
1-0 from Pagon can determine a lot on the right side of the map here. Panatom, left side of the lane, has Lasbra in his sights. If he can find the CC,
I mean, the last hope, the literal last hope, I think, that the Onis have is the world's greatest
as it
default.
gets taken down quickly by the Jade Dragons. And Trelly, they're looking to knock on the door of the Phoenix.
Playing this one slow, Gore. They've got a Titan. It's at tier 1 tower at the moment. No reason to step forward without it. That's a 6th man with a lot of HP, a lot of damage.
I'd like to see a pre-Phantom.
And there's no reason to let Pagon poke you down for free. Waves just trying to slow this one down. Remember, that Emperor's armor will start to add up if Nika steps forward, if Mike steps forward. But the Jade Dragons are playing this one slow. I like the idea. Panatom tried to find a 1v1 beforehand versus Lasbra. That play is gone. Panatom is back, showed himself underneath the Phoenix. But the engage here, Mike's gonna drop ult, Nika's gonna go to the back line. Just
Mike has a pyro bomb.
Bird. That is the play. The Jade Dragons have a very
Titans
easy
on the way.
strategy here. They just drop all the ultimates and focus out the Phoenix, and here comes the Titan.
I mean, you got Titan.
The Dragons on right. Nika
Nika's in there. He's
into
creating
zone.
space.
They just want to get the bird. That's the main
That's pyro
target.
bomb.
And
Bird's
critical
down.
damage. They've got
They're
exactly
chilling.
what
They're
they
chilling.
need.
They're chilling.
Phoenix
That
taken
was
off
beautiful.
the board.
Beautiful.
Dragons
So
crackle to the
easy
base of the
peasy.
Warriors. Nika still playing a little aggressive. Lasbra
So
as well. They've
smooth.
got the Titan standing there, and it's distraction. It's the zone out and open
Okay,
up.
okay,
this
there we
middle
go.
Phoenix for the Jade Dragons.
Huge.
Now you've got
They're chilling.
some
They're chilling. They're
performance.
chilling. They're
Panatom
chilling.
comes
They're
in and
chilling.
at least sets up a defense.
Good Winter Samaj stalls this one out for a bit, but there's some low health bars on the side of the Oni Warriors.
It's gonna give them time to kill the Titan. They're gonna get mid Phoenix.
And it will. Pagon charged up. The judgment could not send it out.
All right. You got Gold Fury, you got Pyro. They're gonna go Pyro.
Reset. They drop 0
Pyro,
kills.
and then you got
That's a
Gold, you got Fire.
picture-perfect siege. If you're the Oni Warriors, you're really hurting now. You got to deal with Fire minions coming through right, Fire minions coming through mid, and the Jade Dragons grab one more Runic Bomb. Gore, they've got some time. Primal Fury is available. They still have FG for another minute.
They're off to Primal.
It'd be risky to go in for the bird, but
They're
they
gonna
can
go
certainly
delete
grab some
Primal.
more gold off the map.
They're gonna clear. They're gonna slow push left.
Of a needle.
Clear the archer. Stack the
Things can
waves.
go wrong so drastically. One kill opens up that base.
Go EFG.
And goes to that burn that you just mentioned. Right now, though, Primal Fury, a minute left on the power play. Maybe we slow it down. Next Fire Giant, depending on how long the dance goes, or if the burn is quick enough for the Dragons. Maybe it's enhanced. Maybe it won't be. But for now, the lead, Trelly, continues to grow.
Oh, those crits on
evermore
Pele.
for the Dragons.
What the fuck was
Fire
that?
minions in mid and right.
Was that Pele?
Where
It
the
looked like
Warriors
Pele.
up?
I guess
How do
it was
they stop this?
Hachi.
Because they are talking about their world's life. Their championship is on the line.
I mean, Panatom needs to find another gank like he just did. I think it was a beautiful play. If Pagon was ready for it,
30
he said
seconds
no
on
through, maybe
fire.
that siege goes different.
Surely they
That's step
reset
one.
for EFG.
Step 2, not getting picked here. The left side beating.
Dude,
He'd
how
love
did
to
the,
keep
how
it
did the
alive,
Warriors do this?
But I think that's not happening. I think the Oni Warriors might have to let this one go to keep the Titan alive. It's not Enhanced Fire Giant.
Yeah.
You could let the bird go and try and defend afterwards. Mike already finds some good
I
poke
like
on Pagon.
Nika
That's
and
CC.
Lasbra. I
Pay
like what they're
attention
doing.
to it. Atlas
I like
can
what they're
really
doing.
disrupt the team fight.
Okay,
They're
okay, they're
backing
backing
up
off
now.
of
Their
fire. They're
Giant
backing off
buff
of
is worn
fire.
off,
Yep.
And they cannot
No
fully
more
break
fire.
the base of the
They're
Oni
out.
Warriors, so it looks like
Good,
it will
good,
be
good, good, good,
an
good.
Enhanced Fire Giant.
Yep.
The good news, the Phoenixes will not respawn. The Oni Warriors are going to have to deal with fire minions if they want to step forward. The bad news, you don't have too much to step forward to. The Oni Warriors are behind a heavy margin still. They found some farm. They've hit
Close
some
to that
XP
crit,
snipes.
baby.
But look at the recipes. They're still available. They're not 6 slotted yet. Netroid cannot match the damage of Vaporous Coast. Vaporous Coast has 3k gold in hand. He's about to get an elixir of power. And I think he just purchased it. Yeah, these crits.
Coast just got a 3k pot.
Some big crit damage coming from the ADC of the Jade Dragons.
17.
That's what I'm talking about.
Gold.
That's what I'm
This
talking
Fire
about.
Giant's going to be coming in, and it's going to come in hot. Enhanced. As the Warriors step out of the base. What could be, Trelly, a deciding factor in this game is how much the Warriors are able to commit to this, how much they can get out of it. 3 towers, and 3
Listen.
Phoenixes still stand on the Dragon's side of the board.
Kill the Thoth, man.
And it's just making sure that's
The
up,
only
making
way
sure
they
you
lose is
don't
if Thoth
misstep
steals
right
this.
here for the Warriors to make sure you stay alive.
And the Jade Dragons playing it flawlessly, sitting back.
Gotta
They
kill
have
Thoth.
fire minions pushing. There is a wave in the base of the Oni Warriors. Eventually
Let's go.
someone
Yeah,
has to go
yeah.
back.
Just sit here.
No
Just sit
reason
here.
to get poked out
Just sit
before
here.
then.
You got fire
They've got
minions.
vision, they've got ward
Yeah,
coverage,
good,
they've
good,
got
good.
the map state. The Jade Dragons just have to be patient.
Good. Yep.
The
Be
second
patient.
they see someone in the Titan, the second they see someone channel
Breathe.
that back.
Nice. Good poke.
Fire
Just
Giant needs
just
to be
chill.
pulled. Pagon needs to be zoned. And they know this. This is something they've done many times already. Pagon shows
Okay.
himself, Fire Giant begins.
Burns it.
Immediately
Burns it.
looking
Yep.
for the burn down.
Yep.
And Trelly, do
No
they
Thoth to
have
steal it.
the
EFG,
burn?
baby.
Fire Giant in
EFG.
hand, all 5 of the Dragons
sir.
powered up. And
Oh
ready
my
to start
god,
running
this
it
has to be
down.
the most textbook fucking game I've ever fucking seen.
Remember, this Fire Giant is enhanced. The Oni Warriors, they're not waiting in the Phoenix. They want to find a fight themselves. Lasbra forced to ult defensively just at the thought of SOT. That is ridiculous. You lose Volcanic Lightning, but the Team Siege is forward. They've got minions and they have EFG.
All you
That's
need
fine. That's fine.
is a couple
That's
of
fine.
autos from Coast. That's going to be massive. Right side Phoenix taken down instantly. And the Warriors with a small reset. Now they
Dude,
know where they can set up a
Lasbra's build
defense
is
with look
fucking-
at Nika. Immediate.
Wow.
Over to the left lane.
What
where
a
minions happen to
beautiful
be
hybrid build.
Trying to push up a little bit for his team. And no full reset from the Dragons just yet.
Nika's got damage, but no runic bomb. It would take him a while to chop through that Phoenix.
Nika.
Mid Phoenix, he could get no problem. If we're doing a 4-1 split, the Jade Dragon's got to send 4 left. I mean, that makes way more sense. That mid Phoenix could drop in an instant. 2 runic bombs for Polar Bear Mike.
Mike would just
The
take mid.
structures could be deleted.
Easy.
The Titan could be deleted if that's the call. But look at this, SOT, Panatom, they're pretty far forward, and it looks like the Jade Dragons want to fight.
They're going for the
Panatom.
cutoff path. Panatom has
He's
to play
got blink.
carefully, and you need.
There's
he
the
didn't
blink.
blink, but he didn't blink in time, and the
There's
damage
the
not
beads.
quite there for the Dragons. But you've got Sot
Sot.
surrounded by 5. The crits ringing true for Vaporous
Sot's
Coast.
gonna throw it up.
Sot to fall back.
Oh, let's go!
They've got what they need to
Yes!
crack this open. Panatom jumps to the back immediately.
He's gone!
He's dead! Coast has killed. Oh my
He got
god!
what needed.
He gets the crits. 1 more Phoenix to go. The Jade Dragons don't want to overstep here. The Titan should be the target, but they're playing it slow. You have Fire Giant, you have Regen. Lasbra and Dardes looking a little bit worse for wear. They're going to play
Take
this
a second.
one slow. 45
Take a second,
seconds
heal
left.
up.
Panatom 30 without Sot.
Wait for the fire
They're gonna play it
minions.
slow and go in for the end call. Gore, that Titan needs
Wait for
to
the fire
drop.
minions.
Fire minions on right. The Jade Dragons.
Here we go,
on
here we
the
go.
precipice
Here we
of
go.
a
Coast has it.
championship.
Coast
They're
has
gonna
it.
do it. They're going to walk forward and break the
Let's
curse.
go! Yes! Let's go! The Dragons win, man. They did it. They did it. Year of the Dragon!
You hear that crowd, Gorm? The curse is broken. The dragons will not be slain.
Let's go. Let's go, man. Oh my God. I'm crying. Oh. What a fucking year, man. Let's go. Let's go. Man, it's about time PBM gets to lift his hammer, bro. Oh. Let's go. Let's fucking go, man.
Nico, how does it feel to finally be holding the hammers to be the champion?
I've been playing, this is my 8th year playing, and you know, I felt like every year I got closer and closer, and I'm just so glad end of Smite 1 we can finally close it out, and I love this team so much. I'm so proud of all of us, and yeah, I love you guys as well. Thank you so much for the support. We couldn't have done it without you, and this is just like the best day of my life, honestly. Like, I can't even describe it. I'm just lost for words.
It was an incredible run. For a second, it looked like what you guys did yesterday was about to happen. You winning 2 games and going down 2. I have to know from you guys, lads, maybe I can get a word from you. What was going on in the discussion between the team?
That has to be the
what
most
was going on in between games 4 and 5 that allowed you guys to walk away with this win?
We were just trying to stay confident and like really find out our confident picks. And I mean, going back and play game 5, even though it wasn't like the best pick and they got Jania, which is a counter, we just ripped it and we got the dub, you know?
Yeah. Dude, comfort picks, man. Yeah. Even at the highest level, the highest
I think you have
level.
a lot of fans here right now, and I think they'd like to hear some words for you. What does it mean to be up on this stage right now?
Let's go.
This is gonna sound troll, but it just means everything. Before the games, like, this is the most emotional win ever. I literally, like, to pump myself up, I watched the 2 finals that I lost, and I just wasn't losing today. It just wasn't happening. The support is insane.
Let's go, Mike. Let's go.
We got the audience here right now, but is there anything that you want to say to them? Anything you want to say to the fans at home?
I mean, thank you, everyone. You just gave us so much. You gave us so much confidence. I love you guys. I love you.
Real quick, final thoughts on everything. Being able to be here for the Season 10 Smite World Championships, to be holding the axe after this incredible run that you've done.
It's an absolute honor. I'd like to thank everyone, the Hounds for giving me the chance to even be SPL. Obviously, Dragons for picking me up, but especially, I want to give. I want to give a shout out. I want to give a shout out to 2 people. The first one's Kenneth. He just took me to the next level. I'd never won an SPL battle, and the other one's Rapio. I'm my longest teammate ever, like 6 years, and they're best friends. And this one today is for him, so I hope he's happy.
Everyone, one last time, please give it up for your winners right here, the J Dragons. And let's head back on to the desk.
Oh my God. Let's go.
I'm gonna let us soak it in for just another second.
Yeah, fuck the desk.
The
desk thought
I don't know, guys.
that the Onis were gonna win.
To get through. There are tears.
Wow.
What we just witnessed, what we were all just a part of.
They were talking all that shit.
Is something that I hope we can all look back on and realize the importance of for the rest of our lives. And inbound. We'll get you off stage, buddy. The emotion hitting everyone up here hard. Inbound, Hazer. I guess we got to break down game number 5. Jade Dragons come out, they come out swinging, and they really turn things around. After
No way, Missile gets a
2
bloody
up,
nose.
2 even into game 5.
I mean, you got to shout out the Hachiman pick and coast on this Hachiman pick. Game 3, game 4, he looked uncomfortable. He didn't look confident. And then you get to game 5, and he's sitting around corners. He's literally hunting, trying to find somebody to kill. He played fantastic in that 5th game.
Yeah.
And the team as a whole, like, to be able to go into that game 4, lose game 4, be on the precipice of that reverse, and then to be able to just pull it all together, and in that game 5, have enough wherewithal to actually take that, it's incredible. What an incredible group of guys.
This whole thing feels like one big moment of glory, but for one last time, let's look back at your Steel Series moments of glory from game number 5. Jade Dragons fans, they lit it up here today.
Money on that game.
Things quieted down in the middle of that set.
Bro, I wish.
They erupt once again, Hazer.
I put all my channel points, all of them, all my channel points into that.
Ymir, and I've never
Every
been
last one
so
of them.
glad to be
Literally
so
every
wrong
last one
about
of
a
them.
pick. Pele for last run. He absolutely ate it up on there. And I cannot believe that a team under this much pressure in game 5, they've got a history of being reverse swept. They've been reverse swept, and they've gone to reverse sweep themselves. It wrote itself.
They're in shambles,
go
man.
down here in 5, but the confidence they played with, they went all out. They showed no fear, and the sieging problems they've had all year seem to be completely absent. Perfect play. Once they got the lead, they did not take their foot off the gas, and they ran it all the way home.
Now, I don't know if you believe in superstition, omens, those sorts of things. That early wall from Genetics is going to live in my head for a long time. It really set
just the fact that there was a wall
that never really turned around. Certainly not all on the wall.
Genetics had to go for that play. Genetics had to put the wall between Pele
Things
and
like that come to mind. We will be handing out MVP trophy here shortly. So if you're in the arena or at home,
it was just an inch off the mark.
We're going to hand it
It
out.
was a unit off the mark.
Plenty of options here for the Jade Dragons.
And we touched on the Ymir, we touched on the Hachiman. Stardust did 26,000 damage in that final game. Perfect positioning. They couldn't really ever find him.
Like,
and Panatom on
that's
this
what
guild,
the Genetics pick was like there for. Those Ymir walls to wall the Pele, and he went through it. Like he made the right play. He was just a unit off the mark.
Really to actually dive that back
literally a unit.
Couldn't get to them, but it was just all that early game. With a comp like this, the Jade Dragons able to open out that early game, and they just ripped objectives every single time. There was no chance to hit them because you didn't see them. They went to gold, and they dropped the Atlas ult, and they bursted it down before anybody could get a look in. Just incredible play by them. To do that, I don't think people understand just how hard it is to make those calls and stick to them in this circumstances.
Well, a lot of fan favorites from the Jade Dragons on stage, but only one of them can win MVP. I'm sure the rest are not concerned. They've got the big one. They've got the hammer. They won the whole thing.
Oh, yeah.
But let's find out who your MVP of this weekend was with Kelly on the stage.
I have the absolute pleasure to announce our MVP of this My World Championships. And it is Dardes.
Dardes!
You all deserve it. Dardes, congratulations. Your entire team did incredibly well.
Yeah.
But I have to ask from your side, representing the Jade
He
Dragons,
did very, very
what
good.
is it about
Dardes
your
is
team
also fair,
that
yes.
skyrocketed
No one's
you
mad
to
about
victory?
Dardes.
I actually don't know what to say.
Okay. Chat is pissed. Chat is pissed.
You just carried us so hard. I don't think we would have done it without you.
So is PPM retiring?
I mean, why would he?
And to all the people out there that see you and are inspired by you, want to become a professional player like you, is there any words that you have to say to them, any way that they can become as great as you?
Just play Melon. That's it.
Let's go! Let's fucking go! Yes, sir!
The rest of the Jade Dragons here. Thank you all so much for joining us. And if I'm not mistaken, we're actually going to have a few more stars coming out. Everyone, this has been an absolutely incredible journey. Starting this all the way back in 2014 during this My Launch tournament, and all the incredible players and all the incredible talent that we've had. I can't even express myself how much this means to me, but Dolson, I think you personally would do a lot better at this, so please.
Yeah,
the
I mean,
final words.
everybody wanted Nika, but Dar does. Come on, you're not mad about it.
Yeah.
You can't get upset about the Dardes.
No.
This is all about the Dragons and what they
Everybody
were able to do.
except Dar does.
Every hoarse voice that you guys hear, every tired eye that you see from production and all the casters is a labor of love, and we do it for all of you guys. This is what it's all about, and bringing everyone together, and all of this is what this is all about.
Yeah, Darda's on the fucking airlock mid, bro.
For one unbelievable moment.
Fucking
for,
fucking.
I guess a few over the course of this weekend.
They're
but
behind us.
everything this community has been able to build together, you know, I really just owe so much thanks to the players who put on such an amazing show, and the casters who came before me.
Do you want to play this?
John Finch, we love you, buddy. We know he was watching here today. This is a big one for him.
It doesn't sound like I'm having fun.
Not even a tiny bit.
Finch.
He helped all of us be ready for moments like this, and he deserves this moment as much as all of these players do. I don't know what else there is to say, Dragons. We love you guys, players. We love you guys, fans. All of this for you. Thank you for everything. You have loved us. You have supported us. You have been here for everything. And there is... there is nowhere else any of us would rather be than right here, right now. So for one last time in Season 10,
both Oni
thank you
Warriors
so
and
much
Mystic
for watching. We love you all.
Yes.
And we'll see you soon.
Wow. What an incredible, incredible words. Wow. Dude, the Dragons fucking deserved it. They worked for it, and they made it happen. Yes, sir. The fucking reverse sweep. The back-to-back Game 5. Fucking go, man. Bruh. When PBM's parents stood up, gave that speech, like, everything turned around. Everything. Let's fucking go. Last bro redemptioner. Yes. See y'all in Smite 2, baby. Yes, sir. Hell yeah. Dude. Thank God, man. Thank God that Titan Forge, High Res, everybody making the right decisions. The future of Titan Forge and Smite 2 is about to be insane, man. And I'm fucking here for it. Let's fucking go, man. Wow. Year of the J Dragons. Those fans right there, man. That's what did it, man.
But I don't care if you speak ill of me. I don't care if you speak ill of me. Thank you for speaking ill of me behind my back. For speaking ill of me behind my back. I am only becoming stronger and stronger, like the flame flame shines in concrete.
Let's go. This was the best words by far. Let's go, man. Dude, the huddle ups, so good. Sucky, sucky.
Thank you for speaking ill of me being like that. I am only becoming stronger and stronger. Like the fire flare shines in conquer.
Nika backdooring, baby. Oh, that was so good. Actually, so good. That, like, God, that was just so smart, man. One more, baby. Yes, and they fucking did it. Dardes, man, Dardes, wow, just phenomenal performance. That was a bad game for Coast, man. Look at this, look at this. They don't even care. They stand up, they huddle up. They don't care. They don't let it affect them. They keep moving forward, they keep pushing on, and they fucking did it. Metroid's dash there was correct to block the Achilles ult. Dashing through the Achilles ult to confirm that kill. Oh, that was fucking... wow. Yeah. Dude, I was so ecstatic. I was so sad, so depressed. And we got to the picks and bans, and I saw that the Jade Dragons finally prioritized the Hachi, and I was ecstatic. I was so happy. I was like, it's about motherfucking time. You got Coast on the fucking Hachi. All of them broke their headsets. All those headsets broken. GG's, man. Man. Best words ever. Best words ever.
What even is this? Don't touch my thing.
Ah. Alrighty, gods and goddesses. Thank you for hanging out. And have a wonderful evening.